Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh, like I don't like it when people do that. Like, don't come to me under the guise of something else and be something else, because I'm gonna cuss you out right there on the spot, and then I'm gonna
Exactly.
leave. Like, I don't like that. At least, like, if you trying to, if it's an event where you're trying to sell me something, or you want to show me a gem, or you want to show off your skills, tell me that's what it
Tell me
is,
that. Tell
right?
me.
So that I can say, yeah, I want to come, I want to support you. I'll put myself through that torture to support you. But if I come and then, because if you tell me
Mm-mm.
friends and family day, I'll bring in my grandkids.
Right.
And
And
if I
it's
get there
people
and
that
you're
brought
trying
their
to,
kids and grandkids.
you see what I'm
It was
saying?
people
Like,
that brought their kids.
what is
That
that?
was people that brought their kids and grandkids, and I was like, oh, so
I
we
would have,
all thought the same thing.
oof, I would have been pissed. Like, don't do that to me. Hold on, I'm trying to get the YouTube
Oh, the
together.
YouTube not up.
Why did it sign me out like that? Hold on, y'all.
While Thinker's getting the YouTube up, y'all go ahead and get the likes and the shares. Oh, I see we are already over 100 and we're at 120. Okay, y'all with the shares, y'all better come through. But let's get these likes up to 50K. Um, and go ahead and grab your heart me's. Go ahead and help us with this goal that Thinker has up. Y'all, we have 1K of 1K subscribers. Let's go ahead and knock that even further out of the park. Y'all are doing so great. I'm so proud of y'all. Get those popular arrows. Y'all know what to do to get these people in here, to get our folks in here. Let's let the chat keep moving. I like now that they tell you how many comments you had in the last 5 minutes. Let's see if we can reach a goal of having 1,000 comments in 5 minutes. Keep the chat moving to keep us relevant on the FYP. As you come in, remember grab those heart me's, and also caps are for mods. And if you don't follow that rule, you will be muted. And this goes for friendlies and nerds, unless you are visually impaired and you are on our list. The mods know who are on the list, so let the mods do the mod thing when it comes to um, telling people not to type in all caps. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena. Although we do appreciate all your support. I appreciate y'all so much. What's up to the YouTube fam? Y'all forgive me because I am just waking up. So it's gonna be a little slow here in the beginning. But I promise you I will get there. What's up, Demo Glow? What's up, Woken Stoke? What's up, Marduk, Southern Breeze? If you're over there in YouTube, make sure you say what's up in the chat. Smash the like button, share the stream out so that y'all can have some fun over there like we be having fun over here on TikTok. All right, y'all, we ready to go ahead and get started. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are, hey, Lala, Selena, you can stay up. What's up, Lala Leah?
Hey,
How are
how you
you?
doing? How y'all doing?
Doing good. How was your weekend?
Hey, twin.
Good, good.
That's good.
How
I
was
did.
yours?
It was good. I was telling them that I took my son school shopping today. Took my daughter to brunch for her birthday because she turned 20 on the first. And then it was bittersweet because I was realizing that I would never do this again. I'll never have to go school shopping again. And
Oh,
yeah. And so like I walked around the mall with him for fucking ever, and I hate the mall. Like, does anybody else get dizzy walking around the mall?
Oh my
I
God.
don't.
I thought it was
Yeah, I
just
don't
me.
like it. I don't
I
like it.
hate it. I don't like shopping. I don't like
Yeah,
shopping,
Me
period.
either. Me
if I
And
could just order it, I'm good.
yes. And then why do people walk slow like fucking
Mm.
I be so mad because you be in traffic in the mall because just
Mm-hmm.
because people are walking slow, and I'm like, when I'm there, I'm on a mission, right? Like I'm walking fast, my head is up, and I know where I'm trying to go. But some people are there to like lollygag, and I don't like it. But I was in that mall with him for forever. Oh, I ran into an old church member. But it was good. It was good. And I asked my son. I said, "Do you think?" I said, "You think they done seen my TikTok?" He said, "Mom, a lot of people done seen your TikTok." And I was like, oh. He said, "Oh," he said, "I wanted to ask you." He said, "Do your friends on TikTok know that I'm Christian?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I don't hide that." And he said, "What they say about it?" I said, "What can they say?" I was like, I'm proud of you." I said, um, "You one of the good ones." And then we started talking about, just constantly critically thinking. And then he said, "What about the prophecies though, Mama?" I said, "What prophecies?" He said, the Euphrates River drying up. Yeah, okay, mind you, I'm letting him drive at this point, okay? And we are on the interstate when he is asking me about these prophecies. And I got him in like the slow lane. He's asking me about the prophecies. So he said the Euphrates River dried up. I said, "Son, the Euphrates River ain't dried up." And he grabbed the wheel and said, "Yes, it is, Mama. Yes, it is." He said, I said, "No, it's not." I said, "The prophecy," I said, "That's not even the prophecy, son." I said, "The prophecy says that the river of Egypt, the Sea of Egypt, will dry up and break into seven streams." I said, "The person who took that prophecy from another person rewrote it and only quoted half the prophecy." I said, "Do you know why they needed the Euphrates River to dry up?" And he said, "Why?" I said, "Because they were supposed to fight a war." I said, "Back then, they didn't have submarines. They didn't have, no, I said, back then, they didn't have a way to get across the river to fight the war on the other side." I said, "But if the U.S. has to go to war on the other side and they need to get across some water," I said, "What are they going to do?" He said, "Fly over." I said, "Exactly." He said, "Well, use submarines." I said, "Exactly." I said, "In today's time, we don't need a God to dry up a river so that you can cross over with sandals." And he was like, "Oh," but like having conversations with him, but it tripped me out. He said the Euphrates River drying up, Mama.
Oh, poor baby.
But I told him, just make sure you ask 1,001 questions. I said, "I'm not ashamed of you being a Christian. You're my son, and that's just that on that. Just think."
That part.
Yeah. All right, Joe. If okay, the guest box is filling up. Please make sure that you are in the guest box on purpose. If you are in there, we're gonna go ahead and get started. If I can get the box to open. Cindy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I think this is an accident. Yeah, that's an accident. I didn't want to laugh at him. I didn't want to laugh, but it did. I was like, "What the fuck is happening?" I was like, the first thought in my head was like, "Oh no." That was the first thought that came in my head. I was like, "Oh
What are you
no."
saying, baby?
Yeah. I guess this person was in the box on accident too.
Highly thought.
I guess they on accident too. Let's see. Good morning, happy and free. Gingerbread, how are you? There's another dragon. Did you come up on accident?
Oh yeah, that's on accident. My bad.
Okay, no worries. Is everybody in the box and they're on accident? If you are a believer in the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Please make sure you are 25 and up. Howard Baker, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
Accident.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one. Howard back there. Ooh, Howard back there.
Oh, how gent.
Man, he bumping. He
Mm-hmm.
relaxing.
How done lit a candle.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
80s love song.
Is it Kene?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am a combination of deconstructing and an atheist.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 41.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
The topic's amazing. I listen to you all the time. I mainly wanted to come up and thank you. I have done a lot of deconstruction work actually in this live, even though I started about 15 years ago. And I think the thing that I am seeing now is how on social media and in my personal life, a lot of people are like, well, there's just not a lot of true Christians out here. They don't understand that Jesus is love. And whenever, I've studied the Bible my whole life. I was raised a Christian, very conservative Christian. And the God of the Bible and the Jesus of the Bible just does not embody love at all, in my opinion. And so I see so much of the fact that Christians nowadays are consistent with the God that I read about in the Bible. And so I was just curious as to, I mean, obviously I listen to you all the time, so I know your thoughts on it, but if you could kind of share a little bit about how maybe you arrived at the fact that I feel like the God of the Bible is just super sadistic and narcissistic, personally. And is that,
I started to notice it. Like as I'm reading, I'm like, wait a minute. This sounds like white supremacy. Wait a minute. This sounds like capitalism. Like I just started to notice the different characteristics of the God in the Bible, the teachings in the Bible matching reality. Like, matching the Western culture
yeah,
and
it
the
makes
things that I've
sense. Like
seen.
to me, it makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. So what do you say when a Christian says, well, that's not the Jesus of the New Testament? For me, it's like, personal opinion is, like if God is perfect, did he suddenly just change his mind in the New Testament? Like where are they getting this idea that the God of the Old Testament
Well, well,
is
yeah.
different than the God of the New Testament? Like wouldn't it be
So
one and the
yeah.
same?
So what's happening right now? I don't really allow, right, like for people to come up and question me, unless you have a nerd badge. Do you see the people with
Oh,
nerd next? Yeah. But if you're able to make it into a discussion, right, and share like your thoughts on what you see in the world, like how this Jesus has affected humanity. Because right now it's kind of sounded like an interview type thing, and I know you say you listen
yeah, I'm
for a
sorry. Yeah,
while.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. And I would absolutely support you
Okay.
100%. I'm just a single mom of a lot of kids, so I don't spend money on TikTok. It's just something that I can't do. But no, I understand. I totally understand. You can drop me if it's not helpful to the conversation. I do understand.
No, and I also understand, being a single mom. I was just talking about how, this was my last year school shopping, because my son is a senior. But if if you can format it into a conversation where it doesn't sound like a back and forth of like, hey, like an interview, if that makes sense, right? Like share your thoughts on how you feel this Jesus has affected humanity, and then we can get into a discussion about it. Does that make
Sure.
sense?
Sure. No, that makes sense. I think my frustration is, see if I can formulate this. It's late and I'm like super, super tired. But I think that the thing that I'm running into is I hear a lot of people, family, friends included, where, well, this is the New Testament. So God, Jesus is love, yada, yada. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, if we've been preaching that God is perfect all along, he's all knowing, he has a plan, he's all sovereign, all these things, how did he suddenly change into a completely different deity with the Jesus of the New Testament when that doesn't seem consistent to a God of perfection in my mind? And that's what I struggle with, knowing how to answer these people who say these things, where suddenly we have this whole new God of the New Testament. that's the thing I'm researching, studying, listening to these lives, listening to the people who interact with you, because I want to have an intelligent conversation with the people in my life where I can help, I guess, like answer that question. And that's the one I'm struggling with though. Because I do get it that the New Testament seems like more warm and fuzzy per se, but it doesn't line up to me that it would be consistent with the very sadistic, evil, awful God entity of the Old Testament, you know?
Yeah, I think. Well, what I would say is like continue to like listen to the live and listen to the conversations, and you know, the that may come out like in conversation. There are research that we have and share, but again, like that's on the Discord. I don't quite know how to answer that for you. Um, let me. Actually there is a book called "Who Wrote the Bible," and let me tell you the name of the author, and that might answer it for you. Like with the it tells you the evolution of the God from the Hebrew God to the Christian God, and how that nature changed.
Because
Let
if
me
you
see.
notice, like in hotels and everything, they have like the New Testament sitting there, right? Because like everybody nowadays wants to just focus on the New Testament. I grew up personally, just a little backstory, like I grew up with a family to this day who definitely adheres to the God of the Old Testament. Like they're unapologetically pretty hardcore on the God of the Old Testament. So they don't adhere to the New Testament Christianity. However, I have noticed that a lot of people nowadays do the whole New Testament only Christianity.
So adhering to the God of the Old Testament sounds like they're strictly Torah and prophets, like law and prophets, and the God of the Old Testament doesn't have Jesus. So that would be what most Jewish people do. And if they're strictly New Testament, then there are, some different denomination of Christianity. Like it's very rarely that I hear a Christian not subscribe to the New Testament, since that's where the story of
No, no, I
Jesus
mean, my
is.
family, like, for instance, my family would adhere to both. They do not agree with the whole, like, we're only New Testament, we're only God is love. They definitely take into effect the God of the Old Testament in their belief. Like, I'm not saying we're Jewish or my family's Jewish. It's more like they don't say, oh, God changed somehow. They definitely adhere to the Old Testament and the New Testament. They think the whole canon of the Bible is God's word.
Well, okay, so yeah, most Christians do think that the whole canon is the Word of God, but most of them don't read it, and that's why they don't recognize the difference in the nature of the God changing, as well as the desire of the God changes, right? So, like, Richard Elliott Freeman is the author of the book "Who Wrote the Bible,"
Okay.
and it talks about the evolution of the interpretation of the scriptures from not antiquity, between like fourth century Rome, like early theologians, to modern day interpretation, from Catholics to Protestants to Presbyterian, like to modern day scholarship, and how the God changes from the Hebrew God to the omnipresent Christian God. So, uh, taking a look at that book, that might help you answer that question when you're having your conversations.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great night.
You too.
If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Uh, God is real. Did you come up here to have a conversation today?
Thinker, I just passed by to say hi, man. What's wrong, man?
Because I don't
You know
understand
you're
that.
my
You
peeps now,
coming
right?
at. No, I'm not.
Can't reach
Like, you
nothing
come
on the
in here
left.
and you yell and you do all that stuff, and
You
then you
got
come
a
back in
lot
here.
going on over there.
Tinker, you know you're my
You're
peeps,
nuts.
man. Cut it out, man.
Where did you get this from?
we used to argue and fight. You know, I got love for you, man.
Do you remember the last time you were on my stage?
Yeah, but I don't carry grudges.
That's your problem. I do though. Like that's your problem. Like you come in
You
here and
carry
no.
grudges
Stop.
for
Hold on.
me?
Yeah. Stop. Yes. The last time you were on my stage, you disrespected everybody on the
Okay.
stage. You talked over everyone, right? And then I had to kick you off. And then you come back and as if the last time you were here, we had tea and crumpets or tea and whatever the hell it is.
It's
Thinker,
crumpet.
you know
It's
what?
crumpets.
You know we're good, man.
Yeah.
It's tea and crumpets.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Thinker, you know we're good, right?
No, we're not. We're not, and
Why
that's the
not?
issue
Why
because you
not?
are
Why not?
disrespectful. You are disrespectful. We're not good. Now, if you come in here to talk about your God, that's one thing. But don't come in here and act like we cool and act like I'm okay with the shit that you do on my stage because I'm not. We are not friends.
We friends.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
telling you,
are.
we
Like, what the
friends.
hell is this? No, we're not. We're not friends.
Listen, we
You are
had a
disrespectful.
disagreement.
You
That's
are
in the
no. That's
past.
not a disagreement. Listen, are you gonna talk about your Jesus or not? Because I'm gonna move on to somebody else.
I just came to say hi. How you doing?
Yeah, man, you done lost your mind. When you come up here, you talk about your Jesus. We are not friends. You come in here and you disrespect my stage. Pumpkin, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? That is. Oh, you would love him because he's crossing boundaries. Like what the fuck? Like y'all are not okay. That is delusional as fuck. I swear, some of y'all men, y'all not okay. Disrespect is hard. And back in the guest request, like, dude, go. No.
What is wrong?
I, they they are not okay. And then I think, honestly, I think they do it because they know that is a form of disrespect. Like that, it's just they are like obsessed with trying to disrespect me. They're obsessed with that.
Very much so.
It's kind of like when Bitter Truth was on Zena's live today, and he couldn't stop talking about how Adam, uh, how Eve was at fault for what happened with the world because it makes more sense that the serpent talked to the woman because she's the weaker vessel. It makes more sense that you know Adam wasn't there with Eve. Adam wasn't there.
Right?
That I told y'all I'm still waking up. Hold on. He was saying that it makes more sense that Adam was not there with Eve and that the word with meant that Eve walked all the way across the garden to give Adam the piece of fruit. All
I don't know how y'all
because,
took made it that long.
That's
huh?
interesting.
Yes. All because he needs to preserve the teaching that men are dominant, men were the superior human created, and women are the weaker vessel.
Yeah, okay.
To the point that he redefined what with meant in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, so when I asked him, like, okay, so when God was talking to them, when he said, who told you, where are you? Who told you you were naked? Was Eve with him? And first he was like, yeah. So then I said, well, when Adam says, it's the woman that you gave me, she, gave me a piece of fruit and I ate. And he turns to the woman and he says, what have you done? I said, was he talking to her? Like, was she with him right there? He said, his voice was like a thundering lion. his voice is like 1,000 waters. So he screamed out, Eve, what have you done? And that's how she heard him.
Yo,
I was like, what?
why
Promise.
do I always miss the dramatics?
He kept
Like, yeah.
saying the thing about they weren't shoulder to shoulder, they weren't pinky, their pinkies weren't touching. I was like, what? He
Now,
was an idiot.
mind you, they don't ever think about the fact that okay, you say this, you say your God is his voice is like 1,000 waters or whatever he said, however he described it. When Eve responded back, did she just look up at the sky and start talking to him or something? That like Eve wasn't with Adam when this conversation was going on. They in two different parts of the garden having this conversation with your God. Both of them naked, both of them with victory. Like this don't make no sense. But it doesn't quite have to make sense for them to try to protect their misogyny and the story that they've been
Right.
told that patriarchy is the way of this God. Like that was the most entertaining, um, frustrating conversation. Get out of my box. God is real. All right, y'all. If let's try to get the conversations going. If you are a believer in the God, this motherfucker here, you gonna get blocked. You're gonna get blocked. Y'all are not okay.
That is real. If you hit it one more time, I'm blocking you.
He
If you
said
are
he
a
just
believer,
came to say hi. What is? Oh my god.
like that, like the insanity to sit there and just keep hitting requests. Like they're going to, like in their head, it's like they're hitting requests. Like I'm gonna make her accept me. I'm gonna force her to accept me. She gonna accept me. Like what do y'all say to
I guess
yourselves?
you
Huh?
ain't believe fat meat was greasy, so I had to show him.
Ooh,
See
ooh, ooh.
what the hell do y'all say to yourselves in your heads when you do that? Mm. We are outside. Remember, we are outside the garden. What did he say that he would prefer the jungle? And then he said he can't go. No, he said, "Oh my god, y'all!" So he said that he would prefer the He would prefer the garden. Like, and then I said, "Well, just go to the jungle." He said, "I can't because the animals are sinful." I said, did you just say?"
Yeah, that's what
Oh
he
my
said.
God. Didn't somebody else say some animals were sinful
He
You talking
like
said
about
last
you?
week?
sin.
Well, last week the guy said
Oh
he
yeah,
can't
last week,
go
last
because
week.
he won't get eternal life. So he said he can't go live in the jungle because either way he won't have eternal life if he go live in the jungle. But today, Bit of Truth said he can't go live in the jungle because the animals are sinful. I was like, that all it is to protect y'all's masculinity? Like that is insane. Evolve.
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Big Lucas.
What's up?
I just have a quick question. Like, life has been kicking my ass lately, right? And I was
I'm
starting to,
sorry.
I was starting to backslide. Like, I'm like, is this because I outwardly started telling people I don't believe anymore? And I kind of want to know, like, is has any of you ever experienced that look where you're question, where you
Mm-hmm.
ever question
Yes.
in the early
Yeah.
Yes.
stages? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You're
just
gonna go
life.
through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a, I say that in deconstruction you go through different experiences in life, right?
Mhm.
And we don't pay attention or think about the fact that even if we had still held this belief, we would have gone through the same things,
Mhm.
right? And it's just life. It's why I ask one of the question, what's the difference between your God's will and that's just life,
Mhm.
right?
Okay.
And so you're just having an experience right now and having to figure out a different or lean on uh, your abilities like you've always done to get through that. Lean on your community, right? You have a different set of friends to help you get through this period. You know, um, I don't know if you remember me talking about having to, think through losing my cousin to cancer as, a non believer. And I've not had to do that. The last time I lost somebody Tragically, like in a tragic way, was my dad, and I was a believer. And so losing my cousin this way to cancer, while there's believers around me telling me that this God is going to heal her, while she is a believer and she's believing the God is going to heal her, and I'm the only one who knows that that's not happening because she has stage 4 glioblastoma, and the doctors are
Right.
saying it can't be healed, and she has so many months left. And having to go through that experience as a non-believer, having to think my way through being mad at a God that I no longer believed in for not healing her, for not showing up for all of these people who were praying for her, you know. Um, it was just a different experience. And leaning on the community here helped me get through that. Also hearing different experiences of people who are deconstructing, who've gone through like maybe losing a job, or breaking up with somebody, or I fought with my mama and my brothers all the time, right? Like hearing different experiences from different people and how they dealt with it and how they got on the other side of it will also give you the strength that you need, right? The critical thinking that you need, the ideas that you need to think through, that you can execute and apply, that it get help you get to the other side. But it's life, and you would have gone through what it is that you're going through regardless if you had this belief or not. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. It's just been rough. I lost a sister. I was
Oh, I'm
helping out.
sorry.
Think. I mean, I don't know what to say, but I was helping out like this man from my country and his child. Like I was scared for ICE protecting them, and then like I realized I'm too kind, and he was trying to take advantage of me and trying to nest in my home. And then a family member sent him here, and she was my closest family member. So I even lost community in this process. And then I was home a couple of months ago, and I realized back home in my country is toxic for me, and I'm isolated, and that's the thing. So it was like in this entirety of isolation, I didn't even go home for my sister's funeral because how toxic it is for me back home. One of my closest friends told me, don't go back. Don't do it because it's too much for you mentally. And so as I'm living in isolation right now, like I was like, back in the day, I used to pray to God, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I'm working with like a therapist and a psychiatrist. So I realized I just need to come up with a plan for my life and execute on it. But it was just like, it kind of made me feel some type of way, especially after I told people my non belief that, and I'm an overthinker, like, I know they're like, yeah, this is what happened to her since she blah, blah, blah. You know what? And that shouldn't even be a focus. I know that. But,
But you're thinking the right, you're kind of on the right track, because if people around you change because you told them that you no longer believe in this God, the reality is that they are orchestrating parts of what you are experiencing right now, and it's not that you have changed, right? They've changed how they see you, and so they've decided to cause you, you know, this mental uh, pain, this
mhm,
whatever they feel like they're doing to you on behalf of their God, right?
right.
And their loyalty to their God. And this is what I mean when I bring up the scripture where Jesus says, "You cannot be my disciple unless you hate your brother, your sister, your mother or your father, or even yourself." This is the type of hate that I be, trying to highlight. And Christians say it's not that type of hate. He didn't mean that. He meant love less. Well, this is what that produces. This type of heart, this type of decision on behalf of, being a part of the group. Because Jesus says, if you're not with me, then you are against me. And they take that to heart. And the moment that you say you aren't a believer, they don't realize that they look at you different. It's like the whatever perception or view they had of you it's like, those little glasses where you can flip the colors, and you see differently. You know what I'm talking about? Like you could flip
Yes.
through the. It's like that's what happens the moment
Yes.
that you say that you don't believe. It's like the veil or the color over their eyes. They see you differently, and then they cause you hurt and pain. So that is real, right? And you are thinking through that. Is this happening to me because I told them that I'm not a believer? And most likely, yes, they are treating you differently, saying things to you differently, expecting different things from you because you have, shared that you're not a believer anymore.
Right. And I just needed to hear that. But I knew that, but it also feels painful getting isolated and also isolating yourself, because I made a decision as well with certain people, but I think certain people made judgments against me, which made me want to isolate from them.
Yeah, I get that too. You want to get away from the what's harming you and causing you strain, even until the point where you get mentally strong, and then you
Mm-hmm.
feel like you can go back around them, right? If you ever want to go
Right.
back around them. There's nothing wrong with being in a period of isolation and then strengthening yourself, right? Like I said, staying around the other people who are deconstructing, who have been where you are, like the early stages, who have had family members that have isolated them. Because I told you, I used to cry
Yeah.
all the time. I was like, why was I born this way? Like I used to cry all the time. I felt like my family hated me. Like, oh my gosh, and like and they're not even realizing, like, the crazy thing is, like, even while they were hating me, they would still like call it when they needed something. I was still the person that they called, and I still showed up, right? um and like just realizing who you are, they know who you are, and it's about their loyalty, to the God. Some of them will come around, right, and be able to respect who you are because they miss you, they love you, right, and some of them just won't, and having to accept that too. But just stay around you know other people who have been there. Are you in the Discord?
No, I get overwhelmed with information. Like I have
Okay.
like this capacity with, yeah, you get it.
Yeah,
And
like it's so crazy because the Discord is my Discord, but I'm so overwhelmed. Like I'm barely in there. It's like there's something I got to say, but and put in there. But yeah, I get it. I get it.
yeah, and I struggle with ADHD and all that stuff, and then focus is a lot for me. So I've been wanting to join, but I had to make the decision like now is not the time until I settle things in my mind. I will get in there at some point, but I just know for myself like I'm overwhelmed already with information, and that's why I come here. And I think when I first came here, I was overwhelmed with the fact that you were so knowledgeable. And I thought like I needed to know a lot of what you and your co-host knows to be able to stand in my truth. And then I realized I don't have to. I feel what I feel. I think what I think. And I have said it before, like digging into the Bible is not me. I don't have to justify my feelings to anyone. I don't have to justify my beliefs to anyone. But I love coming here to make me feel valid in terms of how I feel without having to dig deep, because my brain capacity can't handle all of that.
Absolutely, and that's why I don't know if uh, people are still doing the deconstruction mental health lives. I haven't seen many of them, but those were a good places to go and talk through deconstruction, um, on about how you're feeling and
Mm-hmm.
why you don't, subscribe to it without all the scholarship, right?
Right.
And to actually talk about things that you're experiencing with family members and friends around you. Those lives were, a good place. I think some people moved them to like discourse because a lot of people were sharing like really personal things, and so
Mm-hmm.
to make it private. But those types of conversations are also good to to participate in. It can be overwhelming to get a lot of information, and my ADHD. I'm sorry, my neurodivergent mind just fucking loves knowledge, and so I will. People tell me like, "Girl, you just be talking over my head," because I'm like fact, 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 fact. Like that's how my brain works, and it can get overwhelming, and I get that. And so I do recommend finding taking breaks from here, every now and then finding other lives where people are talking about this part of deconstruction that you need, because you still need to talk through those things. Because, like you said, when I'm going through things like this, I would talk to God. One, I highly recommend talking to yourself, right? Talk yourself through certain things, but also talk to other people, right? Don't just sit in isolation and don't have conversations. Don't experience other humans, right? Because that's where
Right,
you're gonna draw your strength from their stories. It's
right.
the stories that gives us strength and learning from one another. That's why ancestral stories are really really strong. Um, that's yeah. It's so don't negate that part.
I won't.
Yeah.
And I needed this tonight. Like I had been like contemplating coming up for the last probably month, and I don't know why I was ashamed.
Ashamed of what? Coming up here or
No, ashamed
oh.
of the fact that I wanted to backslide.
You go. It's gonna be several of those times. It's not this ain't the only one. This your first time wanting to go back?
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be the only time. Yeah, no. Uh-uh.
But thank you
Yeah,
so much, Big Little Sis.
you're
I'm in
welcome.
here on this account and my Sweetie Pie account, but I really love you so much.
I love you too, sweetie pie.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Again.
You little sweetie pie. She's so sweet. Sean and Tulip, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident?
I'm here on purpose.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Thinker?
I'm doing good.
Um, I know that we're not talking about previous guests and all of that stuff. But I want to tie this back sort of to the topic because I think that Christianity is really interruptive towards like the mourning process, which is so integral towards us as like humans and mammals, right? Like being able to mourn our losses in a way that's healthy and like looking towards an appreciative life. Christianity, I think, in some ways tells us not to do that. It says, oh, we're going to be reunited in the kingdom of heaven. And I think in a lot of ways, it doesn't pay allowance to all of the power and all of the allowance that we've gotten to spend with our loved ones in this existence. And if we look at other cultures and the way that people live through suffering and are allowed to suffer, it's just heartbreaking because as we all experience loss, I think that Christianity teaches us to numb the pain with a fortune cookie, as opposed to saying, wow, I'm so glad that I got to experience that here and I got to experience that with this person. And honestly, tying it back to the topic, because I think this is really important and I think maybe a little unspoken about, that is why Jesus Christ might be one of the worst things that's ever happened to humanity within modernity. We don't get to say goodbye to our loved ones within Christianity for this lifetime. We get to say see you later as opposed to saying thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It keeps that lingering hope of seeing them again and focusing on, their afterlife instead of what they did here, um, while they were alive. And then even like they even if they lived a bad life, like they rewrite the life that they lived at their funeral so they can put them in heaven, so you can focus on their afterlife. So you can't even deal with the shit that they did to you while they were alive and be like, man, this dude did this XYZ, so you can get the healing. You have to adopt this because now he's dead, and it's like, or she's dead, and it's like, don't say that about the deceased. Well, the deceased did some fucked up shit while they were alive, and you want me to put them in heaven now? Like you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
you can't deal
sorry.
with. It doesn't allow you to actually deal with the life that the person lived. I know y'all hear me talk about my daddy a lot. And my daddy was a believer up in, I told y'all he told me right before he died that he was done. He was giving it up. But he died a believer. And his life was, he lived a life that I'm very proud of. And I talk about that life because he saved my life, right? And the life that he lived, I can feel, I can still learn from, I can still hear his voice, I can still hear his teachings to this day, and I honor that life. And I was thinking about this the other day. I like y'all know more about my daddy than the friends that have been in my life because I talk about him all the time, and that's my way of honoring his life. Like I don't have to, hope to see him again. Like he's with me still in all of those stories and everything that I do and who I am today. And Christianity doesn't allow you that.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and, it's that corny saying of like, you know, our, we live on, and I think that that's sort of like, spirit, I guess we're not allowed to live on unless it's spiritually. We aren't allowed to live on through somebody else's actions, through somebody else's acts of love, unless it's like a conduit of this Jesus Christ, right? Like, we're expected to pass away, and then our teachings are almost a derivative of whatever he was supposed to be within that setting, within a sermon of saying goodbye. And it's, I think, in my opinion, such a disservice to the efforts of the life that was lost, in a way that could be a very valuable lesson of maybe even like you mentioned, like this person didn't do everything right. However, that being said, I'm gonna miss them in my heart.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Well, did you have anything else, Nay?
No, I just wanted to say that was my piece. And yeah, I really felt for the person who came up before. So I wish them all love, and thank you for having me tonight.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
You too. Take care.
Hey, Tulip, how are you?
I'm doing good. It's nice seeing you again.
It's nice seeing you too. What you got?
Yeah. So, a couple of things. Again, I know how you are about like talking about past guests, but if the girl is still here, I was
Well,
just
if you
off.
were a nerd, you can. Like only nerds can
Yeah.
address past guests.
But I was just on a really good live discussion with people who are deconstructing, and it's basically like a support group. It's called Life Beyond Belief. Christina and
Oh yeah, we know them.
oh yeah, they're amazing. They just came back after like they just took a break and then they came back, and they're a really good community that I would honestly recommend. And they also have a Discord if you want to DM me, because I gave you a follow. I also want to chime in about like one thing when it comes to like talking about death and religion is one thing that I've noticed within Christianity is how it basically dehumanizes what the person was like within life. Because I remember watching this video about this girl talking about how she was an atheist, but she went to this funeral service for her cousin, and all people were talking about was he was such a believer in God. He was such a like a like a hardcore Christian. He was such a devout like person within the church. Nothing about like what he loved to do, what he wanted to do in life, what he aspired to be, what dreams that he like conquered. None of that, because all it is that you will be rewarded with all your sacrifices for God by devoting yourself within the church, devoting yourself within the Christian community, devoting yourself within the Bible, rather than actually enjoying the things that quote God created for you in life, because that was all your focus was. And she mentioned that she was the only one in the entire like funeral service that told like a funny story about him, like like what his favorite activities were or anything like that. And I think when you look at it as a whole of how Christians view death, it just feels as though the only thing they look for is what you basically brought to the table within the church or with these denominations or anything that is just good for the glory of God.
Yeah, and it's interesting that there's a believer in the comments saying that's a lie when the obituary is all about he was a believer in God. He gave his life and was baptized on this day and went to this church, and here are all his kids. It don't ever
Mhm.
say shit about he had this business, acquired this, fed this many people, housed this many. Like it, like it's she's not lying,
Mhm.
and
And,
like it don't make sense for you to sit there and say that she is lying. Like
mhm.
if you just read an obituary.
And it's funny because like I grew up in a Methodist church, so when my grandfather passed away, we were lucky. Like I grew up, I will say I'm humbling myself. I grew up privileged within the that sort of life, because I didn't grow up within like this sort of like traumatic, purity culture, um you're going to hell spiel all the time. They never talk about that at all. I mostly learned about all this sort of stuff when I was in high school with the private Christian school, because I was naive in the thinking that Christians acted like me, who was actually all loving. I've always been a supporter of the LGBTQ plus community. I've always been about women's rights. And when I find out about these like conservative ideas and these ideas that are supposed to be upheld within the church, it made me open my eyes and go, oh, wait, nope, this is not what Christianity does. It just dehumanizes people into dehumanizing other people, into putting them into separate groups because they don't identify within their denomination.
Yeah. That's and that's what they focus on, even after death when it's time for the funeral. And you can't really focus on, you know, um loving your loved one. It just made me think about at my daddy's funeral. Y'all, my ass was like literally out of it. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, but I went to his casket right before they closed his casket, and I took his necklace like that they had. He had a diamond cross necklace in the casket on him, and I took his necklace off and I held it up, like just held it up at my way of honoring him, because I just felt like everything was about like all the bishops wanting their place in the seat, and everybody wanting to talk and wanting to be seen, and like it was just ugh, like so I went to his casket and I took his necklace off and I just stood in front of his casket and I just held his necklace up to the sky, like like I know the type of life that you lived. Like, and then I was so mad about all the people that were there because I'm like, I know y'all motherfuckers didn't show up. Like y'all was just, you know, y'all didn't do what y'all did before he died. Like it was, I was not, I was there but not there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody was in place. When I
You went.
tell you that everybody was in place.
You were basically in autopilot mode in that moment because it just like it felt more natural to you to hold up that cross. Because to me, it kind of feels symbolic to be like, this is what you wanted. You know, throwing the cross in God's face and going, this is what you wanted. You wanted this to happen by having someone believe in you for this long and then being able to do this in front of his daughter's face, especially since, you know, you were still a believer at that time.
Well, I was holding it up for my dad. I didn't think about the God.
Yeah.
I was thinking about my dad.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the God. I was because the my dad died and he died not getting the promise that he said that the God was going to give him. And I remember the night that he died. I when I found out he died, I got out the car. Me and my husband was on my way to get my mama because we were at a hotel like having like a honeymoon type night, right? And we was about to get into the hot tub and my mama called and she was like, yo, daddy done had an accident on that motorcycle. Like she's screaming. And so we have to leave the hotel and we're on the way to my mama's house so we could I'm like, man, I'm like, he done had another accident. I'm gonna take her to the hospital. And my brother calls my husband and all I hear my husband say is, how did he die? And I fucking lost it. I heard those words. I got out the car at the red light and just took off running up the street. Like my husband had to park the car and run after me. And I'm on the side of the road, like bawling my eyes out, and I'm looking up at the sky like, fuck? How the fuck did you let him die? What about the promise? Like I'm screaming, what about the promise? Like because the promise that my dad said that this guy had promised him, I'm like, ain't no fucking way he's dead. Ain't no fucking way. And then like I'm at the funeral home the first time that we were able to see his body, and like I feel his stomach and it's empty, and I just break down crying. And one of the mothers at the church, who was my mama's best friend, poked me with her elbow. No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't you do that. You gotta be strong for your mama. Gotta be strong for your mama. And I'm like, I have to like suck it in. And that lady, I could not cry for 14 fucking years
Mm.
because of that shit. She told me I had to be strong for my mama because I'm like, when I touched his stomach, I whispered in his ear and I said, how did you leave me here by myself with these people? Like that's what I'm saying to him. Like, how did you do this? And then
Yeah.
I just started busting out crying. And she was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And I couldn't cry for 14 years.
Mm. And I think that's the worst part is that they always try Christians always end up trying to make you heal faster because in that moment it's going to be okay because you're going to see them again when in actuality you don't know, and you aren't allowed to have certain emotions, right? Because of course mental health is a huge no-no within the Christian community because that's the devil, because you weren't allowed to have that vulnerable moment and actually be able to grieve your daddy, especially since when it comes to certain like things, when it comes to showing emotions, there's either you got to be strong-willed, you have to be a proud Christian, you have to have this, you know, it's okay, God's got me, God's got my daddy, he's watching over me, I'm going to be able to fulfill this promise for him, and like God's got a plan. But in actuality it's just like you don't get a chance to grieve, because I think grieving is a lot stronger than just holding it in. And I'm sorry that you had that sort of experience, because like it's still kind of like, you know, hard to even like be able to say yes, I'm depressed. I'm so upset that someone in my life that I love so dearly and I looked up to is now gone from my life, and I can't even cry because I'm supposed to be strong.
That's what they teach you. As a matter of fact, since somebody in the comments want to fact check on some shit that they just said, um, this right here, let the dead bury the dead. What Jesus said when this disciple who he had chosen wanted to go back and honor his father and bury his father. Jesus said, "Let the dead bury the dead." And that when I'm honoring my dad and, dealing with the fact that, I just, felt my dad's body. Like, this is my first time ever like feeling a dead body, and it's my dad, and I feel his stomach and it's empty, and because he was an organ donor, so they took all his organs, and like it's just an empty shell. And I'm like, oh my God, like thinking like there's somebody around in the world that's got his heart, that's got his uh kidney, and I'm like thinking that. And this lady, this missionary comes and says, "Let the dead bury the dead. You got to be strong for your mama."
Mhm.
That's essentially what Jesus said to this disciple who he had chose. So you asked for a fact check. There you go.
Mhm.
That is wild to me. You know, when I when my daughter died, I was already through my deconstruction, going through the deconstruction, still going through it now, but I was really deep. And I went off at the balloon release because I had all the Christians coming up to me talking about she's in a better place and da 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 da, and I couldn't take it no more, and I just went off. I went off. They thought I was crazy. I said, I remember saying, the next motherfucker come up to me talking about my daughter is in a better place. I said, I'm gonna bust you in your goddamn mouth.
Mhm.
I went off.
I
I said,
don't
I'm gonna
blame
bust you
you.
in your damn mouth. I said, y'all don't know a goddamn thing. I said, y'all sitting up here talk. I went off. I just went off. I said, y'all sitting up here talking about what y'all believe. I said, y'all motherfuckers don't know nothing. I said, my daughter is dead. She ain't in no better place. She's dead. And y'all need to understand that. And I walked off. I was mad.
Mhm. And I
Probably
think
shouldn't have did that, but hey.
No, what yet?
you had it
You
right.
weren't wrong for that.
Honestly, it's very dehumanizing to say she's in a better place when you were her better place. Because when they say shit like that, it pisses me off because I'm like, were they not in a good environment? Were they not surrounded by loving people? Were they not, you know, brought into this world with love and caringness and actually like finding like a way to live? Because again, they were their better place. Why do you think that heaven would be better for them when they were with the ones that loved them the most?
And then saying all this while doing everything in they fucking power to stay the fuck here. Like you said to me, right, that my loved one is in a better place and your ass is doing everything in your power to stay here.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That
that,
shit
that
don't make no fucking sense. Obviously, this is the better place, motherfucker.
yeah, it don't make sense. I mean, I hit Christians with that all the time. I said, if dying and going to a better place is really truly a better place, then why are you trying to stay alive?
Mhm.
Right.
And then they'll say that suicide is a sin because of how, you know, it's not natural. You can't be your own God and take your own life, or you can't take a life of others when God could easily just take away a life in an instant. Because, like you mentioned before, you said, what's the difference between God's plan versus life? Like, life being life, you know? And nobody has the answer to that, because when I say, why is it that there are kids out there who have cancer and are dying, and there are people out there who are struggling, they'll go, oh, well, that's God's timing. And then when I say, okay, then, well, then what about people who assault others? And they're like, well, that's free will. Okay, but then other people's free wills are being infringed in that in that predicament. So then where's the line? There's got to be a line where you could say this is God's plan versus this is what humans, this is human nature.
Yeah. I mean, I say some weird stuff, but I just use scenarios. I say I'll be willing to bet $100 to a bucket of shit that if you could ask any dead person that's dead right now, would they rather be alive? I guarantee they'll say, I'd rather be alive.
Hmm.
And then they always thanking their God for being alive. He gave me life. That's why I believe in him. But then you telling me dying is better. Like what the fuck?
Hmm.
How you grateful for the thing that you supposed like it's the opposite of what you're supposed to be aiming for. Like it don't make sense.
It doesn't.
Hmm.
It doesn't at all. And I think Christians need to. I think
Who
that they
keep
need to
gifting the
quit
meerkat?
doing that. Hmm.
Who keep gifting the meerkat? Relaxing and chillaxing. Let's
Hmm.
talk for a second. The meerkat it's not something that I want to see on my screen. That's a Christina gift. Christina likes the meerkat. I don't. Oh no! Oh my
Oh
gosh!
my goodness.
Ew, what the hell? That looks
The hell is that?
ugly.
That thing is ugly.
It looks like an AI generated, like, it
Oh
doesn't look
my! Y'all
natural.
gonna make me turn? Hey, y'all gonna make me turn this screen off?
I
Like,
thought
Oh,
it was a
That's
like
gopher or something
hilarious.
standing
man,
up.
don't use your
like
AI. Oh my god.
oh my god! And y'all should see how big it is, and that motherfucker pop up. Chillaxing. Oh my god!
Oh,
Mm-mm-mm. It looked like a
oh.
gopher standing up.
It look,
The live is
Oh
over
my
because of chillaxing, y'all.
gosh.
I gotta let the screen down. Chillaxing, please. Chillaxing.
oh my god. Oh, thank you for the
Wow.
donut. At least I get a donut.
Oh, wow, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you, Oscar. I
And,
appreciate you.
that's another good point too. I mean, if death is so good, Jesus didn't like the shit either.
Mhm.
He wasn't too fond of that.
Right.
Oh my god, now I feel like I gotta confess a story. So this one time when I was little, right? There's it's so bad. Oh my god. So that we were in the neighborhood and my dumbass was playing with a knife and I said, I'm gonna go meet Jesus and I'll come back later while holding a knife. And one of the kids screamed and went inside and snitched on me. And of course, me being an 8-year old, I was just like, well, I'm gonna be coming back either way. I'm gonna see Jesus. And they were like, no, you can't come back after that. I'm like, oh, damn. So then,
What?
yeah, yeah, I've had, I was a wild child back then. I kind of still am, but like, it was weird. I'm so weird. Just like them having a reaction of them going, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And I'm just like, "Well, didn't you say I should be grateful to be in heaven?" They're like, "No, you only live one life." And that was when I realized like you can never come back to where you are because, you're dead. But
Well, that's another point to bring up too. I mean, if death is so good, then why did Jesus bring back Lazarus?
mhm.
Yep.
I mean, if it's so good to be dead, then he could have just said, "Well, hey, he's in a better place." I mean, no, no, leave him there.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
but one thing that I've learned about life is that I used to be very like reserved because I never really was outgoing. But then I realized uh, I know death is such like a complicated subject, but I've always had the scenario was I believe that once we die, we have to relive our life, or we have to look back at our lives, like basically a film. We have to look at it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I look at it and I think, will I ever look back at this moment and regret it? Or would I be able to accept the fact that I didn't decide to do something that I wanted to do or I couldn't do? Because what I've learned is we gotta leap before we look, because if we look, we end up hesitating about what we want to do in life. And right now, I'm in a point in my life with deconstructing where I keep on looking, and that's not getting me anywhere. Because if you keep on looking, you're not actually going to find the answers, because you're just going to end up getting these dead ends and these dead ass questions where they don't even give you the right answers, especially when you try to get the advice from said Christians or from your own parents, and they can't even answer that for you.
I
And then
can't answer you right now because I'm over here trying to figure out if there is a way to block a gift. Like, does TikTok let you block gifts?
no, I mean you get money out of it, so it's pretty
Mm.
good. You
I'm
can
gonna
block
look
the
Nah, I
into
person.
can't
You
do
it.
can block
that.
the person who's doing
No,
that, but I would.
I love chillaxing,
I
but
know. I'm messing. I know you. I know you want to do
chillaxing. I need you to chillax. Um, I need you to stop for real.
that.
Yeah.
Speaking of, it's like, when you were talking about the reincarnation, like when I told you I was thinking the other day, I don't want to get to thinking about like the triphobia shit, but I was thinking like if there was, right, like reincarnation, like the coding in our DNA and what makes us us, like it would be crazy if it has to do with like the reincarnation and that's coded in our DNA. Because I was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck do perfect circles make me violent? You know what I'm saying? Like I don't understand why that's coded in my genetic makeup, right? Like why the sight of fucking meerkat gives like freak me the fuck out. Like it's the code in our DNA literally it writes our story, if that makes sense. Like it's who we are, and it just makes me wonder if, to me, like if that, what if that was like reincarnation and whatever happened in our past life, that's a part of the code and why we are who we are. Like I don't know.
I
The
feel like.
closest
Yeah.
the
Sorry.
closest thing to reincarnation to me is our children. Um,
Mm.
Picking up traits and, you know, looking like us and, sometimes acting like us and stuff like that. That's about the closest thing to reincarnation. I look at death, totally different than I did as a Christian. Um, uh, I'm 57 years old now. Uh, 58 years ago, I did not exist. Um, and when I'm gone, I'm gonna go back to non-existent. That's just how I look at death. I don't look at it no other way. I don't think I'm gonna come back in a as someone else or none of that kind of stuff. I just I can't even think that away, because the God of the Bible threatens you with the inevitable. I mean,
Well,
that's not
the
even
God of the Bible
scary to me.
also talks about reincarnation, though. Like
Hmm.
the prophets were reincarnated, right? The prophets were expected to come back and reincarnate into another person. And so there's even like a thought process where Jesus is a higher entity that just came into the body of this person named Yeshua, right? And so as like one of the prophets, and when he asked Peter, like, who do people say that I am? It's because the Israelites were waiting on their patriarchs to come back, and he was like, "Do they say that I'm Isaiah? Do they say that I'm Enoch, Elijah? Like, which one of the patriarchs are they saying that I am?" And
Mhm.
so the Hebrews believed in reincarnation as well. And if Jesus is asking Peter that, so did Jesus, right? So
You
that
know,
like there, I think like the book is multifaceted, right? Nobody really knows what happened after death, and people are just saying, "What if it's this? What if it's that?" Right? It's what we're reading is just people's imaginations. And I
right,
was saying today on Zena's live, like the more we hear about these stories that fill in the gaps in the Bible, I don't think believers realize that they're doing the same thing as the people who wrote this stuff. They're using their imagination to fill in the gaps and then calling it holy and divine.
right.
Mm.
Mhm.
Thank you, relaxing. That was very relaxing. But yeah.
Exactly. I agree. I agree with you on that, Tigger. I truly agree with that. That's just definitely the imagination of humans. I mean,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of cultures got different stories about that. You know, uh, but
Oh,
yeah, I,
I think yeah. I think one of the things that kind of stumps me a little bit is like the idea about like the evils of humans in this world. You know, we have the serial killers, we got the rapists, we have all these people out there, and I always wonder what would happen if they did to like where they go in the afterlife, because we have these Christians saying, well, if they are, you know, if they repent for their sins, then they go to heaven. And I'm just like, well, what does the victim get out of it? You know, having to you know, they have to see their own killer up in heaven. Um, what stumps me the most is if we believe that, like, if people believe that we cease to exist, my issue is about like, you know, the serial killers ceasing to exist, because I honestly believe that there is some sort of punishment out there deep down, because they can't just like get away from their consequences through death, because then I feel like then it would just be unfair for them to just cease to exist, because they still existed with like their bodily form on earth. So I don't really know like how to like kind of get that out of my head.
Sorry, can you say that again? My CTO just texted me. I was messaging him.
No,
What
you're good.
say?
I was saying about like where, like if we if a like I'm not saying like every atheist believes in this, but like I'm saying like if we believe that people who have done criminal activities in this world, who honestly deserve far more punishments worse than what they were when they were alive, I wonder what it would be like in death for them to just not exist or cease to exist, because I feel like there should be a form of punishment still for the people who committed those crimes, because those victims aren't going to get shit out of, you know,
The
them going
reality
to
is
hell.
that we can't control that, right? Like that's why I don't like when people tell people, oh, they're gonna get them at the end. God's gonna get them. Like, what good is that gonna do the victim? Like, even if there was a hell, like, how is the victim gonna know that that person was in hell, right? So, like, for me, that's not something that we can control either way.
Mm-hmm. But
no,
like,
I agree.
yeah, and sometimes I feel like I do end up in this sort of trend of where I'm like, I hope they're burning in hell. I hope they go to hell, because again, like I don't believe in the like I still have that sort of mindset where I think that there is a hell because of the evils within this world, and how these are some of the like the worst people in like out there, and just the things that they are capable of doing is worse than any bear, which is why people are like, I choose the bear than the man. But
Speaking of
just
which, did you just see that comment from I think it was a man. I couldn't tell. Yeah, this Texas person. I think that's a woman, or I can't tell if that's a woman or a man. But they said the comments is full of single mothers, right? And it makes me wonder, like when they say shit like that, do they acknowledge the fact that the reason women are single mothers is because the man isn't there, right? Like do they like saying that is like saying that admitting that the man was the failure for leaving his children.
mm,
You know what I'm saying? Like they don't think, yeah, they don't think about that. Um, yeah, it's just I don't know. And I'm not a single mother actually. Well, I'm divorced, but my children had their father in their life, and they still have him. But when they say stuff like that, it makes me wonder, like if they even think about the other thing. Oh, it's okay, Texas. Like as I was saying today, my youngest son is 17. He's a senior, and I took him school shopping today. It'll be the last time I ever have to school shop. But I spent money on him, and his daddy spent money on him. He had both parents spending money on him today. for the last time that we will ever have to school shop. So, but saying things like that while not acknowledging that you, as a whole ass man, right, are the reason that women are single mothers. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, that was just ignorant.
It's the dumbest shit a man could ever say.
What's wrong with
Mm,
single
No,
mothers?
you're the one who's mad because you came in here while we were talking about death and just started talking about single mothers.
Mhm.
Like that's the dumbest shit ever. That tells me how dumb you are. And then you sit and then you listen to these red pill podcasts and you let them make you dumb. And the fact that you're listening to red pill podcasts tells me you don't have a daddy. Because if you did have a daddy, you wouldn't be in here saying that stupid shit. You don't have a daddy. You don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
mm.
You don't have a
I guess
daddy.
co-parenting, he's never heard of that. I don't know what he's probably don't know what that is.
Yeah.
It's weird.
A motherfucker that got both parents ain't worried about single mothers. You a fucking lie. You don't have a
Mm-mm.
daddy.
Just males.
Just
Oh,
some else.
I love that.
But I am ready to get off of the death topic. I am ready to get back
Oh
into,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, me
I
too.
wanted to. I actually had another thing that I remember having this conversation with a Christian, and I mentioned him about like how for the longest time, ever since like high school, I was dealing with a lot of, deconstructing and like understanding like why is this like happening to me. And then I think he brought up like First Corinthians or something along the lines of how God allows you to um fall into these tracks because he knows that you're going to fail, or basically like he's just going to let you go and actually find you know these ideas or these sorts of teachings or these sort of things for your own thoughts, because of course lead not on your own thinking or anything. And it kind of got me into like a deep depression at that moment, where I'm like thinking, damn, so God's going to give up on me easily when I was trying to fight my way for him. And then you're already here bringing up verses from the Bible about how you'll let the people read the tarot cards, you'll let the people, you know, believe in mediums and believe in paganism or all that stuff, and you're basically giving up on us. And I'm like, you're supposed to be all powerful and you can't even do one like the bare minimum as to show us that you're here, because it's just like, because lean not on your own thinking, I believe it says in Psalms, but still.
Yeah. And you said that put you in a deep depression.
Yeah.
Yeah. That I can understand. I
Mhm.
can understand that.
Yeah. And they also brought up like other verses about like the it was in First Corinthians about um the something to do with like a nut or a seed, and basically planting those seeds. And it was like a metaphor for like, if you are able to plant the seeds and if it grows within that land, it's meant for you. But if it isn't, it's not meant for you, but something better is coming your way or something.
It's like planted on good ground. Plant the seed on
Hmm.
good ground. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's just like they use that for entrepreneurship. That's the crazy thing. If the seed doesn't grow where you first planted it, like when you first launch your product, you dig up the seed and you take it to more fruitful soil. And the best place to do that is where the soil has already been fertilized, right? I mean, if the if you are launching a new product, you want to launch it, in an area and at a time where the market has already been primed and you don't have to do most of the work. So, like, for example, when I first started my company, know that it was way before TikTok, and we were doing video reviews and nano influence, making the consumer the marketer for the business, right? And using nano influencers and taking, like, trying to draw people's attention away from large influencers because the engagement wasn't, authentic. And when TikTok did what TikTok did, the advice that I was given was allow TikTok to fertilize the seed because they had the the money to do the R&D and prime the market, and then pluck it up and replant it, right? So that's they use that metaphor for like entrepreneurship all the time. But that's what it's basically saying. Like even with Christianity or this belief system, right? Like as you take this belief system into new areas, you plant it on good ground, and if it's not planted on good ground, pluck it up and take it somewhere else.
Mhm. And I was having these discussions with Christians because, like, um, because I just wanted to understand, like, how are they willing to believe stuff like this? And they were fairly smart people in there. Like, they knew, like, a lot of, like, the history and whatnot, but I feel like you would have debunked them easily. But still, um, I had, like, this private conversation with someone, and he wanted to, like, have a chat with me, and I was talking about I've been having issues reading the Bible within the Old Testament about rape, slavery, incest, whatnot. And he goes, lol, I like that's all been debunked. That's all been debunked. And then talked about like how look up this verse, and it was about like the guy being murdered after he tried raping a woman and she screamed for help. Because I remember you mentioned in a different live about how the guy wasn't willing to read the entire verse in Deuteronomy about how if the woman doesn't scream, they're both put to death. And it's still like it's still a problem today because they're willing to just try to defend it as though it's not in black and white, and it's problematic to me, especially with the idea of Jesus being the one to save us. When you mentioned again in another live about how Jesus didn't have to bleed for you when he could have easily forgave your sins because I guess he wanted to be extra or some shit like that. And it's still like it's continuous today because people aren't willing to actually observe things deeper into it like you are.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else to?
hmm I just wanted to say thanks again for bringing me up here. If I want to come back here, probably like in a couple of weeks, hopefully you'll invite me up again. And also I'll hopefully see you in the Discord if you end up joining it or like keep on showing up on there.
Are you talking to Sweetie Pie?
Just to Sweetie Pie, yes, and also you, hopefully, because like I know you mentioned that you don't really go on Discord because it's kind of overwhelming, but I hope I get a
Oh
chance to
no,
see
I'm
you.
on there. I'm
Oh,
on there. I just don't go like I don't I'm not like on there every day.
yeah.
Is if people like tag me or it's just it's so many channels, and when people are posting stuff, I don't know what channel is landing in. And it takes forever to try to find it. And Discord needs to fix that and say this comment um came from this channel. Like I have no idea where y'all messages land. And then the other day I went through and I had so many direct DMs where people had sent me like personal messages, and unless I know that y'all sent me a personal message and I don't know. Like y'all got to say, "Hey, I'm sending you a message on Discord so I can accept your Discord account and then I can read your message." But it was so many messages in there from months ago that I didn't even know had been sent. So I Discord's got to do a better job at helping me track the messaging because it is a lot. But no, if you at me, like the best place to get in touch with me on the Discord is gonna be in the Thinker Live chat. It's gonna be in the nerd like what's going on with nerds thing, like that channel. I check that to see what's going on with y'all lives. And then uh the introductions and how did you find out about Thinkers Live, like those channels I check on a daily. The other channels, I get lost. I get lost in them. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But Thanks again for having me up here again. I hope that anyone that is dealing with isolation and feeling alone when it comes to deconstruct can actually understand that we are a safe space, especially other platforms that I could message if anyone wants to give me a follow, and I can message you about like Life Beyond Belief and all the other mutuals that I actually follow, like Spicy. I love her.
Yeah,
Um,
well, I don't want you to call out other creators on here because
yeah, yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
might be creators I don't know.
Yeah,
But Life Beyond Belief is a part of the community. They are nerds as well, so we're very familiar with them. Um, but yeah, thank you for coming up, Tulip.
of course. Thank you again. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Let's see. Double standard. You are deconstructing.
Yes, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I love this prompt. It says Jesus is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity,
1 second. How
especially
old are you for TikTok purposes?
22,
You got to be 25 and up. Okay.
25 and up.
Yeah.
I lied about my age. That's actually my age.
No.
It is.
Have
It
a
is.
good
Don't be a
night.
nigger. Don't be a nigger.
I lied. I told you I was younger than I was because that makes sense. But also, you're an ignorant nigger. Like that makes sense. Stupid fuck.
Wow.
Lexo, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't know why they think that calling somebody a nigger is like motherfucker. I don't give a damn. Like I don't know why they think that that's like the gotcha.
Is that the
This ain't
best you got?
right. Like this ain't fucking 1942. Um. Lexo, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, you're an atheist. The guest box is open. Yo, did y'all see the video where the lady was given a breakdown of the American Eagle video? And she was saying that she talked about indigo and how blue jeans, like the fucking racist history behind blue jeans, behind denim.
Oh, I didn't see
Mm,
that.
no, but
Uh,
I've heard about it.
it tripped me the fuck out that
What?
yeah, denim was only allowed for black people and the enslaved and sharecroppers, white
Oh
people.
yeah, I remember. I knew
I
about
did
that.
not know that.
Yep.
Yep.
And then black people during the civil rights era took denim and made it fashionable. And now they wear denim like crazy when at first it was a sign of inferiority. Ain't that crazy?
It's like a lot of stuff, even the things that
Yeah.
we eat
Yeah.
that
I
they
mean, like
called scraps.
even
Now
the
it's a delicacy.
yeah, like even
Hmm.
the N word though, even nigga, right? When we took it and we made it our own, now it's you can't tell me I can't say nigga. That's racist for you to tell me that I can't say nigga, but you want to reserve the right to say nigger as an insult,
Mhm.
right? Like it's
Yep.
crazy. Like what?
Yes, that's wild.
Mm-mm. I
Even
just
Really,
with
laugh
the
at the shit at this
closed
point.
practices, the ATRs, the ones they told us were demonic, now they are trying to force their way into them, telling us that we can't keep them out.
And the crazy thing is they charge like high prices to even get access to that type of stuff, and they call it uh um like divine knowledge or a higher consciousness, and they charge people to try to teach people what was once called African spirituality. Like it's just I just like if you don't know and you still get mad when motherfuckers try to convince you that you are inferior, you still got work to do, friend. Like if you can't see, you got work to do. Uh,
absolutely.
Yeah. And then I saw, I'm gonna tell y'all, there is a video on TikTok where a guy is saying that a white man got arrested for wanting to kill 30,000 black people, right? And it's got a lot of black people nervous and scared in the comments. That that story is from 2021.
Yeah.
And
You
I
don't
hate when
research shit.
motherfuckers do that. I fucking hate it. And it
Yes.
be us. And you do this shit for clicks and fucking views. And then the
Mm,
fact that you go and you bring that shit up, you don't know what type of thoughts you resurfacing in the minds of
right.
motherfuckers to do. Like, stop doing that shit.
Right. Just like the
Mhm.
truck driver, it was like AI, one of the missing truck drivers. Um it was an AI picture and then someone took the picture of an actual living person, but the person is alive and well and I'm mutuals with her brother. I mean, I'm
Oh
mutuals
my
with his
God.
sister. And so his face is circulating around. He's a school teacher. His, students were like, of course, scared that something happened to him. His principal, everybody.
You talking about that sundown town stuff?
Yeah. And all it was, like, it wasn't in the news. It's just like, it looks like maybe someone made it off of like through like Chat GBT or something,
There
or
ain't no
something,
sundown town.
Hmm?
No, who, let me get you down because you're a kid. I can already tell. Who is asking these people to do this shit? Like,
I
who
have no
is like
idea.
what is the
I mean,
purpose, right?
yeah.
Like, I don't understand. And then it be us.
Mm.
Hmm.
Like, it's us doing it.
And the crazy thing about it is there were a few that were missing. So you kind of like taking the light away from them, like people trying to find them because you're putting out fake stories.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a truck driver and I've been through what they call these sundown towns, and I've never had no issue. Um, you know, um, but I really don't know if it's happening or if it's not. I really don't know. I do know of a couple of cases where, drivers um, uh, come up missing and they found their truck and stuff like that. But my biggest question about that is, first of all, how did they get you out the truck? That's number one. I'm trying to figure that part of it out. I mean, were you lured out? I mean, I don't know, because being a truck driver, I mean, you over the road, 9 times out of 10, you're going to stay at the truck stop. Um, Getting out your truck to get unloaded or loaded, or getting out your truck at the truck stop to do your walk around, pre-trip or something like that. But I don't know, you know. But I've never had that issue, and I've been doing it over 18 years, and I've never had that problem. Never seen it.
I don't quite I think the people that are doing this for clicks and views are the same people that would sell us out for some fucking money, because they don't,
Exactly.
yeah, they don't think about the harm
True.
that they're causing when they create these fake ass stories just to go viral, as clickbait. And um like, to me, you are the people that, any group that wants to get at the black community, they could come and they could convince you to do some dumb shit for some fucking money.
Mm-mm.
Well, the
Yeah.
story was from 2021. The story was from damn near 6 years ago, and that man has already been sentenced. He already been in jail. Like, it was from 6 years ago.
Right.
Like, no reason to even bring the story up in, like, and the way that he's talking about it in the video is as if this just fucking happened.
And I mean, if they want to do a story, I mean, I wouldn't resurface that, but I know how sometimes they do, you know, s- older stories. You need to preface that by stating that when it happened, so that you don't have people getting upset and going crazy, thinking there's there could be like some I don't know how to say it without getting the live taken down, but some crazy white person gonna kill black people.
But and I think, but and that's like, I don't know, like it just pissed me off because it does put people in a like a it incites fear, right? And
Hmm.
if you remember, so like there was a white man who shot at a black man who was out jogging,
Yep.
right? And he said he wanted to incite fear in black people. And then so like if you know that that is the goal of some ignorant ass racist ass people, why the fuck would you hop on that bandwagon and do it too, bitch? This is why this is exactly why I say like these black men that come up here try to assert that, oh, God created man and man was smarter than women and women, like, no, motherfucker, the dumb shit that y'all do tells me that you don't have the analytical skills, you don't have the logic, the critical thinking skills, you don't have the risk assessment, you don't have the strategic skills, you don't have skills period to lead shit. Because honestly, you should have thought to yourself, first off, if somebody just told me this story, let me go research it first before I spread this shit to my community, before
That's
I
right.
incite fear,
Mm,
before
mm,
I put
mm.
ideas in people's head or resurface shit. Like that was the dumbest thing that you could do for some fucking clicks and views.
Yeah, I agree. Just silly.
And then like they be like Lala said, just sharing these AI stories. This black man went and killed all these police officers for killing his son. That shit wasn't true, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all, this is a fucked up thing. Dax News, God, and Dax News will create some shit about black people that ain't true, doing some crazy shit, and y'all will share the fuck out of it. And it'll say Dax News in the top, right? And Dax News knows this shit. So like I remember when Dax News created that story about a black man going to killing the police officer that killed his son, right? That was last year. That story circulated wildly. What did we deal with this year?
Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
They planted the fucking seed.
Mm,
We
mm,
as a
mm.
community took that motherfucker and planted and watered it, and then we dealt with that exact fucking situation.
Yep, brought it into reality.
The Carlo Anthony situation. Dax News planted a fake story last year, similar to Carlo Anthony's situation, and then here we dealing with Carlo Anthony. Y'all just be letting Dax News just fucking put ideas in y'all's heads, and then then somebody out there be like, "Man, this motherfucker did. I'm gonna do it."
Yep.
Story be fake as hell.
Was so
I mean,
easily influenced.
ain't that his name, Carmelo Anthony? Did I say his name wrong?
No, you said Carlos Carmelo.
Did I say
Mm.
Carlos?
You said
Yeah,
Carlo. Yeah.
yeah, Carmelo Anthony. There was another story that Dax News shared about the T app. A black woman got mad and went and killed her baby daddy over the T app. I swear, if I hear a story of a woman that went and shot, no, she didn't kill her. The Dax News said she went and shot up her boyfriend's house and ended up killing his 3-year-old daughter. A black woman did. Like y'all don't recognize that Dax News stories be about black people doing fucked up shit, and it's
Hmm.
all fake.
Yep.
Yeah, that's wow.
And then them of whoever behind that Dax News account, they making money off of y'all uh sharing and reposting fake shit about you, about your community. Y'all just feeding the fucking beast. Cause you won't take a moment to just fucking research to see if the shit is true before you hit share or repost.
Hmm. I'm with you on that because I mean, every time I hear about somebody passing away or this, that, and the third on TikTok, I go research it. I have to research it before I say anything about it. I gotta research it. There's so much fake stuff out here.
That's why
Planting these seeds. Mhm.
AI can be a good thing for our community. It could be a very dangerous thing. Like if we engage with information the way we should engage with the information, cautiously and intellectually, then it could be a good thing. But I feel like we bow down to information.
Right. That
You know what
part.
I'm saying? Yeah. Uh, we like information that's gossipy because it's entertaining, right? Or it makes us feel better about ourselves because this person, we're hearing juicy stories about a person that might have it a little bit better than us in life. So the gossip makes us feel like, girl, she ain't doing what she thought she was doing, right? It makes us feel good about ourselves. So we flock to that type of information, and then information that uh, it might make us, it feel it's informing us, but we didn't do the research ourselves, so we're accepting anything from people that we think might be intellectually superior, so we don't question them, right? So I feel like we bow down to information instead of using information as a tool, because information is a tool. Knowledge is power. Knowledge itself is powerful.
Yeah, exactly. And then they should be able to, well, I say we as a people should be able to look back on history and know that knowledge or knowing something is power. Because if it wasn't power, then why did they hide it so much from us? You know, they hid a lot of knowledge from us. A lot of things was hidden from us, and they put out what they wanted you to know, or how you say, follow the leader type shit.
Yeah,
Um, that's what it was. So yeah, knowledge is very powerful.
I heard today that um, Trump fired the head of the labor statistics development
Yep.
because he said that he wants. I think that he didn't like the fact that they reported that only 73,000 jobs have been added,
Mhm.
and it's the lowest. So he fired them
Yep.
like that, and under the guise that he wants real data, right? Like they're trying to,
Yep.
and I feel like no, that's you want them to and inflate the data to make you
Yep.
look
That's
good,
what
and
he
they wouldn't
exactly
do it.
what's gonna do.
Yeah, and they wouldn't do it. And,
Trump
and
is
so
a
the
liar. He's just a fucking liar.
yeah, the control of information, right? Like what they want you to know is like they want to be able to control that information, because if you had the knowledge of how he's really affecting the economy, right, then that affects his presidency and all of that. So like it's just I just wish we engaged with information um on a it looked at it like it's information is something you can possess, and it's something you can use. It isn't something you bow down to, and it isn't something divine that only comes from a divine source. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I
Oh
agree.
my God. I
That's
got a feeling this person is gonna be a whole ass child.
come on, man. Here we go.
How you doing?
Told you.
I'm 25. I
No,
would
you're
love
not.
to.
No, you're not.
It don't sound like it.
Exactly. I told you that the way they were in the comments, like you ain't no fucking 25. And like, no, you're not.
I'm 25 and I'd like to.
Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 and up. And if you are a baby fetus, we will know. Oh, goodness. I was did y'all go see the did y'all I don't I did y'all see the the new He Gets Us campaign?
What happened?
The new He Gets Us campaign where it says Jesus suffered uh so that you like to kind of teach you how to suffer, but like when he came here he went without and he suffered, like he didn't have a house, he didn't have this, he didn't have that. Did y'all see that campaign? Hold
No,
on.
I didn't see it.
Hold
You
on.
know what?
So it's showing people like having to get their babies baths and like give me just a second. Let's see if I can
What you
find it.
say?
Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all.
I know I had sent you something of somebody, some I don't know if it was a campaign or if it was just a video of people suffering. And was it like, gosh, I can't remember what it was. Let me see. Let me.
What the hell? Hold on. I think that when I typed in "He Gets Us," it goes to Donald Trump. Like what? It's weird. Brown, uh, whatever your name is. Are you a believer?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And
Yeah,
how old are you?
30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And go ahead and address the prompt, please.
Okay. Do I think Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen? Um, that's such a great question. I I don't know. I think maybe. Um, I think yes, especially I think the Black community. I think that since I've been deconstructing since April, so I'm very, very new. Um, but like my mom passed away last year, right? And I remember I was in church and everyone was like, oh, if you just pray to God, like, and you have faith, like God's going to see your faith. He's going to be pleased with it and he's going to heal your mom. And you just can't have any doubt because, like Jesus said to the mountain, like, if you can, whatever, you can move the mountain. So it's like, I was like totally like into it. I was like, oh, yeah, like I'm going to pray and she's going to, live and everything's going to be great. She passed away. And I remember being so like despondent by that. And I was just like, I couldn't wrap my head around it because I was like, everybody told me like if I prayed and I was prayed hard enough and I had to have the faith of a mustard seed and all this stuff that that my mom would be healed. And like everybody in my church and all my pastors, everybody kept telling me like, oh well, it's not that God didn't hear you. God hears every prayer, but sometimes He just says no. And I remember thinking, like, that just made no fucking sense. Like, what do you mean he said no? Like, how could he, like, hear me praying and pleading and all that stuff? And he's just like, nah, I'm good. Like she's just gonna die anyway. And so, like, that was the beginning, like, of the end for me. And, like, as much as people tried, and like my church, they, like, tried to, like, keep convincing me, like, no, sometimes it's just, like, you don't know what was, in your heart. Maybe you had a little doubt. You just never know. And, God always answers prayers. Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's no. And I was just like, this is nonsense. Like, this just doesn't feel like, something that is right. Like, grew up in church all my life, and I'm like, if anybody deserves to have their prayers answered, I would think it would be me. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, consider myself like a good Christian, and I was always in church Bible study, in the choir, all that. And when she passed away anyway, I just remember being very angry and like pissed for like a year. And I was like, you know what? Like, even if this God is real, I'm through with this. Like, fuck this nigga. Like, I'm done with this. Like, this is trash. And I still went to church and stuff like that, but it was just like I was just checked out. And then I don't know, something happened in April. I think I found like a TikTok or something like deconstruction, and it just started to snowball from there. And since I've been deconstructing, I feel like everything started to make sense for me, where I was just like, okay, like this actually makes sense, that it's not, my fault that my mom died. It wasn't that I didn't have faith or I didn't pray enough. You know what I mean? Like, I was doing the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not my fault that she passed away, because I blame myself. I was like, it's my fault. Like, maybe I didn't pray hard enough. Maybe I didn't have enough belief. Maybe God wasn't pleased enough with me. And that's what kept me like mad for so long after she passed away. So it's like I stumbled upon this TikTok, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. And I'm still like constructing, because it's still very scary, because like the Christianity has been my entire worldview. So like I, I kind of don't know where to go from here. It's very scary, because I'm like, this is all I've ever known. I'm like, I love God, or I love Jesus. At least I thought I did. I'm like, well, then wait a minute, and I started reading these books, and like, I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean it's not real? Or, the Bible has all these contradictions and all this stuff. And then I just started researching more and more, and it was just like, almost like I was relieved, but then scared, where it was like, okay, at least I know there isn't this God who's seeing me suffer and seeing me crying and pleading and just turning a blind eye. Like, that
Mm-hmm.
makes me feel good to know that, because it was always like, does this nigga see? Like, hello, like, and they're just like, oh, pray to God. I'm like, this nigga see me. He see what's happening. He ain't doing nothing. And that's very like, that was upsetting to me, because it was like, if you're this all powerful God and you're my father, my heavenly spiritual father, I'm suffering down here, and you're just letting it happen. And there's always this thing of like, oh, God's testing you, and Job. And so I was always in the Bible about Job, like, oh, I'm gonna have faith like Job, and I'm gonna do all this stuff. And God puts you through all these tests. And Abraham, I think it was, like, he had to sacrifice his son, and at the last minute, God, so it's like they tell you all these stories, and it's just like, I don't know. It was like something after my mom passed away, where it's just like, this just feels like nonsense. Like, this can't be true. If somebody loves you, you think they would hear your cries and help you. I don't think they would ignore you. So yeah, it's just very scary. Like, a part of me kind of is like, not mad, but like, I guess like there's like a safety net feeling, where it's like, what do I want to say? Like, ignorance is bliss almost. And there's like a safety net in being that delusional and feeling like you have the world so figured out. Like, well, God made Adam and Eve, and this is why I'm here, and I have a purpose, and this, and this. And I remember reading in the Bible and talked about like rainbows, and rainbows exist because of God's covenant. I was so excited, because I was like, I know why rainbows exist now. And there was like this feeling of like comfort and feeling like you had everything figured out. And now I don't have anything figured out anymore. And that's very scary. But then also on the other hand, I'm like, well, then that means that if I'm suffering, I know that, at least I know that there's not a God that's like looking down at me, just ignoring me. And I know that my mom didn't pass away because of my lack of faith. Because I really did blame myself for so long. And I remember, like, even when she passed away, I just kept telling her, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't have enough faith. Like, I'm sorry, that I didn't believe. And
Oh
like, I
man.
really felt like it was my fault. I was like, it's me. Like, I did something wrong. Maybe I just didn't pray enough. I remember my pastor kept saying, you have to walk the floor. You have to all day, every day. I used to pray. I was praying so hard
What
for my
what
mom in
is
the
walk the
hospital.
floor?
Walk the floor is like literally you walking back and forth praying. Like, in the name of Jesus, da, 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 like you're just like literally walking the floor. Like, and he said I had to do it for like hours and hours. And I would be in the hospital, like literally for hours to the point to where I would be sweating and like I would be tired. I would literally like sit down because I was like dizzy because that's how hard I was praying for my mother. Like that's how hard I was freaking praying. And he was just like, you just have to keep doing it. God is gonna see your face and he's gonna heal you at the last minute, just like Meshach and Abednego when they went into the fire, all this nonsense. And I was like, you're right, like this is it. And I was even telling my mom that, the doctors, they were just like, obviously they knew the truth, but I was like, no, this is the devil. I mean, it was just like, and I regret it so much because I spent so much time prophesying. I didn't really get a chance to say goodbye to her because I just knew
Oh,
God was going to heal her. I didn't, me and her
yeah.
both. I was like, no, you have to say you can't just say it. You have to believe it. You can't say, I'm going to be healed. You have to say, I will in the name of Jesus. And she was like, okay, honey. Like, I don't think she even believed it, but I think she wanted to believe it for me. And when she passed away, I was shocked, like legitimately shocked. I was like, what do you mean? I prayed. Jesus, he's supposed to the mountain and the Meshach and Abednego and the thing. Like this is what's happening. Like this isn't real. And that's like my biggest regret is that I didn't live in reality. I wasn't accepting that she was dying, and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to her because I was so like, yeah, yeah. So sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, but
And the biggest thing is like you're moving towards forgiving yourself for that because you were just doing
yeah,
what you were taught to do, right?
yeah,
And that's how you love your mom. And I know your mom felt love. I know she knew that you were pacing that floor because you loved the hell out of her. And you wanted her to stay. She felt every bit of that. So
yeah,
and you might think that you didn't get to say goodbye to her, but like her knowing that you were there, knowing that you were praying for her, you did, and
yeah.
in a way, like for her,
Right.
like maybe not for your, how you
Yeah,
want to, but like I know she felt your love, and that's the main important thing, right? Like in that
mm,
moment, that's you were doing what you knew and what you were taught to do to protect those that you love, and you went to
yeah,
the biggest person that you knew, and asked, you know, and um, that that's the thing, right? Give yourself credit for that, you know.
yeah,
Um, and I man finding out that it wasn't real was
yeah.
one of the biggest disappointments for me too.
Mm,
And thinking about my the life that my dad dedicated to this entity and the things that led up, you know, uh,
mm,
in his life before he died, it makes me angry sometimes,
yeah,
and then thinking about the fact that my mom has dedicated her life to this and she's asked me not to share the information that I've learned, and I have chosen to respect that boundary, but it makes me angry, thinking about it's almost like the people who decided to do this thing for their own greed stole their life to me, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was very like soul crushing, like it was like I said, because I didn't grow. It's the thing is I didn't even grow up in like a super duper religious family, but like my grandmother was in church and all that stuff, and like my family they always knew me as like the praying person, like if anybody needed prayer, they'd be like, oh yeah, like this is the person to go to. So it was like I was just so sure that it was gonna work, and I guess at first I didn't think that God didn't exist at first when she passed away. I was just like, what whoever this is, I'm done with this person because like this is the moment where I needed God the most and there's nobody there. Like if ever I needed anybody or any deity, like this is the moment to show up. And when she passed away, I was just like I was genuinely confused. And I remember I went to my church the next day And they were like, oh, y'all, God works in mysterious ways, but to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And I was like, I don't want to hear this. You told me, if I prayed and that she was going to live, you told me that. And he was like, well, God answered your prayer. He did. I said, no, he didn't. And he was like, yes, he did. He just said no. I was like, what do you, I just
That's that
couldn't,
gaslighting that they do to
yeah.
keep it alive.
Man, I just couldn't understand. I was like, what do you mean he's saying no? Like, why? And they were like, well, maybe God, God knew that, she needed to be in heaven with him. And it was just like, this just was like so soul crushing. And I was like, I'm just done with this. Like, this is just like, I just don't understand this. And like I said, I was so mad at myself for so long because I was just like, I genuinely felt like I was the reason she died because I did something wrong. Like I didn't pray enough or, like, I mean, I would pray when I tell you every all day long. And my pastor, he said that to listen to this guy named Norval Hayes, which is this like prophetic pastor. And he said this Norval Hayes guy was like, if you walk the floor and you pray, God will heal you of anything. And he said that he healed his daughter from cancer because he, walked the floor for like 3 years and she was miraculously healed. So it's like, this is what I was ingesting, like watching all of like the prosperity gospel and the healing. And so I was like, oh yeah, this is going to work. Like God's going to be pleased with my faith. And I was in church every week and all the, everybody in the pews were praying and pray in the name of Jesus. She will be healed right now. And I was like, oh yeah, like this is it. So I was just living life. I'm like, oh yeah, mom, you're going to be okay. Like, don't even worry about it. And she died suddenly because she had heart failure. So it was like very sudden. And I didn't even get a chance to like, say my goodbyes to her, even though the doctors were telling me like, you need to take her home. And I'm like, no, that's the devil. This is just and the pastor was telling me like, that's just the devil trying to test your faith. This is a spiritual battle. And, don't worry, Jesus is going to be pleased with you. And that's what I was literally saying in
Wow.
my head. And I was just like, no. And I didn't even get to say goodbye to her. She died. And we didn't even get to have any talks about, what she wanted when she passed, none of that, because I was so sure she was going to live. And I hate myself every day that I didn't live in reality. I didn't just accept that this was happening and I didn't prepare. I thought this is what Christians do. You pray and have the faith of a mustard seed. You talk to the mountain and you tell the mountain, move and it'll be moved. Like that's what it says. And I did that and it didn't work. And I just hated myself every day that I didn't live in reality. And she died suddenly, like in the middle of the night, and I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to her because I didn't even I just thought she was gonna make it. And yeah, just I
Have
just hate
you
that so much.
have you thought about like just sitting quietly, like with a picture of her or memories of her, and having a conversation with her, like even just in your mind, and saying goodbye? Have you done that?
You recently, since I've been deconstructing, yes. Like in the
Good.
past, I was just crying. I would just always say, "Mom, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry it didn't work. I tried everything I could. Like I prayed, that's what I was stuck on. Like I'm sorry." But then recently, I was like, "Well, I didn't do anything wrong. Like it's not my fault that she passed away. It's not. You know, I did the best I could. I did what I thought I was supposed to do. And yeah. And so recently, I had been like getting into like African spirituality, which is like big on like ancestor veneration. So recently I have been like actually trying to meditate and think about my mom. And I know that she wouldn't think that it was my fault or anything like that. I know that. But
Yeah.
it's just like if you knew better, you do better. And I just wish that
Yeah.
I would have accepted reality. Because the doctors were looking me right in the face and saying, like, like she does not have long, like this is it. And I couldn't accept it. I couldn't because my pastor, like I was calling him every day. And he was telling me like, no, like you just got to keep praying. This is spiritual warfare. And, that the devil, God, tests his people. And in the last moment, God's going to sweep in like the Red Sea. So I'm like, this is the person I trust. And then I wound up leaving that church afterwards because I was like, they didn't offer me anything. They were just like, well, God, he just said no, and you have to be okay with that. You're going to see her again in heaven, and it's going to be
Ugh, the
okay. But
lack of
like,
empathy. Ugh.
Yeah, just no, nothing. Like so they were just like, you just have to accept this because this is God's will. They kept saying it was God's will. This is God's will, and He did answer your prayer. They kept saying that He did. He said no, and sometimes we don't always like the answer to the answer that God has, but He's still sovereign, and He's with her, and she's no more heart failure. She's walking in heaven now. You should be happy. And it was just like, I felt like I was going crazy. It was just like, this is not right. And my mom was my only family. Like, I didn't have any other family. So like that was it for me. And it was just like you said, like gaslighting. And it was just like that's all they kept saying. And I wound up leaving the church. I didn't even go back. And because they didn't offer me anything. I was homeless after that because I lived with my mom. They didn't offer me any money. They didn't offer me, it's supposed to be a church, right? Like they didn't offer me any, oh, let's get together and try to help her. I was like a member of that church in the choir, everything. And when it was time to like actually get together and be at church and like help, all they was just like, oh, we just come to church. You just have to be in the arms of Jesus. And, I was like, but I'm homeless though. Like, y'all not gonna help? Like, it ain't no collection plate or nothing, like, no resources, nothing. They didn't have anything for me. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. And so for a while, I was just like, if there is a God, I hate God. I hate God because God was not there when I needed him most. And then, for a year, I was just like in despair, and I was just like, this is my fault. Like, I should have lived in reality and I could have prepared for her death. I could have done things. But no, I was delusional. And I know it's not my fault, but
The crazy thing is like the story that you're sharing with us right now, a believer would take everything that you're saying
yeah,
right now and tell you that you're just angry at God and
yeah,
you're just church hurt and you need to come back to the God that didn't answer your prayer or that did
right,
answer and told you no for every damn thing that you needed because he's sovereign and he can tell you
right,
no and he doesn't owe you anything because he
right.
gave you life and even though when you die you should be happy that you're not alive and you're not living the life that you should be grateful that he gave you anymore because it's better to be with Jesus. Like they will gaslight
Mhm,
the hell out of you instead of actually listening to what you are saying and empathizing
mhm,
with you on a human level, right? And
mhm,
helping you work through that. When the day that I was able to finally cry and heal from the loss of my dad, I was already deconstructing, but didn't know I was deconstructing. It was in 2020, and I had met a young man who uh, was fixing my car at a mechanic shop, at an auto shop, and he said, "Is your dad such and such?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Man, you look just like him." And he said, "Your dad saved my life." And I was like, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Your dad used to come." He said, "I was locked up." And he said, "Your dad used to come to the jail, to the prison, and he would, talk to us and teach us." And he said, "Your dad would come and visit me a lot." And he said he actually came and visited me the week he died. And he was like, if it wasn't for your dad, I wouldn't be the man that I am today. And I went home and I kept thinking about that young man telling me that. And I was so proud because I'm like, I could walk, throughout the city and somebody tell me, man, your daddy was a good man. Like my dad knew a lot of people in the city. But this one got to me, and the next morning I was sitting on my bed and I was listening to Beyonce's "I Was Here," that song. I
mhm,
lived, I loved, I was here, and I was thinking when it got to that part, everything that I wanted, it was more than I thought it would be. That when it got to that part, just
mhm,
images of things that my dad had done in his life, and I swear it just felt like it just felt like he was saying, I did everything I wanted to do. Like, you don't have to be sad. Like, I did everything that I wanted to do. And when I tell you the cry that came out and the sound that came out was so loud that it woke my son up. He ran downstairs, "Mama, mama, mama, you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." But like it was like a cry that had held in for 14 years. But it it wasn't a sad cry. It was like, damn, Like he touched a lot of lives. And still to this day I get to hear people tell me how my daddy helped them live, because I know what he did for me. Like I ain't got to say Jesus did it for me. I fucking know what my daddy did for me. And like
Mhm.
if it had not been for the type of dad that I had, I would probably be on the streets, probably dead, right? Because I was out there on D rugs, right,
Mhm.
doing all kind of shit. It had it not been for that man, I wouldn't be who I am today. And then getting to hear other people say that, right? Like my brothers, they could be out in the city, you know, people from the electric company will just come up and start talking to him. Man, your daddy did such and such. I'm like, your daddy was a good man. Like, just start. Like the Josh Howard guy. I told you I rubbed it in that the CEO of the electric company came to my dad's funeral. Now, how I found out that he was there. One of my mentors, one of my advisors, set up a mentor meeting with a friend of his, and he was like, this person will be able to help you, guide you, mentor you, as you build your company. So he sets the meeting up with the CEO of the electric company. And he comes on and he's talking to me, and then he goes, I was at your dad's funeral. And I said, what? He was like, yeah. He said, your dad is such and such. And I was like, how do you know that? He was like, well, you look just like him. He said, also your name. And then he was like, your daddy was, he just started talking to me about my dad. And this is the CEO of the electric company, right? Like, he was an amazing man. And that I can still experience him as if he's still here today, right? And so, like, I know a lot of people say, like, African spirituality, this is what our ancestors did. They didn't forget our people. They
Right.
didn't forget our ancestors. They carried them with them. They passed down the stories, because that's what gives us
Mhm.
strength. We draw from that. We still feel them, right? Like, I can, even my mom is still alive, and I can still feel my mom in me. Like, when I'm laying in the bed watching TV, the way I sit and watch TV, that's my mama. Like, and it's childhood memories. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember looking at her, staring at her as I sat on her floor and watched TV, watched TGI of Friday. I mean, the TGI. Y'all remember TGI? Like, we used to all sit around her bed, as she sit in the bed, and we would all be on the floor watching Urkel and all that. And when I'm sitting in the bed today, I sit just like my mom. Like, she's with me, even though she's still alive. My dad is with me, and he's deceased. Like, I can feel all of that. Like, but they don't want you to. They tell you not to. They tell you to ignore that and feel. Look to the hills for what's coming to him. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. It's the people in your life, right? That pour into you, that make you who you are, that help you get through, the tough times, right?
Yeah.
That laugh with you, that cry with you. You know, they don't
Mhm.
want you to pay attention to any of that.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that too because something else that came to my mind was, like when I was like heavy into like Christianity, I always say to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. And like, anytime you talk about like maybe a family member appearing in a dream or whatever, they would say like, oh, that's just like an evil spirit, like masquerading because you either go one way, you go up or down. And that I think that kept me in a lot of grief for a long time too, because I wasn't talking to my mom. I wasn't thinking about her in that way. It was just like, oh, she's in heaven and, it's my fault she's gone. And, I'm not talking to her. I'm not trying to have any conversation. It was just like, she's just gone. And then recently, like you say, like I've been actually like speaking to my mom and I put an altar up for her and I put her pictures up and I have like a little candle lit and it has healed me a lot in such a short amount of time because like I'm actually, like you say, like I'm remembering things about her, and things that she would say and do. And, sometimes I'll pick up a favorite food of hers or a drink and like put it on her altar. And, like that brings me a lot of peace, in a way that like when I was, before I was deconstructing, I was just stuck. And like everything that everyone was saying, like, oh, she's with God now and she's safe. It was like, it just wasn't, I don't know, it just wasn't helpful to me because I was so mad. And then since I started deconstructing, it's like I wasn't mad anymore because I didn't feel like there was some God who was supposed to love me that was just choosing to watch me suffer instead of saving me, and that everything bad that was happening or whatever, was like, oh, this isn't just God punishing me, right? This isn't just God like just testing my faith. And because I felt for a long time like that I was just like, this is cruel what's happening to me. Like, like everything's just happening and God's just letting it happen. And there was something about that where it was just like, this doesn't seem right. Like, why isn't God saving me from this and that? And I feel freer now because I'm like, okay, well, now I know that, if something happens, it's just things happening, but there's not this God in the sky that's like testing me like Job. And, you know, at the last minute, he's going to scoop me up, And I've been trying to, talk to my mom more, and I go to her altar, or I cry at her altar, or I pray, and I talk to her, and it helps me, in a way that like Christianity, I feel like never has, at least since she's passed away. It never has helped me. And in these short amount of months that I've been like exploring African spirituality and deconstructing at the same time, I've healed like more in like the last 3 or 4 months than I've healed in the last year. Like
Yes.
going to church and hearing my pastor talk about, I had depression. I was literally diagnosed with PTSD because my mom, like she, passed away suddenly, and I saw her, die in the hospital. And I was like diagnosed with depression, and my pastor was like, don't claim that. That's the enemy. You don't need no medication. You just need God. And I'm like, y'all are insane. Like, what do I know I'm depressed. Like, what do you mean I don't claim it? I can't help that I'm depressed. And they're like, it's just like, it was just insane. I'm so glad I left that church. But that's what they kept telling me. Like, you don't need any medication. Like, don't claim anxiety. Don't claim fear. The power of the tongue. And I'm just like,
The same power of the tongue that you told me to use to claim my mama's
literally,
healing. You
literally
you know what I'm saying? Like you want me to go into further delusion
further
and further
delusion.
harm, right?
Oh my
Like that's
gosh.
crazy. And they'll
Yeah.
they'll tell you that you're wrong for talking to your mom, and they'll say you talking to
Oh,
dead
yeah.
folks. Well,
Yes,
so are
yes,
you,
yes.
motherfucker. Right? Like so are you. Like
Yeah, right.
and then you telling me that to accept the silence from this dead person that you claim is alive in heaven, accept that
Mm,
dead person's silence, but don't talk to my mother because she's dead. Like
mm,
that doesn't make
yeah,
sense. Like
it doesn't.
yeah, like I would rather honor my the life of my mother, the life of my
Right.
father, the life of those that poured
Yeah,
into me, than sit here and beg a dead zombified deity who is ignoring me. Like that don't make sense.
literally. Yeah. And it's helped me so much just like talking to my mom and remembering things about her, and and thinking of her as like, my ancestor, and her being a part of my DNA, and her being with me, and not just like, oh, she's just gone in heaven and that's just it. And I just gotta move on. It's been very helpful over the last few months. And like I said, it's still very scary because it's like my entire worldview is collapsing, and I don't know exactly what to do with that, with the worldview just like collapsing under me. I'm like, wait a minute, like I thought I knew how the world worked, and Adam and Eve, and this, and the revelations and the tribulation, all this stuff. Like I thought I knew everything that was happening, and now I feel like I don't know anything. So it's like on one hand it's great, but then on the other hand it is very scary because I'm still very new, and it's only been a few months, and um yeah, it's very, very scary because I'm like, I thought I loved Jesus. Like I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, And then I started like listening to like Bible scholars and different talks and stuff, and I'm like just questioning all these different things. And I remember even a couple years ago, like doubting, I had a serious thing. And they talk about like doubting Thomas, and like, all you had to do is have the faith of a mustard seed. But I remember even when I was younger, I used to think like, man, is this true? Like, is there really like a God out there? Is this really Jesus? But you're not, you're shunned in church if you say that, if you talk about doubts, or if you express that some things don't make sense. There were a lot of things in the Bible that didn't make sense, but every time I would try to bring it up, people would be like, "No, don't do that. Like, you just trust God. Like, the Bible is the inerrant word of God, and that's just it, and you don't question it." And but it didn't make sense to me, like deep inside. And so a lot of it, I feel almost like I don't know if we like liberated or vindicated. Where I'm like, I knew I was feeling this way for some reason. Like I'm like I knew this wasn't true. Like deep inside, I feel like I knew, but like y- every time I would ask my pastor or my church about it, or like the first lady, they were always just like, no, like think about doubting Thomas. Think about all the people that doubted. You just have to pray to God to take your doubt away. And that's what I would do. And I would pray all the time. I'd be like, God, please, like, don't send me to hell for doubting. Like, I love you. Like, I want to go to heaven. I would pray this all the time. Like, please, God, take my doubt away. Please have mercy on me. Please don't send me to hell because I'm down. And I just feel really bad for myself back then. Like, that's just not healthy. Like, it's just not a healthy way to think. That you're always on the road to hell if you don't do something right or lose yourself. It's just like I don't even know how I believed it all these years because I'm like now that I'm deconstructing, none of it makes sense. But I just wish I could have this would have happened sooner, when I was younger. But I feel like it's kept me stagnant too, and it's kept me from another thing is like it's kept me from realizing my own potential, right? Because everything good that happens to you is God, right? Your life is not your own. Nothing that you do is your own. It's only God. And then anything that bad happens, it's the devil, right? So it's like anytime something good would happen to me, it wasn't me, it was God, right? So I didn't have any sense of like, I'm doing this shit. Like, no, I'm out here getting it. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. No, it was like, no, it's only God. And I remember one day I wore a self-made shirt to church, and my pastor made me take it off. He made me take it off. He
What?
said, yes, he was like, and he threw it in the garbage. He said, that's the devil. He said that's what I forgot what sin he called it, idol or
Yeah,
something. He called it
that's what. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like that.
yeah.
Look,
Eh,
I'm gonna
He
listen to
said
this
that's a
right
sin.
quick. Yeah, hold on. Look, listen to this. I was scrolling the FYP the other day, and um, this was on the FYP. Hold on, hold on for a second. It's funny that you say that. Hold on. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, listen to this. Hold on. Does that make sense? Like when hold on. Nobody else could. This is God, do you? Hold on. Okay. Baz, so you don't believe Jesus is God, do you? Baz. Because looking at your thing, you say just living the life of me. Because let's face it, nobody else could. You're boasting about how much of a failure you've become. Does that make sense? Like if I'm boasting about, if I'm a murderer in prison and I'm going, well, I'm doing it because no one else will be able to serve what I serve because I'm such a tough person. It's nonsensical, mate. It's delusion. Jesus came and suffered everything that you can't bear, and he overcome it. So why are you suffering, child? For your ego? Come on, aren't you tired of that? Why not suffer in truth for the first time? That's the bullshit they tell you. If you say like that you love yourself or you're living the life of you, right? Then they say
Mhm.
that you're taking away from Jesus or like, but he immediately called that man a failure. He immediately called him a failure and compared him to a murderer in prison, saying that
Mm,
I'm the only one that could do this time because I'm living the life of me. That's the manipulation. And then he called it
mm.
nonsensical for you to believe in yourself.
Mm. Yeah, no, he threw it away. I paid $15 for that. And I was very mad about it. But he was
That is
like, you don't do
crazy.
that. That's, God is, you're not self-made. You're God-made. God, you didn't make yourself. God made you. Take that off in the name of Jesus. Took it off, threw it away, threw it away. And it was like a hoodie kind of pullover. So I had a shirt under it, but he threw it away. And I'll never forget that because it was like, I didn't even think anything of it. I was like, I just bought it. Like I self-made. Like, okay, that's cute. No. He was like, no, take that off, throw it away. And I was just like, that just felt wrong. But then I kept telling myself, no, he's right. Like I'm not self-made. My life is not my own. God did this. And I feel like that's kept me stuck for so long, because I was always praying to this external deity, this God to get me out of things instead of just doing stuff myself. Like, no, like I have the power within me to do something or to change my life, but instead it's like, no, you have to wait for God, like be still and know, your ways are not your own, God's ways are higher. So I was always praying for God to get me a job or for God to do this and do that. And I wasn't acting on my own because I was like, well, I'm not my own. Like, this is not my life, you know? And that's kept me stuck for so many years, just praying, waiting for God instead of doing. And I feel like that's why I'm not where even I want to be in life and not as successful as I could be right now if I was just out there doing things and not praying and waiting. And then when it doesn't happen, I'm like, oh, well, God is displeased with me then. That means that I've done something wrong, right? That means that I'm a sinner and, maybe I need to repent about something or and it was just like, I've been rethinking all this stuff, and I'm like, this is insane. Like, I can't believe I spent my whole life, doing this and I could have been not. I could have been much more free. And I feel like I said, deep down inside, I always knew like something wasn't right about this, but you're not encouraged to think critically at all. So it's like I just kept my thoughts to myself and I just kept repenting because I was like, I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to. I don't want God to send me to hell for not believing or having doubt. So I would always just every night I was just say, please God forgive me. Like forgive me for doubting, forgive me for, not believing the way I should. And my pastor would always tell me I was double minded. That was his favorite thing to say about me. You're just double minded. And that's the work of the enemy. You have to believe with all your heart. And when you don't, you're just being double minded. And that's what I believed like for so many years that I was a double minded person because, you can't believe and doubt. What are you going to do? Pray or worry? And
But at
it's
the same
just,
time, they are double minded because if they get on this stage and we ask them to why they're not out, like, healing the sick, right? Like Jesus said
yeah.
that they should be able to do, they'll say they don't have enough faith to do it. Well, that means that you doubt. So then
Mm,
you yourself are double minded. Like, I don't see pastors out here uh, being able to heal the sick or raise the dead, right? Or
mm,
making, lame people walk, and their
yeah.
excuse is I haven't done enough work, or I don't have enough faith. Well, that means you doubt because it ain't your ability that's supposed to be able to do it. It's your faith that Jesus uses you to do it. And if
Mhm.
you're not doing it, that means you doubt. So you yourself are double minded. It doesn't make sense. It
No,
doesn't
it
make
doesn't.
sense. I
No.
and I remember, like you talked about, not doing and why, like, waiting on this source, this God, to give you permission to use your skills, right? And not being
Mhm.
able to claim your accomplishments for yourself.
Yep.
And I
Yep.
remember my book launch, right before my book launch, I was talking, to a person, and they cried on the phone instead of congratulating me. They cried on the phone and said, I'm the one that does the praying, does all the praying and the fasting and blah blah blah. And when is it my turn? Like, what
Mhm.
about me? Like it's felt that I didn't deserve to be the one to become an author and, publish a book and have the book launch and all of that. They felt like it should have been them because they were the one that was praying to their God and asking their God. And it's like, I'm publishing the book because I believed in myself enough to write it.
Mm,
I'm publishing the book because I believed in myself enough to become the author, right? Um,
mm,
and I didn't wait for God to give me permission to do it. But and the crazy thing about it is that I was still a believer at that time. That's the crazy thing. But I
mm,
didn't wait for this God to say, uh, think or publish a book. I did it
mm,
because I wanted to tell my story. I wanted to share what I had gone through and what I was learning at that time because I was learning how to, change my thoughts, change my mind. And I had created this process. I call it the this mindset transformation, like this process that worked for me. So I wanted to
mhm,
share it with other people. And
mm,
so I put it in a book and published it. I didn't wait for God to tell me to do that or tell me if I could do that. But this person had been waiting, for the God to do that and tell them what to do and how to do it and who to talk to and when to do it. And
mm,
you haven't done it because the God hadn't told you. That's why. Like, ain't no sense of you crying to me about that. And then
mm,
saying like I'm not the one that deserve it. You do because you constantly praying. That you got to reevaluate who you talking to, and I think
mm.
too, like if you talk to yourself, right?
Yeah.
Um, because you, at the end of the day, you are the one that has to get up and move the feet. You are the
Mm,
one that have to move the hands. You are the one that has to move the mouth and the eyes, right? So I don't know why you ain't talking to yourself. And then talking to other people around you who can help open a door, right? It doesn't make sense for you to be waiting on this person who's at the door or you waiting at their door, right? Like get around
mm.
people, network, use the
Yeah.
resources that you have here to help you do the things that you want to do. But if you choose to sit and wait on this entity that you have faith in, don't like don't get mad at at those that are doing and call them the devil because they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what
Mm,
a lot of believers do. They will call you the devil because you didn't wait.
mm,
you know.
mhm. Yeah, yeah. And I spent a lot of my time waiting, and a lot of my time just like waiting for God, because yeah, everything good is supposed to come from God. And I didn't have a lot of self-worth because of it, because it was like now I'm starting to think about like, oh wow, like it's a lot of things that I did myself that I pulled myself out from that I did that I was just giving God the credit for instead of congratulating myself. And it still feels weird to say that, like I still have Christian friends, like I actually still, I'm still like a baby deconstructor. So like, I actually still am involved in my new church that I started going to last year. I haven't necessarily stopped going. So like, I still have, my friends who are very Christian. I don't think they're deconstructing anytime soon. And they, I'm still around them and still, listen to, they still have me in Bible studies and stuff, but it's like, it's just not the same anymore. And I still feel bad almost for saying, like, when I do something good, I'm like, oh, I thank me, like I did great. Instead of like, oh, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. That was my favorite thing to say. Anytime good happen, oh, thank you, Jesus. Now I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you for myself. And it almost feels like wrong still. I'm like, no, I'm supposed to be thanking God. Like I'm still trying to correct myself with that and saying like, no, like it's okay to thank myself. Like I did this, and it still feels wrong in a way to say that when I do something, to not say thank you, Jesus, to actually say no, like thank you, me, I did that. Jesus did not, like you said, Jesus didn't do, I'm the hands and the legs, I'm the one doing these things, and it still in a way feels wrong. So it's like I'm still pulling back and forth between like knowing that I'm going the right way, but then still being like, oof. Like this is still in my mind. These things are still, I'm still deconstructing. So it's still so prevalent in my.
DJ Novex, you got to tell us what we need to be thanking the God for, and don't say no damn creation, and don't say no damn waking you up in the morning. What do we need to be thanking the God for? For what? Like Carice's. I don't know if your name is Carice or Carice or Carice. Not you.
Okay.
They know who I'm talking to in the comments because I will give you a new name. What Jesus say? I'll give you a new name. Hold on, I don't know if your name is Carice, Carice, or Carice, but they said in the comments, Jesus gets all the glory, and humans get all the blame, and that is the realest way to put it. You
Mm,
They tell you to thank God for the good things that happen in your life, and then when bad things happen, it's your fault because you
yep.
didn't pray enough, or you sinned, or you don't have
Yep.
enough faith
Yep.
or free
Yep.
will, or yeah.
Do you think that like, okay, because like before I started deconstructing, I was like I said, like I was always like, I love Jesus, and I was always like talking to the Holy Spirit and this and that. Like, is that just like, do you think it's like is it delusion? Is it like, because it's almost scary to think about now because I'm like, I literally used to be just in my bed thinking I'm talking to the Holy Spirit, child. And I'm just talking to myself. And I'm like, oh my God, am I crazy? Like, hold on, hold on. Like, is that like, I don't know what that is, where it's like, I was loving Jesus, but I'm not even, I'm like, wait a minute, did Jesus even exist? I don't even know anymore. And I'm like, if I said I love Jesus, did I love Jesus? I don't, I don't know anything anymore. I'm like, am I crazy? Was it delusion or, because you could not tell me I wasn't talking to the Holy Spirit. You couldn't tell me that. And you mean to tell me all this time I've been talking to myself? No, that's great. Like like that's still. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, like because you're taught that like God lives in you, and how the thing is like, was it God's voice or is it your voice? I used to spend so much time Googling that, like, is this God talking to me or is this me? And I couldn't really discern, quote unquote, what, if it was me or God. And they were, if it's God because if he tells you to do something good, it aligns with the Bible, that's that's God, and that never made sense to me. But it was like I just don't. Is it
And you
delusion
going I'm sorry, one
or
second, Brown Sugar. And you
yeah?
gonna still be waiting, DJ Novex, because Brown Sugar is still talking. You're gonna have to wait your turn. Use the patience that y'all gonna come up here and claim that your Jesus gives you.
Oh,
It's Brown Sugar's turn to talk.
I'm sorry. I've been
It's
yapping.
okay. No, that's okay.
But yeah, I'm like, is that something that you dealt with, like when you deconstructed, where it was just like all these, time that you spent talking, you think you're talking to God, and these times where you think that you're hearing from God, like, what is that? Like,
Girl, I used to speak in tongues, okay?
hello.
And thinking that I'm talking to God and getting
Oh
messages.
my,
So I'm gonna tell
oh.
you, I recorded myself speaking in tongues, okay? And I uploaded that shit to a translator app to see if I could see like if it's gonna translate a language, and it just said it said I was tired. It said I work a lot and I'm tired, but it
Oh
just
my,
a bunch of gibberish is what it put out. But
man,
yeah,
man. The
yeah.
gift of tongue, the gift, like you act, they tell you have a gift. God has given you a heavenly gift of tongues. And I was reading somewhere in a book that I have. It's like an African spirituality book, and they talk about how that African spirituality is like almost like woven into the Black church specifically. And they talked about how like a lot of it was like the Holy Ghost and all that stuff. Like how that looks totally different when you go to, different churches, like white evangelical churches, and how like the difference in it. And if it's supposed to be like the Holy Spirit, why does it look so different from like culture to culture? And this was all the things that I've been thinking about. And I'm just like, this is crazy. And like I said, I was at church a couple weeks ago. I don't know what was going on in the room, but like everybody lost their mind. Everybody was catching the Holy Ghost. And I remember I was like having like an outer body experience because it was like, what is this? Like a couple months ago, I would have been slain in the spirit. I was like, oh yeah, Jesus. But now when I was in church like 2 weeks ago and everybody was laid out, screaming and running, I was like, what the hell is this? Like what's happening here? Like, is this mass hysteria? Is this like I don't even know what it is anymore. And it's like I'm trying to still be involved in church only because my friends are there. But like I just feel so disconnected now that it's just like I don't even know what I'm even doing there anymore. I feel like a fake being in there because it's like, what is happening? Like, why are we running around? Why are we screaming? Why are we falling out? Like you say, speaking in tongues and
But you know what? A lot of that, like I'm studying the history of Christianity on in West Africa, like when it
mm,
first got to West Africa, and when the um, enslaved people from West Africa here in North America were Christianized, and the difference between the Christianity that our ancestors were indoctrinated into when they first were
mm,
Christianized and the form that it took on um, like when they were allowed to congregate in private, and then the form it took on after emancipation during Reconstruction up until today, it has morphed.
mm,
But our ancestors, when they were able to uh, congregate um, by themselves without their slave masters. This is what they call the invisible Negro church. This is
mm,
where African spirituality married a form of Christianity, right?
right.
And so some of what we see in the black church today, like the speaking in tongues, the running around, the
Hmm.
dancing, the singing, the charismatic preaching and stuff, it has roots in what our ancestors believed, right,
Mm,
about
yeah,
the spirit and spirituality and divinity from West Africa, right?
right.
Yeah, and so a lot of that comes from that, and which is why it looks different
Yeah.
from church to church and denomination to denomination. And then we saw white churches like start saying, "Huh, what are they doing?" You know what I'm saying? And then they
Let's
started
do
doing
that.
it, and then we started seeing, charismatic,
Yeah.
Pentecostal, predominantly white churches speak in tongues and pop up,
Mm,
and yeah,
yeah. And there's tongues always sound different than ours. Like, like
yeah,
like I compare and it's like, it's just not the same. And yeah, like you said, like that's probably because of our ancestors and, maybe because of their language that they spoke, when they first got here. Like, it's crazy when you finally deconstruct and you're looking critically and not just like theologically. And it's almost like, how did I not see this before? And even though it's still very scary, like I said, my worldview was like collapsing before my eyes. It's almost like I feel free, and I feel much more like relieved, at myself and in life, and the idea that, like I said, like that I'm not being watched by this God who's just like watching me suffer and not doing anything about it. And yeah, it's just I it's almost like when I'm deconstructing, I'm I'm realizing that like it's like to your prompt, like, well, you know what? I think it is the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity. Now that we didn't circle back around to it, because it's like, like you said, speaking in tongues and all that stuff. Like, this is crazy. I think. I think this is crazy,
yeah. There
and it's
was
not
literally
healthy.
it's not. There was literally a
It's
lady that
not
came on my
good.
stage and said the first time she spoke in tongues, her God told her that her 8-year-old son was going to go to hell. And then she made a pact with the God to save her son from hell. And so now her son is on the list and won't be going to hell. He's going to go to heaven with her. But she said what he
Oh,
said to her through the tongue was he's not coming with you. And that to
oh my
her
God.
meant that he was telling her that her son was going to hell. So I asked her, I said, how does it feel that a God gave you a child that he knew he was going to burn for all of eternity? And that pissed her
Mhm.
off. I was like, and he told you about it. He let you fall in love with this child for 8 years and then just came. And the first time he spoke to you in his divine language is, I gave you a son, I'm a burn and when he died. And that pissed her off. But that's the reality of the story that
Yeah,
she had told me. Like,
right.
basically, you're telling me that your God gave you, like, let you fall in love with this child for 8 years and then just out the blue decides to talk to you for the first time.
Yeah,
And the first thing he said to you
you
was,
going to
I
hell.
gave you a son, I'm going to burn up and when he died. Like, like,
My
what?
God. It's crazy. I don't it's not right, that like like, the indoctrination is like it's just wrong to like give these, give people this false sense of, hope and that oh this happened and that this and this. And then when you deconstruct, you're like, these are things that didn't even happen. Like Genesis and Job and these things likely didn't even happen. They're just stories, and okay, I was in a live like hours ago, and I think Slaver for Twizzlers, I think she might have been in there too. You might have been in there too. But there was this guy, and he was talking about Jesus called him on the phone, like on his actual cell phone, and like the ID said
Oh, no,
Jesus
I wasn't in
Christ.
that. What?
He said,
What?
I think Slaver for
Hold
Twizzlers was
on,
on it,
whose
but I don't
life is
know.
this?
This was, I think, oh no, I forgot. Was it Mama Bat? No, it wasn't Mama Bash. I don't know who. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, damn it. I forgot. It's somebody, but I'll think of it in a minute. But I think it was Patty Idol. And there was a guy on there, and I swear he's about 53. And he said he was going to give us the good news of Jesus Christ. And so they was like, okay, let's hear it. And he said that Jesus Christ called him on his cell phone. The caller ID said Jesus Christ. And he said he looked at it and he missed the phone call. And he said when he missed the phone call, he dropped down to his knees and the fire of God went upon him, you know. And then that was that. And then he said, after that, God took him to Cold Stone Creamery. This is not a joke. God took him to Cold Stone Creamery. And then when he went inside Cold Stone Creamery, he was lifted up into the clouds on a horse with Jesus. And he said, what did he say? As quick as you see me come right now, I'm going to be back even sooner. Repent. And he was dead serious.
Why the fuck this guy got to do all, like, he does a lot of dramatic shit.
Yeah, like why Cold Stone? Like why you got to be in the Cold Stone Creamery? I don't know, but maybe somebody in the chat might have been in there too. But this happened earlier today, yesterday rather, and yeah, he said Jesus Christ called him on the phone, and he was dead serious. Like he was very devout in his faith, and he's like, this is not funny, guys. This, and I was just like, this is like delusion, like mass delusion, like. I remember following this guy on TikTok, and he was evangelizing people because he said that he died for a drug overdose and went to heaven, and God showed him hell, and so he, spends
You
his
can't
life.
say that word on here
Oh,
because
I'm
it's a
sorry,
cuss word. Yeah.
in the bottom, to the
Yeah.
lower room,
No, no,
and he
no.
went to
D
the lower
rugs.
room.
You can't say
D
D
rugs,
rugs.
okay. Oh, D
Yeah.
rugs, okay.
Yeah.
He was on D rugs, and he went to hell and stuff, and he started evangelizing people. But then when he went into his story, because I asked him on his live, I said, "Well, what happened? You overdosed on drugs, girl?" He
You
said he
gotta
ate
say
an
D
edible.
rugs.
D-Rugs. He ate an edible, and basically he just got tweaked out, and he convinced himself that, like, on this, D-Rugs of, edibles, that he, saw Jesus, and he dedicated his life now to evangelizing. He's like lost all his money and his following because he doesn't, do the same content anymore, but he thinks that he's doing this for Jesus now, and he's convinced, and he's like, no, like I died, and God took me to wherever and showed me the truth. And now I'm like looking back on it, I believed him too. I was like, oh my God. And now I'm just like, this is crazy. Like, this isn't healthy to to be this way, it's yeah, it just doesn't feel right, that we're just so indoctrinated, and I'm still going through it. And like I said, like I still have trouble thanking myself because it feels almost like blasphemy because that's what I was taught my whole life. Like you cannot do that. You have to think that you're not life is not your own. So it's been a rough couple months. I think this started since April, so it's been a rough couple months for me. And I'm thankful that I found, you and, so many other deconstructors. And yeah, you guys have been very helpful, in my deconstructing of my worldview. And it's still very scary. It is. I don't know what's next or, where I'm gonna fall into. I don't know if I'm an atheist necessarily. But I definitely am not like I don't believe in, the Christian God anymore for sure, or like any Abraham, any religion, Western religion at all. Like I'm definitely not believing in those types of deities. But I don't know if I'm an atheist. I don't know if there's nothing out there,
Yeah,
but
there's no need to like try to,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
classify yourself. Give me just a
right.
second. Two believers in YouTube, and I
Hmm.
said this last week. I just want to remind you: don't waste your money on a super chat, uh, typing out scriptures or like, because I'm never gonna read them. Okay, save your money for your pastor. Put it in the offering plate. I'm never gonna read that. Okay. Now it'd be different if you had a comment about the conversation that you wanted me to read out, a question you want me to ask the guest that's on stage. I will do that. But I will not read out your declarations of Jesus being your God. I will not read out scriptures for you. Don't waste your money on that, okay? Save it for church. Just want to let you know because I know you are gonna like expect me to read that super chat out, and it's not gonna happen. But I will read the thank you so much, Silly Dirk, for the 4.99 super chat. Praise Doug.
Praise Doug.
I will read that. I will read that. But I did want to
Yeah,
say when they say that Jesus had to die and Jesus had to like take them and show them heaven and all of that. It's almost like them admitting that Jesus is admitting that his death, him raising from the dead, wasn't enough, and so he failed again. And so now he
mhm.
has to do like spiritual tours of heaven to try to convince people that he's real. So he's moved to like near death experiences as his next plan. Like that's what they're essentially saying.
Yeah,
Because if like his plan was that he would die for the sins of the world from the beginning of time. That didn't work. So he done moved to something else now, and that's near death experiences through he
yeah,
rose. Yeah.
yeah. And yeah, so I appreciate you saying that though, like, because I've been trying to figure out, I'm like, I don't even know what I am anymore, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe it's okay to just not know at the moment, but like I said, I still, like, all of my friends are in church, and like, I I don't even want to tell them that I'm deconstructed because I feel like they're just gonna prophesy over me and they're just gonna start praying for me and like they're not gonna take it well. And that's almost like I don't want to lose my friends, because and they've been very supportive. Like after my mom passed away, like, they're very supportive people. And I don't want to lose that. But then also I feel like when I'm out with them now or when we are in church together, it almost feels like I'm faking, obviously, because it's like I'm not where you guys are anymore. But I'm like afraid to tell them, because like I know that they're gonna go into the whole Jesus and the demons and I know they're gonna do that. And I don't think I want to deal with that. So it's like I think I'm just gonna just keep it to myself for now, I guess.
That's a
And
smart move. And you don't have to
yeah,
ever tell anybody. It ain't none of their damn business. Like
sure.
this religion has also made people feel like you're supposed to be an open book and they're supposed to have access to you, like open access. They don't understand boundaries or borders or consent,
Right.
right? Because they've been taught to, uh, you know, don't resist evil, which means like if evil comes, let it do what it want to do. If evil slaps you in the face, give it your other cheek. If it wants your coat, give them your pants too. If it tells you to go 1 mile, go two. Like that is open access. Right? They don't
Yeah.
understand boundaries. That's why when they come in here and we say, "Don't pray for me because I don't believe like you," they don't give a damn. They say, "I'm gonna pray for you anyway." I'm
Mm,
gonna pray. You're like they don't care. They don't understand consent or boundaries. And so, if you don't ever want to tell anybody that you don't
mm,
believe, you don't fucking have to. It ain't none of their damn business.
right.
It's yours, and that's all. That's all that matters.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that because I've been really wrestling back and forth about whether I would tell them or not. But I know them obviously because they're my friends, and I know what their reaction is going to be. And it's going to be like you said, oh, well, you're just mad at God and church hurt and all this stuff. So I think I'm just going to keep it to myself for now, and quietly try to build another community with more like-minded people. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna tell them. I don't feel like dealing with that. I don't like don't prophesy over me because
Yeah,
they're
because
gonna in the name of
all it does is
Jesus.
add more stress to you. While you're
Right.
trying to heal, they wanna what they wanna do, right? While you're trying to heal old wounds and stuff,
Yeah.
they wanna pick at those old wounds. You take their fingernails and just pick at the scabs and reopen
Mm,
them, and then they want to dig in deeper to make you hurt so that you could feel like you need the God again, right? Kind of
right.
like
Yep.
what Evolve was talking about when she came up here, what Sweetie Pie was talking about, right? What her family members have done to her because she did share with them. That's their way of trying to bring you back to their God. And to me, like I say this a lot. To me, it gives me the image of like imps, right? Like they talk about
Mm,
demons all the time. Like it gives me the image of like imps just like picking at you until you come back to their
mm.
God. Like
Yeah.
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 So nope. Heal by yourself
Yeah. I will.
till there's
I will
no
definitely do that.
scab.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I've been talking a lot, so if you want, I will drop down and because I see a lot of people talking about Jesus is Lord in the comments, so that's they're doing a lot in the comments. So. But yeah, I'm very glad that I found you and so many other deconstructors, and you're very helpful. And I just want to let you know that like the work that you're doing is very helpful to a lot of people. Even though I'm sure you know it, but it's definitely helpful to a lot of people who are like baby deconstructors, and like a lot of the things that you say are like things that I've thought privately but didn't put words to. So it's very nice to find this community, so thank you for just existing and doing what you're doing because it is very helpful even when you get the crazies, it's the work the work is very needed, because if I feel like if I wouldn't have found you guys on TikTok and stuff, I just would have been lost, and just searching and looking for people to like affirm what I was feeling, so yeah,
Well,
it's
thank
it's it's a lot.
you.
Thank you,
I
thinker.
appreciate that. You're so welcome. Thank you so much. It was
Yes.
a great conversation,
Yes,
and I
thank
hope you
you.
have a great rest of the night.
Yes, I'll be in here. I'll be in the chat, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop down.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. It was a good conversation. Unique, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? DJ Novex, how old are you?
What's going on? 25.
All right. I do not allow conversations to piggyback off of the last guest. Every person that comes up here has to start a conversation from uh, their own perspective. Okay. So
Gotcha.
don't reference the previous guest or the conversation that I had with the previous guest. There are two topics that I am discussing this week. One is the prompt. We've been discussing that for a while, but also it's the time period uh, of Adam and Eve in the garden. Well, right after they get kicked out the garden, um, this sin is now in the flesh of mankind. Man is corrupted. Satan is on earth. Um, right up until Cain and Abel take their offerings to the God. I have questions about, um, you know, sin being in remission at that time or appearing to be in remission because there was no law, no further law for them to sin against, since sin is the uh, transgressing against the divine law of the God. They had only been given one command, which I know Christianity says was a law. They had already broken that, which is what got them kicked out the garden. So there were no further laws given. So I don't see how they could have sinned. And if sin is in their nature, it appears to be like an illness that's present but not affecting the body, right? Not harmful to the body until something reactivates it, right? And in this case, the reactivation was the jealousy in Cain that reactivated sin, and then we get murder. And so, my question is, like, during that time frame, right before they take the offerings to this guy, like, what was sin doing? Was it in remission? And where was Satan?
Um.
Because I'm sorry, let me finish talking, and then you'll
Okay.
be able to respond. Okay.
Okay.
And like, where was Satan? Because if Satan's goal is to harm mankind or destroy mankind because he's so jealous, he had the perfect opportunity to do that when there's only four humans on earth, or two humans at that, because they're now outside of the garden. He could have convinced Eve, right, to kill Adam, then mankind would have been done. Or he could have convinced Adam to kill Eve, mankind would have been done. And so it doesn't seem like this sin or this Satan is, that evil or that powerful unless the God is involved somehow. So those are the two topics, either that one or Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Which one do you want to discuss?
Yeah. So I definitely want to discuss the prompt. Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, allegedly. But yeah, I just want to say before we get into that, because I
Don't
know
address the
conversations
second. Don't
like
address
this
the second
can.
one. Don't address the second one. Like, just go straight to the prompt. Like, I don't want.
Yeah, yeah, I'm talking about
Yeah.
myself. Like, I know that conversations like these can ruffle feathers, and I just wanted to
No,
say,
it's okay.
just like your prompt says that you're
Uh,
not nice.
DJ,
I'm gonna say
DJ,
that
I don't
I
need to know all of that. I
okay.
promise you, I don't. If you
It's
respect
it's
me,
it's for the it's for the viewers
DJ,
too. It's
if
not
you
just you.
respect DJ, listen. These are the rules of my life. Okay, I don't want you to do the preamble.
Okay,
I don't need a introduction. I've asked you the questions I need to know in order to see if you qualify for a conversation. If you respect me, I'm going to respect you. Okay.
right.
So just please just address the prompt.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask, how is Jesus Christ the worst thing to ever happen to humanity? Because
Yeah.
that's
Can
that's the
you
prompt.
tell me if you agree, disagree, and why?
Okay, so I would disagree that Jesus Christ is the worst thing to have ever happened to humanity. I don't think Jesus Christ and the teachings that he embodied were detrimental to humanity.
You want to go into some of those teachings, or like, you want to tell us, like, for example,
I
X,
mean,
Y,
but
Z, or
earlier you said you don't want to hear scripture, so I just
no,
think
I didn't
if we
say that. See,
okay,
this is the problem, right? Like,
okay,
you hear one thing. I mean, somebody says one thing, or
okay,
they
my bad.
write. I'm sorry.
You
Why are you talking while I'm talking?
go ahead.
Somebody says one thing, you hear another. Somebody writes one thing, you read another. What I said to the people on YouTube who are believers, who pay money for me to read out a scripture randomly, I will not do.
Okay,
That's what I said.
gotcha, gotcha. True, that's totally different. So, but yeah, that was the premise. I think that I'll just talk about one of his teachings, to realize that you're not saved based on what you do, your works, but you're saved based on your faith in Christ, who has perfected all things. That's the main thing where a lot of you know ideologies get misconstrued, that people think, oh, because you do good, then you should have received this. No, it's not that. It's just you putting your faith in Christ, God's Son. That's what saves you, because there's nothing that an imperfect human can do and that will restore their actions that they have already done, aside from repenting and accepting that Christ is who perfected all things, that is what you need to do. You simply put your faith in him and repent, say that you want to change your ways, and that's what saves you. And I think that's one of the teachings that brings good, positive change to humanity. So that's where I would say I disagree.
Y'all, this man cannot be 17 looking at his PFP. Why are y'all saying he's 17?
I think they're
Looking
talking
at
about
his
somebody else.
PFP, he can't be. No, they're talking about you. Uh, are y'all talking about the person on stage? Like, he can't be 17. Looking at his PFP. Are y'all sure?
Can we stay focused though?
Don't tell me what the fuck to do.
I was asking.
I got.
It was
Don't
it
tell
was
me
a
what to
question.
do.
I didn't tell you. I
Don't tell
asked
me
you.
what to do.
I asked
Goddamn.
you. I asked you.
Oh my fucking
I
god.
didn't.
Are y'all sure that is he 17? Did y'all look at his page or something? He hold on. Let me look at his page. Oh god, he do look like a kid. What year were you born? What year were you born? What? How
Two,
old?
2000. I was born in 2000, ma'am.
What year did you graduate?
Graduate from what?
Just grad. What year did you graduate?
From
What did you graduate from?
I went to high school. I went to college. Which one do you want to know?
What year did you graduate college?
I graduated college in 2022.
Okay, y'all. I trust what he said. He does look young, and he doesn't sound like the typical 17 or 18-year old. So I'm just gonna trust that he's 25. If he's lying about his age, he has to deal with that. And
Correct.
his fucked up ass attitude most likely is gonna end up getting him
Where's
kicked.
my attitude fucked
Is gonna
up,
end up
lady?
getting him kicked. The fact that he keeps talking while I'm talking, like I can already tell that he has an immature uh, attitude. So it'll be done in a minute. Um, go ahead.
Yeah, I gave my spiel.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can,
So you said that saved in Christ who has perfected all things and that
yeah.
you have to have faith, right? Because there's nothing that a person can do to restore themselves for the things that they did except repent and accept the gift of Jesus Christ. Like literally, I could tell a lie today and I could talk to the person that I lied to, ask that person to forgive me for lying, correct the information, forgive. They can either forgive me or not, and then I could forgive myself, and I could move on and be better without your Jesus.
Mhm.
I don't need your Jesus for that. I also have no desire whatsoever to spend my life believing in a hell that nobody can fucking prove. And I have no desire to live eternally for fucking what? And then if there was a heaven, I wouldn't want to spend it with your Jesus or your God because I think your Jesus and your God are supremacists, narcissistic, homicidal maniacs. So I have no desire to spend eternity with either of them. But you said the words has perfected all things. What exactly in humanity today do you see that has been perfected?
Well, um, first, you said a whole lot of I statements, right? Talking about yourself when
Because we're talking
we
about what I think. The fuck do you want me
right,
to say you
right. But
think? Do you
we're
want
trying
me
to
to say
help.
what? Stop. Hold on. Do
We're
you
trying
want
to
me to
help
say
people
hold
here.
on? No. Stop. Of course I'm going to say I because I'm talking about me and what I think.
Hmm.
The fuck? Do you want me to say we think or Jesus thinks or God thinks? Because it would
No,
be a lie.
no. I didn't
Okay,
want you
so
to say
then
that
what the fuck are you talking about?
because we're talking about in a grand scale. We're talking about
No, we're
humanity.
not. No,
You
we're
said
not.
humanity.
I
You
literally
should
I
have said
said
Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to me.
literally I said there is no desire for me to spend eternity with your God. There
Right.
is no desire for me to
Okay.
have eternal life.
Okay.
Okay. And
Right.
I
So.
also said that your God is not needed. 'Cause based off your statement, there's nothing an individual, an imperfect human, which would be me,
Hmm.
can do to restore themselves when they do something wrong. And I
Okay.
gave you an example of an
Yes.
imperfect human, which
Hmm.
would be me,
Hmm.
and how I would store myself if I were to lie to another human. I
Right.
would go to that human, admit my lie, give the correct information, ask for forgiveness. If they forgive me, cool. If they don't, cool. I would forgive myself and move on and be better. But also, you stated that your Jesus saved, and that you are saved in Christ, who has perfected all things. And I asked you, what in humanity has your Jesus perfected?
So I answer my questions in totality, right? So let's say that I told somebody a
Don't use
lie.
the word I.
Let's say I told somebody a
Don't use the
lie.
word I.
If-
Don't use the word I. You see why you have to
Right.
use the word I? Do you see why you have to use the word I?
I haven't even finished my thought.
Yeah, but do you see why you have to use the word I now?
No, I'm trying to use the word I because if I use
Because you
you,
need to use the word I, because
no,
you are the one talking and
no,
you
but
are the one thinking.
yeah, but
Go ahead.
I'm trying to address things generally, right? So using the same example, if I told somebody that, if I told somebody a lie and I wanted to tell them, hey, can you forgive me? Or I want to ask them for forgiveness. That's the first step. Now, who is the one that even says that a lie is bad? Who created that? That is a universal, that is a godly commandment. So I have to tell the person who I lied to, and then I also have to say, okay, to the person who created this, forgive me as well. So that's where I would encourage the listeners to don't forget both sides. Don't just ask for forgiveness from the person, ask for forgiveness as well as to the person who even made that commandment, that stirred it up in your heart to say that you wanted to ask for forgiveness from that person. First off, can't forget that.
Sure. Can you show me the commandment where your God says, "Thou shalt not lie"?
You want me to go? You want us to go to scripture?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second. So there's the commandment that says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness,"
What does bear false witness mean?
to distort what you saw.
Is
So
that
that's
is
a
that
lie.
just telling
That's
any lie?
fabrication.
Is that just telling
That's
any lie?
fabricating.
Is that
But
just telling any lie, or is that
that's
not
the
actually read the entire thing? Don't bear false witness against who?
thine enemy or thy neighbor.
No,
I think it's thy
that
neighbor.
don't bear
Thy
false
neighbor. Thy
witness
neighbor.
against your
Thy
neighbor.
neighbor.
That
Yeah.
means do not be a witness in a court setting against your neighbor and lie on them. Do not slander them, right? Do not lie about witnessing an event so that you can have your neighbor punished. That's what that
So do
means.
not lie.
It
But that's
does not
the
mean do not
principle.
tell any lie.
So are you trying to
It does
find
not
your?
mean, hold
Are
on,
you trying
why
to?
are you talking
Okay,
while I'm talking?
my bad.
It does not mean do not tell any lie. In fact, your God says he would lie. Your God literally says that if the Israelites go and inquire of false gods and their prophets, and then come to him through his prophets to seek advice, he would answer them himself as the false God through the prophet and give a false prophecy. Your God says he would
Where
lie.
is that? Where is that in scripture?
Ezekiel 14.
Okay, let's read that.
Ezekiel 14, verses 9 through 10. But you can actually start at verse 1. I know y'all don't like to, like a lot of reading, y'all say it take a long time. But you can start from verse 1.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't appreciate that. Like you keep generalizing, we're just having
I
our
don't care what you
conversation.
appreciate. I don't care. I'm not here
Okay,
to make friends. It doesn't matter to me what you appreciate.
okay. You said Ezekiel 4 verse 9,
Ezekiel 14.
14.
I know the one like looks like an eye and you don't like eyes, but 14.
And I never said I don't like eyes, but all right. Ezekiel 14 verse 9 says, "And if the prophet be deceived when he hath spoken a thing, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet, and I will stretch out my hand upon him and will destroy him from the midst of my people Israel." So you're saying that God lied?
I mean, I don't know if I need to like go through, uh, word association with you, but the word deceived in a false prophecy would be a lie.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. From what this says right here, that's what it looks like. I ain't gonna lie.
Not to mention your God protected liars. Your God literally chose a liar to be the father of the Israelites.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. So I understand. I definitely see where you're coming from with that. But I don't think that from what you said that supports your point of view when you say that Christ coming is the worst thing that comes to humanity. I don't think you still.
No, it doesn't, but it supports me saying that if I lie
Yeah,
to someone, that I
got you.
can go to that person and apologize on my
I hear
own
that.
without
I
your
hear that.
Jesus.
I hear that. I hear that. So let's just go back to the prompt at hand.
I'm waiting.
I said let's go back to the prompt.
Yeah,
We
I'm
we
waiting.
we
I'm waiting on you to respond to. I said a lot of stuff.
yeah
And in fact I quoted it twice.
we addressed this with the you forgiving somebody. We got that part, but the part
Did you
about
forget the rest?
faith being you know faith being what Christ brought to humanity.
I didn't say
uh,
that.
huh?
I didn't say anything like that.
I didn't say you did. I'm saying that
Well, why
you
aren't you
still have
addressing everything that I said?
what am I leaving on the table? Like what?
Exactly. So you forgot the rest. All you have to say is, "Hey, can you repeat it because I forgot the rest because I focused on the wrong thing."
Okay, I forgot the part that you're talking about where I forgot the part that you said. I forgot that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. So you said that you are saved in Christ who has
Mhm,
perfected all things.
mhm.
My question to you was, what in humanity has your God perfected?
Okay, got you. Yeah, I said the way that we all operate life. Your body, your internal system, like how that was created through God.
So the body is perfected and life is perfected.
I mean, look at how things work when you get a cut and it heals on its own. Like what's to explain for that? You're gonna say like what?
So when a baby is born with half a brain, was that perfect?
I mean, that's God's will,
Was
regardless.
it perfect is what I asked.
I'd still think so.
You still think so? So a baby born with a half a brain suffering for 2 weeks and then dying, that's perfect. When someone is born with a disease that makes them suffer in pain for their entire life, like sickle cell,
Hmm.
because uh, their blood is what's causing them to be in pain and chronic pain. Was that is that perfect? Is that what you mean by he has perfected all things?
Meaning, according to his will, that all things are perfect.
So then that person need not pray to your
So are
God
you
and
saying that
ask
they're
your God.
not?
Why are you talking while I'm talking? So that person need not pray to your God and ask your God for relief or for healing because they're perfect.
I think they should pray for how to use their situation to still be a good person, to still fulfill their purpose. Because you can look at people who are
Hold
disabled.
on. That's not what I
You
asked
can
you.
look at
That
people who are
no.
disabled.
That's not what I asked you. I asked, should that person pray to your God and ask your God to heal them from that pain?
They can do that. They
Why?
have all the
Because they're
right.
perfect. They're
They
already perfect. Why pray and ask for healing for something that your God
because
saw
because
fit to do?
because they're still a human being. They're still going to question that. You can question God as is
Should they
the
expect a
church.
healing? Should they expect your God to heal them?
Yes, they can expect
Why,
that
if they're already perfect?
because they have their own mind. They're still a human being. They still can question God.
I
See,
didn't say anything
churches
about questioning your God.
okay
I didn't say anything about questioning your God. Like if
question
you're gonna tell
their
a person that
situation.
if you're gonna tell a person that they can go to this God who has perfected all things, then there is no need for this person asking a God to heal them of something that you say is perfect.
They can still ask that. They can still ask because they're human, is what I'm saying.
But it does it make sense for them to ask a God to do something that you're saying he won't do anyway because he sees it as perfect?
I didn't say he won't do anyway. I never said that.
Oh, so he will. So he will heal them.
Is that his will?
I don't know. You tell me. Is that his will to heal those that come to him asking for healing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so he will heal them, right? Which means that there is an imperfection there.
No, no, because you're trying to say that he's going to heal them from what they were born with, which I said when they're born perfect. Even if you
No, you
see,
didn't say that. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, are
I,
you here? Are
I
you
said, oh,
present?
I did say
Like, are
that.
you here? Because you're having a whole different conversation. You didn't say that. Neither did I. Right? We're talking about I'm the one who brought up this illness, not you. We're talking about what you claim your God has perfected in humanity. Right? You said your
Mhm.
God has perfected life. You said your God has perfected the body, the
So
internal organs,
life.
right? And
Yes,
listen,
yes.
young one. You said your God has perfected life, the body, and internal organs, which is why I started talking about illnesses. If
Okay.
you are saying that they are perfect being born with sickle cell disease, and then you are saying that your God's will is to heal them from this sickle cell disease, that would mean there is an imperfection. That would mean that they are not already perfect.
I don't think that's true
Of
because
course you don't. You didn't know. Of course you don't.
can I say why?
Sure.
What we're saying is perfect is still to a this is what we're talking from a physical standpoint, a fleshly standpoint. We're not talking about uh perfection in the eyes of God. Like that's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So
So we're talking about spiritual internal organs. Is that
that's no.
no?
I'm saying because they have sickle cell, that is not that is not labeled as perfect as imperfect.
But you said internal organs were perfect. I'm just
Internal organs, their functions, like that's what I meant. Like, what do you mean?
are there peoples who internal organs don't function?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
You, you don't know what I'm trying to say. Do you have a spiritual brain?
Are there people who
Does
who's
your does your does your internal organ of your brain work in the physical or the spiritual? Like, do you is your brain spiritual or is it physical? You don't
you,
understand what I mean
you see?
when I
No,
say, do people are there people on earth who have internal organs that do not function?
let me be clearer. Let me be clearer. When I say spiritual, I'm talking about God's standard of what perfection is. Somebody with sickle cell is still perfect in God's eyes. But to humans, we can say because the quote unquote standard is somebody who's not neurodivergent, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's not somebody who's neurodivergent was going to be categorized as imperfect. That's what I'm saying. But in
So
God's
he
eyes, they're
has not
no.
perfected
But
all
I'm
things in
saying he
humanity
has
then.
because I'm saying in God's eyes, they're still perfect. But to us humans who have labeled things, that we can look at it as imperfection. So that's what I'm
So
trying
in your
to
God's eyes, people with disabilities are perfect.
are perfect. Yes.
Then why did he say that they were not allowed to go into the holies of holies and bring him his food?
Where is this?
Like, why do y'all get up here to talk about what your God wants and what your God sees without knowing what your God actually said in this book? Can you
I'm
explain that one
I'm
to
saying
me?
where is it?
Can you answer that question? Because I get tired of having to do y'all's homework. Like, you came up here and you tried to insinuate that I'm scared of scripture, or that I don't want to talk about scripture because you incorrectly felt that you needed to speak on something that I was talking about to my YouTube audience.
Mm.
But you don't know half the damn scripture. Like, I've had to tell you about Ezekiel 14. I just want to know why y'all come up here to talk about what your God wants, what your God says, what your God did without actually having read this book.
You know what? I think there's you're right. Like I definitely have to read more. I'm not there's always going to be more for me to learn regardless. However, I think the difference is I came up saying that, you know what? I want to have a regular conversation. You came prepared to try to use some of these scriptures to prove something that Christ was the worst case, the worst thing to happen to humanity. Like this, like I didn't come with an agenda. That's the difference. I just came to
Now
have
you
a
are the victim. Like,
no.
literally,
All right,
the only thing I can use is the book and humanity. That's the book and reality. Like, you thought that I was going to sit here and have a whole ass conversation about what the fuck you think in your mind?
no,
Exactly. I don't why would you think that?
I didn't.
Why are you whining about me going to the Bible?
I didn't whine about you
You
going to
are
the Bible.
whining
I
right now.
okay. I think you're projecting a little bit right there,
Yeah, okay.
but
Like, you've made yourself an entire ass victim.
mm, okay.
Do you remember me saying that if you respect me, I'm going to respect you? And you just wanted to keep running your fucking mouth. You just wanted to keep being disrespectful,
Mm.
talking over me, saying snide ass comments, right? You came up here with a fucked up ass ego, very condescending, and now you are a fucking victim.
I ain't gonna lie.
I gave you exactly what the fuck you asked for.
Mm,
See, I'm not like your God. You if you tell me what you want when you're on my stage, I'm gonna give it to you.
mm. But I don't want what you got though.
You already asked for it, and here it is. It's too
But
late.
but
Gifts are without repentance. I don't take them back. You already asked for it. I respect it.
I didn't want nothing from you.
If you're done, you can hop down. You know how to get yourself out of this. You can end the conversation if you're done.
Got you. I don't really think that we got to like a real good
Okay,
conclusion.
goodbye. All right, I don't need to know any of that.
Okay,
Conversation done.
got
Have a
you.
nice night,
Stay
young
blessed.
one. Come get some. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? On accident. Okay. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Make sure you are 25 and older. If you come up here and lie about your age, if I cannot tell that you're lying, I am not responsible for what the fuck you step into. Lowen, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I guess it's an accident. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
I
Lowen.
just I just found it wild that he was complaining about you coming prepared. Like I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
He
What?
literally said you come prepared.
Yeah, that's why I
Like
said he was whining about me using the Bible. Like he made himself a victim.
that was just insane to me. I wanted to make sure I didn't hear that. Like I wasn't the only one that heard that.
Mm-mm.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. He was a child. He was a child.
Yeah, his TikToks he looked very young in them. So
And it's crazy how they come with all of the audacity without having read this fucking book. They don't know what the God said or did in the damn book, but they come with all of the audacity while at the same time saying that you're supposed to kill your ego and that it's if you believe in yourself, you are wrong. Like their egos beyond 10 when they come in here. And then they make themselves a fucking victim each time.
it's insane. It's truly insane. But yeah, I just wanted to come out and say that, and then also just say hi. It's been a while since I've been on one. It's been a while since I've checked in with you all and seen how you all are doing.
Yeah, how are you doing? How are things going?
I'm doing okay. I'm starting a thing for depression soon. I'm off all medications currently. But
Is
what
that
I'm
going
start
good? Being off the medication?
I honestly don't feel a difference.
Okay.
I think I was like what's it called? Medication resistant because I really
Oh,
don't feel
okay.
a difference. But the thing that I'm going to be starting soon is called TMS or transcranial magnetic stimulation, and I've heard some reviews, so I'm pretty excited about that. It's hard to explain, but they just put this like cap on your head and it's like sends pulses to your brain to like it's really weird. It's hard to explain, but I'm excited about that.
I remember you telling me about that. When do you start that?
Um, so I've already had my initial appointment with the place. I'm just waiting to hear back from them that they gotta do the whole runaround with insurance and all that. So no telling how long that can take.
Okay. And when are you starting your group? Are you going to do it on the Discord or are you doing it on TikTok?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you are referring to.
You said you're about to start a group for depression or
No, the treatment for depression is the
Oh, okay.
TMS.
Okay.
I was like, what?
I thought you were also saying that you were going to start a group for depression. Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
you were talking about the treatment. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. I'm
That sounds good.
excited. Yeah. Other than that, I've just been hanging in there. Been working nights, and this heat has been awful.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm glad I don't go out much.
So yeah, I'm gonna drop back down. Thanks for letting me make that comment or whatever. And it was nice hearing from you.
You're welcome. It was good hearing from you too, and good luck with your treatment. Keep me
Thank you.
updated too.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There are 640 people on TikTok with another 130 on YouTube. So there are 772 people watching this live right now. James Bond.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I am well. It's nearly 4 a.m. here.
That's good. Can I
Yeah.
get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 51. I grew up Christian.
I just need to know, like, are you a believer in the God of the Bible right now? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm
What
not
are
an
you
atheist.
today?
I'm not an atheist. I'm not sure what
What
de-
are you though?
I'm just a guy.
Are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
I,
Do you
I,
currently believe
I
in that God? You have to be
so
one of the three.
okay. If I may have a moment, I mean,
No,
we're
no,
not
no moment. No moment.
okay.
I need
Okay,
to know if you fit the conversation. If not, I need to take you down.
I do fit the conversation.
Are you what which one are you? Are you a
Let's do
believer?
let's say
Or
deconstructing.
okay, thank you. All
Can
right.
you? Yes.
Okay. So go ahead and address the prompt, please.
Address. I'm sorry. Address what?
What did you come up here for?
To listen and learn.
Okay, listen in the comments,
My.
okay? Don't come up here to listen. The stage is for people to have a conversation, not to listen. What was that?
Hello.
What's your name?
You can call me Duke.
Oh, I don't know why I can't hear. Hold on. So I
Can you hear me now?
said a minute ago I was going to get new headphones, and I still haven't done
Hello.
it. Give me just a second, please. I clean the
All
headphones.
right.
See what's going on. Nope, I don't have patience for nonsense. That's what your mom and dad is for. I'm not me, and whoever it is that you're sleeping with. I don't have any patience for your nonsense. I'm sorry. What's your name? Are you
Oh,
there?
hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi. What's your name?
Duke.
Duke. Thank you. How old are you, Duke?
21.
You got to be 25. Okay.
Oh no,
You
I
see
am.
that sign? You
I
see
am.
that at the bottom? Nope. You
Yeah, I
just said
am.
you were
No, it
21.
was a slip up.
Nope.
I can
Bye.
tell it.
Nope. Nope. You have to be 25 and up. Okay, to come up here. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, okay, you have to be either a current believer in this God. No matter if you call yourself a Christian, if you call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, if you call yourself a Jewish person, like I hate saying Jew, but a Jewish person who studies Judaism, if you call yourself just a believer, or someone deconstructing a belief in this God, right, or thinking about it, or an atheist. Okay, those are the three types of individuals that I would like to have conversation with, and you must be 25 and up. It's not that hard. Arturo Perez, did you? There you go. Are you there, Arturo? I guess they. I don't know. They're not there. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. There's too many people in the room for the guest box to be empty. Fuck God. The Bible is shit. Don't tell me that what I can and can't do. I can say whatever the hell I want to say. Actually, your God called the idols in this book. He called them shitty gods in this book. They're literally called shitty gods. I don't know why you requested again. I'm not bringing you up. You are too young. The answer is no. Stop request. Can somebody block the fetus, please? Can y'all block the fetus? Not getting blocked as soon as you say you will bring me up and do as you're told. Thank you. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. Selena and Lala, are y'all still with me?
Yes, ma'am. Oh,
Okay, this is the He Gets Us campaign that I want to show y'all. Hold on.
okay.
I gotta do it like really, really quickly. I'm just gonna show y'all the hold on, I'm gonna do it on silent because, and then I'll play the sound off screen. Okay.
Got it.
So hold on. Okay. This is the campaign. Like the message is Jesus struggled to make ends meet too. Okay. This does not make sense to me.
Is that 2 pennies?
Huh?
Is that 2 pennies?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it just shows people suffering and struggling, and they're like, oh, Jesus did it, right? And so you should be able to do it too. Hold on. Let me see. I don't know. Does it have music or is it just sound? I can't. Let me see. Yeah, it's just music. Okay. Now, when I saw this, it made me think of Father Bennett's live that I screen recorded, where he told that the person that said living the life of me, and he was like, you're just, he called him a failure for saying that he's living the life of him, and compared him to a murderer in jail, being proud that he committed murder and that he is, doing time, and saying nobody can do time like me. I'm the only one that could have done the crime that I did. And then saying like that's nonsensical. And it's like these are the type of messages that this religion, right, this God pushes out. And I saw a guy today at the mall who had a shirt on that said Jesus changes everything.
Good.
But if they were on this live and I asked, well, what in fact did he change? They would say he doesn't have to change anything. Right? Is it his will to change anything? Right? And then you see this message that says Jesus struggled to make ends meet on earth too. But we're supposed to, like, did he come to teach humans how to struggle? Like when he came
That's what it
here,
sounds
right? Because the what this message says to me is the God of the universe could not provide for himself while he was here. Although he does say the Son of Man has nowhere to lay down his head, right? The God of the universe couldn't provide for himself while he was here on earth. And he's saying, I'm here to teach you to not expect to be provided for. I'm here to teach you how to struggle faithfully, how to struggle like a good soldier. Don't expect me to do anything because I didn't even do anything for myself while I was here. But pray to me and beg me, right? Thank me for the things that you get, but don't expect me to do anything because even I struggled to make ends meet while I was on earth. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And these are all like self uh deprecation
Okay.
messages, right? Like you have to hate yourself, consider yourself a failure because you believe in yourself.
And that's literally the message. Literally the message.
Be okay struggling because even your God couldn't make ends meet.
Yep.
He changes everything, but don't really expect a change. How does that make sense?
Yeah. That's literally the message. Cause it don't work like that. He not a genie.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Lexo, are you in the box on accident or on purpose? What's your name?
Oh, it's Lindsay.
Lindsay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Give me just a second. Lexo, this is the second time you've requested. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Lindsay, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a deconstructor.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
I'm pretty sure you're referring to the prompt of Jesus Christ and what I believe about that.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say personally, I am not a believer of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, none of that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm not a believer
Right,
of.
but you're deconstructing though, or
Because some people, what I mean by deconstructor is like a deconstructor of the actual like Bible and things like that. Is that
wait, are you
okay?
deconstructing or are you a deconstructor?
I thought that like I guess both. I don't really
Like a
get what you're asking.
deconstructor would be somebody that's taking on the responsibility of helping others deconstruct. Someone deconstructing is in the process of deconstructing. Like I'm not a deconstructor. I'm
Hmm.
deconstructing. I'm in the process of deconstructing. And so like
Okay.
I'm looking to talk to people who either believe in the God, they are actively deconstructing or considering it, or atheists.
Okay. Then all right. Then I would say that I'm actively deconstructing.
Okay. Yes. Please address the prompt.
Okay. So actively deconstructing the idea of Jesus Christ like existing, believing, or its understanding of how it works in the Bible.
No, the prompt. The prompt says Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
What are your
okay,
thoughts on
do
that?
I believe that? Is that what you're asking me? If I believe that it's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity and especially in the black community?
Yeah. Like, do you agree, disagree, and why?
Okay. I would say that I would say yes and no. And here's why. I would say no as a whole when it comes down to the entirety of Jesus Christ and the story of it, how it's constructed in the Bible, and all of those things, then I would say that no, it's absolutely detrimental to the black community and to, in my opinion, all communities, especially white communities as well, on how they decided to put this in the Bible. And the reason why I would say that is because Jesus Christ in the
I'm a little
Bible.
confused because you said that you would say no and then say it's absolutely detrimental. So you mean you would say yes? It's the
Well, I
worst
would
thing?
say
I'm
yes,
confused.
as in, like, in a sense, if you just take the story as face value. So, if you take the story as face value without trying to add some religious, spiritual context to it, then yeah, and I would consider it on like the same level as like when you think of a story like what's the story I'm thinking of? The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Like it's kind of like that kind of story. Like you learn a lesson from it as a child when you read the story. You learn a lesson from it, and you choose to be a better person because you've learned the story, but not in necessarily as in spirituality and things like that. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay. I'm just trying to follow you. So you're saying yes, it's the worst thing because people just take the stories to learn a moral lesson, And
Mm-hmm.
then no is not the worst thing because they is spiritual or something. Is that what
Oh,
you're saying?
okay. All right. No, what I'm saying is that as in context of spirituality and all that stuff, it's not the Jesus story. Everything that has to do with Jesus Christ and what it represents inside of the book is pointless. It's not needed. I'm saying that as a actual just if you were just to tell that to a little kid, the story of Jesus Christ, to teach them a lesson about being a better person, then it would be okay. Everything in context or everything in the right situation in the right circumstances, then yeah, things aren't as bad. But I feel like people kind of take the narrative with the religion, especially in the black community, a step too far.
I'm still trying to understand why you're saying that. I don't know because you said yes and no. I
Yeah.
don't understand your no.
My no is that
Yeah, I don't
it's
understand I understand why you're saying yes and I
mhm.
can speak to that. I don't understand why you're also saying no. Like can you be more specific about that?
Yeah, like okay, like in a sense, like when you look at the story of like I said with the boy that cried wolf, you've read that story as a child or you've heard about this story?
Heard it, but I've never read it.
Okay. It's a story about a little boy who is
No,
in a
I've
village.
heard the story, right? I don't want you to
Mhm.
like recite the
Oh, okay,
story.
okay. But basically, you learn a lesson to basically don't lie. Don't lie to people. Tell the truth. Things will work out better that way. You won't end up being eaten. So it's kind of, it won't be eaten and be dead, and nobody's going to be able to find you. So the issue is like, I see the story of Jesus Christ, like, okay, Jesus, his story, his life, how tried to fight, um, he tried to fight the wrongdoings of the world. He tried to do the best he could. In the end, his good deeds went punished and he died. But as far as like the other stuff, I feel like that's all made up. When they started adding all the world shaking and that stuff sounds made up to me. But I feel like if you take the story as face value, it has a good something you can teach. I feel like you can always learn a lesson from everything. That's just my take on life, is that you can learn a lesson from anything.
And what does this have to do with your reasoning? Have to do with the black community? I'm still confused with your answer. I'm sorry.
Sure. How I feel it has to do with the black community and why it's problematic. I feel like because number one, the King James Version Bible was made during the 1500s. A lot of people don't know that, but it was made in the 1500s. And there was also
15
another.
what? 1500, 15 what? What year?
Well, it took a long time, so it took like a couple hundred years, but it's around like the 1400s, 1500s, around this
It
particular.
wasn't.
Huh?
The first King James Bible was in 1611. That like
Yes, but you have to
the
remember that there
Geneva
were other
Bible and
versions
the
before
but
that.
that's not the King James though, right? The other Bibles was the Geneva and the Bishop Bible and the Wife Beaters Bible and all of that. The King
Yeah.
James Bible is a different Bible. So saying the King James Bible was created in the 1500s when you really mean there were other versions of the Bible that existed before the King James, it would be incorrect, right? Like there
No, I
were
know that
other
there were other
Bibles that
Bibles before
existed.
the King James.
Right, but the King James Bible uh, was published in 1611, not
Hmm.
not in the 1500s.
Yeah, you're saying this is the time when it was published, correct?
Right, because they had not yet released it to the people. Like King James kept it to himself after his 46, 47 scholars that he chose to translate it, right?
Hmm.
He broke them up into three companies. One was Westminster, the other one was Cambridge, and the other one was Oxford. And he divided them up and he gave each of them a number of books to translate. And that took them about 14 months. Then they dwindled it down from 46 to like 25, and they went over each other's notes. Then they dwindled that down to like 15, and then to like 2, and then they handed it to King James. He handed it off to one person. That person kept it for a year, and then King James published it.
Okay. So you're right, when it comes down to the actual date, but my my issue with it has less to do with, I would say, the formality of the date. There was also something else going on during that time period that is significant to the black community, especially in America.
Which is
Slavery.
what? Okay. And how does this have what is can you tie this back to what you were saying about the yes and no?
Yes. Well, like I said, the no is because, like you said, when the Bible being constructed the way it is, right? The King James version was constructed because at the time there were when chattel slavery became a thing, and they were taking people from Africa. Not every European was okay with the idea of them taking people from a different country to go and be enslaved at others. This, the only reason why it was being done is because it made money, just like anything. Made money. Didn't affect them, didn't affect the people of Europe, but this is a way for them. If you're rich, you got a couple of ships, you can get this shipped off. Of course, how are you going to make a whole bunch of people who aren't 100% okay with this idea? Well, that's where the King James Version Bible comes into play. And I don't think people know that. I don't think that that's like a serious common knowledge of things, but that kind of played into slavery and how they got white people to be okay with slavery, going to the Catholic Church, going to Africa, building these churches to put black people in, to ship them off on boats. People and make this absolutely okay when they know literally one of the first books in the Bible, Exodus, is about freeing slaves. So there's no way they didn't know that this particular situation that they shouldn't be doing it. It's literally in their book. So the fact that they still engaged in this means that they had to brainwash people to be okay with this well before the King James Bible came out. So it's kind of how it's kind of how they tied it together. It's like, we're going to time this just right. So when we put this out, people will become more and more okay with it.
Am I
And
understanding that you're saying that Jesus is not the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because slavery is? And the reason people bought into slavery is because King James wrote slavery into the King James Bible. Is that what you're saying?
no, he made it okay because it still has
How
Exodus
did he
in
make
there.
it okay? How did he make it okay?
Well, when you look at some of the things in the Bible, especially um with women, with of course with the Exodus, and of course when you look at
No, I'm asking, like, be specific. When you say he made it okay, if you're not saying he put stuff in the Bible that was never really in the Bible to make slavery okay, then I don't quite understand what you're saying. How did King James make it okay?
well, he edited it. Why? Because at the end of the day, why change the version that what was working for you for the last, I don't know how many hundreds of years, to the King James version, especially during this time period?
Hmm.
And nothing is
But
by
hold on, hold
accident.
on. When you say he edited, are you saying he added? Don't type in caps in the comments, please. When you say he edited, are you saying he added verbiage in here regarding slavery that was not in previous versions? Is what I'm asking.
Yes.
And do you have, is this like a thought that you had that you came up with, or is this something that you researched that you can back up
Yeah, I can back it up a little bit, but most of
with
it's still
credible
speculation.
resources?
I guess if you want to call, I mean, it depends on what you consider credible research or credible.
A credible resource would be a well researched article from a credible scholar, an archaeologist, a biblical uh, what do you call it, liturgical, I can't say that,
Somebody who studies the
liturgical.
Bible, I gotcha.
Yeah, like text analysis, text criticism,
Somebody who's able to transcribe and things like that.
someone who has researched what you are saying, right?
Hmm.
It has been peer reviewed amongst people in their field. People have either agreed or disagreed with it. Like, that would be a credible resource from like a college, a biblical archaeological society, a author, like a book written by a credible biblical scholar or atheistic scholar or archaeologist. Um, yeah, something like that.
Okay. Um, Number one. What made me start realizing that they were editing the Bible over time is when you look at the book of Exodus. Everybody knows in the book of Exodus
No, no,
somehow
no. I'm not
Moses.
asking if they edited the Bible over time. I'm asking, do you have a credible resource regarding King James adding verbiage in the scriptures to promote slavery?
Oh, that's what you're asking. You're asking
Yeah.
if there is somebody who absolutely no, then there would be no, because at the end of the day, there wouldn't be, because right now they're trying to save Christianity from its inevitable doom. They're not trying to tell people, hey, we lied about this. Hey, we lied about that. There's not too many people who are saying this stuff, but there is one person who is coming to the Bible. I think everybody who's probably been in this space has heard the name Billy Carson. He's probably one of the only people who is deconstructing the Bible, and cross-referencing it from other things. Um, but I know
Let
some
me ask you
people
a
don't think
question.
of
You
it as
do
a
know
credible resource.
Billy Carson is most definitely not a credible resource, but you do know that the Bible was originally written in archaic biblical Hebrew
Yeah,
and
Hebrew. Yeah.
classical Hebrew. Have you learned Hebrew so that you can test this theory of yours that King James added slavery language to his version of the Bible that was not in the
No,
Hebrew
no,
version?
no.
Why?
Why I haven't transcribed the Hebrew from
No,
Hebrew?
why haven't you learned Hebrew so that you can verify your theory?
Well, here's why. Let me put it like this. Hebrew. When I looked up the history of Hebrew and how it came into be when it came down to the actual language, it is, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory is serving me right now, because it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning by me, um, that Hebrew is a type of Latin, correct?
Absolutely not.
It's not a type of Latin.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Then refresh my memory.
Hebrew is a dialect. Paleo Hebrew is a script, kind of like writing in cursive or writing in Times New Roman. But Hebrew is a language, is a dialect.
It's a dialect.
Mhm.
So they
It's a
don't have like a written language. I mean, well, obviously have
so
a written
written.
language,
Yes,
but
they have a written language. That's why I just said Paleo Hebrew is a script, which I normally hear people talk about the Paleo script, which is one of the oldest scripts of Hebrew um, that we don't have any writings in, but it's it's like saying sans serif Hebrew, right? Or
mhm.
Times New Roman Hebrew, right? But biblical archaic Hebrew is different from modern Hebrew, right? The language evolves over time. But the Hebrew scriptures were written in biblical archaic Hebrew. They were later translated to Aramaic, which we know today as the Targum. And then we have modern Hebrew. Um, but with the Tanakh, they preserve the biblical archaic Hebrew anytime the Jewish scriptures are um, like reprinted or whatever. But the biblical Hebrew you can learn so that you can read to see if King James added slavery into the scriptures.
Okay. Um, so here's my thing, right? A little off topic about the Hebrew. Well, one of the oldest languages that was created was Egyptian. In the region, is what I'm trying to say, like in that particular region. One of the oldest languages is Egyptian. And everything derived from the Egyptian language in its own way. And then I think Nubian had their own language as well. And then you have the
What does this
Canadian.
have to do with the Hebrew scriptures?
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly like if where did Hebrew correct, like where did it
But why does that
derived from.
matter? Why does that matter? Are you saying that the scriptures were originally written in hieroglyphs?
No, what I'm saying is that, well, as you know for a fact with the Jesus whole thing, is that Jesus learned everything he did from Egypt, correct?
Where did you get no? Where did you get that from?
That's literally in the Bible. He literally
It says
says,
that he learned everything that he knows from Egypt.
yeah, that's literally in
What
the Bible.
verse? What verse?
No, it's not in the one that we have today. It's
Which
in
Bible is it in?
The Ethiopian
Yeah,
Bible.
which book?
It's the books that are missing from the
Yeah,
Bible.
I have access to the Ethiopian Bible. Which book?
Which book?
Yeah, which book does it
I
say
don't
was
know.
in?
I just when I learned all this stuff, it was fairly recent. So I haven't really done all of the things, but if I remember correctly, what they were telling me is that they took, at least I think they said, all the books out from when he went to Egypt, and then of course then they restarted the story back when he went to Israel, back to where he was born.
That first, that isn't true. And the books that are in the Ethiopian Bible that are also in the King James Bible say the same exact thing that the King James Bible says, except it might use might instead of may. It might use let's see, what's a different word that mean the same thing, right? But the stories are exactly the same from the King James to the Ethiopian Bible, or from the Ethiopian Bible to the King James. Now there are apocryphal books because the Ethiopian Bible has 88 books, where the King James has 66, right? The other books that the Ethiopian Bible preserved are what you would call pseudepigraphal, right? Texts that were in rotation at that time, that different communities uh, would use to teach different doctrines or different theologies. Every community didn't have the same books. Oh,
Hmm.
is it 81? I thought it was 88 in the Ethiopian.
Yeah, I think it's,
But
yeah.
the they had different stories that were in rotation at that time, that were
Mhm.
written by different people. Some written in common era time, like in our time. Uh, but there, a lot of them are just based off of oral traditions, right?
Yeah.
Um, and so there's like the story about Jesus, though, is the same as in the King James Bible. Like they don't have, right, like anything
Well,
too
the one that
different.
I have at home, the one that's always been in my family, it's been in my family for about 20 years. This particular Bible does not have the anything to have to do with all our members that Jesus left to go to Egypt. They skip on, start talking about some other stories, and then they come back and they say, "Oh, I call my son out of Egypt," and that's it. Then we start the book, and like, what? Wait, hold on. What happened? None of that's in there in my particular
I'm
version.
sorry, say that
Now,
again. Say that part again. Like,
when Jesus and Mary fled from Israel to go to Egypt, that is put into the particular Bible that I had, because I was curious about, they said that it's not in there. So I was like, okay, well, I have a King James version. I'm going to go and see if it's in there. And in my particular version, it is not in there.
are you saying the King James Bible does not say that Mary and Joseph went to Egypt during the time of Herod
No, I'm
to hide
absolutely
from
saying it
Herod?
does say that. I said that it doesn't have any of the story of between the time he was there to the and when he left. There's none of that in the King James version.
Uh-huh. And that you're saying that the Ethiopian Bible has stories of Jesus in Egyptian school learning.
Yeah. Well, even in the one that I have, they have pictures of him learning, but from what it looks like, even the pictures, and I'm just saying because it does have pictures in it. I was surprised how well this one was made. It has pictures in it where you see him learning in a school, but none of these people look or dress or
Wait,
anything like.
pictures?
Yeah, this one has pictures. It's super
No, I'm
nice.
saying wait, no, I'm not pictures like with art that someone
Art.
made would not be
Yeah.
considered scripture, right? Like
No,
you're
but it
like
does write a
it's
perception.
it
Pictures
doesn't.
create a
It
thousand
doesn't.
words.
That no, that does not mean that it's true. This is someone's inspiration, right?
Okay,
The only book in the Ethiopian Bible that I'm aware of that mentions Jesus in Egypt is the Book of Mary, I think, or the Infancy of Mary, or something like that. And it talks about him doing miracles, like the time where he in the
yeah, that we
King
was talking
James
about
Bible.
miracles.
I'm sorry, we're like we talking at the same time. The in the King James Bible where it talks about like he was in Egypt, he was doing miracles. He was in the temple preaching or teaching, and because Mary and Joseph accidentally left him, they forgot he wasn't with them and realized that they had gone a half day's journey and forgot their child and went back and got him, right, and he was there teaching or
Got
whatever.
it.
Like that same story is in the Ethiopian Bible.
He said he forgot him. Thought he was the child. Wait a minute. I thought he was the child of God. How you gonna leave him? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is that's a little dark humor. I'm sorry. Took him a half day's journey to figure out he wasn't there.
I don't understand what's funny because that's what the story says.
I know, but it's funny in context that this is supposed to be the child of God. How you leave him? How you leave him? How you don't know that he
You think
wasn't
she
with
knew he
y'all?
was the child of the story doesn't say she knew he was a child of God.
What do you mean? Didn't God come down and
That
well, one is wasn't she supposed to be
that
in a
she was gonna
sense
have a
pregnant?
child. It didn't say that this child was God in the flesh or anything like that. Like she didn't know that.
I mean, when you get pregnant out of nothing, I would think that a little bit. I think anybody might think that a little bit. Like if you just because the story that I heard was is that God comes down, he blesses Mary. Well, I'm sorry, not God. An angel comes down to bless Mary with a baby. Of course,
And says
she
that
wasn't
you're
supposed
what
to
about
have it
John the
because she's a
Baptist? John the Baptist was created with an angel telling Elizabeth that she was gonna have a baby and she had already stopped having her period.
yeah. No, I'm just saying in this point you
Right.
consider that a
So
miracle, right?
I didn't say it wasn't a miracle. I said she didn't know that she had given birth. The story says, the story doesn't say that she knew she had given birth to the Son of God or to God in the flesh. Like, I don't quite get the laughter.
Well,
The
let's put it
joke.
like this.
I don't.
Well, from what I was taught about is that what I was taught was that when he was born, three wise men came to give him gifts and to say he was the child of God. That's what they told her. Now, whether or not she believed it or not is on her, but they say that when he's born, he three wise men or three kings came to this child to give him offerings. So I don't know when people, kings and queens just coming up to you giving you stuff, but I'd love some too. And I would think that there's something definitely special about this child. Maybe you may not know exactly what's special, but you gonna at least think something special.
Yeah. What did the wise men say to Mary? Like, what is it? Are you getting this from the Ethiopian Bible, from the King? Where?
The King James. Now this has
Let's
been
see.
around forever.
The hold on. Let me see. In the time of King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judah, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem, asking, "Where is the child who has been born King of the Jews? For we observed his star in the east and have come to pay him homage." When King Herod heard this, he was frightened, and all Jerusalem with him. And calling together all the chief priests and scribes of the people, he inquired of them, "Where is the Messiah? Where the Messiah was to be born?" They told him, "In Bethlehem of Judah." So it has been. Thank you, baby. Ooh, it's hot. Thank you. In Bethlehem, then Herod secretly. Let's see. When they saw, when they had heard the king, they set out there ahead of them. Went the star that they had seen in the east until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw that the star had stopped, they were overwhelmed with joy. On entering the house, they saw the child with Mary, his mother, and they knelt down and paid him homage. And opening their treasure chest, they offered him gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream not to return to Herod, they left for their own country by another road. It doesn't say they told Mary that this was the Son of God or this was God in the flesh.
Okay. Well, what I mean is like she at least knew he was special. I mean, that much is true. Now, all the other stuff, yeah, that might be a little bit filibuster, but they did tell her that, hey, this child is special. Now, to leave your special child out in the middle of nowhere is kind of, and you don't know he with you is kind of funny. I mean,
To
most
leave any
people,
child,
yeah,
to forget any child, is not funny. It's horrendous. That any parent can go a half a day's journey and not realize that their child is with them. But
yeah, that's why
again,
it's dark
like
humor. I know some people would say
I don't quite
dark
get
humor
it.
isn't everybody's cup of tea.
I, d- I definitely didn't see the dark or the. I mean, I didn't see the humor at all. But what does this have to do with King James and the slavery, adding slavery in the Bible? I don't. We've gone all the way to Egypt and back, and still,
Yes,
I
yes.
don't. What does this have to do with King James adding slavery in the Bible?
Well, to me, right? Well, let me put it like this because I want to make this clear that this is nothing, this is my thoughts and my opinions. Nothing based off of anything that I've read. But to me, when I see everything that's kind of happening with everything going on with everything that I've learned from everything that's kind of all the negative, but like there's all the negative stuff that's transpired with Christianity, Jesus Christ, with the black community, it's caused more harm than good. And it's
No, I'm
caused
asking, like, are you just abandoning the claim that you made about King James adding slavery in the Bible so that Europeans would accept slavery just to enslave black people in America? Are you abandoning that now?
well, let me put it like this. I wouldn't say I'm abandoning it. I personally, when it comes down to, I would say this particular thing, I would say I'm a novice to it. You have way more uh, history. You've done way more research. You're way, obviously, you're 10 years older than me. You've had much more time to deep dive and really learn everything you need to learn. I'm not going to argue with you about something that, in my opinion, is just, it just makes sense to me. The timing just doesn't match up really good to me. And it doesn't make sense why, for all white people, just all of a sudden, just any people, just started to think that this crap was okay. To me, that has to fall into believing and believing things that aren't really true, because that's really what religion does, makes you believe things that aren't really real. So to me, it would make more sense that you would believe that for some reason that black people were inferior to you or whatever the case was, considering that if you go just a couple hundred years before all that, that was not the case, and that was not our relationship between whites and blacks. And for it to evolve into that, it took, number one, like I said, some convincing and some lying.
No,
And
but that isn't true at all. And history shows that. In the slavery, the concept of slavery is in fact in the Hebrew scriptures. The concept of slavery is within other cultures in the ancient Near East,
yeah,
is in
I'm
West
not
African.
disagreeing about
I'm sorry,
that.
hello.
Yeah, I'm
So I'm
not
sorry. I'm
disagreeing
sorry.
with you
You and
about
I cannot talk
slavery.
at the same time. We can't talk at the same time. It's in West Africa, right? There, slavery based off of ethnicity was a thing in ancient Israel. The ancient Israelites enslaved non-Israelites and held them as perpetual property. And in fact, the kingdom of Israel were the only ones who did that. In the ancient Near East, slavery was either um, debt slavery for a specific amount of time, and then the slave was released back to their family, or it was a it could be a lifetime until the person dies. if they didn't do the right things to rehabilitate themselves and work their way back up into society and other cultures. Israel was the only nation who didn't have a pathway back to freedom for non-Israelites once they were made chattel slaves. And that commandment, according to the Hebrew scriptures, was given to the Israelites by their God. And that is the laws, the scriptures that we see used, right, to justify slavery in North America as, West Africans are brought over to North America and began to be Christianized by their European slave masters. Then, as we move into the stories about Jesus, Jesus uses the concept of slavery in his teachings, and he never talks about it in a negative fashion to say that this is an abhorrent thing or that he does not condone it. I mean, does not he never condemns it. And then when you move into the Pauline teachings, you find instructions where Paul is speaking to those who are enslaved but are believers of Christ, telling them to be obedient slaves and to not fight back against their slave masters. If they get beaten for something they didn't do, they are to count it as joy. They are to be good slaves and do it for Christ because it is the will of Christ. And then we see Paul talking to slave masters on behalf of Jesus and saying to the slave masters, you do the same. Stop threatening your slaves because we are all one in Christ, right? He says to the enslaved, if you are a slave, don't think anything of it. If you were called to be a slave, so be it. But if you can get your freedom, good. If you get your freedom, use it, right, for Christ. But like slavery has existed, right, since like pre 3500 BCE. Like it was in the culture and the world at that time. So there would King James most definitely did not add slavery or chattel slavery in the scriptures to justify what was done in North America. But I think, teaching or spreading this type of information can be harmful to the black, even more harmful to the black community because one, they continue to worship, the God that our ancestors were indoctrinated into, um, while not being able to recognize that the same book that they hold dear as the word of their God is the same God that instructed and regulated the practice of slavery based off of discrimination. It's the same God that tells you to be a pacifist in the face of those that are oppressing you, those that are harming you, to, pray for those that are persecuting you. The same God that instructed a elite group of people to eat only the best of foods, wear only the best of clothes, but sell the unclean foods, the unhealthy foods to those that are not like you. And this is how you make your wealth. This is how you become profitable. And when we see the food deserts, we see, predominantly black cities not having clean water or any water, right? I was telling them earlier how I learned today that denim was predominantly clothes that only enslaved people could wear because they saw it as a fabric of inferiority, and white people were not allowed to wear denim. They could only wear linen and other fabrics because it showed superiority and cleanness and pureness. But denim was strictly for black people, right? And that shows, it goes back to where, in this book the God is saying you wear this, right? And you eat this, but you can sell or give it to the foreigners that live in your land, or you can sell it to foreigners because they are not my people, but you are my people, and you must be holy and you must look holy, right? And so it's harmful when we create these false narratives and say, oh, they put the discrimination in the Bible because they wanted to convince white people that a God said this. Because this God is good. This is our God, which I know that's you didn't say that last part, but literally the black community feels, the majority of them, because they come in here and say it all the time, that this God is the God of black people, right?
Hmm.
This is our God. How dare you say you don't believe in God? Or why are you telling black people not to believe in this God? And I've never told anybody they shouldn't believe in the God. But they feel me talking openly about why I don't believe in this God, right? About my deconstruction journey is me causing harm to the black community because I'm convincing them that the God that is our God and the God that is our God is not, and that I'm leading black people to hell, right? Instead of saying, hey,
Right.
read the book. Because literally that's all I ever, encourage in here is read the
Right.
book, study outside the book, right? Know exactly what it is that you are subscribing to. Know what beliefs you are adopting for yourself and you know for other people, like forcing on other people, because it most definitely is supremacy culture, right? Um, it's
What do you
a
mean by
book.
supremacy culture?
The God in this Bible and perpetuates supremacy culture. Like when you say that a God chose your group of people to be the
Hmm.
chosen humans on earth, and then all
Hmm.
other humans bow down to you, right? And it literally says those who do not bow down to Israel, right? um so when all these other humans don't bow down to you, and you can enslave them based on the fact that they are not you, right? You can't be enslaved because you're holy, you're chosen, you're set apart, but they can be enslaved. You can't eat unclean foods, but they can eat unclean foods, and you can sell them to them because they're dogs. Throw the unclean foods to the dogs, and it actually uses the word dogs, right? Don't bring me their money at my temple. Don't bring me the money of dogs, right? Like, and then Jesus, when he talks to the Canaanite woman and she asks him to heal her daughter, he says it's not fair for me to give the children's food to dogs. And the reason why he said that is because she was not an Israelite; she was a Gentile, right? It's no different than someone who thinks that their race is superior, like white supremacy, calling black people niggers.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? I think, in a sense, I think what I'm saying right now is what I'm trying to explain to you. I think I know it may not seem it to you, but to me, it seems like we have I guess, a similar point. But what I studied and where the angle I chose to take with the Bible has more to do with what happened before the Bible's construction. So about pre 2000 years. So what I
Which
constructed
is
from
what?
that,
Which is what?
paganism. Paganism, where you study Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Buddhism, all the ones that have been around, for Hinduism, all those that have been around before Christianity's inception.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the topic?
It has nothing to do with the topic. My angle and approach to how I see the Bible is has to do with that, is what I mean. Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the actual topic, but how my angle and how I perceive the Bible has is based on the information that I have gathered, which is before the Bible. I could never go toe to toe with you when it comes down to the Bible. I'm pretty sure you can run literally 20 laps around me when it comes down to the Bible, hands down. I won't even get off the starting line. The reason is because I do believe that our points are still quite similar.
Maybe our approach, like I said, is just different. You have the knowledge and the base behind it, but what you just said when you said, "Hey, they said that they're superior. Hey, they say that black people are dogs. Hey, they say these things."
I
That is
didn't say it said black people are dogs. I didn't say
well,
that.
I'm saying like I'm not. I know that's not exactly what you said, but what I'm saying is in that context of the inferiority was with something that
It was
white
saying
people.
anyone who is not an Israelite. That included Europeans. Anyone who was not an Israelite was considered a dog until this Jesus came, right?
Mhm.
He chooses Paul, who is in Rome, who starts indoctrinating or, introducing this Christ to European Christians, right, in Rome. And then they
Okay.
spread it throughout Europe, right? And then the Europeans become the chosen. They say that they are the new chosen because of the old covenant versus the new covenant. But prior to the inception of Christianity in Israel, anyone who was a non-Israelite was considered a dog, no matter, because race wasn't a thing back then. It was
No, that's not true.
nationality,
That's
race.
not true.
Nobody was calling anybody black or white back then. There was no black or white. It was ethnicity. It was nationality. You were either Israelite, you were either Roman, you were either Greek, you were either Assyrian. There was
Hmm.
no black or white back then.
Are you okay? Like in the times of the Bible, is there? Is I just want to
in
make sure that we're.
antiquity in antiquity their identification markers were not, oh, he's a black man, right, or
Oh,
he's a
you mean
white
like when you look
man.
at like the physical, like when you look at somebody like physical traits? Is that what you mean, like
No, the
physical traits, or?
identity, the classification, that they were not classified by race, they were classified by nationality
Hmm.
and ethnicity, not by race.
That doesn't quite make sense because if that's the case, like in a sense, because let me put it like why it doesn't make sense to me because you really can't tell if somebody's a Roman or a Greek or even just a normal European without attire or at least some
What?
sort of facial features. There
No,
has to be some,
what?
yeah.
That, that doesn't even make any sense what you just said. Like Roman, they were Roman if they were a citizen of Rome.
But what if they were outside
But
of Rome?
then they were whoever they were, like wherever they were from. They identified where they were from, their place of birth. They didn't
Yeah.
identify by a black person. Like like Africa, right, has different countries, has 54 countries, right?
Hmm.
But people identify as Nigerian, right? They don't just say, "Oh, I'm African," right? They say, "I'm Nigerian," but we see that they're black,
Yeah.
right? But they identify as Nigerian or Congolese, right? Or
Or Igbo.
Kenyan. Does that make sense? So when someone is born in Rome, they are a Roman.
No, I think that's where you're kind of, I understand that if somebody's born in Rome and he's in Rome, he's going to classify himself as a Roman. No, I'm not, that's not, no, of course, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm saying when you move outside of these areas and people travel, because traveling isn't new, people have traveled and you go outside of those places, how will you be able to tell who someone is besides in the area that you're in? So let's just say a European traveled, or let's just say a Roman traveled to Egypt or traveled to Arab, would he would say, yes, he's a Roman. But if he didn't have any attire and he decided to switch, that European decided to switch his attire to uh, more like an Arabic kind of attire, would anybody be able to really tell if he was a European or not? That's
What
what I'm
does that
saying.
have to do with classifying as a race?
Because you said
That
that race wasn't a thing.
they didn't, there was no such thing as race. They didn't classify themselves by black or white.
Yeah, of course. Of course that is a completely new concept. Black and
So
white
what are we
is completely
discussing
new
right now?
concept.
You said that's not true.
Yeah, you said that it. I said that there always was, like you said, classifications, but not more, I would say more broader terms, probably, yeah, but they were still classifications even for
I
people
didn't
who
say
didn't
there
have
were
different.
no classifications. I
You
said
said
they
that the
did
people by
not
the way they were
classify
born.
themselves by race. Discrimination was by nationality or ethnicity, not race. You could have been a dark skinned Israelite and you would have been an Israelite.
Yeah,
So what are we talking about right now?
that's what you like. Well, to me, what it sounded like you said is that you couldn't classify someone by race.
I did not say that though.
I know, but that's kind of how to me it just kind of
That's
sounded
the,
like you
but
were
I didn't
saying.
say that.
Okay,
I
you
said
didn't
there
say it.
was no classification of race. The classification of race did not exist back then.
Okay.
I, yeah, like I don't understand the purpose of going back and forth on that. And like we've kind of gotten so far away, right, from the
Mhm.
topic. And I think like it's I don't know if facts make matter to you when you are researching and like you said that you are a deconstructor. I don't know if that means that you hold lives and you help people deconstruct and all of that. When you are having these conversations and you're sharing the information that you're researching, like, does it matter to you that the information that you are sharing is factual?
Of course. Which is why when I say when I believe some when like because belief is not really a fact. When you say when I have a fact about something, if I know it's a fact, I'm gonna say this is what I've heard, this is what I've seen, this is what I've read. When I say I have an opinion, I will say this is how what I believe, this is what my opinion is, this is how I see and how I've interpreted what I see. Because everybody's gonna have the same interpretation
But you
of
didn't do
because this is why
that.
we have huh?
But you haven't done that yet during this entire conversation. You
Well,
haven't you haven't used the words "this is just my opinion" or
yes I
"this is
have.
what I see." When
I did it back when I was trying to, like I said, explain how I said how what I believe about, um, like I said, with the slavery situation.
did you
When
not say that you had credible resources?
about the slavery thing, well, you
Yes.
said that the person that I consider a credible resource is not a credible resource to you, so
But you
there was
said
really
that
nothing else
after.
to
Did you
consider
say it
that.
before? I'm sorry. Did you didn't say that before you made that statement. It was only after I asked for the credible resource, correct?
Correct.
Right. So when you say that, when I say something, I'll say, well, this is just my opinion. You stated it as a fact. I asked if you had resources to back it up. You said yes, right? Then when you stated your resource, um, actually, I don't even think you stated a resource. You just started talking about Billy Carson, and
Yeah, but
but you didn't say Billy Carson said this, right?
no, I did not say
Exactly. So
that.
you didn't state a resource that supported the claim that you made, and then you
Yes.
said, "Well, this is just my opinion."
Yes,
Right. So
because
that's
if you're
not
not
that's
going to believe
hold on,
the
hold on. Right. So saying it's just my opinion after I ask for a resource is not you being intellectually honest and saying, well, I'm going this what I'm about to say is just my opinion, so don't take it as fact, right? Because I think I had to ask, are you saying this because this is what you just feel, or do you have a resource for this, right? Like I asked that question specifically, and the reason why I'm asking, I don't think I know it all. I definitely don't. But when someone shares information with me, I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to research it for myself so
Mhm.
that I can either accept or reject the information that's being shared with me. And I expect people to do the same thing. The things that I say in here, I don't want anybody to take my word for shit. That's why I try my best to provide resources for the claims that I make,
Yeah.
right? So
I'm
people can
just
go and
it's just
research
that
for
when
themselves.
you said it was incredible, I don't let me put it like this.
What resource did you give me that I said was incredible?
You didn't. You didn't you I didn't give you one
So
because
why are you saying I said something was incredible then if you didn't give me a resource?
Well, I kind of did in my own way to kind of just see if that was even going to be something that we could even go back and forth and discuss, which was the Billy Carson comment. That was my way of seeing if it was to you. And since it wasn't, there was no point in going back and forth over something that at the end of the day, you don't agree is credible. I may do. And it's already a disagreement as it is. So I just moved on to the next thing. I'm just not in the business of arguing what's fact and what's fiction because at the end of the day, a lot of things can sound like facts today and it could be 100% facts that people believe that 100 years ago certain things were true. We've debunked those things now. I don't see a reason to go back and forth over things like that. If we
So
can't
then the
agree on
answer
that,
to
we
my
just won't.
question is that you don't care if what you're saying is factual. Because saying that I'm not in the business of going
No,
back
that's
and
not
forth,
what I said.
like
I said that I'm just
hold
not
on,
going to go back and forth with you.
right?
That's
So
what I
that
said.
means that you don't. That means that you don't prioritize factual information. When you say I'm not in the business of going back and forth to see if something is factual or not, you're saying I don't prioritize facts. Like that's not the important thing, right?
No,
Because that's
no.
how you reason, right? That's how you
No,
get to the
I don't
truth.
think you realize I didn't want to do that. Whatever I felt like that to me in that moment, it just wasn't important enough to go into
That's why I
deeper.
said that's what prioritization means. You saying
No,
it's
not
not
it's not about
important.
prioritizing. I think it's
Uh,
like I said, I think you're
what?
just not it's not what I mean by prioritizing. I mean, well, I guess you can say yes, it is about prioritizing. I just didn't feel the need that in that moment that was a priority, but it wasn't about the fact, it was just the actual argument. I just didn't want to go to have that be the priority of us going back and forth about that when at the end of the day it's like you said, things are what they are. And like I said, you know way more about the Bible when it comes down to that. So I left that alone because at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure whatever I tell you, you're going to find some information, some facts to the contrary of what I'm saying. So
That's
I
why
just
I
didn't.
asked the question if facts matter before you say a thing, right? And it's
Yes,
not
facts do
about
matter.
arguing. First off, I'm not arguing with you, right? I'm disagreeing with you and
Okay.
I'm discussing with you. And
Hmm.
so like when people disagree with you, right, in a discussion, constituting that or classifying that as an argument and saying it's not important at the time, right? Is basically letting me know that facts aren't important to you when you make a claim, especially if you are helping people deconstruct. That's why I asked that question, right? Like saying saying things like what you said about the King James thing without being able to back it up can be harmful and add more confusion, right? More misinformation to a community that is already severely undereducated about the God that they have been indoctrinated into, right? Already severely undereducated about their own history.
Hmm.
It just adds to the confusion, right? And it's okay to disagree, right? That's how we get to truth. That's how we get to common ideas, right? We
Hmm.
have to be able to have these conversations and reason with each other, right? So like, don't approach these conversations and push back from them as an argument. We should want our thoughts to be challenged so that we know we can even test ourselves on like, are we understanding this correctly? Um, do we have the right information, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
Yeah, like I don't know, but I appreciate you for coming up. Okay,
Okay. Have a good night.
you too. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 or up. 25 and up. Sincere, sincere. Are you there? Okay. Selena, can you help me out? Are the people in the box, are they nerds? I think Ring My Jezebel is.
Let me see. Oh, we have Miss Monique. Yeah, Ring My Jezebel is John Chapman just says fan, and I cannot click the other. Oh, never mind. There it goes. And Miss Monique is not.
Ring My Jezebel, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Miss Monique? Hello, Miss Monique. All right. Okay, y'all. It is 740 people on TikTok and another 137 on YouTube. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I think Jezebel requested on accident. John Chapman. Hello, John Chapman. Okay, not there. All right, y'all. There's 900 people watching the live right now, so the numbers keep going up, but the guest box keep getting dry. It's 4 a.m. in Central Standard Time, 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific. Marco? Marco, are you there? 11 a.m. in South Africa. 11 a.m. in the Netherlands. Come on, y'all. It is too quiet in here for damn near 1,000 people to be watching this stream.
All right. Somebody came up on Mama Bash's thing last night, and he was talking about the hidden gospel of Thomas. So we thought he was talking about the infancy of Thomas, but he was like, no, that like he was being nasty, but he said the gospel of Thomas is 114 sayings or quotes from Jesus. I was reading through them last night. They are so disjointed and so I don't even I don't even
That's
understand what the
actually the only
significance.
gospel that I fuck with.
The
Now,
gospel of Thomas.
yeah, Jesus is still misogynistic and a nutcase in that one, but
I was like,
the Gospel of Thomas is the only one that I fuck with.
so the one where it's just them listing these quotes.
That's all the Gospel of Thomas is. A lot of some scholars say that some of the stories written about Jesus was pulled from the Gospel of Thomas.
I'm trying to find the one that I was laughing at last night because I was like, what was he saying? Oh, he said it's something about a lion and a man. Hold on.
James Bond, you was up here once already, and I tried to, like, get you to qualify for the conversation, and you didn't qualify for the conversation. Are you saying that you qualify now? Okay, let me see. All right. Are
I,
you?
can you hear me? I hope
Yeah, I
to
can hear you.
qualify. Yeah, yeah. Please again reiterate what is the qualification?
Yeah, a believer in the God that we are discussing, which is the God of the Bible,
Yes,
someone in active deconstructing, thinking about deconstructing, or an atheist.
I believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay, give me just a second. Do that. What's the goal to get the comments back? Y'all know I be freaking the fuck out when y'all turn these comments off.
Right.
What's the goal? Do that. Hold
Me?
on for no, not you. Hold on for a second. 250K, y'all. We get the comments back. What are we at? I can't see.
224, almost 225.
224. Okay, 250K, and we get the comments back. Please hurry up and come back. um, all right. So the topics that I have for believers is either the one on the prompt, or I would like to talk to believers about the the time period when Adam and Eve left the garden, right? Like they're kicked out of the garden. Now they're building their life outside of the garden. Humanity has now been corrupted. Like they're now sinful inherently. They start having children. Up until Cain and Abel take the offering to their God, it seems like sin is in remission. And I know Christianity teaches that there is no remission for sin unless there is the shedding of blood. But it seems like during this time, sin would be in remission because there is no law for the four humans on earth to sin against. And sin is a transgression against the divine law of God. Up until this point, the humans were only given one command, and that was don't eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. They had already done that, so they had already disobeyed that law and suffered the consequences of that. So I don't necessarily see or know of any sins that they could commit without a law. And Satan was on earth in Christian teachings. Satan was on earth and he wanted to destroy God's creation. To me, if Satan is this dangerous, evil entity, he could have destroyed the God's creation when it was just two of them. Like he could have convinced Eve to kill Adam, right? Or he could have convinced Adam to kill Eve, and that would have destroyed the creation because they wouldn't have been able to procreate. And so we don't see the reactivation of the effects of this sinful nature until jealousy is incited in Cain, when the God accepted Abel's offering over Cain's, and then we get murder. And so that wasn't even, the devil didn't even do that by himself, or Satan didn't do that by himself, right? The God was a part of that. So I don't quite understand how there's no remission of sin unless there's a shed of blood, when we kind of see it there. So like my question is, what what how could they have sinned during this time period, and what was Satan doing if he's so bad, right? If it's Satan's fault and all of this, like what was he doing during that time period? So that's the two topics, that and the one on the prompt. Which one do you want to discuss?
Please don't kick me off. I will do my best. Um, if we're talking about original sin, it's going to take me a minute. My thoughts were more about like my life today, but I can try to hang with you on original sin with Adam and Eve. I struggle with the concept of what the serpent meant in the garden. I struggle with the concept of why Eve is more to blame than Adam. And menstruation, so many things are alleged to have come from that event, the eating of the forbidden fruit. So I that's way back there for me. I'm just like, I got to get up in 2 hours and I'm already awake. So it's, please don't kick me off the live because I'm interested in listening.
But you can listen from the comments. You don't have to be on stage to
Okay. So
listen.
what do you want me to say?
There's nothing that I want you to say, right? Like if you don't have anything to
I
add to
do
what we
have,
are
I do have
discussing,
things
you
to add.
don't. You don't. So let me. I know y'all have heard me talk to several different guests about what's going on in their life, but they have the permission to come up and talk to me about that. Everybody does not. I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
talk to
Yes,
everybody.
ma'am.
I'm
No,
sorry. Hello?
I
Hello?
respect that.
Hello? Yeah. This is not just for you. I'm talking to everybody right now. Y'all might see me talk to people about what's going on in their deconstruction journey, right? Something that they're dealing with. Those people have permission to come up and talk to me about that. Everybody don't have that permission. So if you don't have that permission, when you come on stage, you either have to be someone who is a believer in the God of the Bible, someone who is deconstructing their belief or thinking about it, or an atheist. And you must stick to the topics we are discussing. And we have two options today. That is the topic regarding Adam and Eve that I have, or the topic on the prompt of Jesus Christ being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And so it sounds like to me when you say that you just want to listen, that you can do that from the comments. You don't have to come on stage to listen. I don't even allow people to come on stage just to listen.
Yes, ma'am. So I will try once more, and then you can kick me off. I didn't understand your terms. Deconstructing means, the experiences I had. So I will abide by, to the best of my ability, to your conversation.
Yeah, deconstructing means that you are questioning your belief system.
Yes.
Okay. And you're asking yourself, is this true? Is it harmful? Is it helpful? You're researching, um, accepting information, rejecting information. You either do away with the belief system altogether, or you reconstruct it into a more healthier belief.
So I did away with it. I grew up in a Christian school, and I've read the Bible multiple times. I am able to speak with you about the Gospels. When my fiance was unalived, and then,
Hold on, because I don't want you to go into your personal story. Okay.
yeah, okay,
Yeah, you don't have permission to do that.
okay.
The two topics that you can talk about are going to be the prompt or the Adam and Eve topic.
Deconstructing for me is,
Not deconstructed. The topic isn't deconstructing. Deconstructing is something that you do. It's a process that you go through, right? If you are deconstructing, you can talk to me about the prompt, share your thoughts on the prompt, or the Adam and Eve topic.
okay.
If you don't have anything to add to these
I do
conversations,
have
that's okay.
things to add. If I may just listen a moment, and then I will be better
I'm
prepared
going to
to
move you to
speak.
the comments so that you can listen. Come back when you have something to add, okay?
I do have something to add, but
You
thank you.
don't. All right.
Dude, what?
Mind you, that's the second time he's come up.
No, I heard him. I heard him the first time. Like, sir, you didn't know.
Mo,
Hey, hey there. You can hear
hi,
me?
how are you? Yes.
Hey, great.
How old are you?
I made 33 this year.
Okay, thank you. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Oh, a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. There are two topics that you can choose from. I don't know if you heard that. The second topic with Adam and Eve. Did you hear that explanation, or do I need to explain the second
You
topic
can
again?
give me a explanation of the second
So
topic.
the second topic is regarding sin and Satan after Adam and Eve are kicked out of the garden. They're raising their children right before they take the offerings to their God, and we see sin again. through the murder of Abel. But in between that time, it does appear that sin is in remission. And Christianity teaches that there is no remission of sin without the shedding of blood. But Adam and Eve could not sin during that time according to what sin is. Sin is the transgression of the divine law. They could only be in a sinful state, like where, sin is in remission. There was no law at that time for them to sin against. They had been given one command: don't eat from the tree. They had already done that. So I don't necessarily see that sinful is just, you know, detrimental to mankind unless there's like millions of humans on earth. Um, and then Satan is on earth at this time. Christians say that Satan wants to destroy, this God's creation. He had the perfect opportunity to do so when they were outside of the garden, outside of this God's presence. He could have convinced one of them to kill the other, and then the creation would have been done. But we don't see Satan doing that. And so my question regarding this is, what was sin and Satan doing during this time if they're so detrimental to mankind?
What is sin doing to mankind? Is that you said that's your question?
During that time frame.
Uh, I opened my Bible just now, Genesis. I mean, when the fall happened, everything was thrown into chaos, and so sin abounded in all things. Um, we see from the Bible, even in animals and in all of humanity, so to speak. So I don't think that sin was in remission, like you say. I'm not even sure what that means. If you can explain what does it mean for sin to be in remission?
Like, have you ever heard someone's illness to be in remission? Like the
Yeah.
illness is
Yes.
present, but it's not.
Like dormant,
Yeah,
right?
right. It's not
I
having an effect on the body.
Oh, well, I don't see any signs of sin being in remission anywhere in from the first sin till I mean the end of the Bible. I don't
I
see
didn't say
where.
the end of the Bible.
Oh,
I, s-
just like at that
I
moment
s- no,
until
no, no.
Cain,
Right
maybe.
when they get kicked out of the garden, right,
Okay.
and then right before Cain and Abel go take the offerings up to your God, Adam and Eve are living outside of the garden. They start having children. These children become toddlers. They become adolescents. They become teenagers, and then they become young adults. During that time, sin does appear to be in remission.
I don't. I'll say I don't see that. I think that sometimes you can make a point from silence. So it sounds like you're at least what I'm hearing sounds like you're writing in the idea that sin is in remission.
How am I
Yeah,
writing it in when all I'm doing is asking a question? You didn't hear me make a claim saying that sin was in remission. I'm asking a question
oh,
based
you
off
asking
of
that sin?
logical
Okay.
analysis.
Oh, you asked me. Okay, so no, I'll say from my point of view, sin isn't in remission at that time.
Yeah, you got to explain why.
Okay. Why isn't sin remission? I mean, the very point that Cain and Abel has to still give things up to God, that will show that if they're giving something to God and to, I guess, to be cleansed to some degree, like what they did with the Levites in Israel, then that would point to sin not being in remission. Or I would even say that because Cain, when he unalives his brother, Cain mentions that other people are going to unalive him. Um,
You can
and
say
then
kill in here.
oh
You
we
can say
oh okay, I
kill,
didn't know we can say
murder. Yeah.
okay,
Just don't
okay, I
say
thought that was a
the.
me.
Yeah, just don't say the grape word
Okay,
or
oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought
yeah,
TikTok.
like yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, so yeah. Cain mentions other people that they're going to kill him, and God puts the mark on him and say that no one can kill Cain. Um, so I just yeah, I'll say just the fact that they have to bring up sacrifices would point to sin not being in remission.
See, the issue with that is that the offerings they took to this God were not sacrificial offerings, and they were not offerings for sin. The Hebrew word used there is mincha, and we see this type of offering discussed within the law, and these are tribute offerings, offerings of thanksgiving. Um, the sin offerings were ola, asham, and I can't say this last one, uh,
Hmm.
shalomim. They were; these are the sin offerings.
Okay.
Mincha is a I'm sorry, the shalomim was the peace offering. Mincha is the tribute offering. But also there was no law at that time, right? What
Well,
sins I'm sorry,
okay, my bad.
what sins or what law would they be transgressing in order for it to be a sin? Because what I noticed, like uh one, the Bible says that sin is the transgression of the divine law. And then it says, where there is no law, there is no sin, right? And when the law came, sin abounded, right? Um, so I don't understand what sins they could have committed. And then I think a
Right.
lot of people think that this God prioritizes being good, like being a good person. But from
Hmm.
what I have studied, the God prioritizes being an obedient person, like being obedient to Him. And
Right.
so I
Yeah.
don't see any other commands that the God had given to Adam and Eve when they left the garden
Okay.
for them to
Okay.
be sinful. Does that make
I see.
sense?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. So first, I'll say that it seems that after the fall, because God said to Adam and Eve that if you eat of this fruit, you shall surely die. And so the fact that they're now under there is we're said to be under sin. So we have a body of sin. So I would say that just being inside the flesh in the physical form is sin abounding in itself. So the very remission of the sin cannot disappear because our body itself, according to the Bible, is sin. We see people like Paul. We see Paul talking about his physical flesh, his body, being opposed to the spirit of God that is that's within him. So so our very physical selves, according to the Bible, is underneath the
Yeah,
law,
which
and
is
so it's
oh, I'm sorry.
sinful. My bad. Yeah. So it's I'll say that point is maybe that points to us being just inside of sin itself, underneath the law.
Yeah, but that's why I say it's in remission, right? I
Hmm.
acknowledge that they were in sinful flesh, that they were
Okay.
corrupted,
Oh,
right?
but
That the
yeah.
sin is there, but it's not active. It's not doing anything because there is no law. Like they can't commit sin where there is no
Oh, okay.
law.
I see. So that's the other thing. I'll add to that is that if you're the way I see it, if your physical self is in the fall, is in sin, then that itself it can't in terms, at least from what I see, you can't be in remission and also be in the physical sin itself. But also, I guess I'll make up.
Yes, you
I
can.
point.
That's like saying a person can't have sickle cell, uh, and it be in remission, or can't have cancer and it be in remission.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. I'll say that's like saying if a person's, let's say a person's body, their whole body. My sister has sickle cell. I don't know completely how it works. I think it's like your blood cells is like half blood cells or something like that. But um, the way like that's like saying a person's whole body is sickle cell.
No,
You
that's
know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
the disease is there,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a
Mm-hmm.
part of their body, but it's not affecting their body because it's in remission.
Ah, okay. I see what you're
The
saying. So
sin is a part
yeah.
of your body, but it's not affecting the humans because it's in remission. Like
Oh, okay. I
it's
see what
saying
you're
like
saying.
it's saying that Adam and Eve are
Mm-hmm.
sinful, right? And this
Yeah.
sin, like they're able to live a peaceful life while being these sinful humans, right? With a
Mm-hmm.
devil on earth. I'm trying to understand that. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah. So I guess to that point, I would say that I don't think that you can physically be in sinful flesh and not be affected by the sin.
so
So
how were they affected is my question. How were they sinning?
how were
What were
there's
they
I mean just
doing that
just being.
constituted a sin? So just living is sinful?
Well, Jesus points to that in the New Testament where he says things like if you're even angry at your brother in your heart without a cause, then you can be under judgment of murder. Or so basically pointing to the idea that in our very selves lies this sin that needs to be
You're on mute. I don't know if you're talking to us or if you got a phone call.
oh my my little battery came on my phone cut out.
Oh,
My
okay.
my bad. So I'm trying to see where my point was. Yeah, so y- did you hear me when I said about Jesus
No.
saying about
Oh,
the
the
okay,
hate your brother.
the hate your
Yeah.
yeah. So
Hmm.
that was pointing into the direction that that even in our minds and our hearts we can sin. Um and so the I'm trying to remember go back to my point. So yeah, so the law thing. So I think you saying that there was no law is arguing from a place of silence because we don't know what law God has specifically had for Adam and Eve and Cain and
That's why I
Abel, but
said
we
it
can.
precedes like there's no law, right? Like it exactly. Like it seems
Well, I
like,
don't think that
right?
there is never no law that's on that we don't see a time on earth on any humans that there is no law.
Yes, we do.
Oh, where?
Like there were pre Coda Ur Namu, right? One of the oldest legal codes on earth is the Code of Ur Namu, and that's around 2100 BCE. I'm sorry, 25 maybe BCE. Prior
Can
to
you
that, there were no
explain to
legal
me what that
codes.
is?
It's a law that governed a nation in Babylon. That's one of the oldest legal codes uh, that we have in history,
Hmm.
and that's around
So
2500 BCE. And humans existed prior to that.
oh, okay. I see you saying that because that's the oldest law that's recorded. Before that, there was no law. Is that what you're saying?
You're saying that we don't ever see a time in history where there was no law, and I'm
Yeah.
saying we do,
Where?
right? Prior to the code of Ur-Nammu, during the Neolithic periods, right? When during
And
the
how long
hunter
ago was that?
gatherers. What does it matter how long ago the hunter gatherer period?
Oh, I guess I'm just trying. I'm trying to get clarity of when are you saying
Pre
that there was
pre
no law?
pre 2500 BCE. like during the
There
Neolithic
was,
periods, right? Like that
yeah.
when there were hunter gatherers, when there were no
Oh, okay.
legal
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because it
like
was, are you saying, if I'm getting this right, are you saying that because there was no we don't have any written language or physical law, then there was no law at that time? Is that
you
what you're
made the
saying?
statement that there is never a point in time in history
Hmm.
where we see that humans did not have a law, and I said yes, we do, right?
Okay.
We can see that during the hunter gatherer time, there were no governments set up. There were no legal systems set up, right? Kingdoms set up. So we do see that people govern themselves, right?
But isn't, even if a person, even if people govern themselves, isn't that a form of law?
No.
That's,
Like
it's
let
not?
me ask you a question. Like what do you think the law of your God is? Like the law of Moses when he gave them
Hmm.
that law. Like what do you
Yes.
think that is? Like do you
That
think that
the moral
like
law, the Ten
it's
Commandments,
not, no,
right? Is that what
it's
you're
the
saying?
law that governed the land of Israel. Like
Yeah.
America has laws, right? Your
Right.
Europe has laws. Africa
Right.
has laws, right? It's the law that governed the nation of Israel, right? The
Right.
God was both the government and the religious system. So it isn't just about morals, right? That the
Okay.
Mosaic
Okay.
law covered
Yeah.
everything. That's why there were
Right.
613 laws.
Okay. I'm trying to go back to like our original thing we were talking about. The You were making a
You
point
made
that
a statement that Jesus talked about if you hate your brother in your heart,
then
that's just like murder. And you're saying
yeah,
that Adam and Eve
had a law.
had a law that said that,
No, no, I'm saying that there was all I say that there was always laws on human beings.
but there
Eh,
wasn't. There wasn't. And we see the only command your God gave Adam and Eve was don't eat from the tree. Like we don't see your God give Adam any law that says your wife is has to listen to everything that you say,
Right.
right? Or don't have sex with your wife when she doesn't want to. Her body is hers and your body is yours. Or your wife has to have sex whenever you want to. Her body is yours and your body, like you don't see any of those laws that we see
That
later on.
right. True. Yeah.
And
So
we also don't see your God giving them the laws that explains to them how to even get forgiveness for the sin they committed.
right. True. Well, that's the thing. So I said a lot of the Bible is from points of silence. So to say that they had no law, Adam and Eve, is just to say that I don't see it, so therefore it doesn't exist, which isn't a true claim. It's
Which is
a
why I asked,
assumption.
what sins could they have been committing for them to
Well,
be sinners, for them to need repentance? What sins were they committing? There were four people on earth. What sins could they have possibly been committing?
so this makes me think of Sodom and Gomorrah, and when God came down to judge them. So I hope, I wish I can go to the scripture, but
You can
basically
go to
Sodom.
the scripture. What's the
Yeah.
scripture?
I'm trying to remember what was Sodom and Gomorrah, but basically Sodom and
No, what
Gomorrah.
scripture are you asking me to pull up? The which
Oh,
one?
it's just the whole story of Sodom and Gomorrah,
Genesis
where it,
19?
I believe that's where it is. Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
see. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Um.
What about it?
Yeah. So basically, how this the question is, how can God judge Sodom and Gomorrah if they don't have a law?
He didn't judge them based off of a law.
But He did.
No, he didn't.
He didn't. Let me see. Sodom and Gomorrah 19. I'm trying to see where I read that it said that Sodom and Gomorrah went against the law that was placed in the law of their conscience.
What law?
So that's the law of their conscience.
Where does it say
Uh,
that?
Let me see if I can. I might have to pull up the phone because I'm not about to read all through all the whole thing. But yeah, let me find it. But there's something that says that God judges them by the law of their conscience, because He did not give them a physical law.
No,
So
what
how
you're
can
thinking
He?
about is Paul saying the Gentiles are not governed by the law of Moses. They are a law unto themselves, which their conscience governs them. That's what Paul
Okay,
said
let me
about
see.
Gentiles.
Well, I'm talking Sodom and Gomorrah, but I see what
It
you're
doesn't
saying.
say that about Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Uh, Sodom. My bad. It got quiet for a second. I don't want to waste
I
too
mean,
much of
I
your
don't
time.
mind reading it. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You can read it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'll be
It
looking.
says, the two angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. He said, please, my lords, turn aside to your servant's house and spend the night and wash your feet. Then you can rise early and go on your way. They said, no, we will spend the night in the square. But he urged them strongly, so they turned aside to him and entered his house, and he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man, surrounded the house, and they called to Lot, where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we may know them. Lot went out of the door to the men, shut the door after him, and said, I beg you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Look, I have two daughters who have not known a man. Let me bring them out to you, and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof. But they replied, stand back. And they said, this fellow came here as an alien, and he would play the judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. Then they pressed hard against the man Lot and came near the door to break it down. But the men inside reached out their hands and brought Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck with blindness the men who were at the door of the house, both small and great, so that they were unable to find the door. Then the men said to Lot, have you anyone else here, son in law, sons, daughters, or anyone you have in the city? Bring them out of the place, for we are about to destroy this place, because the outcry against its people has become great before the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and said to his sons in law, who were to marry his daughters, up, get out of this place, for the Lord is about to destroy the city. But he seemed to his sons in laws to be jesting. I wonder what his son in laws thought when he was giving his wives to the men to grape.
Right.
Well, they were probably okay with it though, because they didn't respect women no way. When morning dawned, the angels urged Lot, saying, get up, take your wife and your two daughters who are here, or else you will be consumed in the punishment of the city. But he lingered, so the men seized him and his wife and his two daughters by the hand, the Lord being merciful to him, and they brought him out and left him outside the city. When they had brought them outside, they said, flee for your life. Do not look back or stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the hills, or else you will be consumed. And Lot said to them, oh no, my lords, your servant has found favor with you, and you have shown me great kindness in the saving my life. But I cannot flee to the hills for fear the disaster will overtake me and I die. Look, that city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my life will be saved. He said to him, very well, I grant you this favor too, and will not overthrow the city of which you have spoken. Looks like there's a genie there, don't you say? Don't you think, Selena? I grant you this
Yep.
wish. Hurry,
Mm-hmm.
escape there, for I can do nothing until you arrive there. Therefore, the city was called Zor. The sun had risen on the earth when Lot came to Zor. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of the heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities and what grew on the ground. But Lot's wife behind him looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord, And he looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah and toward all the land of the plain and saw the smoke of the land going up like the smoke of a furnace. So it was that God destroyed the cities of the plain. God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had settled. Yeah. Do you want to read about the Ammonites and the Moabites, or do you have everything you need about Sodom?
Oh no, yeah, no, that's good. Right there. Um, let me see. Yeah. So God went to Sodom and Gomorrah and destroyed the cities because of the cry of sin. So I mean, the question is to be asked.
It doesn't say the outcry of sin.
Oh, what is it? The outcry of the people? What
Yeah.
on? Yeah. So the outcry of the people shows that there are inhumane things happening there. But if they
What
if
inhumane things? What did he say they were though?
to did it ever say what they
Mm-hmm.
exactly did?
It does in the other parts of the Bible.
Okay. Oh, because yeah, I'm as you were saying, I'm looking it up. And they mention it in other parts of the Bible also. For when Gentiles do not have the law by nature, right? They are law to themselves. Okay, yeah, I see what part you used to talk about in Romans. This relates back to what you were saying.
Yeah, but
Um,
that's not about Sodom and Gomorrah.
but it it's towards one second, my bad. I feel like I'm being a little disjointed by jumping to these different scriptures. But oh, okay, yeah. Romans 2:14, for when Gentiles who do not believe the law by nature do what the law requires, they are a law to themselves, even though they do not have the law. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is that when humans do evil, that um habitually comes from just being in the state of sin or the under sin in the flesh, then a law is there in the conscious or just the being, the state of being that the human being, us, we will eventually sin because we are imperfect. So if we are imperfect, at least this is from the standard of the Bible, if we're perfect, then we're bound to sin. And when sin happens, there has to be a reflecting law against it.
Do you
So,
know what law Paul was referring to when he said that Gentiles do what is required of the law?
um, I believe that's a law of conscience because if they don't have a law
No,
from
what
God, then
law?
it,
No, when he said
yeah,
that Gentiles already do what is required of the law, what was he referring to?
in Romans, right?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
what was
talking
he
about?
saying? What were they? What was the requirement they were already fulfilling of the law? What was he saying it was?
Let me see. If I remember, this was Gentiles that were Christian. I want to say, right?
Nope, he
Is
was
that
just
right?
saying Gentiles. Period. Gentiles already do what the law requires. Which law was he talking about that he was saying they were
One
fulfilling?
one second. Romans 1. Why is my phone taking me everywhere? Can you can if you know you can tell me and I'll see if I can go to it. But you can let me know what you believe it was. Romans Romans 2,
Uh,
14, 16,
says, "Oh no one." Romans 13. "Oh no
13.
one anything except to love one another, for the one who loves another has fulfilled the law." The commandments: you shall not commit adultery, you shall not murder, you shall not steal, you shall not covet, and any other commandment are summed up in this word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Love does no wrong to a neighbor, therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law.
Amen.
That is the law that Paul was saying Gentiles were already fulfilling. because of their conscience.
Well, amen to that. I can't argue with that specifically.
So let's go
I
back to
believe I
Adam
believe
and
that
Eve.
I
Okay.
believe that's true.
All right. So let's go back to Sodom and Gomorrah and Adam and Eve.
Okay.
What what law are you saying that the Sodomites and the Gomorrites, that's what they're called? What were they breaking? Like you said their sin was their cries.
Well, I think the outcries were just is a symptom of the sin that they were doing.
What sin?
Well,
What sin
that's
were they
and that's
doing?
that goes to the point I was making earlier that when you're in a body of flesh and sin, you are bound to sin.
What are the sins?
Uh, well, I mean, it doesn't say specifically what Adam and Eve were doing at that
It
time.
doesn't
And
say that the Sodom and Gomorrah was sinning either, but you are adding that. So
oh
I'm
well,
asking you, what sins were they committing?
well, I'm only saying that because I'm only saying that about Sodom and Gomorrah is because it speaks about God judging them because of the outcries of the people. So therefore, the people had to be sinning.
No,
No.
he
Oh.
destroyed them because they would not share their wealth with his chosen people. They
Oh, is that
wouldn't
I
share. It
didn't read.
says
I
that
didn't see
in
that.
Ezekiel 16. He says specifically
Ezekiel
why
16.
he destroyed them. He says they were haughty, right? They boasted. They wouldn't give to the poor, which was like Lot was living amongst them. The Sodom and Gomorrah were not kind to foreigners, which at this time would have been Lot and his family. And these two men that Lot allowed to come into the city without permission, which is why the men say to Lot here, stand back. And they said, this fellow came here as an alien, right? They're like, Lot came here as an alien, and now he would play the judge. Now he's telling us how to defend our city. Now we will deal worse with you, talking a lot. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. They were defending their city against these intruders. They didn't want these foreigners there. And your God destroyed them for not sharing what they had.
That that part it doesn't it doesn't point to the outcry of if Sodom and Gomorrah are these places where there is no sin, then why are there outcries from people? I
The
think that's
people
the
of your
question.
God.
Just from you saying just Lot and his family, the whole city, the two cities are outcrying because
Do
of
you know where the
them
Ammonites?
specifically?
Yeah. Do you know who the Ammonites and the Moabites are? You know
I
whose
know
children they are.
Israel.
No, no, these children
Those
here.
are children, the Lot's daughters, right?
Lot's daughters, right? The
Right,
son-in-laws that Lot married, that Lot's daughters were supposed to marry, right?
right.
Like there are people in the city with Lot, right,
Hmm.
that are of the lineage of Abraham. The Sodom didn't want to share their wealth. They allowed Lot to live there. Lot was the only foreigner in his family that they allowed to come in. Any other foreigners, right? Um, they wouldn't allow them in. Lot brought in two strangers.
Okay. Um, I just
He
don't.
gives in
Yeah.
detail in Ezekiel 16 what he did, right? And I find it funny, like in your God's law, he talks about incest. And Lot, if anything, Lot and his daughters definitely did that, but y'all don't seem to think that Lot and his daughters and his family was the reason that he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. But it says, let's see, I think it's here. 16 1648. As I live, says the Lord God, your sister Sodom and her daughters have not done as you and your daughters have done. This was the guilt of your sister Sodom. She and her daughters had pride, access of food, and prosperous ease, but did not aid the poor and needy. They were haughty and did abominable things before me. Therefore, I removed them when I saw them.
Okay, so in this context, if they did um these awful things, then that would mean that they were sinning,
No, it would just mean that your God didn't like what they were doing. Like
which is
when your
sin.
God told that, nope,
No,
you can only sin by transgressing the law
right?
of the God.
Yeah, and if they did things that were, they say, abominable in His sight, then they were sinning,
It wasn't
right?
a sin. It wasn't a sin.
Oh,
It means that he didn't like the fact that they were not sharing their wealth with his chosen people. The same
which
way he
is
had
a
the
sin,
the
right?
no, it's not. Is it a sin for
Oh,
you not to give your money to the chosen? Not to give your wealth to the chosen? What
mm,
law says give your wealth or share what you have with the chosen?
well, the law says to love your neighbor as yourself, love your enemies.
The neighbor there is a fellow Israelite. That word there is reah, and that's a fellow Israelite. And again, that law is Leviticus 19, verse 17, 18. You brought up part of that when you brought up Jesus earlier. Um, damn, I got 5 different scriptures up right now. Hold on. This is part of the Levitical law, the priestly law, where he says, "You shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." Neighbor here is a fellow Israelite, and we know that because verse 33, the law regarding loving foreigners is in verse 33. When an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you as the native born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So when a foreigner lived in the land of Israel, then you were to treat that foreigner like a native Israelite, and you were to love that foreigner like you loved an Israelite. But honestly, to a certain degree, because the foreigner didn't get all the same rights as an Israelite. But
hmm
yeah, to a certain degree. But these are
true,
literal laws of the land of Israel. These laws governed the nation of Israel.
true, right?
So to say that Sodom sinned against the divine law that your God had given to a specific group of people would be like, I broke a law of Nigeria and I'm in America. I'm not
Hmm.
under
Uh,
Nigerian law.
I think that goes against the point I said that that human beings innately we have a law of our conscience.
No, we don't. That would be like saying that there is objective morality and there's not.
Ah, hmm. I I think there is a objective morality.
No, it's not.
I think we just came to like a sort of a crossroads of understanding what
What is it that you think
law
all
is.
humans objectively what objective moral standard do you think all humans universally um, have without that's not mind dependent?
That's you say that's not mind dependent, meaning
That's what objective is. It's not mind dependent. Subjective is mind dependent.
Objective is not mind dependent. But that, is that not a paradox? Don't you need your mind to judge
That's a
what's
definition.
objective?
That's
Is
a
that
definition of objective.
yeah? Maybe I'm not understanding. Can you help me understand this?
Yeah, like if it's an objective moral standard, if it's not dependent on your personal beliefs, if it's not dependent on your personal ethics, right? If it's not dependent on humans
Oh, I
discussing, right?
see.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what
Oh,
universal moral standard
okay.
do you are you saying that all humans have?
Okay. So I see where the mix up is coming in. I believe that there is an objective what is it called again? Say it again.
Objective moral standard.
Okay, yeah. I believe that there is an objective moral standard because I believe that there is a God that gives that objective moral standard. But so
Yeah,
I'm
what
incurring that
objective moral standard did the God give every human that we don't have to consider whether our personal ethics,
okay.
our biological makeup, chemical makeup, our social economic status, our
Mhm.
cultural like what
Oh, okay, yeah.
moral
I'll say
standard
the the objective moral standard that God gave everyone, I'll say is love.
you think everybody loves everybody knows or describes love the same way everybody loves or everybody even knows how to
No, not at all. I
you
say
think
that I
everybody thinks that they have to love
no no I believe that everyone in
that
their
then it's
hearts
not
know what love
objective.
is.
No, they don't. Like I literally held a live
Okay, okay.
asking what is love. I did a live for
Yes.
several days asking that one question
Yeah, it's something I think about often.
and everybody had a different answer. So no,
It well, yeah, that is because it's subjective to each person.
then it's not
There
objective.
That
but that
removes
I
the
think that's where
standard.
we're going to a circle. So yes, I believe you can have a objective viewpoint on what love is, but that doesn't change that if there is a law giver, a moral standard giver, then that standard giver has to have the objective version of love. That doesn't mean that we have to
How do you
know.
access that moral standard giver's objective standard if not through the mind of a human, which makes it subjective? Because either you're listening to someone tell you what that objective standard is, because none of you have access to this God's mind. And the moment you take that explanation from a human, it becomes subjective because it's subject to the mind of the human who told you.
Okay, so in Christianity, we believe that we receive something called the Holy Spirit, and this Holy Spirit puts you in intimacy and closeness with God, who gives this higher moral the standard.
If that were
Maybe
If that were
okay,
true,
yeah,
though, wouldn't that Holy Spirit tell you guys the same exact thing in order for this moral standard to be objective? We don't see
yes,
that, right? You see some people who
I
worship
see
this.
it.
No,
Well,
don't cut her off, okay?
Oh, okay, I apologize.
Well, we talk to some believers who worship this God, and the Holy Spirit tells them to kick their LGBTQIA kids out of the home. We talk to some people who love this God, and the Holy Spirit tells them that because we're black, we have lower intelligence than them. We talk to some believers of this God, and the Holy Spirit tells them that they should wish death upon us and our children. So, this Holy Spirit that you feel is providing this objective standard does so in a very subjective way.
I would say that the if these people who claim to be believers are harming and hurting anyone, then I would say that those people likely they don't have a intimate relationship with
But we're not
Jesus,
talking
a
about that.
closeness.
We're talking about objective standards. We're talking about your claim that regardless of having a relationship with your God or not, every human has this objective standard. and therefore can be judged by it and considered a sin by not following it. Relationships shouldn't matter here with objective standard.
I would I was just replying to what she said, but
But
I, that did
she answered your claim that something
yeah.
can be objective and subjective at the same time. She answered with your claim that your God, through your Holy Spirit, gave everybody the objective definition of what love is. And she said, how is that when there are Christians that come up here and their God, their Holy Spirit are telling them different things? Relationships should not
Well, I don't believe
matter.
that. Okay,
Relationships
okay,
should not matter if it is objective.
okay. I see what you're saying. So trying to see how I can put it into words. Um, if these believers have the Holy Spirit, then they would proceed in truth and love.
It does that
And
shouldn't
so,
matter if it's objective. You're
wait,
the
so
fact that you are putting
mhm.
the responsibility on the human, right, to be a certain way, that means it's subjective and it is mind dependent.
Okay, I see. So I believe that situations, um, scenarios can be subjective. So it's like, in this moment, everything in some part of what I'm saying, what you're saying, and what I think I think the lady who was speaking,
Fee.
Fee, yeah. Uh, Everything we're saying from our points of views, no matter how close to truth we each individually believe we are, is subjective to one another. Because it's like you said, it's mind dependent, and thus we're making assumptions of whether what we're saying is true or not.
So then it's not an objective standard. Go ahead, Fee.
Well, that's oh my bad. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was going to say the same thing. I was just going to ask you what you're missing is that things that are objective can't be bypassed without being factually wrong. You can't tell another Christian whether or not they are objectively carrying out love, because love is subjective in and of itself. You can't make something like an emotion objective, because what's loving to me may not be loving to you. What's loving to you may not be loving to Thinker. So the problem when you guys set this God up as your moral standard of, I'm sorry, your objective standard of morality, and then you subjectively apply that standard differently and just point to the another Christian and that's not doing it like you and saying, well, they're not a true Christian, that creates a self-sealing argument. Objective things are true regardless of your feelings, your culture, your belief, or your religion. 2 plus 2 in based in math is always going to be 4, right? You saying it's not loving for someone to beat their child to near unalivement because that child is LGBTQIA. To them, it may be loving because of what they read in this Bible. There's no way to objectively set a moral standard, because it's literally dependent on how a person feels. It has to be processed through your mind.
Okay, okay, I see where you're getting at with that. So if by that standard, how can we know that what we're saying to each other is, if I'm saying is correct, how can we say that what we're saying to each other is objectively true, or is it just like we're just giving each other um subjective um viewpoints that we say you should do because of this helps us be quote unquote better. Like
It's
where's the line,
exactly
sort
that's
of like if
exactly
you
what
want
it
to say.
is, and that's exactly
Mhm.
what it is, and why I ask, why I say, right? It seems like sin was in remission because there was no law, and you are asserting that Adam and Eve's conscience, right, is what governed them and became law. Even the scripture that you brought up with Paul, when he says, when Gentiles who do not possess the law by nature do what the law requires, these, though not having the law, are a law to themselves, right? So you're essentially
Mm-hmm.
saying that Adam and Eve and Sodom and Gomorrah were a law unto themselves, right? And
Yes.
their consciousness knew what your God wanted. But
True.
if you
Yeah.
read a little further, right? He says they show what the law requires is written on their hearts, as their own conscience also bears witness, and conflicting thoughts will accuse or perhaps excuse them, right?
Yeah.
So it's subjective, right? He's not saying
Oh.
it's objective.
Oh. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
saying
I see what
that
you're
it's
saying.
subjective. So like even
Yeah. Yeah.
if
It's
Adam and
different
Eve
for
is in
each
the
people in that
garden,
way.
oh, we can't talk at the same time. No. Uh
Oh,
if
sorry.
okay.
My brain.
That's okay. If Adam and Eve are in the garden, right, and they're living by the law of their own conscience, right, then they're not sinning because there is no law. Their own consciousness is accusing and excusing their action.
Yeah. I yeah. I don't. I love these viewpoints. I just don't. I don't see enough proof that sin was in remission. Well, I guess we just don't. Maybe there we have so many different points that we have a
I
disagreement
think
on.
what you haven't been able to show is that it was not. Because
That it,
again, sinning
mhm.
is to transgress your God's law.
Right.
There was no law. You made the point that they were a law to themselves, right?
Well, I
And
made
that,
2 points.
but I, like, did you not hear me still talking? You made the point that they are a law unto themselves. Therefore, they would know what your God would want. But again, it's subjective, right? Eve could say to Adam, God wants me to do this, right? But Adam doesn't know. Adam doesn't have anything to refer to. And then Adam could say, no, God wants me to do this, right? Because their own conscience is what excuses or um, approves them. So you haven't been able to show us how sin wasn't in remission. They went from having a law or a command, they broke that, they became sinners. And then they went to governing themselves. That to me, that says sin is in remission because where there is no law, according to Paul, there is no sin.
Oh, okay.
P
Um,
Mars, I don't know why the fuck you, not you. P Mars, I don't know why you are
no,
in my guest request. I will never bring your dumb ass on my stage. You are a waste of a conversation.
Who is that thinker?
P Mars.
I don't think I remember him.
He is he has some other name. Like he's one of those atheists. One of those like
Oh, Beavis and
BB
Butthead.
Butthead.
Okay,
Yeah, like
gotcha.
I will never bring you on my stage.
Yeah, it's too early in the morning for that. And then if it was later, it would be too late in the afternoon for it. So either way, no.
Right.
Yeah.
He is the worst.
Yeah. But that's I think that's the issue. And I hear you say these are good points, but I still don't see how sin is in remission. I don't know if this is you just rejecting it because you're holding true to, you know, what you've been taught, right? Adam and Eve were sinners. Sin, the world just became like this horrible place because of Adam and Eve. Cain and Abel had to take sacrifices to their God because they were just sinning. Um, like even the fact that Cain and Abel were not taking sin sacrifices, right? Should, tell you something. Like, and then the God doesn't tell Adam and Eve how to even get remission, have to even get forgiveness for their sin, right?
Hmm. Um, it's a I guess it's a question that to your point, but also maybe it's a question to your personal point of view. Do you believe that there is anything objective in our reality?
What do you mean by that?
Like, do you think that
Like the
there is
sun, the sun comes
anything
up. The sun comes up every day. That's objective.
is that's objective?
Yeah, the sun is gonna come up every day. I don't have to think about that. We don't have to debate whether the sun's gonna rise every day. That's an objective truth.
Well, maybe I'm saying it wrong.
Mind
So,
dependent? Like, is that dependent on your
oh,
ethics
well,
or like where you live or that the sun rises every day?
I guess let's take the sun into example. Some science say that eventually the sun will burn out, and it will. I guess I say that they become a black hole. I want to say so. There will be a point where the sun no longer rises.
But for
But
right, well, it doesn't rise now. Technically, we spin. But for right
We
now,
spent right, yeah,
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 yeah, and you're
yeah.
right. You know, in a couple billion years, it will run its course, and I mean that's how we observe other things in the solar system doing what it does. But right now, at this particular point, it's objective that this Earth is going to spin, and we will see the sun on this side of the hemisphere.
right, and you asked, do I believe that there is anything objective in my reality?
Yes.
My reality is today. It's not a billion years from now.
I also like to use the fact that water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit at standard atmospheric pressure. You can test it, you can measure it. It remains consistent. It doesn't depend on what you believe. It doesn't depend on who you worship. It doesn't depend on how you feel. It simply is because that's the nature of water and atmospheric pressure and temperature. It holds true for anybody under the same conditions. That's an objective standard. And I definitely agree with Thinker, belief in myself. And I think because that is an objective standard, these claims that believers make aren't impactful because I'm not going to abandon what I know I can depend on, the thing that only I have access to believe something that somebody else told me should be in a book but isn't.
Oh, okay. So if I'm hearing correctly, the only ob- objective things that you believe in reality are things that you can consistently prove over time. Is that correct?
Why would I
What?
call it objective if I can't, if that wasn't the case? That's just
Like, are you
slapping
still
the,
confused?
oh, I'm
All right,
sorry.
Fee, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's just slapping the word objective over something that's clearly very subjective. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are you still confused on what objective and subjective mean?
No, I guess I'm trying to understand where it comes from you both specifically, because it's I'm still trying to I think a lot about these things. Um, if if through our minds our experience is subjective, but we say because water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, then that's an objective truth that we can prove consistently. And we can say that is objective, but my experience and viewpoint on that thing is subjective. Is that
Well,
is
it,
that
like
close
if you
to what you're
add
saying?
some spiritual meaning to the water freezing at that temperature, that would
Hmm.
be subjective, right? Some if you say because water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Therefore, humans shouldn't humans should drink 3 cups of water a day with 8 ice cubes in it, and say that that's moral. That's subjective, right?
Yeah.
But the
So
fact that the
yeah.
water freezes at that temperature is objective because it's not mind dependent. But the moral standard that you set on top of that objective standard would be subjective.
Uh, so this is a question I would ask, and I don't want to take too much of time. I feel like maybe I've been here overstayed my welcome. Um, is any moral action is all moral actions subjective by what you just said?
I think they have to be because they are person dependent. So I use this example all the time. I am very introverted. Very. To love
Me
me
too.
is, yeah, to love me is to leave me the fuck alone. There are some people for whom that would be the most unloving thing ever. So because it's experience based, it has to be subjective. Now, I personally feel like I subjectively think that there should be, there should be some morals that are objective, like don't hurt babies. Like don't push old people. Like don't do that. Don't punch down. Like I think that should be objective, but for me, it's just my thought. That is a subjective opinion that I hold because morals are person dependent. By definition, they have to be subjective.
Mm. I can ask another question. You can stop me whenever you want. Um, so if you take a person, like if you can just take a human being and look at this being as just in sort of like a, s- a void space, just like almost like you're looking at this person as a maybe like just in itself a person. You saying are you saying that the physical being, because the person exists, identifying that the person exists is objective, but the actions and morality of the person is subjective because of that goes into it having to be experienced. Like a person has to do something to have something to judge to be subjective, but the living being in itself by it existing is objective. So I guess my question is that do we separate objective and subjective by looking at the being and saying you only become you're objective because you exist, but you become subjective once you do or say anything? Is that, would you say that to be true?
I think you're crossing over a few topics here. It sounds like you're somewhat talking about objective morality and somewhat talking about hard solipsism. Have you read any about that philosophical position?
What is called?
It's hard solipsism, solipsism, solipsism.
No, I never even heard of that.
Yeah, I would look into that because I think you're crossing over two concepts here and kind of twisting them on each other, um, and that's ultimately like what is the own look into it, right? When we're talking about objective and subjective, we're talking about something that is mind independent and something that is mind dependent. I mean, for me to recognize that I'm talking to you right now, then of course that requires a mind. That's why I think you need to look into the philosophical position. It's kind of like the famous who's that guy? I think therefore I am, that concept.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so there are a few philosophers throughout time that have talked about it. But when it does muddy the waters because that's not what we're not talking about existence. We're not talking about, our mind. Could we be a brain in a vat somewhere and this is all a virtual reality? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about morals. Humans that we know are here engaging with other humans that we know are here because we can see the harm that that first human does. So I think the moment that we can collectively observe the impact of a human's actions, then can we put objective and subjective aside because we both objectively see the same thing? Like if Thinker walked up to me and you're standing there and Thinker slaps the shit out of me and I start crying, we all see it. Are we going to talk objective and subjective at that time, or are we just going to deal with what happened? And I think that's where you're kind of muddying the waters.
Okay. So I see what you're saying. So you're saying that, like, if, like, the point you just made, if I see Thinker come up and slap you, there is no thought of objective and subjective. It's just about handling what the, identify the injustice in that situation and handling it accordingly. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're telling me, you would say, well, I don't know if, how can I know that she did that because it's subjective. No, like you see me cry, you heard the slap,
Okay.
you see the response. Like
Right. So, but where would you say that response, like me seeing that and seeing the hurt, where does that come from?
I would assume your brain and its connection to your eyes. What are you saying? Where does what come from? Your ability to
Like,
recognize it?
to recognize that it's bad and that I should do something about it.
They in the comments talking about, Fee, why did Thinker slap you? Gaslight talking about, Thinker, why?
Like your ability to recognize that it's bad.
Yeah, like if I see that happen, she does that to you, and I see it, and I say, "Oh, you're crying," and I'm like, where does my response to take action and to say that is a bad thing? Where does that come from?
I think it's morality. Morality, according to believers, came from God. Morality, according to what we know about the brain, develops in social species. We see it in other animals as well. I don't think that it's this divine concept to know that humans who are we are social animals. We thrive in cooperation. That's how our societies thrive and develop. We know that it hurts to take your hand and use force and apply it to somebody else's body. We know that from a physics perspective. I don't know if you've been slapped before.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Like our brains are able to function in a way that I'm not sure if believers realize that. And this goes back to the horizontal morality versus vertical morality that always comes up because believers seem to think without God we spin off into chaos. And I would posit that we are already in chaos because y'all are looking up to a God to give you direction while your arms, legs, and everything else are swinging and beating the shit out of people around you. Make that system vertical. Look at the impact of your actions and don't do the things that are harmful.
That that's literally what I'm saying, like with Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel. There are four humans on earth. We don't see this chaos, right? Until one, the God comes back on the scene, as we just pointed out. Like y'all are looking up to the God. And then humanity, like as humanity grows, we see more chaos, right? And it's the actions of the humans. And so like when we're talking about the slapping and versus like objective and subjective morality, is it objectively moral uh to turn the other cheek if someone slaps you? Do you think like this is something that your God said when he was on earth? Do you think that every human without thinking about it just offers the other cheek?
No.
Therefore, it is subjective. Even your God having to say, if someone slaps you, turn the other cheek, knows that you do not have an objective moral standard.
I would say to that is that this God knows that in our hearts we don't want to live by that objective moral standard by nature.
You don't, it's not objective if You literally just said that you don't believe that that is an objective moral standard, and then you say that your God knows that you don't want to live by the objective moral standard that you don't believe is an objective moral standard. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that reminds me of who? What did he say?
Wait, that makes
Paul,
sense to
right?
you? Hold on, listen to what you
Yeah.
said. Forget Paul.
Okay.
You said turn the other cheek is not an objective moral standard. Then you said that you believe that your God knows that you don't want to live by that objective moral standard that you don't believe is an objective moral standard. That makes sense to you?
I don't want to confuse anything. So the turn the other cheek thing, I think that that action in itself is, well, God said turn the other cheek. So I believe that that is an objective moral standard. And I
So are
believe,
you
okay, yeah.
saying that without you having to think twice, if someone were to walk up and slap you, you would automatically just give them your other cheek without you having to think twice?
I, I'm not saying that.
That's
That's
what
why yeah.
objective is.
Well,
Objective is mind independent. Like you don't have to think about it. It is coded in. It's objective. No matter what, it will always have the same result. It's objective. If you have to
uh,
think about it, right? It's subjective.
I see where I see. Okay, I see where what we getting into. We getting into free will.
Oh my
So
God.
yeah. So
Listen,
that's the
no,
thing.
we're not
Yeah.
going. No, 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 no. We're talking
Yeah.
about objective and subjective. Even if
Yes.
you want to talk about, if you want to say it's free will, if your free will can change it, it is subjective. Your free will cannot change the temperature that water freezes. Your free will cannot stop the sun from coming up. It's objective.
Trying to see how I can put this. Let's stay on the turn of the cheek thing. Um, if someone slaps you, I believe that the automatic response is, is different for everyone. So I think the response is subjective. And if I'm going off my own response or what I've seen, that subjective response would usually, this I guess is an assumption, this is my subjective assumption, that that response will be negative. God knows that our natural
You are
response will
getting
be,
off topic.
am
Is
I?
the command to turn the other cheek an objective moral command or a subjective moral command? Is he suggesting you do that, or is it hard coded in?
It is not coded in.
So it's not an objective moral standard from your God. It's a subjective moral standard. It is a suggestion to you.
And it's also not even a good one because in certain situations, it absolutely leads to abuse and systemic oppression. Because the reality is, change doesn't happen from turning the other cheek. Change happens from saying, hey, stop fucking hitting me. How much better off do you think the world is going to be better off by allowing people who would strike someone else to continue to strike the people who just turn their cheek for them to hit the other one? That doesn't make the command objectively right. It may make it practically wise for the person who's whooping your ass, but it doesn't help to make things better.
Um, I'm trying to remember that concept of turn the other cheek because there was a well, I don't want to get off subject, but that concept was in those times, if I remember correctly, when they slap someone, how did it go? It was
It was a call
man,
for non-retaliation, right? It was in Matthew chapter 5. It was talking about not being. It's generally interpreted this way. Now I don't know. I can't even remember the actual context around the scripture, but usually when believers are talking about it, it's about non-retaliation, forgiveness instead of revenge, and being humble, like moral resistance through humility, as opposed to setting boundaries.
He was getting ready to go to the whole left hand, that apologetic that some Christian thought up,
Oh wow.
right?
yeah, I think that was like a
That without going
Jewish
through no
construct
Jewish,
or
no,
something. They did it or something.
no, it wasn't.
I could be wrong.
And like no one thought through this apologetic that just because someone slapped you on the right cheek don't mean they slapped you with their right hand. And just because you offer them your left cheek doesn't mean they're going to slap you with the left hand.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Nobody thought through that. That this is what I mean when I say just accepting information without asking questions, without analyzing it yourself and asking, is this logical? Does this even make sense? And let's say they did do that back then. That would make your Jesus even more stupid to me. Because just because they slap me on the right cheek with their right hand does not mean they're going to use their left hand to slap the other one. And they probably going to come back with their right hand even stronger and slap the other one. So
Right.
I would say that even your Jesus was stupid for saying that. If that is the reason that y'all are saying he said it.
I remember reading something about that. It was more on leaning on it was more leaning on the concept that um is getting your abuser to come
Use
to
his other hand
yeah because it
exchange.
was in Jewish
Yeah, that
tradition or
ain't what's
something,
gonna
right? Is
stop him
that
from coming back with his right hand and knocking you out like with his
right?
backhand and pow slapping you with the
Yeah.
back of his right hand. What's gonna stop him from doing that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Supposedly, it was an idea to force your abuser to bring you to his level.
By using his left hand. And all the
Yeah.
abuser is gonna do is backslap your ass with his right.
Well, it's a spirit. It's not a physical concept. Jesus spoke in spiritual concepts also.
And
That's
that's what Fee was addressing, the spiritual part of it, because all it's saying is let people do to you, like don't fight back. That's all it's saying. Don't fight back.
I don't think it. I don't think it's 100% saying don't fight back. It's saying fight back in a different way.
And
Which
in a way that isn't guaranteed. Because if I know that using my left hand made me like lower my status, I'm gonna smack you with the back of my right hand and I'm gonna come back harder.
and the irony of you saying, I think, when you're talking about what you believe is an objective moral standard, what you think is irrelevant if the moral standard was truly objective. The moment that a standard has to be applied by a human being, that standard loses objectivity because it's going to change. You don't think it means just, allow people to hit you, but I bet the slave masters did when they read those verses to the slaves whose asses they just beat. The Bible says turn the other cheek.
I bet you this is where the backhanded slap came from.
Probably so.
I guarantee you this is where the backhanded slap came from your
No,
Jesus.
what we have to take into consideration is that it was illegal and they were allergic to using their left hand. So
Hmm.
Are you
Uh,
there?
yeah, I thought that the guy was gonna still say something else.
Oh
Also,
no,
also Ray.
no, he was joking about the left hand thing. Yeah, but I guess you know since you weren't able to explained the whole remission of sin thing. I guess we're done.
Yeah, I think we have different, we definitely have different viewpoints of what is sin, what is remission of sin. Because like I said, I believe that we can be in a state of sin continually. So yeah, but I would say, yeah, I guess I couldn't give objective proof. I've learned a little bit more about that. Objective proof that that we we are continually in sin, outside of just taking the scriptures of the Bible as is and just saying that's what I believe we see in reality. So yeah, thank y'all for letting me on. God
You're
bless.
welcome. Thank you. I don't like that, but I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good day. Okay.
All right, take care and good morning to everyone.
Good morning to you.
I missed the first part of his conversation, but it seems like it was a civil one.
Yeah, it was very civil. Yeah, he was very respectful. Love's life guidance in Ashton. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Miss Cray, how are you? Hello, Miss Cray. Okay. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Ashton and Love Life, I'm going to guess y'all are in there on accident, so I'm going to take y'all out since I don't see a comment from either of you. Sir?
Oh Lord.
Hello, sir? Oh, they're still connecting. Never mind. Okay. This person is not connecting either. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist 25 and up, the guest box is open. Sergio. Hello, Sergio.
Hello.
Oh goodness.
I'm
Like
like, hell
the
no.
why would
Baby.
kids want to sit
At
around this fucking
5:30.
conversation?
It's a
Goodness
baby.
gracious. Like I swear I would be so upset at my child if they got online and tried to join a conversation with a bunch of 25 and older people.
You and me both. Like, go watch some cartoons or something.
They're supposed to be getting ready for school right now if they're in the right place.
Do they go back today? Mine don't start till tomorrow.
Some went back last week.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
In July? That's crazy.
Mhm.
They don't go back till after Labor Day up here.
Yeah, and exactly. That's sensible. Here, nah, they don't care.
I don't go back till
I don't care if
December.
you junior pastors or not. You shouldn't be talking to grown ass adults. That's the problem with the church. Telling you that you're a junior pastor and you think that you have the privilege
Mental
of talking
maturity.
to adults about grown shit. You haven't lived enough. Go go to school, go to Sunday school. This is
Also
not the
haven't
room
read your
for
book
you.
enough.
Huh?
I said you also haven't read your book enough.
That is insane.
I can't hang with any adult. I'm a junior pastor.
And they sound like
Buddy,
they're
you've never
not.
read the book of Titus.
Like,
I'm
goodness, God, like,
pastoring.
why do they do that to their kids?
They shouldn't even be reading, especially not what's the book? Song of
For
Songs.
real. I think the Bible would definitely be rated R if it had a rating. I don't think junior pastors should be allowed
Mm-mm.
to consume that type of literature.
They shouldn't even have that title. The fuck is a junior pastor? A pastor is someone that leads the flock out
Exactly.
to pasture. Who the hell are you leading?
Talk about grooming.
Right?
Right.
That right there. Ooh, that should be a topic.
That is crazy.
That should absolutely be a topic.
Dominique. Hello, Dominique. Okay.
I thought that was old dude from Training Day.
From All right, y'all. It's 900 people watching the live, and the guest box is too dry, like Jacob's well. This is ridiculous. It's 900 people in here, y'all. Let's get some conversations going. It's almost 6 a.m. What do you say?
Yeah, I was just going to ask with the previous guest, when he was leaving, he said something about disagreeing about what sin is. Did he reject the Bible's definition of sin?
Mm-mm. Nope.
So, what did he think y'all was disagreeing about?
The remission, sin being able to go into remission. He just didn't want to agree.
Even though there's nothing in the Bible that says there was any sin between the 2 points that you
He
referred
said
to?
that I'm arguing from a place of silence. And I
He knows
don't
what that
know
is,
if
but
there
not
was a law.
objecting. What the fuck?
He said that I was arguing from a place of silence, because there was a law, because that's how we got on objective and subjective, because he's saying that every human has this God's law written on their hearts, and so they should have known right what they were doing, right, the evil that they were doing to other humans, which was sinning. That's why he brought up Sodom and Gomorrah. He went to Romans, but basically all he did was kind of prove my point with the Roman scripture, because if they were a law unto themselves and it's their own conscience that approves or rejects it, it's subjective and they
Mm,
cannot sin because it's not law. But he just didn't want to agree.
mm. Yeah, I don't know. I think that he got that concept the first time through. He was just trying to reverse engineer a way to make it work for his side. Just doesn't work that way,
It don't make sense, because basically, like, it shows that there has to be a lot of people for sin to even like be dangerous. And
unfortunately.
the response that the God gave in the garden for just the two humans on earth was over the top and probably about something else. Bit of Truth said something yesterday on Zena's live that I wanted to get like dig further into. He said that Adam and Eve should have known what the God wanted them to do because they had the knowledge of good and evil. And when they went against that knowledge of what's good and what's evil, that's how they sinned. And I'm like, wait, you're saying that the information that they acquired from eating off the tree is how they knew your God's law? And that's the thing that he commanded them not to get?
Mm. And then he had to come back and write the laws down to say that in the future I'll write them on your hearts, even though they were already there.
Right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I noticed when he said that too, and I thought it was odd, but he was also just kind of shooting off the, off the hip and just windmilling for his life, because none of what he was saying was making sense. But that's a really good question to kind of dig down. Maybe not with him, because he's just going to go to we just don't understand. But I've not heard another believer make that claim. Have you?
Mm-mm. That's why I thought it was interesting. And I got up to kind of dig deeper into it. But I think he realized what he said and he
Hmm.
pivoted away from that to the tree. And I was like, no, 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 we're not talking about the tree. Like, I don't care about the tree. But he went right back to the tree. and whether Adam was with her and all of that. So he changed the whole fucking conversation. But they would have to, like, if you think about it, they would, in order to follow his law, they would need to know the good and evil, right? Like they would,
Yeah.
Hmm.
yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of believers just overlook the fact that the tree gave them knowledge of two things, good and evil, which means before they ate that fruit, they had no way of determining what was good or not. So I don't know that they realize the ramifications of that, because God could have at that point been telling them to do something that was not good. They wouldn't know.
Yeah, that's true. Like slaughtering a whole bunch of people in His name.
I wonder what believers think about these spammers that come in typing that type of stuff. Like, do they think that these are demons coming in to do this, or do they think that these are people defending their God, like mad about the prompt? Like, what do y'all think, believers? Are they like uh sinful people who want to join the party, or are they mad about the prompt?
Mm, probably the latter.
They probably ain't gonna respond. Like, I know y'all see those comments. Like, have you wondered to yourself, like, why would someone who agrees with us about this God come in and type those type of comments? They think it's demons.
That's
And so
crazy.
demons would be mad at us for not believing in Jesus.
How dare you be on our
Wild.
side?
That's
Right.
interesting.
Like,
Mm.
go
The
to
church is full of them, so I don't think, it really matters to them.
I find it interesting that not one believer in here answered my question. But the moment a believer gets on this stage, they're going to come out of the woodworks because, again, there's over 900 people in here. It's interesting to me that y'all are sitting there, right? Not responding to me when I'm talking to believers. But y'all are here.
Mhm.
It's like, I don't know what, I don't, either y'all are dishonest or y'all are scary. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet.
I think they're
Uh,
scarily dishonest.
you
Yep.
said, what you say, Fee?
I think they're scarily dishonest.
But I said both.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's true. Cairo?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I just made a comment saying like I'm old enough to not believe in anything.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'm old enough to know not to believe anything unless I've experienced that truth for myself.
Oh, okay. So
But
you're, 1 second, 1 second. So you're an
yeah,
atheist?
no, I believe in some source or another. I would say I'm more agnostic.
Okay,
You're not that
good.
old.
Yeah.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm
Yeah.
47.
All right. Are you deconstructing from the God of Christianity or something?
Oh, long time ago.
Okay, so I'm gonna move you back down to the comments. Okay, I only
Go ahead.
allow,
Yeah.
yeah, 3 different type of people to come up here. But thank you for coming up and have a
All
good
right.
day.
Thank you.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Did he say he was Gnostic?
I think he said agnostic. Did he say
Yeah,
agnostic?
yeah,
He's
agnostic.
agnostic.
Oh, yeah. Uh, how old are you? How old am I? I'm 54. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm a believer.
Which topic did you want to discuss? The one about Adam and Eve or the one on the prompt?
On the prompt.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts?
What am I thought? Hmm.
Fee,
I
you want to
tell
lead
you.
this one?
Yeah, I can do this one.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Faye. What you got?
No,
Oh
you
no,
go
you were
first.
gonna. Yeah, you gonna tell us your thoughts. Do you agree? Disagree? Tell us why.
Well, I disagree. I disagree because I fight the devil every day, and I need someone to help me out. Can't turn the man. Can't turn the woman. I got a spiritual foe that I fight every day.
Have you tried a dog?
No, I don't think so. That's not going to work either. It may seem funny to you, but it's not funny to me.
Okay, so we're not talking about you. We're talking about Jesus
That's
being
right.
Lord.
That's what exactly Jesus
Hey,
Y'all
Christ is
hey,
don't cut
hey,
salvation.
her
hey,
off.
hey.
The prompt isn't about how Jesus works in your life. The prompt is about the impact of Jesus on humanity. So for this
Of
conversation,
course.
Don't cut her
Of course.
off. Like, hey, you and this devil that you fighting need to mute whenever she speaks. Okay?
and while you may be a member of humanity, you're not the only member of humanity. So we're going to need you to zoom out for this conversation and talk about the impact of Jesus Christ on humanity.
Keep fighting that motherfucker by yourself. I see why you do it by yourself, motherfucker.
Can't turn the man. Can't turn the woman.
That was too much for his ass.
Somebody
Pretty
in the
much was
comments said he
turned
should
away
turn
for
the
a
lithium.
moment.
He came up here and turned Jesus into Ghostbusters.
Motherfucker. In so many words, he said,
Start
I'm
digging in
lonely.
your butt, twin.
In so many words, he said, I'm lonely.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he came up here and said.
Yep.
Nobody likes me.
He hates me. I'm gonna go eat one.
Oh, there's no username on that one.
Y'all, I had to get a HVAC guy to come out to my house because it was my own fault because I had been running my AC at 66 for like all the summer. And
Mm-hmm.
they were like, yeah, ma'am, you're gonna have to give your system a rest. I was like, y'all don't understand.
Hey, there's two
Please do.
fetuses in the guest request. Can y'all block them, please? These little motherfuckers keep requesting every time I take them out. Thank y'all. Y'all don't see the other one?
No more.
Did I?
Yeah. They went to their backup account.
Go into a backup account as a child. That's wild.
I would never.
Whatever, Osa.
Y'all remember what's his face? King D.
Who?
Yeah,
Who
I
you
remember.
talking about Bible?
Yeah, I remember him.
I
Oh,
was
the one I thought was saying Biden.
when you talking we cause God didn't write Bible. Man wrote Bible. That guy. I was trolling around, going to and fro on my Tariq page yesterday, and I noticed him on the panel with Mac, and I thought, ooh, instant classic. So I popped in there and I popped up on stage and started being a hype man for him. Oh my goodness. He still left in a tizzy about how he could never communicate, but it was really funny.
Said
I
he
don't
was on
even,
whose live?
some dude, I don't even know the guy. But you know how Mac be. Mac be just about as gaslight, to be honest.
Man, y'all be out here and everybody's live in these TikTok streets.
Telling you. I saw
Huh?
Macaroni in there, Mac in there, Wayne in there, Tamar was in there too, and they was all talking to him, and he was just like complaining to the host, like, host, I've dealt with these guys before. and he don't want to have a real conversation because when we talk about Bible, like, bro, shut up.
Oh my gosh. There's another kid in the guest request. Can y'all get him?
Oh, they
Y'all
private.
kids need to go live your life. Go live your life, okay?
Is it yay?
Yeah.
Okay, they private.
I'm looking at their account right now. I guess no, not yay. Bag of beans. Is that what it says?
It's
Yay.
the same one. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking at their account. They're not private. It's a kid.
Definitely good.
I ain't
They
seen it
probably
very
went
close.
private, but I was in their account before they went private.
Anyway, I got
Huh? All right, y'all. We've been without a conversation for probably the last 15 minutes. So I'm gonna give it to 6:15 and see if we can get a conversation going. There are 910 people watching this live. 910 people. If y'all aren't coming up to converse, uh, that tells me that we are done for the day. Hey, Trinity.
I came up here because every sort of non-believer want to come up when I'm on. I'm on live, so I figured in case y'all got lost, it's a spot where you could do that.
I don't, like it's crazy to me, like how it can be this many people watching this live. Like y'all can't be this damn scared of a conversation. And I know y'all saw with the last guy that was up here. As long as you are respectful, like are y'all? I don't think y'all are afraid of being cussed out, or I think y'all just afraid of looking like you were proven wrong. And our goal. Well, I don't know about Oso, but my goal is not to prove you wrong, right? My goal is to prove myself wrong or to prove myself right. Because again, I'm the one deconstructing from Christianity. I'm the one deconstructing from this God. So I have questions. Fee has said the same thing. That's her goal, right? Selena is deconstructing. Like we have questions. It's a conversation. My goal is to challenge myself, right? To either prove myself right or prove myself wrong. Also as on the other hand, I don't know what also what's your goal?
I'm trying to get to the money and the funny, honey.
Yeah. So Oso's Oso's goal is quite different. But if you come up here respectful, we can have a respectful conversation. If you come up here disrespectful, I'm going to disrespect you. I'm just telling you. It ain't even gotta be that. That's not, like don't be scared to have a conversation. And don't be scared of being wrong. Like if you say something that isn't there, that's okay. From with me, I can't speak for everybody else in the room. I can't speak for the chat. I need to start giving a disclaimer. I am not responsible for the views that are coming from the chat. I'm not responsible for what the chat says. Okay? But I can only tell you what my goal is, what my intentions are when I hit go live. When I think of these questions, okay? That's all I can tell you. Youngo, Good morning. How you doing? good. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Ready to get these kids to school, but I wanted to tap in with you before I got myself together. Okay. What's your age? I'm 37. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? Yeah, I'm. So it's kind of funny, right? So I'm not a Christian per se, but I But am are a you a follower of believer in the God Christ, of the Bible? right? Are, So, are you a believer in the God of the Bible? yes, yes, yes. That's a Okay. fact. No. Okay. Mm. Fee.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. How are you?
How you doing?
Did you want the topic that's on the board or the Adam and Eve topic?
Oh, I ain't hear about the Adam and Eve topic. I wanted to talk about Christ being the worst thing that happened to humanity.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that? Do you agree? Disagree? Why?
Um, I'm gonna have to disagree, just because there's so many other things that destroyed the foundation of what we came from. Um, God gave everybody free will, right? So it's the people that covers the earth that makes it good and bad, because God can't actually make decisions. He he uh he created human beings with free will to make decisions, right? And with those decisions, certain people do good things and other people do bad things. And I guess it's safe to say that before we can start, keep blaming God for things, we got to take a look in the mirror and check our actions. What are we doing? What sins are we committing? What wrong are we doing? What good are we doing? And then we put all that on the scale and see what's actually the main factor that's causing the destruction of humanity. You know what I mean? Because if you pay close attention, um, relationships out of wedlock might be the worst thing that happened to humanity. You know why? Because all these kids that's being born without a structured household. So you got a lot of baby mama, baby daddy drama, which leads the kids in different directions because they don't know who to follow. Should I follow mama? Should I follow daddy? So I say
Okay.
relationships, failed
Hang on.
relationships per se, is the worst thing that could happen to humanity, because once we broke the structure of man and wife, I think all hell broke loose. But that's just my personal opinion. No pun intended, or no disrespect to anybody else's opinion.
Yeah. So, whose authority could an individual person point to create an atrocity that impacts all of humanity? And I ask you that question because I agree with you. Like humans, we are the only ones accountable for our own actions, right? Like you're talking to a panel of non-believers. So I don't believe that God has the power to do anything. But the idea that Jesus Christ, either as a God in the Old Testament or himself in the New Testament, is backing the decisions that humans make has been absolutely astronomically impactful on humanity across the board. So you may say that it has something to do with I think you said relationships and people not being married when they have children. I would probably push back on that a little bit, because if you are in a dysfunctional household with a dysfunctional mother and a dysfunctional father, you're going to be just as fucked up as if you were in a single parent household with either of those parents. So if we're going to talk about resolving that, maybe we talk about emotional maturity, maybe we talk about breaking down misogyny, maybe we talk about partnerships between human beings and not having to look to one who's has external genitalia as the leader of the other. But that's just my opinion. So if we're going to put this back on Jesus, however, there have been the crusades, the Salem witch hunts, the colonization of our whole fucking continent. The fact that this book has been used on Congress to support keeping slaves. The fact that the Pope wrote about the God-given right that they have to tame the savages in Africa. This book has been used to do immeasurable harm. It's just odd to me that you're talking about someone not being married when they have a child as the issues of humanity.
Oh yeah, I definitely respect the comment. Like I said, the reason, yeah, you can have. I'm a witness of being in a household with two parents that couldn't get along, and each one of them calling each other toxic and blaming each other, right? But somehow I still came out, um, with a sound mind and a kind heart, you know. So it don't always be based on your circumstances. Who you it's all about who you choose to be. Because I grew up in the city, in the hood or whatever, and a lot of my childhood friends, we did some things back in the day. You know what I mean? A lot of us did. We lived life, before I came to my awakening, before I got a relationship with Christ, and so now when I go back through, it's a different type of outlook, because they look at me like I'm separated. But the only thing I'm saying is, it's evolution. We had to mature. So, when you was young, you did things as a child, as a kid. You know what I mean? Because that's what kids do. But as you became to be an adult, you start looking at things different. You start learning different things. You start seeing different things.
But
That's where
I
your
want
your
I
concept of
want
what you believe
can I
is.
ask you a quick question? Yeah.
That's why the concept of what you believe is so adamant and you're so on it because things have changed over the years. You have been through some things spiritually, mentally, physically that has shaped your ideas of who God is and what He is to you. Because it may be some things that you have may have wanted to happen and it didn't happen, and you're like, okay, if it was God, it's supposed to happen. Why didn't it happen? All right, yeah, I ain't with that. I understand that because we get into those um we get into those phases, because the devil is real, and his whole job is to distract you from getting closer to God and keep you from God's word and putting But all you're those. preaching at this point, right? Okay, Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
and your first sentence completely destroyed your first point. But go ahead.
How long you been married? I get married November 17th this year. So you haven't gotten married yet. Now I've Um, been in my relationship 8 years though, but you going on haven't 9 years got November right. But 1st. you have okay. But you haven't been married yet. Nah, Have no you? man, You've never been married. no man. Are you marrying the mother of your children? Yes, man. Okay, and you have no children outside of marriage. Yes, ma'am. Now I told you before, I had a You do life or you before don't. I'm Christ. sorry. You do or you don't. I said I do have children outside Oh, of you marriage. Yes, do. ma'am. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. And so now that you are a believer, you are doing the Now right I've been a thing in getting believer. married. Now I've been a believer. I just had my doubts with the, like I said, it's kind of confusing because What I mean is now you are like this arrived Christian or a mature Christian, a mature believer, and now you're getting married. Is that right? uh yeah, I can go with that. Yeah, for sure. Okay. And I'm not a Christian though. That's what I was saying. Like, well, believer. That's why I yeah, said believer. yeah. and you're So like, like I've I been a said, believer. the reason So why I separated at the beginning I'm is sorry, we because can't talk at the same time. yeah, right. Yeah. But I was Uh, answering. uh, well, you already answered to me, right? Um, so do you not have, or should I say, now when you get married, do you have this idea that because you are a mature believer now, and you and your fiance get married, that y'all will be married forever? Like there's a guarantee that that marriage will work out and y'all will be married forever. You say, do I believe it's a guarantee that we'll be married forever? Yeah, because you are a mature believer now or something. Oh, yeah, nothing is guaranteed but death. But um, I do have a strong belief that when two people come together and compromise, that things can work. And when they don't, sometimes it don't work. So Yeah, but I'm not just saying this because I'm a believer. God gonna make sure that everything in my relationship work perfect. No, like I was telling you earlier, God is not the no, people. I don't want you to go into another The preaching people is the thing. people. I'm But sorry, I don't. You made the statement that broken homes is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, right, right? right. In defense of saying that it's not for Jesus. And so, what I'm trying to understand is you, you like the fact that you are about to get married. You said that your life has changed. Like you used to do things before you became this mature believer. Your friends now look at you like you are different, like you're separate. You know, you are raising your kids with your fiance, and now you're about to get married. And so your marriage is the thing that's gonna like I guess go against what you think is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and now there's no chance of you ever getting divorced. So I think I might have missed your question. So what's your question again?
Thank you. Your mic is kind of low.
I don't know why my mouth is right up on it.
I think it's
Uh,
low because it sounds like you're
your voice
repairing.
sound real subtle, like real soft.
Well,
Damn.
you have a lot of background. I don't know if you're rebuilding one of those broken homes now, but it sounds like a whole lot of noise in your background, which is making Thinker's voice go real low. It sounds like you're doing construction though.
No, Well,
That was
I
insane,
told y'all
Steve.
like this. What I'm saying, like Fee, she and then she was saying this shit just so calm, so nonchalant. Slide right by it.
I was
But
struggling over here to hear Thinker though. My bad, y'all.
I thought that was your voice. I mean, I won't trip.
No.
No, it's yeah. If you could mute while I talk, I think that would be great. But yeah, the microphone is right by my mouth. But I was saying, like, now that you are this mature believer, It sounds as if you are saying that married homes, right, is the thing that would fix humanity. And you are under the impression that now that you are about to get married, that you most definitely would never see yourself as someone getting divorced in the future. If I can help it, no. And I don't really think divorce is the end game. I think, unless, you know, abuse is involved or, you know, habitual cheating, infidelity, that type of thing. But other than that, I mean, you can work through a lot of things. Just people choose not to.
Did he say habitual cheating?
Hmm.
Yeah, that means like if you cheat one time,
I know the
right?
word. I
If,
know
if
what the
we if,
word.
Yeah,
if we
we
married
all
if
know
we
what
married
habitual means.
if we
Yeah,
married and you cheat, all right, boom, we
yeah,
might go to
we all
We know
know
counseling.
what
what the
that
word
means.
habitual means, dude.
All right, okay, I ain't say you didn't. I'm just explaining. I'm But just you
You
going don't further into it.
explaining it like we don't.
You don't understand why she brought up the fact that you Oh, said so habitual. let's No, just hey, let's not hey, beef today. hey, young Before I girl, get up off here, young all right? girl. Yeah,
You can
then
leave.
go. All right, I'll talk to you later. Yeah.
If
Like
I saw
you
fast,
can't even get through
you
that. How
can.
the hell you gonna get through a marriage? The fuck? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like you come up here like you all like self righteous because you're about to get married, and that attitude right there is what will lead you right to divorce, and you will be one again having children outside of divorce. Like coming up here talking about the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is broken homes or children without you weren't being disrespected. You were trying to explain something we did not need you to explain. We told you we know what habitual means. And I was trying to explain to you the reason she brought that up is because you said repetitive. As if somebody got to fucking deal with your ass cheating on them one fucking time and they got to wait until you do it again and wait until you do it again. Like, who the fuck is gonna deal with that? And then, and honestly, like you saying that you've been with your fiance for 8 years, she probably have dealt with that already multiple times.
Absolutely.
9 years.
Like the
And you just
fuck,
now
I'm taking care of them
proposing
kids
to
that
him.
you put inside of her before y'all got married.
and then
Hypocritical ass motherfucker.
and then get in the comments like you came up here fake as fuck. You came up here fake as fuck. You couldn't handle the first pushback that you got, and you fucking ran. And then you tried to threaten my ass with before I leave. Leave, bitch. And you better hope your wife ain't like me. Because if you threaten her ass with that shit, she's going to fucking leave. And then you're going to be crying to her brothers talking about, well, I didn't think she was actually going to do it. Y'all need to stop that shit.
That's funny. It's so funny. I'm not contributing to the worst thing that happened to humanity because, I know how to enjoy myself, but also be safe. You, on the other hand, think that you are
I
the worst
don't
thing that happened to
fucking want
humanity.
one of you motherfuckers.
You don't have
I
to think
don't want one of you. I've had two in my whole life, and both of y'all motherfuckers was broke. I'm good.
You 37 and calling yourself young though. You already lost.
that.
Look, that's how I know he gonna get divorced. It be y'all. He gonna blame her for every fucking thing if he don't already do it.
Yep.
I was about to
Like,
say, how
dude,
he
you
starting
mad
off
because we
blaming her?
saw straight through your ass as soon as you came up here. The fuck? Stales Bells?
Hi, how are you? Good
Good, how are
morning.
you?
Good, good. I don't
How
have a
old are
lot of
you?
time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 41.
Are you a believer? Are
Um,
you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
you know, and I was raised Catholic, but my mother's side is
What are
Buddhist.
you right now?
Nothing.
You're an
And
atheist?
I'm an atheist or agnostic even.
Okay.
I do believe in spiritualism.
Okay, so I
Um,
don't get into spiritual
yeah.
conversations, okay? The
No, not at
conversations
all.
are about the God of the Bible,
Hmm.
and you can address the prompt.
Okay. So, one thing that a lot of people don't understand is that this Jesus figure is actually a plagiarism
No,
of
no,
the
no, no, no,
Egyptian
no,
god of Horus.
no, no, no.
Hmm.
This isn't a live where you come up here to try to teach people stuff. Like this is a
Right.
conversation. Do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Oh, I 100% agree. It's the system of subjugation through colonialism that has been spread all over the globe to subjugate mostly indigenous people. And Asia hasn't been the exception to the rule. But if people understood where this Jesus figure came from, because it came from indigenous teachings,
No,
it's
it
actually
didn't.
funny.
It didn't. And I
I
know, and
believe
I
in the
don't.
horror story.
I'm not here to talk about what you believe in, right? This is not that live, and I don't want you to, you know, start saying stuff that you are not going to be able to back up. Um, that's not true. There are ancient stories that uh, share similarities, right? As throughout the entire ancient Near East, share similarities with the deities in this book, in the stories in this book. But it's not just Egypt. Jesus isn't based off of Horus. And that's not what we're talking about in here, okay?
Sure, no, I've read the prompt, but I think it's important to acknowledge, where the origins of the Jesus story may
There are
have
no
originated
origins,
from, may
but it
For
may
didn't.
have
what?
origin.
For what? And also the word is acknowledge, not acknowledge. Y'all niggas come up here dumb as fuck.
I read the prompt, but I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. The heck?
Yeah, I mean,
Layla,
I have to work in the morning. Hey, why don't you stay tonight?
Layla, did you come up on
Why don't
accident?
you call her and have her come by?
Yeah, we're gonna take you down,
Yep,
love. You're
yep.
having a whole conversation. Goodness gracious. Why are you still here? I thought you was leaving.
Cause that threat was hollow than a motherfucker.
Oh,
Before I leave, bro, you ain't got nowhere else to go. Take care of them fucking kids that you had out of wedlock.
I wonder why he didn't marry the mother of his other kids. It's since broken homes is the issue. Like, why didn't he go marry the mother of his first kids? All
She
my
ain't want to
kids
put
by
up
the
with it
same
now.
man.
She ain't want to put up with him.
I married my kid's dad, and that still didn't fucking work. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open.
If I don't cheat multiple times in the same month, the Bible says, okay, you got to stay with me. Only after multiple habitual times. Actually, the Bible only says if you get hit, ain't it?
That
Well,
nigga
I
say
mean,
if you get hit. What? Where you get that from?
also just add shit. Like, I think that habitual was so very telling, and I don't think
Mm-hmm.
they realize how much they tell on themselves when they with the words that they use.
Mm-hmm. He
The
going into
fact
that
that
marriage with the reason of two.
the fact that you felt disrespected by somebody telling you we don't need you to explain habitual tells me that you are a dangerous ass motherfucker. Like you couldn't even control yourself on an app with people who aren't even in front of you. Just think about what the fuck you do when your wife tells you that. You are a dangerous motherfucker. Insecurity will always breed violence.
Every single motherfucking time. Every
Mm.
time.
And the more you stay here, the more you in that comments talking shit, trying to defend yourself, the more you show yourself. Oh, I know you don't play. You're a dangerous ass motherfucker and probably abusive as fuck.
Oh, definitely that part.
Look, I came
Learn your
learn your
place.
play. Look, he came up here fake as fuck. The people
Absolutely.
that I used to hang around, they see me as different. Like I don't fit in anymore, motherfucker, because they know your ass abusive. They don't fucking want to be around you because you're abusive.
Snake ass dude.
No, like these guys are quite literally losing their shit because this the tropes that they use. You don't have a man. Don't need or want one. And actually, as a matter of fact, I do, but that's neither here nor there. But then their actual true colors come out. Learn your place. You need me to be below you, and I'm not going to do that. Like that just simply is not required. I don't need you for anything. And I say all the time, they don't know how to be wanted. They don't know how to become likable people.
That's why they focus on this God.
Hmm.
The God said habitual cheating. I only did it once. I only did it twice. Two times ain't habitual, bitch. Uh, habitch.
But I think worshiping this God is their only redeemable quality. And the fact that we're pushing back on the validity of this God is why they get so upset with us.
It was Exodus 21:26 was the divorce thing I was talking about.
The what now?
Exodus 21:26. That's the divorce law I was talking about.
What did you say about it? I didn't hear you.
When a slave owner strikes the eye of a male or female slave, destroying it, the
Oh.
owner shall let the slave go.
Oh, I don't know
What's
why I
up,
trust you.
guys?
Oh my gosh.
Do you like Bluey?
Nah, them suckers watch South Park now.
Oh my goodness gracious. But y'all do remember when school was in because they had to get up early in the morning. They would always jump on at this time
Hmm.
before school, and then they started jumping on while they were in class. Y'all
They
remember
would
that,
do
right?
that. Yeah.
In fact, who did we meet while they were in class that never went away?
I mean, yeah,
Theo.
little also.
Theo. Yeah, he
Freaking
was in
Theo.
class
I'm too
when
old for
he
that,
came up here.
Lala.
Huh?
Sound like Lala said me, huh? And that definitely was mine.
Lala, what class would you have been in?
What's going on? All
How old
hello?
are you?
How old am I? I could
Is
be
this
your
Paul?
husband.
Is this Paul?
You
Yo,
could also be my bottom. What's going on Saturday night?
I could be your daddy also.
You could probably more likely be my bottom. What's going on Saturday
No, no,
night?
no, I could be your daddy, brother.
Sure. What's going on Saturday night?
You be my brother too. What's up?
I mean, we could wrestle it out on Saturday. What's going on?
You know what? We could
What
do.
the fuck do you
We could
want?
bar. You know what I'm
What
saying?
the fuck do you want?
What the fuck do I want? I want you, baby.
No.
And hit my DMs. We could find out who's gonna be topping who on Saturday.
Layla, are you coming up here on purpose on accident? Because the last time you came up, you were having a private conversation and I took you down. Are you requesting on purpose? It is way too many people in this room for these to be the quality of conversations. Like way too many, and so we've been waiting for a decent conversation for man over 30 minutes. What's up, pressure?
Good
So
morning.
I'm gonna give it another. We'll wait to what 7 a.m. 6:30, not 6:30. That's 10 minutes. And I hate doing 6:45. We'll give it till 7, y'all, and see what it do. But it's like 1,000 people watching this live right now for this to be the quality of conversation. A motherfucker that announces you gotta go take care of responsibilities, bitch, you ain't used to it.
That's no shit.
You ain't
And
used
still
to
haven't
it at
gone to go
all.
do it. It still ain't going to go do it.
Like motherfucker, what?
Maybe you should change the background topic. Change it to how many times can you cheat before you're a cheater?
And then that'll break in all those red pill conversations that I fucking hate.
Young girl swallow his pride and request back up. Now we talk about something real.
God. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, you're 25 and up, the guest box is open. Why is he back in the guest report? I'm not bringing you back up. You ran. You already showed us who you are. Like, go. I don't give a fuck about you trying to
I
defend your
know
fucking
his ass did
masculinity.
not.
Like,
He did not hit that request again.
yeah,
And I'm
like
stepping all
nobody
over
gives
his
a
ego.
I
damn.
thought he had responsibilities.
Like, and he's back. Like I took him out and he's back in it. Like, dude, go take care of your kids. Go cheat. Go do something.
Mm, mm,
We
mm,
don't care about talking about your fucking masculinity. You're not about to defend that shit in here. Go live life. Go be different. Go be different. Like the fuck. This is some weird ass shit. You came up here with all that fake ass shit. You done got fucking exposed. Go.
mm.
Shoot.
Old O is crazy. That's why I called him Old O in the comments. Nah, but seriously though, I get it. I get it. You want to come up here and try to act like you was this guy. You got exposed for being who you actually are. Now you want to do some damage control. But guess what? We seen you. Ain't no changing that. And you know I know you a piece of shit. That's why I stayed quiet so long, so y'all could at least try to have a conversation.
How long also? Because I like honestly, I think as soon as he got on stage, you said something. I might be wrong, but I think you did.
I
How
ain't
long
said
did you
nothing
stay
to him.
quiet?
I stayed quiet till until he said that whole habitual cheating thing. I was like, oh my goodness, bro, you gonna say it? He just
I
told you
feel
we don't
like
need
you
the
said
explanation.
some. I feel like you said something. I think you did say something at first before Fee
Yeah.
answered.
Oh yeah, I said his first. Yeah, because when he came off mute the second time, the beginning part of his statement was completely dismantled. The thing that he said was the worst part of humanity, because he was saying it was broken homes, and then in his response to Fee, he goes, "Yeah, well, ultimately we all end up choosing who we want to be." So then it wasn't the single family thing, right? Like the single parent household.
Yeah.
If you ultimately you just choose to be good or bad, like it just that then that doesn't matter. And the single parent household thing was not the worst thing that happened to humanity. That's what I said. I said you destroyed your argument with like the first sentence and then rebuttal, but he ain't peeped that. I also use words that he don't understand.
He most likely ain't got no responsibilities either because his ass is still here.
Maybe my take care of his kids, he meant like he had to set the alarm for his baby mama to take care of the kids. He probably take her car all day and sit outside the QT waiting for the people to walk in and out the gas station. And be like, hey man, I got that gas. I got that gas. That's what a young old looks like to me. I also do music. This is my merch tape. I know people don't do physical CDs no more, but here you go. I do music. Y'all want a merch tape? That's what it's giving. You post it up in your girlfriend Corolla at the gas station. Niggas is just trying to get gas. And isn't it? I got gas. Nigga, that's what I came here for.
What in the hell is also up here talking about, y'all? This is what this is what we've come to.
I'm
This is what y'all want to sit here and listen to.
talking that real shit though. You ain't never been to a
Mm.
gas station in Atlanta. It's a nigga trying to sell you some shit. It's like, nigga, I came here to get gas.
Somebody
I
No.
tried to
wouldn't
sell
buy
me
from
a
a
turtle.
random. See?
I'm not even lying. Somebody tried to sell me a turtle at a QT
A
on
turtle?
a
Yes.
whole ass turtle. I'm not y'all. A is different. The A is very different.
This is not a
A
real
whole
place over here.
it's not. I just had to accept it. It's not. My hometown is like that.
Atlanta funny.
They be trying to park your car, wipe
I'm a
windows.
full-time non-official gas station attendant and a part-time water
Right.
boy.
Oh man. I used to work at the QT overnight. That was the scariest time of my life. I promise.
Being a full time non official anything is just it's questionable. I'm just saying.
That's crazy. Nah, but if you a believer deconstructing from the God of the Bible or an atheist, come on up. We can either have a fun fruitful conversation, or think you'll let me have you.
SS Joe.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Why is this young? Is this are you youngo?
Mm-mm.
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
No.
Uh, they got the same bio, damn near. How old are
Huh?
you? How old are you?
24.
You gotta be 25, okay? So I'm gonna take it down. Have a good day.
Okay.
You gotta be 25 and up, y'all, to participate in the conversation. I'm still waiting on Maddie to let me know when she is in the live so she can do uh, her thing. Um, she's supposed to message me.
You're probably waiting to hear back from the father.
Yeah, you could tell young go. Oh my fucking gosh. Go and live your life. Like this is some fucking deranged ass uh behavior that you are displaying right now. I'm not gonna bring you up. I don't give a damn like what somebody told you as far as you having dominion over women, as far as women have to do what you tell them to do. You're gonna sit there and keep hitting that request button without getting what you want. Go and take care of your kids. The answer is no.
This is habitual cheater energy. In case you were curious, youngo.
What the like explain to me in your mind what the fuck is happening right now. Please explain to me. Like, do you realize how many times you've hit request and I've taken you out and you still haven't gotten what you want? Explain to me the process of thought that you are using right now that makes sense. Shit don't make no fucking sense. All right, y'all. Don't let us end Monday morning or Sunday night leading into Monday morning early. It's been an hour, damn near an hour since we've had a conversation.
You don't have to be
So I got
nice.
30 more minutes. Huh? What you say, also? We got 30. If we don't get another one by 7 o'clock, I'm shutting down. What you say, also?
I was telling old ho that he ain't got to be nice. He was talking about I'm trying to be nice by requesting a bunch of times, being annoying as fuck, being a weirdo that said he got to go take care of his kids, but it's just arguing from the comment section, mind you, on a TikTok live from the comment section.
It ain't
Right.
me, Yala. It's 1,000. There are 2,000 ears, 2,000 eyes listening and watching this live, and the guest box is empty. It ain't me. It's not me. It don't make sense. Fragile egos, scared because also gonna talk crazy to him. Like talking about Jesus gives you the strength to be a different person so you can get married, but you don't have the strength to ignore when somebody trying to get under your skin.
And even try to do that. I just said you don't have to explain what the fuck habitual
No,
means. We
I'm
all know.
saying like he thinks you're trying to get under his skin. He feels
Oh
like you're
yeah.
disrespecting him. He don't have the ability to ignore that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like your fragile
Hmm.
ass ego, like it's the reason why you're not up here. And then you tried to threaten me with a good time, motherfucker, and I accepted.
That is crazy. I'll leave right now. That's what fucking Demetrius keep doing.
Who is
Cause when we talking
Demetrius?
Bible, I don't like calling him by his username.
Oh,
He gets off on that shit, so I call him another D word every time.
Yo, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, like there's three different types of people that can come up here and have a conversation. There are over 900 people watching this live right now. I hate to shut down early, but it looks like that's what's going to happen. You
You're
might be a demon
literally
slayer, but you ain't somebody with some fucking responsibilities.
you can do this all day, but you just said that you had
Hey,
kids to take
Captain
care of.
America.
That's kind of crazy. I
Hmm.
don't know.
He said he's a demon slayer.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Watching Demon Slayer. That's what he did.
What do you do to the demon of adultery?
Give it a second chance.
Rehabilitate habitually.
Take it out to dinner, then to a hotel.
Right. Unemployed is an understatement, my friend. I'm telling you, he borrowed his girl car to go out in these streets and act a fool. Talking about responsibilities. You
Jesus
marrying
told
her
me
because
to
she
get
let you.
married.
Well, yeah, you marrying her because she let you play around with her ass for years. You like, oh, well, I don't think I'm gonna find nobody else that'll let me do
Well, don't say that. I was with my husband for 7 years before we got married. we, we were together for
But y'all
seven
were
years.
young. Y'all were
Yeah,
young
we got
though.
together at 18.
Yeah, this man 40.
Well, it was what, six? I don't know, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 5 years. We were together 5 years before we got married. And then we was married. We got divorced. Well, not divorced. I put him out a week before our 7th year anniversary, wedding anniversary.
it. He was 40 years old,
Yeah.
acting like he writing the wrongs of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Jerome, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
Huh?
Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
Accident.
Okay. All right. Have a good one.
Right.
Why does it always put me up
I
there?
don't know. TikTok is wondering the same thing I'm wondering. Like, why is there so many people in there, but ain't nobody in the request box? Like, TikTok trying to do the job of
That's probably
God.
AI.
Probably.
Yeah. Have a good one.
That nigga said, "Oh."
Yeah. Oh no.
Is you in the bathtub? What the fuck was
That's
going
your
on?
He was
mixtape.
doing
Lala took
something.
Lala took him down.
I'm just curious. God is a W. What a name.
That has to be a
It's
kid.
it's it's looking like we shutting down early, y'all.
So how do we exterminate religion? The only way to exterminate religion is to exterminate all people. Next.
This person is not connecting either. All right. That was everybody that TikTok threw in the guest request.
What do y'all be doing in real life? I come up here with the most random shit going on in the background. What do y'all be doing in real life? Because when I be on the live and shit, you know what I'm saying? I be doing my little thug thizzle, but Y'all sound like y'all be dropping in like war zones and fucking nightclubs in the middle of the fucking morning. Like, what y'all be doing in the day?
I ain't never in my life seen believers this damn scared to have a conversation. Like, I swear. I be seeing y'all in other people's lives, like, ready to get up there. Are you eating something, Divine One?
No, ma'am.
Oh, what's that sound? Are
No,
you
ma'am.
walking?
No, I'm yeah, coming from the bus stop.
Oh, okay. How old are you?
Excuse me.
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
37.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a follower of Christ. I'm really not religious. More spiritual. Yes, ma'am.
Is it the Christ in the Bible?
Uh, I'm still doing some research on them, trying to figure out is he the Christ of the Bible because I got my own beefs with the Bible. You know.
When you say you're a follower of Christ, what other Christ is there if he's not the one in the Bible?
Now, what I mean is, how they whitewash and change a lot of things. So I don't know even know if this is the same character. You know, like I believe in the true. I believe in Yahusha.
Oh, so are you a Hebrew Israelite, or you believe that
No,
the
no,
the
I don't consider myself anything. I'm just a spiritual believer. So I believe in what I've came to research and deem to be true.
right? Like what I'm trying to figure out is if you fit the conversation, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we're talking about the God that's in this Bible, whether it's the God in the Old Testament, whether it's Yeshua, Yahweh, it's the God that's in this book, based off of these stories in this book. Whether he's white, black, Asian, Latina, Native, it doesn't matter to me. It's the same God. It's the same idea. And so I'm trying to see if that is the God that you believe in, or if it's
So
something
so
different.
the person I believe in, yeah, he was the Son of God, and he did die on the cross for my sins. But
So
as
he's
far
in
as
this.
was he,
Is it are the stories in this book about the God you believe in?
yeah, but I don't know if they got the story all the way right though. That's why I
Okay.
said I got my own little beast with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And go ahead and address the prompt, please.
Okay, so when you say Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to a man,
Give me
humanity.
just 1 second. I'm sorry, just 1 second. Y'all,
Yes, ma'am.
do us a favor. Do me a favor. I know y'all have been tapping all night. Y'all have hit every gift goal. Y'all know which um digital, what do they call them, digital assets that TikTok likes to send the stream out to more people. Help us get to a higher quality of people. And I hate saying quality, but TikTok does categorize their viewers. Um, and the quality is viewers who engage, right? So if you're not engaging in the chat or anything like that, and we're just in here chilling, TikTok is not going to send us out to more people. If y'all want the live to last to the normal time, which is 10:30 a.m. Central, I need y'all's help. Y'all got to let TikTok know that y'all are awake in here. You want more people in here so that they can share it out. Okay, I appreciate y'all so much. Go ahead, Divine.
You said it again, bro.
Okay, yes. Yeah. When you say Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity, um, what what is your premise when it comes to spirituality?
I don't discuss spirituality. I'm here to talk about the God of the Bible. This God is
The
an
reason
idea.
why
I'm sorry, divine. I don't discuss spirituality. I'm here to talk about the God of the Bible, right? Just that God as an idea. So whether you see it as spiritual, whether you see it as, I don't know, um, uh, like a divine order or something, like that doesn't matter to me. I'm discussing the character in this book and its impact on humanity. So can you address that? the topic? Are you
Yeah,
able to
sure,
do that?
sure. So let me ask you a question. I don't get to ask any questions.
You don't get to take me off topic, and I don't discuss spirituality.
Oh yeah, because it just was gonna play into what I was about to say, but that's cool. The reason why I said what I was about to say is because that plays a part in, you know, what you think and how you feel about what you think. You know,
Does it?
that's
It
what
doesn't.
spirituality does.
It
So in
doesn't.
order to ask a
Spirituality is
question,
very vague, divine. Spirituality is very vague.
what I'm saying is
You
to ask a
define
question.
divine. I'm trying to tell you how to have this conversation, okay?
But I was
Spiritual
talking.
divine, I don't care. And I will, like, if you don't fit the conversation, I'm going to take you down. I don't discuss spirituality.
That's fine.
Your definition of
Thinker, I
spirituality
think
is very
he.
vague.
Why
Okay? It's
does he
very
look like that other dude?
I don't know. I can't see a picture of him. Where do you see his picture?
I just sent it to you.
It is him.
Okay. Like you need help.
I always win.
Yeah, you won by getting taken the fuck down. And then on top of that, you couldn't even force me into the conversation you wanted to have, dumb fuck.
Was that Big O again?
Yes,
Little O.
Wow. Wow.
No, oh, because there ain't no woman getting none from that.
I knew I recognized his voice.
That's ridiculous. Yahweh Shah need to help y'all out.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Jesus Christ. I'm good.
How are
Goodness
you?
gracious.
Jesus Christ?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I'm good.
This is not gonna be a good
Is that a state of
Oh,
being?
it's going to be a great live. Jesus fucking Christ. It is.
Is
you
Jesus
came
Christ
up
a
here
state of
to
being?
It is.
can
Jesus
somebody do me
Christ
a favor?
is
Hold
great.
on, because I feel like this is fucking trolling.
And it's not
Like,
troll.
yeah, you are
Yahweh is
trolling.
God.
You're
Jesus
trolling, and I
Christ
don't
is Lord
fucking
and
do
Savior.
atheists that troll. I don't
The
fucking like that shit.
Tetragrammaton.
Don't
I know
waste
you
my
don't.
fucking time, okay? I don't like when atheists come up here and troll my live. The shit isn't funny. I know y'all see Oso doing that shit, but he got away with it. And he the only one that can come up here and do that shit. Don't come up here and troll my life. I don't like that shit. Justine and TikTok go, are y'all in the box on purpose? Y'all, we got 15 minutes to get a decent conversation. Like, I cannot.
Finger, did that pastor respond anymore?
He commented and said uh, that his video of him conceding and saying that my dad set the bar, like he hit the bar is high based off of my dad. He said I misunderstood his purpose of saying that. Okay. Like out of everything I said in that video, that's what you chose to stitch, and then you conceded and said that I have no doubt that your dad was a good man. I did make the choice of not being an electrician, so I could be a full time pastor. It's just what I thought I had to do at the time, but now I guess I don't know. The bar is set high, really high, and I will not be responding again. And then, like in the comments, he was like, "My concession extends to comments." I thought y'all was gonna go back and forth and laugh.
They're so ridiculous. Like, cause the reality is, his first video was insanely condescending, as if you don't even possess the basic mental faculties to understand concepts that he's saying. But then when you ripped it to shreds, he what? Oh, now it's just my concession extends. What? Like, stand on what you said. Either it's true or it's not.
Yeah. Especially after saying me and my buddy gonna go back and forth. Me and my buddy gonna laugh at all these videos going back and forth. And the very next video you can see them. And saying don't even respond to me in comments. Like you like do that. I don't know. But apparently he's cool with Mezzo, not cool with. He goes on Mezzo, Joel's, and Deacon
Justin.
Justin's live, and he presents himself as if he's a different type of pastor, like a cool pastor. But
Interesting. It's odd that
yeah,
he came at you that way, though. Or maybe
Exactly.
not odd, but
Yeah, maybe not.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
You
That's why I
both.
said me saying that my daddy did what you're claiming you couldn't do because you are a pastor, and my daddy was a pastor and an electrician. I think that was too much for him. That was too much. Paul, Paul, you are
Mm-mm.
fuck. Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't have the patience for it. I don't. And I really am trying, but I like it. I can't. I don't understand why so many people in here and nobody is talking because I don't just talk to Christians. I don't just talk to believers. Right? This live is open to people who are deconstructing. The live is open to atheists who have, valuable things to say. But we've been an hour without a decent conversation. Justine, are you requesting on purpose or on accident?
she just commented she's in on purpose.
Oh, Garnett.
This would be the best time for nerds to request up when the live is slow like this. Like if a nerd has something they want to share, like with their deconstruction journey, instead of doing it at the beginning of the live, like this would be the times that I think the nerds should, to fill the gaps instead of at the beginning of the lives. Hey Justine.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
So, I've been thinking this idea over for, I don't know, the last like week or so. I kind of want to run it by you and see what you think. So, I've been thinking about how since Christianity started, like it cannot produce lasting peace. And I'm thinking that's because they're trained to think there's like an internal war they cannot prove over a piece of them. So I don't see how an internal war could ever produce anything more than external war based on what we've seen through history since it started. Do you think that's possible? Like, do you think lasting peace is ever possible with Christianity because of the warring ideas?
No.
Yeah, so I don't see how they could, like, why they even want it to continue. Like, they see war in the world, and that excites them because they think this Bible is coming true. Like, the story's in the Bible. And it's, like, so frustrating to watch people, like, fighting with each other in these lives, and just, they can't, they can't see it. I don't understand how they can't see it. Just look at history. War after war, two world wars. You know,
Do
they're
they
constantly
expect
fighting
peace
with
on earth?
Muslims and Jewish people. It just doesn't make any sense.
Because they believe the war is like prophecy,
Yeah, it
especially
validates it
what's
for
going
them.
on.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but like, do they expect peace on earth?
I don't know if they want peace on earth. I don't know if they only want war, if they only want to be right. I don't know what they want.
I don't think they expect peace on earth. I think they don't expect it until after they die, like on the new earth.
Yeah, but like everyone wants their kids safe. Like we all have goals. Like as humans, we have goals. Like we want to be safe. We want to see safety for others. Well, at least, I don't know, maybe that's not true. Maybe that's just me and I'm being biased, but
I think that's a hope for them, but it's a goal for us. Goals require strategy. Hope doesn't. They actively believe that it can't be accomplished through human means, so they don't necessarily put forth any efforts to bring it to fruition. They have to look to God or Jesus coming back on a horse or merry-go-round, whatever they think he's coming back on. Like that is their hope. Um, to say it's a goal, I think it's a bit of a stretch because goals require action items, and their only action item is to hope and pray to God to come sooner. Like that, I don't think we're even in the same on the same playing field.
Okay. Wow. That's disappointing. I was hoping you guys would have a different idea, but yeah, I guess that's true. That it validates it for them that this thing is coming true, and that excites it more. And internal war is only ever going to produce external war. For the spiritual guy that was in here before, like, what do they say? Like, as above, so below, as within, so without. Like, how could it ever produce peace if it's only about war, like internal and external? It's a bad plan. Like, it's obviously an awful plan. So they should give it up already because it's never gonna produce anything more than disaster and war.
And but I think they would have to want it to be something different for them to care about that enough to give it up. I don't think they expect it to be peace on earth. And as we see, you know, these wars justify or validate their belief that prophecy is happening and that, you know, they're getting closer to their Jesus coming back. And it validates that their faith for them. So I don't think they want to see a time where there's no war.
Yeah, and that's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. I don't get it.
I mean, thinkers prompt a few months back about, if you could be relieved of all the pain and suffering and you no longer need Jesus, would you take that? And they said no. Like
Yeah,
they've been
that's true.
conditioned, yeah, they've been conditioned to see their suffering and the suffering of others as a good thing. And that's the danger in this mindset. And it's not all, I mean, it's not just Christians. I mean, it's other Abrahamic religions as well, and other offshoots of these Abrahamic religions, like the Black Hebrew Israelites. They don't realize how hypocritical their full and entire stances are, because you're saying you want a thing while simultaneously taking actions to not produce that thing, and then actively doing things to ensure that the thing you don't want to happen continues to be perpetuated. It literally makes no logical sense whatsoever.
None. And I mean, they're all like live action role pandering to the same lineage and claiming they're all like the king of that hill and that they're connected to that lineage. So, I mean, the warring concepts are, some of them are flipped exactly 180 degrees. So, I mean, I don't think that's on accident at all. And it just makes it look more true, even though, like, those of us who have studied it can tell that it's not, but it's going to look true to them and validate them. And they're going to think they're right about it. And that's all that matters to them.
I was asking earlier tonight, like this campaign with the He Gets Us organization. Like, I don't quite get how believers can look at that statement and like it's images of people struggling, right? With the statement that says Jesus struggled to make ends meet too, right? And this is your
Unbelievable.
God struggling to make ends meet on earth while he is both the God. Thank you, Looker.
Thanks,
Oh wow.
Looker.
Uh, while he is both the God and a human. And like it's just basically saying Jesus struggled. To me, this is poverty porn,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Yep.
And
I didn't
it
even
just
know that was by
reinforces.
them when I sent it.
Yeah, you sent this to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. I saw it on the FYP. And I
Oh,
was
okay.
yeah, and I was like, what the fuck? But um
And
like
struggled with what? Like, what did Jesus, being besides like the crucifixion myth part, like, what did he struggle with? I'm so confused. He was like a,
well,
Performing
remember
miracles in his
the scripture
hometown.
that says son of man doesn't have anywhere to lay down his head, right? So they're saying like he was homeless. He went from town to town preaching, so
But that
he
was
didn't
like
have
a
but that
a
was his
choice.
choice. Like, yeah, that
yeah,
was
well
his
that they
plan because
use
he's a
that to
cult
say that
leader
he
and he wanted
struggled.
to be seen as having exclusive proximity to this God. So I don't get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
But this
that's
is just like
poverty porn.
reinforcing, yeah, and it's just like reinforcing the idea that struggle is the goal, right? It's okay if you struggle. You know what Paul said, "Were you called to be a slave? That's okay. Don't take any concern." That's what this is giving off to me.
Yeah, it's
Are,
putting struggle on a pedestal.
yeah, are you struggling? That's okay. Jesus struggled too. You can't make ends meet. That's okay. Jesus can't make ends. Jesus couldn't make ends meet either. Be more like Jesus. Like that's what this is doing, right? And it's just the weirdest shit to me. So like when we think about the fact that we see war all around us, and the war is presented to them as, when you see these wars, you're almost close to Jesus. Jesus is on his way back. They're going to welcome it because they want the relief of the struggle that they're feeling, right? They want the relief of not being able to make ends meet. So they're going to beg for this war. They're going to look forward to the war.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah.
It's giving Hunger Games, right? Like the, the little, I don't know if y'all saw that trilogy or not, but the book was much better to me than the movies. But it's giving this elite needs those that are underfoot to know their position and to be comfortable with where they are, so that they don't have these high ideals of revolting or saying, "Wait a minute, who does it benefit for me to expect to suffer? Who does it benefit for me to consider my suffering as laudable? It damn sure doesn't benefit me."
Right. Doesn't
Which
benefit
goes back
anyone.
to the pacifist, the pacifist nature. Who does it benefit for me to turn the other cheek, for me
Yes.
to not have boundaries, right? It
Right.
benefits the abuser, right? Like it's this
Yeah.
this whole thing. Looker,
Look, it's showing out today. That is
oh my
beautiful.
gosh, thank you, Looker.
And the crazy part about it is they don't even allow themselves to ask that question. So you're telling me that me saying or protecting myself or stopping you from hitting me a second time is me being haughty? That's me being proud. That's me being arrogant. And you literally want me to believe that. But that's that psychological conditioning of being forced to believe yourself as worthy of nothing. We are born as filthy rags. We deserve absolutely nothing. All of that ingrained self-degradation is just layered to the point that the expectation is to take what you get, and not only while you take it, you better love it. You see it as an honor to not have shit. It's an honor for your children to be hungry. You're chosen and set apart because you ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. Just think about that for a minute. But people won't allow themselves to do that.
Like literally, remember the video I did when I said you want me to honor the life and death of a man because he got his ass whooped with 40 lashes and had a crown of thorns and was hung on a cross for a couple of hours, and ignore my ancestors who was fed to alligators, who were also hung and beat with 100 lashes um, for days, right? Like you
Yeah.
want me to ignore all of
It's
that?
so much worse. Yeah.
Yeah, and they like believers were in my comments saying that Jesus suffered more than our ancestors who were lynched.
That's insane.
Jesus was pawned for a weekend. That's literally what happened to Jesus. Now, children, women, our ancestors had our children taken from them. They were literally on breeding farms where they had to pop out babies just to have them shipped across the country to work on somebody else's farm. And you think Jesus's weekend was compares in any way? No, like I'm not.
Mhm.
And you remember Thinker? I said that somebody was in my comments. I mean, in my DMs trying to bring me to Christ. I found out last night that was Allie's ass. I didn't know she had changed her.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know she had changed her screen name. And I mean, I'm like, what they don't realize is that I'm not willing to ignore reality for the sake of this hope that you have bought into. That doesn't even make sense to you. You just accepted it. That's not going to be enticing to me. I'm not going to see myself as something that I know I'm not just because this book tells me to. That doesn't benefit me. It benefits people in power. And to them, I say a hearty fuck you. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, me either. That's insane.
Well, Justine, did you have anything else?
No, hon, that's all I got.
Thank you for coming up, love bug.
Yeah, thank you. You have a good one.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye.
While we were talking, he did that
It's
while we were
also
talking.
Katniss. Is
Hmm.
his face small?
Yep. Yep. I think people aren't coming up because they're afraid of Oso. They scared Oso gonna tell them to put their teeth back in or some shit. That's why I think they're not coming up. Hey Hopper.
Hey, Hoppa.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
How are
Good
you?
morning.
I will admit I am scared to death of coming up because of Oso. I mean, it is what it is. I'm woman enough to admit it. Oso scares the shit out of me.
They scared Oso gonna turn them into a meme or some shit. Like
Look, kind of along the lines you guys were just talking about. Y'all, I went to church. I went to church 2 Sundays ago. It was a special occasion, of course. My family was celebrating our aunt's 1 year Omega service. Girl, I even put on a dress and some lip gloss. What?
Okay,
What?
Hoppa.
What?
I need a picture. I need a picture.
Girl,
I'm
my
just
family
saying.
was like, what the fuck? I was torn between like a pantsuit and a dress. I was like, nah, I'm not I'm not gonna
thank
do
you,
it to
Liquor.
him. Oh, but so it was also a test for me to see, how far along in the deconstruction process, I've come. Um, and it was a church I grew up in. So same old ritual, same process. So the pastor gets up to deliver his message. It's not the pastor I grew up with. Okay, he passed away many years ago. So it's the guy that replaced him. So, we stand up to read the scripture or whatever. It's a Baptist church. So we stand up to read the scripture, open up my Bible app, and I'm like, no, man, I can't wait to see, where he's coming from so I could rip this shit to shreds, right? Girl, why his lazy ass preach from Psalms 23 and 1? Just lazy. What? 23 and 1. So here's the thing, kind of going back to your previous conversation. His point in preaching 23 and 1 was to reiterate that Christians are sheep. And he made it clear that not sheep in the form of an animal, but who obediently follow without question. You just follow. We are sheep and we follow and we obey. And then it hit me. It hit me. Like, this is why it's so hard for people to accept deconstructing or not being able to understand why, we question things. Because, like I said, I grew up in this church, y'all. So if I was still in the church, still going to church, I would be hearing the same message from a child Sunday after Sunday, Wednesday after Wednesday, year after year after year after year, being taught that all I'm supposed to do is obey, don't question, and just be like sheep and just follow. And it just kind of blew my mind, and I'm kind of looking around at the congregation, and everybody's, nodding their head and agreeing with this. And it's like, we're taught to be sheep. Sheep are not aggressive. They they're not aggressive. They don't respond negatively to aggression or whatever, they just go wherever you lead them, even if you're leading them to slaughter. And my tears kind of welled up in my eyes, and I'm like, this is why my people, we're constantly turning the other cheek, because we're sheep, you know. Y'all
Yeah,
feel me? Does
and
that make
yeah, and
sense?
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I think the my frustration is like it's with the people that agree to that, right? But
Right.
more so with the people that's indoctrinating them into it, like the pastor preaching that clearly has an agenda behind that, right? To make sure
Right.
that people aren't questioning him and his authority, who he claims to be in this God as the mouthpiece of the God. And this is why I try to highlight the fact that they've never talked to or seen the God. When they say that this God is sovereign and the God can do whatever the God wants to do, you are essentially saying that these men and women who claim to be authoritative figures for the God can do whatever they want to do, and you're going to co-sign it. You're going to blindly follow, and that's the fucking problem.
Right. Right. I mean, it's kind of like how we see it all the time. Pastors or church leaders can do the most egregious things, and people will overlook it. But, someone else does, someone says, oh, I'm a member of the rainbow community, and it's the end of the world. Like, I mean, you even have some pastors that are down low rainbows, and they will overlook that, you know? I don't know, but it was just, and I'm looking at these young boys, like young teenagers, early teens, and they're the quote unquote junior ushers in the church, and they're helping with collection, and then just being groomed just like I was. In fact, one of the ministers, women ministers, is a lady that I grew up with. We were like best friend, church best friends, and she's now in the pulpit, and I was like, oh my lord, that could have been me. Like, and she is, she stayed with it, and whatever, and she's doing her thing. um Very intelligent, but and I'm listening to her, and she's very charismatic with her wording, even when it comes to the giving part, and I don't know, but it was just a sad thing to me to see all a church full of black people nodding their heads and agreeing and saying amen to the fact that they are sheep. Yeah, and I'm like, it just kind of blew my mind. So I walked away feeling, to answer my own question, um deconstructed, if you will, because every time something was said, in my mind, I'm like analyzing it, and like, that is such bullshit. Like, I can't believe these people believe this shit. But it's just sad, and I just don't, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's sad. It's sad. I don't
It's
want my
very
daughter
sad.
growing up thinking she's sheep. you know.
Yeah, I highly doubt that your daughter will, because you're going to teach her critical thinking. And that's like I was telling y'all earlier. My son asked if y'all knew that he was a Christian, and what y'all thought about that. And I told him, like, there ain't nothing that they can say. Like, you're my son,
Right.
and I'm gonna love you anyway. And but I want you to critically think. Right.
Right.
The main important thing is that you allow yourself to ask 1,001 questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Yep.
believe that you'll,
That's
teach your
yeah.
daughter the same thing.
Yeah, I do, cuz she's she goes to church with her other mom, and I just tell her just keep an open mind. Um, think, if something doesn't make sense, if you have any questions, ask me and we'll go over it, but just keep an open mind. Don't go in believing that just because a preacher said it or it's what you hear in a building called a church it is the absolute truth. But girl, look, when she's with me and we're going into school in the morning, she knows what we're listening to Thinker. We're listening to Thinker. She be all that's probably honestly Thinker. You know what, girl? I owe you a thank you because that's probably the only time my daughter is with me and she's not in her phone. She's not texting.
Really?
Yes. Yes. We're riding to school and normally, I'm trying to hold a conversation. Hey, blah blah blah, what's going on? Girl, she's just, yeah, yeah, mama. Yeah, no. And texting. But when we're listening to Thinker and she hear those Christians cutting up and calling the panel out of their names, she's all in, she's like, what? And she'll just look at me and her eyes will get big. I'm like, you hear it?
I
But
feel like
she'll
we've
put the
become
phone
like a
down for
TikTok
you.
reality TV show, audio
Huh?
version. I feel like we've become a TikTok Christian reality TV show, like a
Yeah.
audio
But
version or something.
I think we
when you
have.
fuss, wait, I can't hear what you say, Thinker.
Oh, that was Fee. What'd you say, Fee?
No, I was just agreeing with you. I think we have, because my son listens to it too, and he has never been indoctrinated. So he's just fascinated at the mindset and the
Mm-hmm.
way, like just the thought process or lack thereof, and of the things that they say. Like sometimes somebody will say something random as fuck, and he'll just snap his head around, like, what does that have to do with the conversation? I'm like, I got nothing. I don't know. I can't answer that.
No,
Ah.
I told you I was
Mm-mm.
talking to my son yesterday, and I asked him. I was like, um, "Do you think that the church members? Because we saw a church member at the mall yesterday. I was like, you think they've seen the live? He said, "Mama, everybody done seen your live." he's like, "Mama, you are known." And I was like, "Damn."
Wow.
But I think, Thinker, when
Wait a
you,
minute, thinker, you broke up for me. He said, what did you guys say?
I asked him. We saw one of my dad's old church members yesterday at the mall. And when we walked away, I said, "You think she'd seen the live?" He said, "Mama, everybody done seen your live." He said, he was like, "Mama, you are known."
I
And I
love
asked,
it.
I was like, "What do you say
Because
when people say to you,
it's
your mama
just
is an
getting people to
atheist?"
think.
Right.
right.
And he said the same thing, like to me, that I said to him. I was like, "What do you say when people come to you, but like, your mama an atheist, your mama demonic?" He's like, "Ain't nothing they can say." I was like, "Are you gonna defend me?" He was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I don't want you to fight." I was like, "Don't get in fights, because somebody talking about me." He was like, "Oh, they're not gonna be able to talk about you."
Right. But I think when you get frustrated, it's like there's 900 people in here and we can't get any Christians. I honestly I don't think that they are afraid. I think that they may be silently deconstructing. Like, I really, not all of them, of course, but I really think that they are garnering some information or they're thinking or they know, okay, I know that I can't come up here with my usual crap because these people are not sheep. But I think a lot of them, I think you put it on their mind for real. I really do. I think you put it on their mind. And of course, they're never going to publicly admit that Thinker made me think. I think so. I think you put it on their mind. I really do.
Yeah.
And if they can't come up with the foolery, the Christian talking points from the five scriptures that the only five scriptures they know in the Bible, they just sit down and shut the fuck up and
There was
continue to
one
learn.
guy. There was one guy that came up tonight. They literally got mad. He said, "Well, he said you are prepared." He said, "I didn't come up here to be prepared." What did he say? He said he literally got mad that I was prepared to have the discussion, and he was like, "I didn't come up here for all of that." Like what?
Right. Because you're supposed to be sheep. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to know any better. They do their pulpit talking points, and that's all they know.
Yeah, they expect to have conversations based off of how they've approached this, right? In their own thoughts, their own minds, which I get it because that's the world they live in, right? They live in that world. Facts don't matter, right? Logic
Right.
doesn't matter. And so they expect to have those conversations. Sometimes I try to like engage in that, but if I do, like we'll be in fucking Alice in Wonderland at
Right.
the end of the conversation.
But I still can't figure out why they will not read that book. Like when I was a Christian, I read it. I didn't just go to whatever book, chapter, and verse the preacher spoke on that day while I'm in church. I mean, I read the thing when I was at home. Like, I don't understand. Of course, I read it with a different mindset. I mean, of course, yeah, I absolutely just kind of glazed over the slavery part and all that stuff. But, I just cannot understand why they will not read that book. I don't
Well,
get it.
one is written in King James, or
Right, right.
like it's written in the Shakespeare and Middle English, and it takes a lot of mental capacity to read through a sentence that has the at the end of every word that says begotten and bestoweth. Like
Hmm.
you don't really understand what it's saying, right? Until you read it like three times, you know, to try to understand what it's trying to say. And one word in King James can be used can mean so many different things. So it's so confusing that the most people attempt to start reading it and they just give up. But if they
Or
would
fall
allow
asleep.
themselves, yeah, which is where that whole myth came from that the devil puts a spell on you so you don't read the word of God. Uh,
Mm.
but if they would just, um, thank you, Zena.
Ooh, that's pretty.
If they would just allow themselves to use a more modern version, then people who do like to read would be able to read the book and understand it a little bit more, and they won't have to subscribe to the Holy Spirit for that. But that's why they won't read it, because it's in King James,
Oh, okay. Because that's just crazy to me. Um, yeah. But
and King James is holy to them. King James is like a another god, or the god,
hmm,
or the slave master one.
right.
And they don't even know
Mm,
anything about him. That's the crazy part.
And
right,
they say they
exactly.
don't have to. Like I asked, like, does the life of the men who wrote this text, who translated this text, who decided what was scripture, who canonized it, matter to you? And they said no. Just
Wow.
don't matter.
Because they're sheep. Because they're sheep. Yeah. But one last thing before I go. The preacher, of course, the 23rd Psalm led to um the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Basically, God will provide everything you need. You don't have to put forth any effort. He'll just give you what you need. And if you don't get it, then you don't need it. And, then they reach the apex of the sermon, and he'll be your lawyer in a courtroom, your doctor in a sick room. And I'm sitting there, being that I spend a lot of time in court. I'm like, in my mind, I'm imagining the prosecutor at one table and the defendant at the other table with an empty chair, and then the judge asked the defendant, will your lawyer be here today, or who's your attorney for record? And I could just see some fool saying Jesus.
I'm pretty sure somebody went in
Jesus.
a courtroom and did that before. I know there's a video somewhere on TikTok where somebody's in court talking about Jesus is their lawyer. But
Girl.
they also like don't pay attention to the fact that they have to pay a lawyer, they have to pay a doctor, right?
Right.
Like they don't. Is Jesus was my lawyer? No, your lawyer's name was James Adams.
Oh my goodness. But anyway, guys, thank you for letting me up. I love y'all. Um, and I'll be back down in the comments.
I love you
Y'all
too.
have a
Thank you for
great
coming up,
day.
Papa. It's good talking to you.
You too. All right, let me down, please.
Yes, ma'am. Shut the fuck up, Billy. Like y'all are abusive as fuck. Like if you can't defend your God without trying to use abusive ass tactics, then you need to keep them to yourself. Shut the fuck up is what I said. And you're racist. You're a racist, Billy. While you were in here defending your God, you called me a nigger. You are a fucking racist. And this is exactly why I do these lives, so people who look like me can realize the God that they were given. Just Ginger.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What you got?
Okay, so watching these lives, like for the longest time, I've never been a Christian. I wasn't raised in like a Christian household where I had to go to church and all that. But I've been thinking, like watching these lives, even though I wasn't raised going to church and all that, there's still deconstruction that I have to do just being raised in a place where Christianity is so prominent. Um, like when I was 31, I went into heart failure and I had blood clots all over the place. And I found myself while I was in the hospital for 2 months, like praying that, because I had small children and I was afraid for them more than I was afraid for myself. But I found myself praying that God would like help me to live for my children. And it's things like that that you don't even really think about until like you watch lives like this where you're like, oh my gosh, like I do need to deconstruct, even though this wasn't something that I was deeply indoctrinated with.
Yeah, cause it's around you, right? And you're when you're in a situation like that, even though you didn't grow up to believe it, right? Because like you're not saying that you were atheist, you just wasn't in church. Is that what it is?
Well, so when I was like 13, I have an older cousin and I saw him one day wearing an upside down cross necklace, and I was like, oh my gosh, do you worship Satan? Like, what is it? And he kind of started this process for me. He kind of explained organized religion and how harmful it is. And that kind of started a process for me where I never really believed fully that there was a God. And I took what he said and I learned, I started reading the Bible and, researching as much as I could, like forever ago, because that was in the 90s. But so I can't say that I was ever really a Christian, but I don't know that I would say I was an atheist either, because there was still some belief there. My
Yeah.
mom was a wishy-washy Christian. She was very lukewarm. She still is. But yeah, so I can't really say that I was an atheist or a Christian. I just kind of like thought it was, I guess I would say I was agnostic at that point.
Yeah, which makes sense why you would you know, revert to like praying to the God because there was still some belief there. and it was around you, right, like within your culture. Where I thought you were going when you was like, there's still some deconstruction that I need to do, was like in society, these ideas that we talk about in here, like the misogyny, right,
Yeah.
um, is a big part of society. And even though you might not have been a believer, there could be like some internalized misogyny that you hold. I know I had to deconstruct from that internalized misogyny of feeling like men, you know, were the dominant ones. And like for the longest, like my husband, I never let my husband eat off of a paper plate because that's what I was taught, right? Like, and my
Yeah.
husband, got his plate, first, and I fixed the kids, and then I ate. That's what I was taught. And then when I dated the guy that I dated after me and my husband got divorced, he never ate off of a paper plate. Now I never fixed his plate before my kids. That just never
Yeah.
would be a thing. But when he would come over and eat dinner with us, never got a paper plate. He always got uh, a regular plate and silverware. And that's what I was taught. And even like when I started deconstructing, I realized that even though I wasn't dating anymore and there was no men in my life, I still it's almost like that feeling of it being there. Does that make sense? Like the thought, like
Yeah.
I had to deconstruct from that idea. Like, what the fuck was I doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck was I okay eating off of a paper plate? Because I didn't want to do a lot of dishes, right? Why the fuck was I okay eating off a paper plate, but his ass not? Like, what the fuck was that?
Right.
But it's like there was a lot of internalized misogyny that I had to deconstruct.
I would say I have some of that too. I typically take a more submissive role in relationships. But outside of that, I'm very feminist. I started following this woman. I don't know if you know who she is. Her name on here is Yellow Chick. Um,
Mm-hmm.
she is feminist to the max. And I love watching her lives and how she's like educational too. Like she talks about the genetics and like how like she was talking about how the genes, the Y chromosome is like disappearing and like how they contribute nothing genetically. Like she talks about all kinds of like she's very educational with statistics and things like that. So I think she's maybe radicalized me more than I even was before. But I'm very pro woman and believe that, women should have whatever power they desire in a relationship.
Yeah,
But I would say within
that's good.
myself, I still do like hold some of that.
Yeah, and there's gonna be other things like um, in society that one day we're gonna wake up and be like, damn, I didn't know I was still holding that damn belief because
Yeah,
this religion is just it's a part of the culture. Like it's just ingrained in us.
it is. And I've watched it turn people. Like, I have a friend that I've known just on social media for several years now. And she was always somebody who, like, talked about equality and, all these things that I believe. So we were really good friends. And recently she started hanging out in this Discord server with a bunch of Orthodox Christians. And I had taken like 2 months off of Discord. I just wanted to like step away from the toxicity that exists in some of these servers. But I come back and all of a sudden she's a Christian. And she's been an atheist for as long as I've known her. Argued against religion all the time. So I come back and she's a Christian. And the next thing I know, she's pro-life. And the next thing I know, she's calling people the N-word with the hard R. And I told her the other day, I'm like, I can't, I'm done. Like, I'm not going to do this. I have a biracial daughter and I take that personal when people use that. And she knows that. Um, it's very offensive to me. And for her to call me her friend and use that word in front of me just really, I think it just shows a lot about, like what kind of person she really is. I think that was always there and she just didn't show it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because nobody becomes racist because of a god. It's
Right.
and then also like saying that word, regardless if you have a biracial daughter or not, you know, is offensive, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I think like I get what you're saying. Like the fact that she knows that you have a black daughter, um, for her to say it to you is her being
Yeah,
dismissive of your daughter, right?
very
Um,
much so.
yeah, and not even just dismissive, just downright hateful towards her, and trying to say that she's inferior. Um, but being a being a Christian is not what makes a person racist. Now, a person can be radicalized, like if she's in this group, and these believers are in this group, and what they're preaching is superiority.
Oh,
That
they
can
are
definitely
100%.
happen. Yeah,
The
yeah.
server owner, I we have labeled it a cult. Like there's the same group of us that are kind of in all these different servers, which I don't know why we have all these different servers because it's the same people. But we've labeled it a cult because for some reason I seen this happen with another guy that I've known for years on there. Like they get in that server and get around him and something happens. Like they just become awful people, like outwardly awful. Even if you held that stuff in, at least you're respectful, like to the people that you were around every day. But like they've just become hateful, disgusting people. And I don't like it.
I
I've
would
never
rather
been
that
that
they show me.
person.
I like show me. Like don't respect
Right.
me, and be this racist undercover. Like show me who you are so that I know not to fuck with you for real. Like don't. I don't want to be friends with an undercover racist. I don't want to be friends with an undercover homophobic. I don't want to be friends with an undercover abuser. Like show me exactly who you are. Fuck the respect.
Yeah.
And this is why I say, like, I don't owe anybody respect. I'm gonna treat you the way you teach me to treat you. I don't owe anybody love. I love who I want, who I feel loved
Yeah.
from, and so like, this expectation of everybody deserves respect or everybody deserves kindness, like that also I think is a culture that comes from this God, because it's like, oh, Jesus is love and Jesus teaches peace, and like fuck
Does he
that.
though?
Yeah, if you are a racist, just be a fucking racist so that I fucking know not to fuck with your ass. I know not to go
Right.
in business with you, not to make plans with you, or just be who you are.
I grew up in kind of a racist family. Like I'm not gonna lie, my grandfather had like some tendencies where he would use the slurs and all that stuff. My mom too. Like we went to a store the one day not long ago, and there was like a black couple and an Indian couple, and she's like, "Wow, this place has really gone to shit." And I'm just like, Jesus, I don't know how I ended up. Maybe it's because I grew up. We were poor, and she always got us places to live that were in predominantly black communities, and I went to schools that were predominantly black. So maybe that's what was different for me, because where she grew up, like there was maybe 5 or 6 black kids that went to the school, and so it for me it was maybe I got, because I had exposure to that and she didn't, that I was able to not have that mindset. But when I
But
got pregnant by a black man, they lost their shit. Like they lost it.
also it's the respect, like it's respecting them while they're being that, right? And not calling it out. Um like I know, so like I have a lot of friends that are white, right? And they'll come and they'll ask me several questions about something that somebody that they care about, or a family friend, or somebody that'll say something racist, and they'll ask, like, how do I approach it, because I don't want to cause contention. And I just tell them straightforward, I don't take a soft approach when it comes to racism. I don't respect racism. I call it what it is. Like respecting, trying to be respectful of the person that's being racist, right? By default makes you a perpetrator of racism and makes you racist by default, right?
Right.
Because you're saying, I would rather salvage this relationship than call out this harmful behavior. And if this person does not, right, correct the ideology that they have, if they don't do the work to deconstruct from this bullshit ass hateful ass rhetoric, then they can't be in my life, right? Set like clear boundaries and let the person know that this is not something that you want to be a part of, right?
Yeah.
And that's the same way that, people would do when it comes to this God, right? Like, don't text me scriptures, don't text me, tell me I'm going to hell. And if you can't do that, I'm blocking you. Like, if we can't take that same approach when it comes to racism, when it comes to homophobia, when it comes to xenophobia, when it comes to um, uh, misogyny and things like that, if you can't take that same approach, then, like, honestly, deconstructing from one part, it doesn't really help us. Like, and the reality is that we all have things that we need to deconstruct from. Nobody is fucking perfect. We all were fucked by this goddamn belief system and the ideas that was put into our Western culture. But we can't take us off in silent and respectful approach to it at all.
Yeah. That's why I just cut my that friend off. I just can't, like I said, I find it, you know how I feel about that stuff, regardless of my daughter, right? You know how I feel about that stuff. I hate that word. I hate it. It's so dehumanizing, and it's just not something that I want to be a part of. Like, I don't want to be around that. So immediately when I heard her using that word, and then I heard the other day that she was calling a black man that in a server, um, because he was talking about her little cult leader in the other server. I'm just like, yeah, that's it. I can't, I can't do it. I'm done. Um, as far as my family, my grandfather has passed away. I don't have a good relationship with my mom in the first place. She was very emotionally abusive to me, very neglectful, kind of absent, to be honest. I don't even know who my dad is. She lied to me my whole life and said it was this one guy, and then I found out it wasn't. But so I don't really have a relationship with her at all. But I, with my children, I kind of just allowed them to be themselves. My daughter's been to church, she's been baptized. Um, I didn't force my beliefs on them. I wanted them to be their own people. And they've both grown up to be good people. They accept everybody for who they are. Neither of them believe in God at this point. Like, I didn't want to do the things that my mom did and try to, put my thoughts and beliefs in their heads. So, um, yeah, I've cut a lot of people off over that stuff. A lot of people.
Yeah, like, get it away from you. And and I think the important part, like, as we're allowing our children, to not be indoctrinated, like, the important part is that we are teaching them, how to recognize this stuff, right? How to when it like meets them in society, because it will, how to address it, you know um and shut it out of their life too.
Right.
That's the main important thing.
Apparently the comments think I'm racist and tokenizing my daughter. That wasn't my
I
intention.
don't
I was
want you
just
to address
explaining.
the comment
I
section on the
know.
stage. Yeah.
I just hate when people think that about me, because, like, that's not at all what I was trying to do. I was just explaining, like, my friend, her reasoning and why that hurt me. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for having me up.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up and sharing your story, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, you too.
All right.
Have a good one.
Bye. And I agree wholeheartedly with you. Think about, I think I shared with you guys before. My dad used to always say that integration was the worst thing that happened to the black community, and it used to make me so mad when he said that when I was younger. I was like, no, I'm like, we should all be able to, coexist and get along. Like, it has very like idealistic idea of what he was saying without recognizing the nuance. And I think that it is more, I want to know where you stand. Tell me who you are so I can adjust accordingly. And then I can very clearly let you know you hold a mindset that's harmful. Even if it's not directed at me personally, it's harmful to other people. And I don't choose to engage with people that behave that way. So if that's your mindset, go on your way. You no longer have access to me. But
Mm-hmm.
we definitely have to call this bullshit out.
Yeah. That's yesterday when we were in Zena's live, and that guy was saying what he was saying about Adam and Eve. And was saying that black people were animals and animals can't sin. And I was like, oh, okay. So the animals outside the garden uh, couldn't sin. He was like, they no black people. I was like, oh, okay, black people outside the garden couldn't sin. Yeah, but they were animals. Okay, black animal people outside the garden couldn't sin. Like he wanted
Hmm.
me to like be upset that he was calling black people animals, and I wouldn't let him draw me into that. And then he first came up like defending Jesus, right? He wanted to talk about what he felt like Jesus wanted him to tell us about the cross and the message of Jesus. And when he got in his feelings and couldn't get what he wanted because Zena kept telling him stop talking over people,
Hmm.
and he didn't like being muted, the racism came out. And had we just like immediately shut it down, right, we wouldn't know like to what extent that his ass is trying to be racist, because he went from being racist against black people to being racist against Jewish people to pretending to be Jewish as a whole ass Christian, right? To say
Yep.
that the Jewish like he was a very dangerous man who was pretending, right, to come up and be like Jesus loves everybody and Jesus is uh
Hmm.
like so yeah. So tell me exactly who you are. Let me show me who you are, and then I'm gonna put that shit on display and I'm gonna let you show your whole ass on here. Now it's
Hmm.
different in person, motherfucker. That's the because you can get violent in person. So like don't think that you could come to me and be racist in person and I'm just gonna be like okay, okay, right, like that. It's different when it's in person. And I don't want people to think that that's what I'm saying, that I think that y'all should do either, right? That's why I said yesterday, make sure you know how to protect yourself, because when they can't get to you mentally, they escalate to you know physical violence. So like make sure you're able to recognize it, you're able to get away from it, but if it comes to you, that you are able to protect yourself, right? Even
Absolutely.
whether that be getting close to somebody who can, or you're able to protect yourself. But online, I wouldn't go back and forth with a fucking racist motherfucker. Let them show themselves.
Yeah, and there are some people like and that's where it gets difficult because some people think that if you don't like just pop the fuck off at the first utterance of the N word, then you're co-signing that behavior. No, that's not what I'm doing. I want you to show who you are. I've inoculated myself against anything that you can say. Now what you do is a completely different ball game. Like you can take
Hmm.
this passive way that I communicate with people to think I won't protect myself all day long, and you will be completely wrong.
Right,
Yeah, you can
right,
see that's your error, not mine.
exactly. But like we do see, like the crazy thing is he went and changed his profile his account. Like he kept coming back because he wanted us to know that that's what he thought about us. And it's like, if for one, if that's what you really thought about us, you would have said the shit and moved the fuck on, or you wouldn't have stopped and said it in the first place. You would have been like, oh, those are animals. They don't know how to talk, or they don't have any intelligence. What did he come up and say? A white
Something
man's
about the
intelligence,
IQ.
yeah, a
Yeah,
white man's IQ is 160 and a
110 and
one
Africans are 60.
like, if you actually believe that, why would you come in to tell that to people who you are saying don't have the mental capacity to even understand the words that are coming out of your mouth?
Then
It
he
don't,
said he was
like,
twice
that's
as
like me
smart as
trying to
us, but
talk
then
to
he
a
realized the
cup.
math was off.
Huh?
So then he said he was twice as smart as us, but then he realized the math was off. So he had to say, mine's just 120 though.
yeah,
Yeah, like they don't, when they say that shit, they don't actually believe it, and like they're feeling inferior, and so they have to come in and try to make you and feel inferior. The same thing with misogyny, right? Like, and yeah, like don't let it get to you. Um, Pumpkin, also Zori, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Remember, I got to see a comment from y'all to know if you're in there on purpose. But Pumpkin, I
Oh,
know, like, I don't think you're in there on purpose.
sorry.
Uh,
I was just genuinely curious with the claim.
I'm sorry. How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
You got to be 25. You see that at the
Oh,
bottom?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. I thought that's my bad. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Have a good day.
No, you too.
Um, did Pumpkin or accident? Okay. Zuri. Oso's on purpose. No worries, Pumpkin.
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, how are you? Why are you talking like that?
Hmm?
Why are you talking like that? You are not a baby.
No, it's
Why are you talking
just
like that all of a sudden?
no, it's just it's something in a fandom like when when the L is turned into a W, and that's
Oh, I know that.
and
That's how babies talk. Hello, like you commented to me like that the other day in the comments, and I was like, I raised an eyebrow. But now you're doing it. Like, why are you doing it though?
and it's I don't know, it sounds cute to me.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Yeah, I just had this question like why do animals like don't need marriage in order to have I mean this might be a mature discussion about intercourse, and why are we the only beings in earth that need marriage before sex?
That they would say it's because animals don't have a soul, but then they'll turn around and say that. Like, did you hear the guy today say that when Adam and Eve sinned, chaos was in the world and sin was in everything, like the animals, like everything. Like it's crazy how they will say animals was infected with sin, but animals don't need to marry to have sex. They don't have a soul. They don't go to heaven. It's just weird. But they would say because animals don't have a soul and they are not, they don't have the level of consciousness that we have. But you would think that the God could communicate with the animal uh, on the animal's level and require the animal to get married before sex because only the God has to know, not humans. But that's a good ass question, also. Lil also.
Yeah, I mean also the fact that there is also a law that bans the one that says being gay is an abomination, but literally there are tons of gay animals like swans, black male swans mate for life, and they mate with the female only to take the eggs, and the gay swans the gay swans literally take care of the baby chicks forever, and they have a higher success rate than straight couples. Why why isn't why is the only beings that hate the LGBTQ community are humans?
Because humans
Why?
are told to hate the LGBTQIA and animals aren't.
But
And premarital sex
literally,
is not universally unaccepted. Like it's only in certain cultures. There are cultures on the planet that don't have an issue with premarital sex.
yeah, but like there are animals that are gay, but I guess we were told to hate because the Bible says this, the Bible says that. The Bible says a lot of stuff, and to be honest, I am I am not shocked anymore that there is no empathy in some of the Christian souls. And I mean that's why we have Pride Month, because the LGBTQ is also oppressed by.
What?
What
Did
just
he get
Did
happened?
in
you just
trouble?
get oppressed?
That is so. Oh, damn. Oh, so did you go in the other room and snatch his ass or
Let's just say his room wasn't clean enough to be on his live flapping them gums.
something? Yawns.
Hello.
Hi, how
How's it
are you?
going? Good, good. Yourself?
You see somebody up here, Thinker?
Yeah, you don't see him?
You don't
They're
see
right
him?
next to Lala.
Oh, they just popped up on my end.
Oh.
That's
Mm,
weird.
Um.
Yeah,
How
just
old are
wanted to
you?
understand. I'm over 25. I'm over 25.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian. I guess I just wanted to
Okay.
understand
All right.
why.
1 second, Yawns. Okay. There's two topics that we are discussing that you can choose from. You can either do the topic on the prompt or the discussion about Adam and Eve after the garden, before Cain and Abel go to the God to give offering, the time period where they are raising their kids, building a life after the garden. Uh, and the question is, where was sin and Satan during that time period? Which one do you want to discuss?
Uh, to be fair, my main reason for coming up was to understand
To be fair,
your.
there are two topics that you can discuss. And I just gave you those two topics. If you don't want to discuss either of those topics, I completely understand. And I
No, no, I
can
didn't say that.
take
I
you
didn't say that.
down.
No, no, I didn't say that.
Okay, I need to know which topics you're going to discuss.
I'm
The one on
literally
the
trying to talk,
prompt.
but you're literally stopping me from
Hey,
speaking.
I need you to tell me the prompt or the Adam and Eve. Which one?
Yeah, I'm explaining that. If you don't
I don't
mind
want you
giving
to
me,
explain. I want you to say, let's go
pick
with the
one.
prompt. Yes, pick one and then
I will.
start
I will.
discussing.
All right, all right. I just need to stop talking for a second. The
No, no,
Jesus
no.
Christ
Pick
is
a
the worst.
topic. Pick a
Hey, I'm
topic
talk.
or
I'm trying to
hop
explain
down.
that. So shut up for a second. Jesus.
Quit
Nope.
being a
It doesn't
condescending
work
little
that way,
fuck. How about that?
motherfucker. It does not work that way in here.
You know, I haven't been to England, but I sure would love it if some of y'all England motherfuckers would come over here. Or at least let me know where y'all be at any given time. Because I think y'all think we different than we are.
Like all they do is run their fucking mouth. Like and the fact that you run your mouth in a place that you can't do shit about it, it's fucking dumb as fuck. Like it's dumb. It's a waste. Woody,
Hi, how are you?
good. How are you?
Good, thanks. I would
I
like the
don't.
first
I don't.
choice.
Okay,
Oh,
and I
I'm
don't
sorry.
remember. I don't remember. Are you a believer or deconstructing? I can't
I'm a
remember.
believer.
Okay, all right. And you want to do the topic, the prompt?
The um
Jesus Christ is the worst
the
thing.
Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay, go ahead.
You kicked my rear end on the Adam and Eve one last time so bad, and I've been thinking about it ever since. Something that you
Oh,
said,
okay.
so I want to try. But this is it's the prompt that I would like to discuss. But I'm just giving you your props.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Go ahead and begin and tell me if you agree, disagree, and why.
I disagree just because I I he, I disagree because there's some people who read the Bible and come out and believing in Jesus and just change their lives for the better and then try to spread a positive message, I would say. And I think that that is the most wonderful thing that I've ever read. Now, I just read the Bible this last past year. Um, I don't think it's fair for me to comment on the other part because I'm a white guy and I don't know, and I'm really nervous about stepping over bounds or not having any respect. And I'll just say this one thing, and please, in advance, don't anybody get mad at me because it's not out of disrespect. but the church that I go to is overwhelmingly African American, and that's the only experience I have or that I would contribute. I'll say that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
part of the
racist.
topic isn't like just blocked off to black people. Like if you have something that you want to share about that, you can.
Well, no, that's what I mean. I don't think it's my place because I'm not
And I
African.
respect that. I respect
Okay,
that. Yeah, go ahead.
no, thank you.
Is that all you wanted to say?
Well, yeah, the first part was the most important part
Yeah.
to
Did you
me.
want to say why you brought up the fact that the church you go to is African American? Like, is there a point that you wanted to make about that, or?
Oh no, just that I absolutely love it. It's the most non-judgmental place and the most positive little old ladies that you could ever like. I mean, they were just so they inspire me just because they're so happy, and just I thought I should add that because I thought I had to say something to the prompt, especially the black community. So that's kind of like why I said like they seem very happy. And there was one
At
other time.
church or at
Yeah,
home?
yeah, at church. I don't know nothing else about them in the community. I just recently joined the church. Um,
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like when people are at church, um, what you see is them in their element of them, praising this God, right? Um, and you don't necessarily get to see their life. And so when I say that, this God is the worst thing that ever happened to the black community, um, talking about the concepts that the God represents, um, for the black community regarding to the history of our relationship with this God, right? And again, like it was brought to us by slave masters, and the lessons that the people who were oppressing the black community taught to the black community, and where the black community is today, social economically, right? We can't ignore that just because we, go into a building once or twice a week. Some black churches go 6 days a week. I know we were in church 6 days a week. Just because you go into a building doesn't mean you're seeing the actual and true effect of this God or this belief system on the life of that community, if that makes sense. And we do see a lot of people who, claim to have a relationship with this God and claim that that relationship is about love and peace, and say that, oh, I when I came to the God, I changed my life. As a matter of fact, there was a guy that joined the live tonight that started off just like that. But as soon as we called him out on something that he said about habitual cheating, he turned into exactly who he was, right? He became argumentative. He no longer wanted to have the conversation, even though nobody was disrespecting him. And then he got in the comments saying the things that he really think, right? And then he kept trying to force his way back on stage, even went to a different backup account, came on stage, pretended to be somebody else, and ended up getting kicked because he was still who he was, right? Like he, under that backup account, um, I ended up taking him down, not knowing it was him, because of his disrespectful, behavior, and because that's really who he was. So people can go to church on Sunday and for an hour or two be this, kind, nice individual. And they may have been somebody who was out on the streets who was, doing D-rugs or selling D-rugs or alcoholism or, just hoeing around, or whatever. But then they accept this Jesus, and then they adopt different ideas, uh and begin to spread the message of Jesus. And the way they do that now, right, as a non drug user, is going to people who are of the LGBTQIA community and telling them Jesus doesn't want you to be gay, and Jesus, come to the Lord so that you don't burn and go to hell. Because homosexuality is a sin and it's an abomination to God. And in their so-called changed life, right, they're causing somebody else pain and harm that they claim Jesus helped them from, right? Give me just a second. I dropped my pen. And then uh, looking at the fact of, uh, you know, uh, people taking this religion and manipulating, uh, vulnerable people who have agreed to not lean on their own understanding, right? They're convincing them that they are talking to a God, and a God told me to tell you this, and you need to do XYZ. And if you do XYZ, God's going to bless you. And next thing you know, this person is handing out all their money to this person who claimed that a God told them something, right? So it's been used to manipulate people, and not just people of the black community, but it's been used to manipulate and to subjugate and to oppress under the guise of holiness or love or peace, right? But that at the expense of that love, um, or on the other side of that love, is a lot of hate. It's a lot of hate.
I really do understand what you're saying, and that we could say that that just goes. There's an evil element to everything. But what I'm saying is there's so many millions of people that have a positive story and a positive outtake, which is the total opposite of the story that you laid out. I won't go into the details because you're very detailed and intelligent. So I'm just saying the total opposite of what you said. That they just get the greatest feeling for it, and they
Does it
just want to
outweigh?
spread good.
Does it outweigh the negative effects that we've seen on humanity, though? Because remember what we're talking about. Jesus saying the
No,
worst
I
thing to
know.
happen to humanity. Does it outweigh the negative effects that we've seen this religion do in
I
humanity? Or
if
this
you're,
God, should I say?
yeah, I'm gonna heavily say yes. That it definitely outweighs
Then you've
this.
got to show me how. You've got to, like you say, you won't go into specifics, but if you make the claim that the positive of this God outweighs the harmful negative things that we've seen this people do with this God and humanity, you're gonna have to show me in humanity how, and list that out. And just saying that, there are people who had a cool story or a positive experience isn't enough. Like, we're talking about the effects on humanity, because if people having a positive experience with the story and it changed their life, then we should see that effect with billions of people, because there are 2.8 billions of Christians in the West, right? If that is enough, right, and it outweighs the negative, we should see that effect in humanity.
Just you stumped me. Like I understand what you're saying. I totally do. I do. I think that's the. I mean, it's like you got me again. Like I'm just being honest. Like you got me again. Like I really. I'm gonna be thinking about this. Um, I gotta think about it. I don't have an answer for you. I don't want to talk trash. I have to really consider this and think about it. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I think, like, another issue, right, is that when a person becomes have like this transition in their life, like maybe they were, you know, uh on D drugs. For example, I was, um and we attribute all the work that we have to do to pull away from that habit, right, or that version of ourselves. and the work that we have to do mentally and physically by changing our environment, changing our friends, making better decisions, going through withdrawals. Um, we ignore that and don't give ourselves the credit of being, you know, the type of human that could do that, right? And do it successfully. We give credit to an outside source and say, I could not have done this without God. But reality is that, you know, you somebody told you that, you know, Jesus wants you to get clean. Um and you believe it, right? And so, because you believe that there is this deity that wants you to change your life, you do the work. And so, essentially, Jesus was the motivation for that person to make that change. Similarly to my story, where my dad was the motivation for me to want to make that change because I didn't want to disappoint him anymore, right? And in both of those scenarios, um, there was a reason that the person was willing, right, to do the hard stuff to become this new person, right? And while the story of Jesus has helped a lot of people make that decision, it has also caused a lot of people not to recognize the strength within themselves so that they could go on and do other things, right?
Right, my friend. But I do have a rebuttal, and I'm going to tighten it up real quick because I don't want it to sound like a testimony or a me story. I don't want to bore people. But personally, my personal experience with being an alcoholic, I never used the Bible. I used to be so proud of that fact. I was like, man, I did that without I did that without AA. I did that without AA. To be in AA, you had to be in the you had to believe in God, and there was like, there's no way. So when I had to finally quit, I stayed sober for 15 years, and then just 3 years ago, I drank again, and the the first all those 15 years, when I'm trying, okay, so to tighten it up, so I drank again, then I got sober. I read the Bible when I was sober, and coming from that point of view that I just said, I thought to myself I would still be married and I would have never drank again had I read the Bible prior to all that stuff. So I'm a different case, and
I'm
I don't.
confused though. Like, you lost me.
I'm sorry.
Um, okay, so you were sober for 15 years,
Yes,
uh, and you took a drink,
a lot of drinks.
and that made you lose your marriage. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like all the stuff that alcoholics talked about that I said, oh, that'll never happen to me. And then
Okay,
here, yeah, it happened to
okay,
me.
all right,
It absolutely happened to me.
okay. And then you read the Bible.
Nope, nope, not yet. I got sober again. I got sober again
What?
without the Bible.
Okay. What I'm saying is, you read the Bible, and when you read the Bible, you thought to yourself, "Man, had I read this first, I wouldn't have never taken a drink."
Yes, absolutely. I would have still been married. I would have never taken that drink.
What made you take the drink?
My life was just too good. I was spoiled, cocky, arrogant. I got a good job. I was celebrating. I left the country, and
Wait.
while it was, it was just the awesomest time.
Okay. And prior to you reading the Bible and prior to you taking this drink, did you know, like, did you know that there was a risk with you taking that drink and your ability to be addicted? Like, I know that I wouldn't go back and take start, like, be like, "Oh, we're at a party, give me a line." Right? Like,
Yeah,
I know
no,
not to do that, right?
I do now, and I
I'm
did
saying,
for
are you
those.
saying you didn't know that prior?
I thought I could. I thought I could handle it. I'm like, I was sober for 15 years. This won't affect me. I'll pull right out of this in a second. That's exactly what I thought. I could.
But why did you think that though? Had you drank, like, had you had any experience after being an alcoholic with drinking and not, you know, feeling like you needed it again? Like, had you had prior experience to being able to drink and not go into alcoholism?
No, never. Once I no no.
Yeah, and so
I
I don't understand like why you thought that you could do that.
because
And
that's how alcoholics think.
no, I'm saying like when you are 15 years sober, right? And
Yeah.
you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, now that I'm sober, I can have a drink and it won't affect me." Um, I don't quite understand like why you had that thought, and now you're saying the Bible gave you that thought.
Okay. Um, I had that thought because that's what addicts do. They they go for a long time without, and then they get cocky and they think they could handle just one time or one party or one vacation, and then they can't. They get sucked right back into the system. So what I was saying is, after I read the Bible, I thought to myself, man, if I would have never drank again. That's what I'm trying to say. I mean,
What I'm
I
trying
would
to
have been
understand
stronger.
is,
I would have been stronger with Jesus. I wouldn't have, I didn't I
hold on
wouldn't
for a
have
second. What
cared.
I'm trying to understand is what was it in the Bible, right?
Oh,
That gave you the thought of, because you are you have an addictive um uh gene, right, to alcoholism, you should not drink alcohol again because you've fought through alcoholism. Stay away from alcohol. What in the Bible gave you that thought where you were like, "Oh man, if I'd have read this, then I wouldn't have never thought that I
oh,
could drink alcohol again." That's what I'm asking.
okay, I got it. I'm sorry. Now I got it. I can't say it was a specific part, but I would say that it was all the time that when Jesus spoke and all the things that angered me and all that stuff would have not been gone, but I would have dealt with them better. And it
How did
went,
you deal with it differently? Like, how, what's going to stop you from getting cocky with Jesus and thinking that you can drink alcohol with Jesus?
oh, it won't even cross my mind. It
Why
doesn't,
won't it cross your mind though? I'm
because,
asking what's different with Jesus, right? Like
yeah,
with you being 15 years sober and you think you getting cocky, things are going good, and you're like, "Oh, I did this and I can drink, and that was a bad idea." Like you went back into alcoholism. Now you're sober again 3 years. You have Jesus. 10 years from now, when you're cocky with Jesus, what is it about Jesus that's gonna stop you from drinking taking a drink? That's what I'm
I don't,
asking.
and my answer would be I wouldn't get
Why though?
cocky because he
Why you?
humbles me. I was such a cocky person my whole life. I didn't realize how bad of a person I was until I read the Bible. I'm
Mhm.
not being funny. I thought I was
I
this.
think you saying that you wouldn't get cocky is very cocky already.
Oh, you got this.
It's
Okay.
very cocky, right?
Yeah, that
Um,
does sound a little cocky.
yeah. So, like, I'm asking, what is it
Yeah.
about Jesus that would make you not not take a drink? That's what I'm asking. Like, why
Okay.
isn't it you now deciding not to take a drink and using Jesus as the excuse?
Just because I feel more confident with him in my life that nothing will happen because
Right. So
I
you're
change.
just assigning that motivation to Jesus to keep you sober. Like, if you remember me saying, like, there's a motivation, right, for people who are addicted, and that they look to and they say, I'm doing this for, you know, for this person or this entity, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Alcohol Anonymous asks you to choose a higher power, right? When
Yeah.
you're in AA, yeah. Because you look to that thing. Like my dad's disappointment in his voice is what motivated me and kept me pushing towards getting clean, right? And so it just sounds like to me you're blaming your you're basically you're blaming yourself, right, for something that you did uh, once already, and saying, "Oh, I didn't do it right the first time." Right? I got too cocky within myself, so now I can only do that if I have Jesus. You're still the one doing it. You just feel more comfortable doing it if you think Jesus is with you doing it. Does that make sense?
I think so. Even though,
Which just makes, like, basically, I guess what I'm saying is, in a sense, Jesus, if you remember me saying, there are some positives, right? Like Jesus can be used as a mascot for people to want to be better, right? But it does not outweigh the the negative that has happened and the negative effects that we see on humanity, right? You're Jesus is a great motivator for you to stay clean, and that's well and good. I don't know anything else, right? um
you,
that any other beliefs or any other way that you live your life, like you could be a sober homophobic, right? I don't know. You could be a sober anti-Semitic, right? I don't know. Jesus in that instance is serving a positive thing for you, and that's to keep you from going into alcoholism.
is would then my question would be, I mean, and again, understanding exactly what you said, what, oh, no, oh, okay, this train of thought is what I wanted to come up with. The foundations of a person to change their life that came from reading the Bible is the positive thing. And all those changes that you have to make makes your resolve stronger. And that's why if I get cocky again in the future, that's how it works. It's like I the stuff that's in there. The other day I said to
Like
myself,
what?
it seems
That's
like
why
it's
I
a,
asked you to be specific. Like what?
what's that?
Like what? When you say the stuff that's in there, that's why. Remember when I asked you to be specific about what it was about Jesus,
Okay,
right?
okay.
About the Bible. Like what
I'm
are
very
the things you're
sorry.
saying?
Yeah, you did. I'm sorry about that. Um, okay, so in the when for me especially, my biggest change in my life when Jesus said, "Forgive your enemies," and when I did that, that was my first big change. When I thought that was the most amazing thing I ever heard. After I said it was the stupidest thing I ever read. And then when I actually did it, that step, it made me feel wonderful. And it wasn't just my enemy. And then I took it a little bit further, that part where it was like, be nice to your neighbor, be nice to people. So I started going out of my way to people that I would just walk by and not even talk to. And I just made it a point to think to myself, they could be struggling. Maybe if you talk to them or just say hi, it'll make their day. And I'm not trying to brag, but I'm like a popular person because I'm just outgoing, and people at work like me, and I work in a big place. So I some people I wouldn't talk to, though. I was a jerk. I was nice to some people, and the people I wasn't nice to, I wouldn't even look at them. I was a cocky jerk. So that huge change that came directly So it was forgive your enemies, then love everybody, your neighbor, treat people how you wish to be treated, and then that treating people good, the people, so many people were nice to me in return that it started to change my life. And then so that was another thing. And then I would, if you want me to go on, I got one more that's really big, but I don't want to sound like I'm rambling.
No, you can
Another
go
one.
ahead and give the other one.
Okay, the other one was repentance, and that was when my wife, my ex-wife, I begged her to be friends with me. Well, okay, no, you know what? How about I just say this? I repented. I admitted I was wrong for everything. Um, and what it means to repent is to be so sorry that you're not really seeking forgiveness. What you're really doing is changing your mind, changing your attitude, and changing your habits. And that came from Jesus. His and if I'm not mistaken, this might all be in Matthew. So, um, I mean, there's solid personal experiences that I'm just saying that's me, and then I could also say that definitely would prove that I'm legit. That I at least read the whole Bible once.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know if you remember me saying, like, you know, one person's story, right, doesn't
Right,
outweigh the negatives
right,
that, this God or this idea taught. Because for one, I don't think that, loving your enemies is a good concept, right? I think, not allowing yourself to dwell on people who hate you. Like I talk about when people come up here and be racist, and people don't understand why I don't let it get to me, or I laugh at the motherfuckers, or I might entertain their racism because I don't let it get to me. Do I love the motherfucker? No, I'm not gonna worry my brain about somebody who don't like me because of the color of my skin. You don't like me, okay, right? I'm not going out of my way to ask you, why don't you like me? This is wrong. Like, I'm not doing that. I think it's harmful, and it's one of the things that Black people have been doing for centuries, that have done uh, nothing but consistently put us in bad positions. If a person does not like you because of the color of their skin, fuck them. If there are people of a different race that um, aren't like that, great. But the ones that are, fuck them. I'm not gonna beg you to be nice. I'm not gonna do the work to change you either. That's not my responsibility. Um, the second thing is, like, while you're looking at these things that helped you look at other people and care about their humanity, that's great. But there are other people who have taken the teachings of Jesus, right? Like one being eternal punishment in hell, and used it as a weapon to weaponize, uh, you know, towards people for the belief in this God, or to get people to do or be a certain thing, right? The wives, obey your husband, or be subject to your husbands, right? Because Christ is your husband is your head, and Christ is the head of the husband. That has caused a lot of women to be in abusive relationships, and then pastors or first ladies telling women to stay in those relationships because that is the will of their God. We've seen a lot of women die at the hands of their husbands because they believe that they are, through this Christ, have power or dominion over their wives. We've seen women, having to have sex with their husbands when they don't want to because they're being told that their bodies belong to their husbands. And then we have these conversations about, is it ethical or unethical for a husband to grape his wife, right? So, like, there are, you know, things that you could get from this book that could help you become a better person. They're not uh, um, exclusionary to this Jesus. A lot of the things that this Jesus said in this book, he didn't make up, right? They didn't come from him. He was quoting other people, right? A lot of it he was quoting from the law, and then the law got a lot of it from other cultures, right? He didn't say anything revolutionary. So you definitely don't need Jesus to be a better person. You could have got the same concepts that you're saying. You could have got them from Buddha, right? And I'm not saying that you choosing Jesus to help you become this better person versus Buddha. I don't give a I I don't care either one. Um, is a bad. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but recognize it for what it is. It's uh, a mascot, right? The thing that you it's an inspiration. It's a thing that you use to change, to become a better thing. And again, it doesn't outweigh the negatives or the harms that we've seen this God do on humanity.
And when you really think about it, like the concept of turning the other cheek, we were talking about this morning. Do you think that it empowers the oppressed or does it protect the oppressor? Because if a system is built in a way that encourages those who are oppressed, who are being abused, to simply take it, not to protect themselves, not to establish boundaries, not to have standards, the only thing that that does is empower the person that's doing the oppressing to continue in actions that are fruitful. That doesn't sound helpful to anybody other than the person who is being the oppressor.
And like there was somebody in the comments who said men were taught to love their wives the way that Christ loved the church. One, it puts the man in authority, in the place of authority as the Christ, and the Christ required obedience from the church. And so when it puts the man in the place of Christ, it's like love your wife the same way Christ loved the church. Like it goes over their head, right? Like and it ignores the fact, one, that these women during this time were property. No one was asking permission or getting on one knee and proposing. They were buying the women as wives. They were property. These were contracts between fathers. There was no dating and courting. Men didn't have to work to be liked, to be married. And then on top of that, they had multiple wives. The women were fighting amongst each other to keep their place in the house, to be the first wife, because the first wife handled the business of the house.
I mean,
She
wasn't
had the
there even
most
a law?
rights.
Right, and wasn't there a law thinker that said that when the man decided to get extra wives, he couldn't withhold something from the first ones or something like that?
Hmm. Yep, he couldn't downgrade her rights as the first wife, her food, her clothing, or her marital rights. And women would fight for that because that was the only way that they would have status. If they in Rome, though, Rome would allow the first wife to lose her status. So that's what I'm talking about. In first century Rome, the women would fight for their place in the house. Right? It just caused bickerness between women because they didn't have any rights. They were considered unvaluable. And because this book, uh, puts women in such a subjective place, um, in Rome, the infant infanticide. How do you say that fucking word? Infanticide. Goodness gracious.
Infanticide.
Fantasy.
Infanticide laws allow fathers to just kill their baby girls if they, already had enough girls, and or they didn't want any girls because girls were seen unvaluable. They could just kill them. That was the law. So
I,
like when we talk about the effects that this belief system has had on humanity as a whole, using Jesus as a inspiration, it's a great thing. Like I'm glad that you were able to get clean again, and I hope you stay that way. I'm glad that you were able to look at humanity, and start speaking to people that you once thought that weren't worth your time. I hope you continue to grow. But like, if you stop believing in Jesus, are you going to go back to being the type of person that will walk by somebody that you think is beneath you? Because if that is the case, then you didn't really change.
I that's a really good question, but it's not hard to answer because I'll never fall away. I can't see me ever
That's
falling
not what I
away.
asked you. I said if you
I
did.
I
Could you
I,
do
I
could
wouldn't
you
want to
do this
change then.
without Jesus? Could you speak to these same people that that you once walked by, who you thought were beneath you, without Jesus? And if not, you didn't really change, is what I'm saying.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'd have to say yeah, because I definitely changed. I would be able to do this without Jesus, but I would fail somehow.
Then you haven't changed.
What?
You have
Yeah,
not changed.
I yeah, it could because it would be the same with the alcohol. I think it would be the same with the alcohol.
Then you haven't changed. If it's the same with the alcohol, then you're just using Jesus as a crutch, and you have not really changed. Hold on, I'm gonna fix me some coffee. I'll be right back. What's up, Dr. B? Fee or Dr. B, or also one of y'all, can y'all take over? I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you're good.
Stolen valor.
Huh?
He's talking about Dr. B.
Oh.
He's just calling me out. That's all.
And I'm hungry. I'm about to like pass out. I'll be right back.
Word. Yeah, I don't understand how you can say this, you've been changed, but also without Jesus, you wouldn't be able to be the person.
Yeah, I know. That is. I mean, it was such a. It's these conversations are so deep to me, and I give them so much thought that I'm. I mean, I'm really gonna have to think this through because it's so good. It's just like the last um, time we had a conversation. She's like gave me something to really think about. That's why conversation is amazing, and you gotta be good people to have a conversation. But I'm just that's what I'm saying. I mean, I think that without the prayer, without it would be easier to fall prey to weakness or get triggered. It would be easy to not be positive. Let's just say. So yes, I can't. I think that it would be hard to do it alone, and even
But
I would never want to try. I'm just being honest.
so you're saying you would never want to try what?
Without him. I would never want to try without him. It's like um I am on antidepressants, and every once in a while, I'll say, "Man, I don't need these stupid things," and I go off them, and then all of a sudden, all my depression and all that other stuff comes back. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to share all these things because I want you to know my life story, but I don't care because this is my way of saying it and understand. Does that make sense? I can't.
I,
No.
Why I wouldn't want to take away. I'm never going to go off my antidepressant brain candy ever again, and because I know when it's not there, what happens. So now with
15 years of
Jesus,
sobriety and then a slip up.
yeah, there you go. I didn't have
but I
nothing to
also
keep me in check.
But I also think that that's a conflation, right? Because we can through science see what the chemicals in that your brain candy is doing. We can identify what hormones or chemicals are missing from your brain, and doctors can figure out the strength of a medication to help balance that out, right? The problem here, I think, is that when you rely on something that is so malleable like religion, or a concept of some supernatural being, and you're saying that this is the only source of your progress or your change,
transformation as an individual, it just makes me wonder, was it truly internalized? Because like using drinking for example, if one person says I stopped because I gave my life to God and he took away the urge, but another person says I stopped because I understand how alcohol was damaging me and I developed healthier coping mechanisms, those things are measurable. You can measure those coping mechanisms. What do you do? Do you do tapping? Do you do therapy? Do you, do talk therapy, group therapy? Like there are things that are measurable. Both people may be sober in those situations, but only one of them has built the tools and self awareness to stay sober without needing to rely on this supernatural scaffold, if you will. Because the moment that you engage in these conversations and logically you see, oh, this may not actually be true, but I'm relying on it. What does that mean for your stability in your sobriety? And I think that's what Thinker was talking about, because the reality is you've done the work. You've made the decision to not partake. You've made the decision to stay on medication so that your life can look the way that you want it to. You've made that decision. You're just giving credit to the supernatural being that you can't prove is real. The utility of a thing doesn't make it true. I say this all the time. Kids carry around blankets because it makes them feel safe. That blanket couldn't protect them from shit, but they believe it does.
I'm not saying that I don't believe because I truly believe. But even if I believed and I was wrong, the effects are still the same. Does that make sense?
Not in response to what I just said. Can you tie that together for me?
No, no. Let's just move on. I don't.
And it could be that
No,
I just didn't follow. It's probably not you. I'm just saying, like, like Thinker was saying, give yourself credit. You had to make the call. You had to go to the meetings. You had to get up and make the decision that I don't want this. This is a thing that I don't want. So even if you hold on to this supernatural power, that's cool. But if you need it that much, I think maybe engaging in these conversations may be more harmful than helpful. And we were just talking about this the other day, I think, in Patty's Live. Like, I would never want to, I think Fluff was talking about it. I would never want to take someone's foundation from them. So maybe this type of deconstruction is not something that it would be beneficial for you at that time, and only you can determine that, of course. But we do have these kind of conversations that peel back layers.
no. I appreciate. I appreciate the thought and the kindness of everybody in this group, but you don't have to worry about it. I'll never deconstruct. And I could almost tell that you guys don't have this kind of bad intentions, if that makes sense, even though you're kind of the opposite of me. But I mean, there's other, I mean, compared to other rooms that you go in, it's like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to talk people out of doing this positive, amazing thing. It could be positive, it could be negative. That's what I'm saying. It could be positive, it could be negative. When you said it's like a crutch, I'm thinking it's more like in sports when you're taught the mental game is the most important thing, at least in football and in boxing. I know for sure that the mental game is the most important part, and that Bible gives you a positive outlook on the mental game. So it's like it's like I said before. I don't know if I got the whole comment out though. That
The
I
the
was
pot
just thinking the other day. It's like the best self-help book ever written, that, or at least that I ever read, in the parts that inspired me. I understand there's parts in there you got to be like, man, what's going on here? I mean, especially in like, when you guys are mostly when you um, talk about the terrible stuff, you're going all the way back to like Leviticus and Deuteronomy and like no, like all the way Joshua, like all the way. And it's like, how these things are the most. How could this idiot say it's the best self-help book in the world when there's Deuteronomy and Numbers and all the other things
We
in
know
the.
the answer to that. We know the answer to that.
Well,
Yeah, Woody,
what?
I feel like if I could, like, I don't think anybody's uncertain as to why you would think that, right? I suspect most of us up here have been there. Um, I was an evangelical Christian for 25 years. So many of the things that you're up here saying, I would have said myself. Um, but the reason I think that you're able to do that, just like we were, is because it's not the book, it's your interpretive lens through which you're seeing the book. And let me see if I can give you an example. If you opened up the Quran, for example, and you saw a story about, let's say, a guy um, that went into a temple or a place of worship or something, and there was like 3,000 people there, like men, women, worshiping, and he did a self unaliving act and brought the building down on himself and everybody else and unalived everybody in there. You would probably, I suspect, look at that story and be like, oh my God, like this is why I don't think this book is true, right? Because look at this. This is terrible. And this guy's held up as like a hero in this book. This is crazy, right? But that's the story of Samson.
No, I knew you were going to go and say that.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, the fact that you know that I'm going to go there, um, it probably at this juncture doesn't really matter to you because you have, I suspect, just like we all did, a set of lenses, right, that you're viewing the text through. And what you're saying to yourself is, right, it was the Philistines. Philistines are super bad, right? And even though Samson, like he did some stuff that was a little questionable, he asked Yahweh for help at the end. And so like he's actually one of God's judges. Like there's a way that you're viewing that that allows you to view it as the writer of the narrative wants you to view it. He's the good guy in the story. So we've all been there. We all understand that. I think, and I want to say one more thing. Give yourself grace in the future if you do deconvert or deconstruct. Because I hear you, you've said it a couple of times now, like, I would never deconstruct. We all said that. I mean, I don't know if everybody on the panel did. I suspect it, though. Knowing them, like,
Yeah,
I certainly did.
I did
Um,
as well.
yeah. I mean, I remember I was, when I was finishing up my first master's degree in seminary, I just finished teaching my last Hebrew class. And I'd just been accepted to Johns Hopkins for a PhD program. And I remember the dean of students was like, well, you're going into the lion's den, right? Johns Hopkins, it's a really liberal university. And I held up my Hebrew Bible and I said, yeah, but I'm going to win souls for Christ, right? We've all been there. And I like that's in a very real sense, that's an admirable in a way that's a very admirable position because it shows conviction, right? It shows that you're serious about what it is that you believe. But give yourself grace because on the other side of this, if you do deconstruct, everybody that you run into that remains an evangelical Christian will say to you, "You never really believed." You were never really a true Christian. And you'll be like, yeah, miss me with that shit because you have no idea how much I believed. But just be gracious to yourself is all I'm saying.
I thank you. I appreciate you. And could I just ask you a question that I just want to make sure of? It was, you said something, how I interpret the Bible. And then, I mean, I so much agree with you though. Like even when I was reading it, and now I'm just being honest again. I'm not deconstructing. I'm just being honest. But when I was reading it, I thought, is it just me that interprets it like this because of the way that my mind works? And I honestly felt a personal connection, and I'm thinking to myself, well, is it just because I want the story to make beauty? Like, do I want, am I making this somehow in my mind okay? Like, these thoughts were in my head in the beginning. So when I started to feel like, wow, maybe I should start converting. I'm not as good of a person as I thought. So that's, but when you said how I interpret it, I mean, that really, I guess I just appreciate, maybe it's not even a question. I just appreciate that you said it, because that's, especially with 30 years of being a believer. And then, so I would say then when you read your book, you really felt a personal connection to it for those years.
Oh yeah, 100%. And really, like I left the faith kicking and screaming. Um, I was just in a doctoral program on this particular area of study, and so I was just faced with data every day that conflicted with what I understood about the biblical text. But I, if I could, because I think there's a pretty clear example that I could give. I mean, I hope that would um, uh, be really analogous, I think, to what I mean specifically about the interpretive lens. There is a story. It's not even a story. It's an epic that comes from the end of the second millennium, and it's in the Akkadian language, which is the one of the languages of ancient Iraq. So if you know about the Old Testament, you know about the Assyrians, the Assyrian Empire. This is
Yeah.
that's that people group.
Yes.
And there was a king named Tukulti-Ninurta. And Tukulti-Ninurta, he was the king of Assyria, and he had this rival in the south, in the country of Babylonia, the Babylonians. And that guy's name is Kashtiliash. It's great names. Tukulti-Ninurta versus Kashtiliash. And um, that we have this epic that is, it's called the Tukulti-Ninurta epic. And there's a reason that it's called that. It's because it's a royal inscription that's written like from his perspective, right? Or from his side. And you can go read it in English translation. But the story talks about how Tukulti-Ninurta was a pious, just, God-fearing ruler, right? And he obeyed his god Asher, the Assyrians. God's name is Asher, and he obeyed him, and he was just, and he did everything right. He took care of the orphan and the weak and the vulnerable and the wicked, terrible Kashchiliash down in the south in Babylonia. Asher even extended his benevolent arm to Kashchiliash to offer him, um, grace and mercy, and terrible Kashchiliash rejected that benevolent extension of mercy and grace, and so he had to Tukulti-Ninurta had to go and fight against Kashchiliash, the king of the south. And it was his fault. And in the narrative itself, like in the story itself, the text talks about how it actually puts in the mouth of Kashchiliash, I am a terrible sinner. I have done horrible things against the god Asher, the god of Tukulti-Ninurta. And so I deserve, what essentially I deserve what I got. Now, you and I would read that and be like, Right. Like we kind of see, we're reading in between the lines here. We're like, yeah, okay, it's a text from, Assyria. It's a text from Tukulti-Ninurta. So, obviously it's going to paint him in the best light. If we like take a step back and we think about what it was like on the ground from the point of view of Kashtiliash in Babylonia, he probably felt like he was just attacked, right? So we
Mhm.
can see it, we can interpret it if we step back and we don't just go with the picture the narrative is painting. We can kind of read between the lines and say, okay, there's some spin going on here at a minimum, right? There's some political spin going on here. And I think the way that, and I'll shut up after this, I'm so sorry, this has been long-winded, but like I think the way we come to the biblical text is we say, well, this says it's from God. It says the Israelites are the good guys, Philistines are the bad guys. So when like I see David, little David, fighting against the giant Goliath, David's a good guy, Goliath's the bad guy. And I mean, the narrative plays that out, right? He paints him as this terrible, terrible guy. So, that David's the good guy. Which means that when you come to stories like David and Naval, if you're familiar with that story, where David sends men um, to Naval to say, "Hey, we've been guarding your sheep out here in the field, and no harm has come to your flocks while we've been out here. So you need to pay us some money." When you read that in the narrative, you're like, oh my God, David's such a great guy. Look, he's out there protecting the flocks. When you don't look at it through that lens, you go, okay, this is like a mobster, right? He's going to the shopkeeper down in New York City and saying, hey, that's a beautiful stained glass window you have there. If you pay us, we'll make sure that nobody breaks it, right? But it's a racket. Did I say stained glass? Like, sorry, like a front window shop glass or something. It just depends on the interpretive lens that you're looking at it through. Sorry, that was incredibly long-winded. I'm going to mute up now.
Nah, that was good. That was
Stolen valor.
good.
And
Witty, did you want to? Oh, go ahead, Fee.
I was just going to piggyback off what Dr. B said. I think it's the fact that we grow up with these stories that we don't realize that they've been crafted for us. We don't realize that the lenses through which we're reading them has been given to us. So when we look at something critically and we ask the questions, what's another vantage point that I can read this story through? It kind of changes it. And those are the types of conversations that we have in here. So it's not that I think that the fact that you keyed in on Dr. B saying the interpretive lens that you use. That's absolutely accurate, and I think it's pretty obvious when we see people using this same book to do unspeakable harm to people, to come in here and say the things that they say. They are using it in the same way that you're using it. I say this all the time that, people pull from this book what's already embedded in their character. So the ones that come up here and say, oh, Jesus was loving, Jesus was kind, they point out the scriptures that seem to them to be loving and kind and ignore the ones where he's telling you to whoop the asses of anybody that doesn't want to be ruled by him. So the reality is none of us can escape our bias. We are all reading and consuming information through our particular lenses. It's only recognizing that those lenses are on that gives us space to be able to kind of step towards a more unbiased assessment of a particular text.
That was very well put. I'm just, I have nothing more to say on that I haven't already said. When you guys speak and I listen, but I'm struggling with two things. The one being, even if it's wrong, and why not encourage it just because there's the possibility of being good, and there's always going to be evil in everything. And then the other thing is I am struggling with how it hurt humanity so bad. I mean, I'm sure you're right somehow, but I am mentally struggling with it. Like
I
maybe it's
think,
my own limitations. I'm
yeah,
just trying to think like how
I
how
think,
the
I
whole
think
humanity. It's the story of us.
it's
It
not.
can hurt us. I
It's
mean
not the
that's what I'm.
story. It's not the story of us, and this is why I asked, like, why did you bring up the fact that you were at a predominantly black church, right? Like, to be amongst predominantly black people, worshiping the same God and not know, right, or acknowledge how this same God, this same story affected the history of those people that you worship with, and then come here and say you're struggling to see it is an
Yeah.
issue.
I, an issue with me?
Yeah. Like how is it that you worship with these people, right? Uh every week you're serving the same God, and you either don't know or fail to acknowledge the harm that this text uh, has done on the community of the people that you worship with every Sunday. Like, like, do you
But they don't
have
know either.
conversations with them? Yes, they do. They do know. What a lot of them suffer from double consciousness, right? Like we ask the question all the time: can the oppressor and the oppressed uh, pray to the same God, or whose prayer is answered? They do know that this God came to them through slavery, right? They know that. They've just been one, our ancestors used it, right, as a way to get them through slavery. They turned it into their own, uh you know, their own type of messaging, right? But to be amongst them and not have conversations with them, right, and acknowledge how this religion still affects them to this day, like that, to me that's an issue. For you to be up here saying that you're struggling to see how it has affected humanity in a negative way, because essentially what you're saying to me is you don't see, or you don't consider it like, you know, a negative thing that this religion was used to enslave, used to justify the inferiority of black people in the West, used to justify the segregation, the social economic gaps, the medical gaps. Eh, like you're saying that you don't see that while you
No.
worship with predominantly black people every Sunday.
I, how can I see it if they don't see it?
How do you know they don't see it? And what do you mean, how can you see it if they don't? Like, you live in the real world. You don't live in church.
Right, correct. But I mean, I'm surrounded by people. When I go to work, I work with people from all over the world, and we're the most amazing bunch of people. It's just the greatest. I don't know. Like, I don't know racism really, even though I don't really have that many. I don't. That's why. And then
You
what I
don't
was,
know racism? What does
me
that even
personally,
mean? What
like
does that even mean? Like, what does that mean? You don't know racism.
I haven't experienced it, so I don't talk about it. Like, that's what it means.
So
I
because you
don't
haven't
experience.
experienced it, it doesn't exist?
Oh
How would
no, I'm
you
not saying
experience
that.
racism?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I would
Yeah,
never say that.
how would you experience racism?
That's what I mean. I never experienced it. I don't know. Or if I did, I don't
Being
pay
around
attention.
other racist people, right? Seeing it on television, reading it in history books, seeing it on TikTok, seeing it in the news. That's how you experience racism. And I don't understand how you are saying you've never experienced it.
As a yeah,
This is why I said you are actively saying to me that you are willing to ignore and dismiss it while worshiping with predominantly black people on Sundays. I know
yeah.
you see the news. I know you see it on TikTok. I know you see it on Facebook and Instagram. I know you
In the
see
White
it
House?
right in history. I know you see it.
I'm not going down that road.
You
I feel like
you
I
not
feel
going
like you're
down that
baiting
road.
me. I'm not
No,
going
you
there.
made this statement though, and you
Which
saying I'm
statement?
not going down that road is you
Yeah, I
dismissing
am
it.
not. That is crazy.
You're
I do not
dismissing it.
want. I you're yes. Out of fear, of course I am. Out of respect for you, as out
That
of
isn't
respect.
respect. That's not respect. You are not respecting me right now. You're
Oh, I
not
don't.
respecting my experience as a black person in this world, right?
I
You
Yeah,
don't respect racism. Why would you respect racism?
I don't.
You are
I,
saying that out of respect for me, you don't want to talk about the very harmful racism that exists in the world. That's not
but
respect.
but you're saying that comes from the Bible?
Yeah, your God is a
My God,
yes, your God, your Jesus was an Israelite supremacist.
I wish.
Your Jesus discriminated against Gentiles for being Gentiles. The
I
Israelites were superior. They were a superior race of humans chosen by your God. That's where supremacy ideologies and supremacy culture comes from.
My favorite pastor is an African American dude, and I'm just having a
You
hard
just
time bringing his
tokenized your
name.
pastor.
He's the best, and yeah, I'm sure his church is predominantly. But I think there's more. How many? I don't even know the number, but how many African American Christians are there? Like I can't.
You can
Like
just
I
say
think
black.
your point of view. I think the your point. I'm afraid to say it and offend you, but I have to say that I think that your
Dr. B, this
point
I don't know
of
if you
view.
want to jump in and explain to him like what's going to happen if he finishes that sentence. Like I don't know
Okay, I'm not even
because
gonna
like
say
I
it.
don't. Yeah,
No.
I do not placate to racism. I don't placate to
What does the word placate
like
mean?
Well,
Make you comfortable in being where you
um,
are,
Okay.
making space for
part
something.
Okay. Okay, I get it. I did. Thank you.
Why do we have to protect Elon at all costs? What's that about?
That was written when when was that written? Protect Elon at all costs. When he did something, and I thought you have to protect him. Yeah, I can't. I honestly can't remember exactly. He was in the news for something.
But I think your position on everything that we've talked about before is simply you choosing to ignore a problem because it doesn't affect you personally, which is one of the clearest signs of unchecked privilege I could ever think of. Because what it does is that it reveals that you are so very comfortable in being like you're comfortable, so very comfortable in the suffering of other people that it becomes either invisible or irrelevant because it doesn't impact you. You need to zoom out because real empathy as well as true moral responsibility, it means caring about injustices even if they don't land at your doorstep. And what you're saying to us is, oh, the black people that I'm around love Jesus, it can't be bad.
and that's what he like the fact that he was getting ready to say your viewpoint is wrong or has to be wrong
No,
because
I wasn't gonna say
there's a
that.
lot of black
Nope,
people that
I wasn't
believes
gonna
in
say that.
there's a
I
lot of black
swear.
people that believes in God. Like you started that sentence and that's why I cut you off. And that's why I said, hold on, like this would be a good time for Dr. B as another white male, former
Hmm.
evangelical, to, educate you, right? Because you were about to say, right, that there are a lot of black Christians, there are a lot of black people who believe in this God. So your viewpoint, right, can't be right. While ignoring the reality of the people that you are trying to tokenize right now in this world. Like that is an entire issue. And that's what I'm saying. And then you said, I don't want to talk about it because it's out of respect for you. And I said this earlier to somebody else who was on stage, right? You cannot respect racism. Like when your family members say something racist or discriminatory, you cannot be soft with that and be like, "Oh, that's my mom. I'm not gonna say anything. She just oh no." Let them know. Don't say stuff like that around me. That's wrong. And if you're going to continue, then I'm not going to be around you. And if you're going to be a racist, show me that you're a racist so I know not to fuck with you. I'm not going to
Exactly.
cry about you being a racist, but show me that you are.
I had to check an older relative of mine not too long ago for something that they said about the LGBTQIA community. Unfortunately, I'm not a member of it. I'm heterosexual. But the reality is, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but the reality is it's not okay. And if she holds that she hold continues to hold that harmful belief, then it's going to impact people. The reality is, like, if you're silent, or not even silent, like you're intentionally sticking your whole head, shoulders, knees and toes in the sand to ignore the struggles of people that are telling you with examples, with data, how this belief system has been harmful to our community, and you're denying it. That's you trying to be neutral, but you're just as complicit as the people that are perpetrating it.
Or
You
it's
just have the luxury.
gaslighting.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, the slaves are out in the field and they're happy and singing and, beating on the things, right? And they were singing their songs. Slavery wasn't so bad. Like, this is exactly what I hear you saying. I go to church with predominantly black people and they're so nice, they're so happy, and they're clapping and they're dancing. They can't have the experience that you're saying that they have in reality, thinker. The wealth gap can't be $15 for every 25-year-old white male to every 25-year-old black male, because they're singing. They're happy. This is exactly what you're saying to me right now.
And it's reminiscent of this article that I read not too long ago. I interpreted that thing I told y'all about racism in the disability community. And there was this article that this person wrote about Black people, and that's exactly how they described them. Oh, they were so happy. They were always singing. They were always singing their Negro spirituals, which seemed to, make them feel so much better about their plight in life. It's patronizing. And you're continuing and perpetuating that idea. And we're telling you that. But instead of sitting with that, and instead of seeking out information that will um, create a more holistic picture for you, you're standing 10 toes down in your limited myopic perspective. And that's very unfortunate. It's not only unfortunate for you, it's unfortunate for the people that you are around as well.
Woody, if I could, and I only have a minute or so, but I think it be important to sort of give maybe this example, and I use it a lot in these contexts. If you remember a couple of years ago, there was the uh, question that was going around if a woman had the choice of meeting a bear in the woods or meeting a strange man in the woods, which would she choose? And
Right.
very consistently, women said, "I'd rather meet a bear."
Yes.
Um, okay, it was always very telling to me. And now I'm saying this from a position of privilege, because the position of privilege that I have is I live with a woman who is very in tune. She's incredibly intelligent and very in tune with misogyny and how it plays out. So I have benefited from, hey Josh, look at that. See how that takes that turn, and people view that. So I have the privilege of being able to see it through that lens, right? And so I know that a lot of men don't. Um, but it was very telling to me whenever I would hear men interact with that. They would say things almost universally like, "Oh, they don't know anything about bears." Did you ever hear anybody say a guy say that? Clearly,
No.
they don't know anything about bears. Okay, um, that is to fundamentally miss the point. Like, fundamentally miss the point, right? Because it's not relevant at all. Um, in the same way, I don't know if you have kids, but like I have five, and my two 4-year-old twins. If they come to me right now and say, "I'm scared to go back in my room because there's the boogeyman under the bed," right? It it would be fundamentally missing the point for me to say there is no boogeyman under the bed. Get back in there, right?
Right.
Because there's something else going on there, that it doesn't matter if there's an actual boogeyman under the bed. And in the same way, it doesn't actually matter if, like, scientifically or statistically or whatever, it's more dangerous to be with the bear than a strange man. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if there's any of that data out there. But the point is that the question that no man is asking in that conversation is why? Why on earth are women, would they prefer to encounter a bear than a man they don't know? Right? And what can I do to work on that? On in myself and in society, we need to change something
No, it
as
did.
men.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they did. They did. Men did say something. Men said, "I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna lift weights. I'm gonna be single. I'm gonna spend my money wisely, and I'm gonna better myself."
What? No, men like
right,
Woody voted for Donald Trump to be in office. That's what their response was.
Oh, it goes to politics now.
right.
I
But
mean,
Woody, think about all the things that you just said.
right?
Right? Think about all the things you just said.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think? Why do you think that women were saying, "I'd rather meet a bear than a strange man"?
You got crickets. I don't. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know.
So in this that's the perfect segue, and I really appreciate it, because what you and I, as men, in that circumstance, need to be asking is why, and we need to turn on our listening ears and say, and more than that, in this circumstance, that's sort of juvenile, but like, we need to be going and genuinely looking into why it is that men have created this culture that makes women afraid, right?
Yeah, but
And
then what I'm telling you is then the society of women split down the middle too. There's a group of women that are like, no, we want men. We don't want bears. There's a whole group of women that are absolutely opposite. So it's
yeah,
just like everything else. The groups are
so
split.
let's take that first of all, I don't think that's true, but let's go with it for a second. Can you envisage? Let's say we have this large group of women in, let's just say, the United States, that are saying,
How
"I'd
does this
rather
have to
meet a
do with the
bear."
Bible?
Well, I'll tell you in a second.
Uh, okay.
I appreciate your patience, man. This is good.
Uh,
Um, so let's say we have this large group of women in the United States that would say, "I'd rather meet a bear than a man." Right? Can you
right.
imagine a scenario in which a woman who actually would be afraid to meet a man more than meeting a bear might say, "No, I'd rather meet a man"? Can you think of a reason why she might say that?
No. And I said I would never approach a woman like that. I would never. If a woman said she wanted to meet, and most of those women that said that are the same women that you're like, where are all the men? Where are all the guys with money? Why are there passport
Psych,
bros?
because most of the women that said that have their own money and don't want a man and constantly have to tell men to leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah, Woody,
Hi, I'm one of them.
yeah,
Another one.
Woody, this leads me to believe that you
Yeah.
might be one of the guys that didn't engage with this in a way that I'm suggesting that you should,
Is it
right?
because he's
Because,
MAGA?
Woody, the thing is, have you ever heard the phrase "not all men"? You ever heard anybody say that?
I
Not
don't
all
I don't
men.
no, I don't think so.
Like, when if a woman says men do this and men do that, and then a
Oh,
man
okay.
says to them, "Not all men."
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In my experience, the men that say "not all men" are the men that are the problem.
Maybe I am, and maybe that's why I'm single, and that's probably why I'm happy, and I took myself out of the dating pool and the gene pool. You might be right on that. I might be the
I'm gonna
problem.
tell
I'm
you
Have
something.
divorced.
you seen your
I'm
fucking
gonna,
page? You don't look happy.
Woody. I'm gonna tell you something. Like right now, if you do go to a predominantly black church, you
Yeah,
are dangerous. You're
absolutely.
dangerous. I'm just gonna let you know that right now. And then the fact that they don't know what's amongst them is like being in the garden all over the fuck again. And not
What?
knowing that, yeah, the story that y'all tell about Adam and Eve in the garden, and Satan was in the garden and the serpent, and Eve was talking to the serpent. Like you are that serpent, right? Like I don't even think the serpent did anything bad, but just taking the concept of that, you are the serpent in the garden. That's the dangerous thing that they don't know, and they lack the fucking knowledge, and you are dangerous to them.
Now, Woody, before you
Yeah.
respond, but
Okay.
just sorry, I really am trying to help. I remember being where you are. Okay, so just I know this feels a little infantilizing here, and I do not mean it that way. I just wish somebody would have done it with me. You might be feeling something inside right now that's like, wait, that's not me, or no, I disagree, whatever. The best thing to do right now, in my opinion and in my experience, if you believe even a little bit that what Fee and what Thinker and what Oso and what I have been saying comes from a position on other things, of like knowledge or expertise, or like we're not just out here pulling stuff out of our rear ends, right? That we actually do have some understanding about the other stuff, right? Because it sounds like you would agree with that we've said some things that have made about the biblical text that have made you say like, huh, that's a good point, or something like that. If there's been any of that, I think the right thing to do here is to ask yourself very quietly, why is she saying that? Is there something I don't see?
You're absolutely right.
It's hard
I'm
as
going to
hell to
take
do
that
that.
advice. I'm going to take that
And
advice. And there's one
Woody,
more
I get
thing.
it.
I'm going to
Yeah,
ask
go ahead.
I'm going to ask my pastor as well, because I'm not
Do not go
insulting.
to the black
Now
man
find a
and
white
say,
church,
am I
dog.
racist? Don't do that. Do not go to a black man and say, these black people on TikTok said that I'm dangerous to the church. Like, do not do that.
Okay, I won't. If you, all right.
And why would you go to another person to figure out what you think about something? How
Well, I'd
how
want
how
him to tell me. I'd want him. I'd want to ask him, like, do you
Go
really
find a
think that
white
it's
guy.
possible that I'm?
Go find a white church.
So, Woody, if I could, and please, Thinker Fee Ozo, correct me if you think I'm off here. One of the reasons is because this is something that I've heard thinkers say in these contexts a number of times now. And she said this exact same thing that she just said to you, with other conversations that are like this, is because the person that's going to ask is not asking because they think they've done something wrong, or they think that they could improve, or there's something they don't see. Instead, they're going saying, this doesn't seem right. I want somebody else to tell me, no, that's not right. You're not racist, right? So
Exactly.
No, I get you.
if you were
I
going, sorry, just I'll be quick. If you were going to someone, this is the advice that I always give, and it's not mine, right? Um, I spoke with Brady Goodwin, who gave this to me, and Brady Goodwin's a former Christian rapper, who's deconverted. Brilliant guy, but he said essentially this: in your position, Woody, in your position right now, the best thing for you to do is to remember that Google is free, and to go to Google and type in, things like I'm concerned that I have racism that I don't know about. Right? Let me Google things like systemic racism in America. What's it look like? Right? You could message me privately and say like, "Hey, Josh, do you know of any good books that I could read on this particular topic?" And then after you've done some legwork, after you've done some research on your own, because you're really trying to figure this out, you really want to be a better person, then if you take that information and you go to your pastor that you trust and you say, listen, somebody brought something to my attention. It seems like I have some unconscious racism that I'm not aware of. Uh, and I really don't want that. And I am so sorry to even burden you with this question because of all the stuff that you've had to put up with. But I've done some research. Here are the conclusions that I've come to, but I'd really like you to tell me if you think that if I'm on the right track. Is this right? Is this wrong? How can I do better for the Black community? That's a very different approach than, Pastor, they told me that I was racist. I'm not racist, am I? Right? Those are two very different things.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And it wasn't about racist. It was dangerous. There's a difference. She was
I don't
very.
know that there is
Where
in
you
this
think the
case.
danger comes from, bro? Like
I don't
you
know. I don't.
Exactly.
you lack awareness.
Well, I mean, even the way that you answered the question when Dr. B asked you about the women and choosing the bear, like you said, well, the women that say that are this. The
On one
moment
side,
Well, no. The moment you start, and this is true of any of us, let's just remember that. We're included ourselves in this, or I'm including myself in this. The moment you start explaining why someone with a different lived experience is doing a certain thing without asking them directly and listening to what they say, you're not observing objectively, you're projecting your own biases. And you don't even realize it. So, to Dr. B's point, if you truly want to know that the position that you hold is a safe position for all people of all walks of life, then you would be willing to examine that position as opposed to telling us why we do what we do. The very fact that you're interpreting, what you're doing is that you're interpreting other people's actions through the lenses of your assumptions, your values, and your worldview without even acknowledging the fact that their choices could be shaped by realities you have no idea about. My lived experience as a 50 something year old Black woman from the South is going to be completely different than yours. And I don't even know where you're from. In the same way, I can't tell you anything about being who and what you are. You can't tell me shit about my life at all. You can't tell me why I do anything that I do. You can project your assumptions and your biases, and you'd be wrong. But you don't think you're wrong because you think that the position that you hold is the correct position, and that you have access to the inner workings of other people's minds that you will never have. But that's what bias does.
So said 50 girl, stop playing.
What you say, Elsa?
Yeah. So said 50 girl, stop playing.
I thought I was older than P.
Mm-mm, no, I'm team 74. Me and Laura's the same age. And Woody, it may seem like we're coming down on you, and originally I would have said no, we're not, but we are, because where you are right now, like I feel like the position that you stand in is a position that so many people such as yourself stand in, and it's never going to get anywhere. It's this small microcosm that you've created, this tiny myopic perspective that you hold. You've convinced yourself that it's the exact reality for everyone, and you could not be more wrong. Any of us that hold that position could not be more wrong. And until we are willing to acknowledge that, but not only acknowledge it, but to Dr. B's point, take some proactive efforts to educate yourself, to learn what you don't know, as opposed to defending what you think you know.
no,
I, I don't think it's ignorance. I think it's just blatantly not caring. Because, I mean, there's no way you think you're not anti-black people. And you
oh,
voted for the
I
dude that was trying to
definitely,
kill black
yeah,
kids, the motherfucker that
yeah.
fucks over everybody that's minority and every fucking facet of life. There's no way you think that you're out here with the best intentions for these people while actively supporting people that like your boy that you want to protect, Elon.
that are absolutely raping South Africa, right? Like
I
there's
wish
no
I
way
could
you think you'll
remember what
protect.
I wrote
I
that for.
wish that you would shut the fuck up while I tell you about how bad you are. That's what I wish.
All right.
I wish that you would take inventory of the fact that you out here like supporting people that are actively harming our community, and you want to pretend like because you go to a church that's going to quell your fucking um, guilt. Because let's be honest with you, you're just going there because you feel guilty about how you act or how you've done things or how you vote, right? That's why you want to run away from this shit. But in all actuality, Woody, at every chance, at every opportunity, Woody, you're going to look out for yourself over everybody else. And that is why you're dangerous. Because when push comes to shove and your overlord tells you it's time for you to do some shit, you're going to go in there and spray all them black people up. Don't give a fuck. You're dangerous. Leave.
All right. It was nice talking to everybody.
Oh, the fuck wasn't. And by leave, I mean that black church alone.
Also, also went in.
I know, right?
Went in.
And I went
Because he
right
gonna
on
sit here
mute.
and pretend. He gonna sit here and act like he don't know what the fuck we talking about, bro. You are not a fucking idiot. You're not a child. You are a dumbass because for you to say, "Oh well, Christianity's for sure worked," when you've only experienced it for like a fraction of the amount of time that you were fucking sober before you said you needed Jesus, like you're an idiot. But you're not incapable of understanding things.
And that's where the danger comes in. Because, like, to Thinker's point, like, for him to hold those views, for him to support the things that he supports, knowing the damage that it does to people who don't look like him, that is dangerous. Show me who you are. Like, wear your hat proudly so I know how to move accordingly. Don't come like a sheep in a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, I go and pray with these people every Sunday. And you still don't give a shit about them, clearly. Because the actions that you could take to protect them, you don't. You do the opposite. Your actions are going to speak way more loudly than your words do every single time.
Very dangerous. And the crazy thing is, we don't even know what church it is. Very dangerous.
Hopefully, we don't find out in the news.
Huh?
Hopefully, we don't find out in the news.
Right. Because when you
As I really
said, go
appreciate.
ahead. Oh,
Sorry, I
go
was
ahead.
just gonna say I'm trying to not leave on these because I realize I think it's bad for the algorithm. I just want to say thank you for having me up and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with them a little bit.
You're welcome.
Hopefully,
Thank
it
you.
made some inroads somewhere. But I love you guys.
I love you too.
What's up,
Thank
Love
Dr.
you
you.
Love
B?
you,
too.
Dr. B. Bye.
Bye.
Hey.
Um, when you said what you said about not respecting the life of black people, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I know." I'm like, "God damn!" He just said, "Yep." And then like when he was like, there were people that he wouldn't talk to that he used to walk by that thought that they would like. I knew in my head,
Negroes.
yeah, where he was, and now you have like surrounded yourself with them, calling yourself
Hmm.
worshiping with them, and what also said like it hit the head on the nail. Wait,
The nail on the head.
the nail on the head. hold on, hold on. It hit the nail on the head. What? Yeah,
Yeah,
That, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
because of the
It
head of
hit.
the nail.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it hit the nail on the head. Why does it sound wrong? Hold on. Oh my gosh. But anyway, that it hit hard when you said that because when he gets that word or when he feels like they've accomplished Elon and I'm gonna say Oso and them, Elon and them. Oh my gosh, have accomplished their goals and they give them the command.
Hmm.
I feel sorry for the church that he surrounded himself around because if you can
Mm-hmm.
change like that and then like we know like what we've been saying this Jesus represents, right? Like if you
Hmm.
that loyal to this Jesus, right? And the moment they say just do it for Jesus, this is what Jesus wants. This is why we get the news articles that we get. Like it's dangerous as fuck.
Yeah, and Fresh Studios in the comment who's saying big L to Fee and Oso. Like I'll take your LMNOMP because I don't owe you passivity in my own subjugation. I'm not going to sit by silently when anyone is oppressed, whether they look like me or not. And if I see a person that's engaging in harmful behavior and they're completely oblivious to the fact that they are engaging in harmful behavior, I'm going to call it out every day. So if you want to issue out L's for that, then go off, King. That's perfectly fine. But I'm not going to stop speaking about it because it's wrong. And you should be compelled
Imagine.
to do the same thing.
That's crazy. A house nigga crying because a real nigga was trying to save black people. That's crazy and unheard of.
He literally got up here and said he don't see racism in the world. Like he don't see the negative harm that this belief system has done on the black community. Like even if he doesn't think it's the worst, he even denied the history behind it. And you up here caping for him? Like what the fuck? This is what I'm talking about. Like god damn. And the crazy thing about it is that a lot of them know y'all will fucking clap for them if they were to go into a church and take out a bunch of black people because you two think that you are better than certain black people. They get you to buy in. It be motherfuckers like that.
Okay.
As I stated in the comments, I am not carrying over the racism comment. That goes for anybody that come on stage, whether you are a nerd or not. I'm not carrying that conversation over. This is not a racism education live. If you have a question about racism, Google or go. There are lives that do racism education.
That's what I was
We
about to
Message
say.
message Lords on TikTok.
message
If
Lord.
you got if you got a question about racism, message Lords on TikTok. She'll get you right.
But there are plenty of lies that come up on my For You page of white people that are actually deconstructing their racism. They're going through books like White Fragility. They're talking about different concepts that they haven't had to live with because this world is not structured in that way. And I think that's the right place to do that. Like it's not our responsibility to teach you what you don't know about your lived experience. That's not on us. And I think it's an unfair ask as well.
Agreed.
Oh goodness.
Skyhawk. I don't think they're okay. They're not there. Okay. I don't think the two people in the guest box are there on purpose, y'all. We have 46 minutes until the end of the live. Let's see if we can make it. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you are 25 and up, the guest box is open. Thank y'all so much for all of the gifts that y'all have thrown this way tonight. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for gifting the host or supporting the host. Let me say that. Thank y'all to the YouTubers. I appreciate y'all. Keep continuing to like the live. Thank y'all for 500,000 likes. I appreciate y'all. We got 46 minutes, y'all. Can we keep it going?
I'm gonna share. Think if you don't mind, I'll share this
Got a
conversation I
big
had.
gift right here for you.
Why is Oso like that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll share this thing. I was talking to Justin the other day, and he was like, "Mom, what if after my accident, when I woke up, out of the coma, I told you I had an experience with God? What would you say?" I was like, "I would believe you had the experience." I was like, I wouldn't tell you you didn't have your experience, and I would walk with you through processing that experience. We would talk about neurology, like we would talk about like the science that we know about brains. Like I wouldn't just automatically say that's not true, and I don't think that I don't know. I think that the vast majority of believers assume that as non-believers, our knee-jerk reaction is to like poo-poo on whatever they say. And I wouldn't even do that to my own child. I was thinking about that when you were talking about the conversation that you had with your son about the fact that he's Christian. And I say this all the time, it's not my job to tell him how to think. I can't tell him what happened in his mind. I can help him think through it and I can help him process it, but to deny it, it wouldn't make any sense. It's the same thing that we tell believers when they come up here and share their testimonies. I can't tell you you didn't experience that. I can tell you what science says as an explanation. I can tell you why I question whether or not it was actually supernatural, but I can't tell you you didn't experience it. But I think that the expectation is for a non believer to just be like, nope, that didn't happen. You're lying. And that's just simply not true.
Yeah, exactly. You know what else I learned about so, that I am partially responsible for why he's hanging on to this God, because I told him about when he was like almost 2 and he was sitting in the back seat and he was like, "Mama, I miss God." And I said, "You what?" He's like, "I miss God." That's what you mean you miss God. And he said something about talking to God by the water or something when he was like 2, and he's hanging on to that story and hanging on to the fact that his name is Blessing. And this is how I found out. So I told y'all we saw the church member at the mall, and she was like, "Remember I told you to name him Blessing Sincere?" And she was like, "I think I named him." I was like, "No, you didn't name him." She's like, "Oh, remember I told you to name him Blessing Sincere?" I said, "Yeah, you said Blessing Sincere, but I didn't like the sincere part." I said, "I was going to name him Blessing anyway." I said, as a matter of fact, there was a guy when I was in high school, his name was Blessing, and I always told myself that I was gonna name one of my kids Blessing. So when we walked off, he said, "You named me after somebody you had a crush on in high school." And I was like,
You
and I was
crushed the
like,
lore.
and I said, "No," I said, "It wasn't. You're not named after him." I said, "I just always wanted to name a child Blessed." I said, "And your circumstances just seemed to fit it." But like he had been holding on to the fact that he was named Blessing because they say he died when he was 3 months old. And, you know, I was like, "Give me my baby back." And the next day, the doctor was like, "I think you're still pregnant." But, and so he sees his birth as a blessing, and that's why I named him Blessing. So yesterday he was shocked. He was like, "You named me after a guy you like in high school?" I was like, no. But yeah, he's holding on to those two things.
That'll fuck a son ego up. I ain't gonna lie.
I was over like, no, don't tell your son. That's the
Never.
worst.
If that's real, never tell him.
It like there my daughter Bria, like I always wanted a daughter named Bria. There was a girl in high school that I was friends with. I just thought she was absolutely beautiful, but also like her name matched her face, if that makes sense. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I want to when I get older, I'm going to name my daughter Bria." And so when I got pregnant with my second child, I wanted to name her Briangela. And my husband wanted to name her Briation. He wanted to name her Tatiana after Tatiana Ali. So we put the names together and came up with Briation. And so I got my
I like
Bria
that.
and I got my blessing.
My mom just wanted a singular boy, and that's what she got.
A singular
Well,
boy.
she got three girls afterward too, but she was like, I just want my first one to be a son so they can have a big brother. Joke's
Are
on
you the
her.
first?
Yeah.
You are the oldest?
hmm But unfortunately, the fact that I am a man and they are women, um, they all think that they older slash know better than me. So the influence just didn't matter. As soon as they learn how to talk, they'd be like, I'm not listening to him. I'm like, okay, well then what the fuck was I born first for? I don't know.
You sound like Adam. I was first, so you should listen to me.
That's funny.
Hey, what's up, Dragon Sage?
And
What's up,
greetings,
man?
everyone from sunny Barbados. How's everybody doing?
Doing
Hey,
good. How are
How
you?
are
Dragon.
you?
I'm well. I just popped in today to say hi. I didn't want to ghost everybody, so I just wanted to say that I love and miss you guys. I'm working on a master's right now, so that's why I've been missing in action. So I just popped in today because it's a holiday today. I'm home alone. We have our big festival today, so I'm home alone doing some work. So let me jump in quickly. Let you guys know that I love you and I miss you, and
We love you
I'll be
too.
back. I'll be
We love you
back.
too. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Yes, man.
Thanks. Yeah. All
Knock them
right,
out
you
the park,
guys.
brother.
Yeah, you guys keep doing what you're doing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We'll be here as long as
See you
TikTok
when
is
I
here.
get back.
All right.
For
All
sure,
right.
bro.
I was telling Lala the other day that I don't think TikTok going anywhere because Lala said they hired some lady. What's her name, Lala? That they hired for like the head of like hate speech.
Oh, let me look it up.
They have a new person over cutting down on hate speech on TikTok,
Mm,
primarily cutting down anti-Semitic speech. She used to be
of
like a
course.
yeah, she used to be like an instructor in the Israeli army.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. No, not her name
Holy
isn't
fuck.
Linda. Her name is something else.
Gal Gadot.
Her last name starts with an M, I think.
Dolores Umbridge.
Man, mm-mm.
No, it's a
Something
Harry
man.
Potter reference. I was being a
Oh,
smart ass.
um, but her salary is $280,000 a year, and she just started last week. So I'm like, ain't no way TikTok gonna go anywhere if they hired her at 280K a year to cut down on hate speech in the United States.
Kal-El, no.
Yeah, yeah. So ain't no way it's gonna go anywhere.
280 is not horrible. They could have paid me for it though. I would have been so good to have on the board. TikTok, if you listening right now, hire me.
Erica Mendel, that's her name. Thank you, Erica Mendel. We got it, Lala. Joanna got it
Okay.
for us. Yeah, Erica Mendel. Yeah, her horrible. Is she an actor?
No, she talking about they be talking about Gal Gadot.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
She is a horrible actor.
All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I've never seen Wonder Woman.
It's the first one's okay. The second one is a laugh factory. It is so horrible. Also, the Justice League, but only specific scenes. She really brings that movie down.
Hmm. Who's in the guest box? Y'all, I think I got. Listen, okay, so I practice whistling. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Here we go. Hold on.
God, hey, clap, clap,
You
clap, clap,
blowing
clap.
in the
Go
wind.
ahead.
Yeah,
She
I
did
gotta
it though.
blow in with it, but I'm getting it.
You
I'm
doing it
getting it.
though.
Yeah.
Next time you come up, you gonna be like, "Mm,
That's what I
see,
gotta
I can
figure
do
out
it."
how to do. I gotta figure out how to do it how he was doing it though. He was going, whoo!
I think you need to
You just
stick
gotta
with the Ric Flair.
continuously do it all day over and over again. Just continuously do it. Cause like that's how I used to do as a kid. I used to be like, dang, I like how owls sound, but I couldn't whistle very well. So I just kept doing it over and over all day. And I can make like a bunch of owl calls.
I
I'm
just
gonna
find the
get it.
Ric Flair yell more effective.
Huh?
I think you should stick with the Ric Flair. Woo! I think that's more effective. Because when I
Honestly,
tell you,
continue to use the Ric Flair, but practice on the whistle so that when he's like, you can't even whistle still, you just bust out one and you be like, huh, yeah, that's in the back pocket.
I can't whistle to save my life. Like I have tried so many times. Like I can do the inhale whistle, but then like the exhale and the tune. We were watching Hunger
Whistle
Games,
while
and
he twerk.
I was trying, y'all. It mm-mm.
I'm gonna get it. Jabari?
Yes, ma'am. How everybody doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I love your topic. You know what I'm saying? I don't. You know, you worded it just right. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to the to humanity.
Okay.
And
Well,
like
for 1 second, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
no, I'm deconstruction. I've been
Oh,
deconstructed, but I'm not no atheist. I believe, you know what I'm saying. It just that form,
you
that
believe
form.
what?
I believe in me. Put it like that.
But you don't believe in the God of the Bible.
I believe it's a guide. I don't believe in that way. It hasn't helped me at all. Like it hasn't helped me
Okay.
at all.
Okay.
That's
So
why I
you're
feel like that.
so you're deconstructed. Okay.
Right.
How old are you for TikTok purposes?
51.
You what?
Yeah, I know I don't look it.
Did you say 51?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. It just, like you gotta understand, how I was raised. I was raised in the church. Period. You know what I mean? Like faithfully. My mama is like, if she hear me talk about this right now, she'll if she hear me talk about what I'm saying now, she probably would, it would somewhat upset her. You know what I mean? Because what she taught me as a child growing up, it just that when hard times really just hit me, and I needed that. I don't know, it doesn't fit me. You know what I'm saying? I tried and tried and tried. I like even when I was
Hold on, give me just a second. Like, so I don't want you to talk about your personal story.
yes, ma'am.
The topic is like how you see it affecting humanity.
Oh, is it taking it bad? I think that's why we in this in the situation that we is as a whole. That's how I feel.
How we get another MAGA man up here?
What is that?
Also,
Another MAGA man?
What
What's
you
all that
mean?
Donald Trump shit you got on your page, bro?
Who talking about me?
Yeah.
All the Donald Trump shit. What you mean? But I just listen. When you go to my page, but I just post things that I feel like it's important. This, that, or third. I ain't. You gotta understand something, man. Like I've been pioneering through life for a long time, bro. Like I do what's. I can't vote. I can't do none of that. You know what I mean? So I don't. If I put something up there, you got to understand something. Have you seen the one where I put the if you looking at my page, you'll see where on there with the guy standing right there talking about Donald Trump. Did you see that? With the song in the back
I need to know what Donald Trump was saying that was so inspirational you thought you'd spread that.
with Donald Trump. What, bro? Listen, man. Bro. I ain't come up here for no Donald Trump, bro.
hold on. I don't allow cameras
My
on
bad.
stage.
My bad. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
I
don't. I
thought
don't
frontals was supposed to go on top of your head.
say what now.
Also,
Go ahead. You can have the conversation. I'm just curious why you got that on your page.
Why I got one on my page, bro?
I've already told you what.
What talking about Donald Trump? What you mean? Is it specific? Is it a specific thing with
Okay,
Donald Trump?
let's change the subject, please.
Yeah.
Back to what you were talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like it hurting us as a whole, though. You know what I mean? Like, cause I don't really see no real results out of our community. You know what I'm saying? Like following that. You know what I'm saying? And I've been around a long time. Like I see people that praise hard, this, that, or third, and they still be still in the same situation. You know what I mean? And I know people that like I said, it's just that I don't feel like it work. I feel like when you were born with a package deal. You know what I'm saying? Can't nobody add or take from it.
well, I mean, I do agree. I don't see a benefit in it from humanity, period. But especially within the Black community, I do agree that it hasn't benefited us, but it has had an influence, like a you know, it has had some positives, with building community, and like I said, it helped our ancestors when they were going through, when they added, their own spin on it to give them strength
Yes, yes,
as they were, in slavery and during Jim Crow and Reconstruction and all of that. But it's to this day, it's kind of like a crutch and justifies the suffering of a lot of people. It creates a lot of abuse amongst the people that subscribe to it. We ignore mental health in our community because of this God. Somebody came up earlier tonight and said that their pastor told them not to claim depression, right, and not to take the medicine that the doctor gave them, and to call on the name of Jesus, like stuff like that. We have a lot of undiagnosed medical, mental illnesses that we won't get checked out because we're being told that you know that's against the God or taking glory away from the God. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then, I'm gonna tell you something else that always puzzled me. I don't really believe in the hocus pocus, and what I mean by the hocus pocus, I just can't see men being here first. I just when the book started out with the Adam and Eve putting the real about creating a woman, I can't fathom that. I can't. And if I start the book off, if I start that's the first part of the chapter in the book, you know what I'm saying that, I just can't agree with that. That's just me. I just don't agree with man being here first.
Yeah, it's a
That's,
nonsense story. Like we don't see that in society anywhere,
yeah,
in
like
history. I mean,
you
in
telling
nature
me,
anywhere.
yeah, that mean that everything male was here first. Cause we haven't, we just intelligent. It just, but how you got to set up, I just can't see man being here first. And then if you tell me you want me to believe that man was here first and all, I can't do it. I'm just not gonna do it. So that's why I really like. I don't, I can't do it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Ever since I done gave that up, I understand life more. You know what I'm saying? If I'm asking Jesus or anybody for something and I don't get it, or if a situation come up and it doesn't work out for me, or this, that, or third, then it's like it's no hope. You know what I'm saying? There's no hope. I'm not gonna keep doing that. And now that I've been finding out, like I ain't gonna say finding out, but now that I've been channeling myself on the inside with myself, it works out better for me like this. You know what I'm saying? Like if I meditate, you know what I mean, get in tune with nature like I'm supposed to, understand and break down these barriers inside my mind. Now my blessings starting to flow to me. I'm just being real. I just had a blessing the other day, and I knew it didn't come from no Jesus. I ain't been asking Jesus for nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's done got better for me now that I done let that go.
Well, thank. I agree. Is there anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Oh no, man, that's it. And I thank you. I appreciate everybody on the panel. But bro, check out my page, bro. I ain't no Donald Trump supporter. I'm a me supporter.
All right. Thank you. I hope you have a great day.
Yes, man. You too.
All right.
I don't know. You do look great for your age, though. I couldn't find anything to disprove your age because that's really why I was looking. Because I was like, ain't no way this nigga 50. Ain't no
How
way.
old did he
He
say
look
he
way too
was?
young. 51.
51. You might as
Team
well do it to
74?
Fee too. She don't look 50.
Team
Well, I've
74?
already done that defeat.
Goodness gracious. Also, this is not court. We ain't up here to judge these people. This ain't judgment day.
Also be making a beeline to them to those
Man,
pages
Only
quickly.
sometimes. Only
goodness
sometimes. Some
gracious.
people require additional information, and it'd be sucking so much when I'm on my live, and I can't do that because I'd be like, it's something different about. I need to go see what you about, and I can't go because I'm the one live, but I can do it here. Some of y'all need investigating.
Um, indulge more. This why they
Hello.
scared to come up with Oso here, cause they know good goddamn well. This is fucking judgment day.
Hey
The,
y'all.
hey, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good, how you doing?
What's your
Good.
age?
I'm 48.
48. All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing. I've always said I always had a pinky toe in atheism because I'm a real hardcore science head, but I was raised in church, so I have to say deconstructing, I guess.
Okay.
Um,
What are your thoughts on the topic?
I think it's the worst thing because I think Jesus is the worst thing because I realize, okay, so I know it's not personal, so I will make it broad, but of course it's coming from personal experience, but I feel like it does handicap us as a community because we don't have a lot of the privilege that other communities have. As black people, and I'm part of the Rainbow, the Skittle Squad, a woman and all those things. So a lot of the privilege that like a white tea man would have, I don't. So I can't, kind of expect things to be handed to me. And the church, a lot of times, I feel like makes us lazy. I don't want to say lazy. That's not quite the right word, but
I think
it
it
makes us
is.
dependent. You know.
I think lazy was very accurate, honestly.
I was so nervous because I swear I love y'all so hard. But I feel like it makes us lazy, dependent. And I found that recently I've really been spending more time not doing a lot of the spiritual stuff that I normally would be doing and just saying, okay, nobody's coming to save you. Just get it done. Yeah, you're tired. Get it done. Do it a bit at a time. Whatever. And it's been more empowering actually. And I feel like that there are a lot of things that our community could benefit from if we did have that attitude, including a lot of the way our thought processes work. Because back in the day, just this is really short, but I made this when I was first exploring. I made a shirt that said "Question Everything," and I wore it to church, and it kind of pissed everybody off. And I heard the young lady this morning. I was at work this morning when she talked about when the pastor took her shirt. And it made me immediately think about that shirt because I wore it on first Sunday of all Sundays on top of that. And it's just that they were so upset just by the thought of questioning everything. But I'm a science head, so I be having questions. Like I want to know why or how did you come to that? I like understanding people and their thought processes. I'm just curious. My friend calls me the great questioner, because and I heard a saying that says that the wisdom is in the question. You can't even get to the right answer if you don't have the proper question to start with as a foundation. And so church takes that away from us. Jesus takes that away from us, especially I know for sure in the black church that we're told not to question God, not to question the man of God, things like that. And it just makes you intellectually lazy. And then because you're intellectually lazy, then you are actually like actionably lazy also. You just don't do the things. You're scared to move, you're scared to make certain decisions, you're scared of what people are thinking, you're scared every single thing that you do will send you to hell. And it's this thing that constantly hangs over your head. Even with having fun with certain things that you like to do, you're scared to just exist, to exist fully. Everything is, you have to be small. Humble is like one of the worst things right up under Jesus, because for what? Why do I have to lower myself to make you feel bigger? If you don't feel bigger, that's really just not my problem. That's something you got to work out. So I
Isn't that
really just,
interesting that the God needs you to lower yourself in order for it to feel? It's like, don't think too much of yourself. It's really interesting.
yeah, it's like, so you're insecure, you're all powerful and you're insecure. That's weird.
Yeah. It's
Very
kind of like,
strange of you.
How can you get lower? Like if he's on the top and there's nothing above him, by default everything is lower than him. So what would be the
exactly.
Right.
need
It
to
don't make
like
sense. That's why I'm like, that's kind of interesting that the God is like, don't think too much of yourself. Like, don't get bigger than me. Like, how would I even get bigger than you? And like,
Right.
why is me loving myself a threat to your authority, a threat to your worship and praise? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, and to me, it matches supremacy culture. It matches white
Yeah.
supremacy.
I was told that as a lot, and my dad was very now it's patriarchal,
Hold on,
misogynistic, but
and
back,
male supremacy.
yes. And that's what I grew up under with my dad. But back then it was like male chauvinist. The phrase was like male chauvinist pig, back then. But he always told me, don't think higher of yourself than you ought. You know, he would always say, you know, that pride comes before destruction and a haughty spirit before the fall or something like that. And, but it always had to do with, I wasn't even doing anything. Like, even as an adult, when I think back on it, he would out, and you remember when TLC, y'all, when they came out, and they came out with, that was kind of first ones I remember that had like an androgynous kind of style of dress.
Mm-hmm.
So when they came out, first of all, T-Boss could get it, okay? Um,
Look, I always felt that way though, no lie.
listen, and
But
I
I'm
had
let's
the
be
T-Boz
clear.
haircut, everything.
T-Boss could get it in her voice, but see, back then I didn't know because I didn't know nothing about the Skittle Squad. I was so sheltered. I'm a real late bloomer, as in like a few years ago, and so but that androgynous dress like spoke to my heart. You know what I mean? It was like you had like a little tight shirt or something on the top, but then you had the baggy pants, you know, and I had like the matching boxes. I went the whole nine because one thing I'm gonna do is go too far, you know? And it's like he would always be like, "You're not a man," but it would be like in a way that it was like, how dare you emulate anything that, you know, he perceived as masculine. But I could never figure out, like, why are you so impressed with masculinity? I thought the clothes was cute, you know, and then it was like the Cliff Huxtable sweaters, you know. So we were wearing a lot of androgynous clothing elements. So I had to go dig in his closet to get them. But it's like he had a lot of that stuff and he got it from the Bible. Like he had that, what is it, subjugation? Like he got a lot of those concepts from the Bible that I should be less. And then my mom didn't ever speak up, you know, on my behalf. So he literally one day told me that, because it was always my mouth, of course, as y'all probably can tell, but he like told me one day through gritted teeth, like through a snarl, like you would see, you know, like a dog do. I remember it, and he was like, "I'm gonna break you." And
Whoa.
yeah, and it was like, this is my dad. Like this is not like, and it's like he always has felt that way about me. And I, you know, as an adult, I told him, I was like, you birthed your worst nightmare, didn't you? You know, because it's like I'm just enough boy to irritate you, you know. And you know, how dare I be just enough boy and come in this feminine form, you know. But I think it's just so many things that the Bible, and you know, by relation the church, and then even worse the black church, because of how we came upon, you know, the Jesus, it just has broken us and make us, it's like like we almost have a book bag full of rocks on our back all the time. You know, it's just oppressive, like this cloud of oppression all the time. And even with, because then I shifted to like African spirituality, but again I always been one step off of atheist. And it's just so many things that are recently have gotten, I don't want to say harder for me, but harder for me to accept, I guess. So I've been having a real tussle, and I've been talking to my girlfriend about it, and she kind of, you know, has been, you know, low key, but having the same, you know, kind of thoughts and things like that. And I think the most difficult part, which y'all talked about this morning, and the lady Sweetie Pie, I remember her name because she got the right name. She was so sweet sounding. She just had such a sweet way about her. But it made me think about, and the lady after her with the shirt that the pastor took her shirt, that whole discussion this morning about grief. I think that's the thing that is also really scary, because somebody said, I think it was You Thinker this morning, was talking about how we don't even get to truly grieve the person that they are. You know, it's like you talk about, oh, well, you know, they give you the shirt off their back. If they had $5, they're gonna give you $2.50. I'm not. I promise I won't. Like, I'm not interested in sacrifice. I feel like I've given up a lot of my life already. I spent 2 decades living a life that I did not want to live. I spent 2 decades living a life according to the Bible, which included being a wife and a mother, which I know we're not supposed to say this, but I didn't want to do either one. But that's what I was taught. made you a woman, made you an adult, made you valid, qualified you, if you will. And so I have already sacrificed 2 decades of my life. And it's grievous to me. And it doesn't feel like I got anything in return. I love my babies, I do. I just know that I came here to do stuff that I didn't get to do. Just personality wise, like I did a good job. I did. They're good people. Like they're amazing people. They're smart, they're considerate, they're, they're loving and kind and all those things. But the best that I could muster was being a dutiful mother. So I saw them, you know, like not adjusting well or not being in a good environment in school. So I homeschooled them. I homeschooled my niece and my nephew. Like I did all the things, but it just cost me so much. Like it cost me so much of myself. And I know that I got that shit from church. I know I got it from church that, even the thing of thinking that you in African spirituality that you have another life, or in church that you go to heaven. But you said something a while back, like about the value of the atheist understanding the value of only having one life. And so you live it, and you live it. You ain't said this way. I can't think of another way, but like balls to the wall. Like you just do it.
The most impactful, yeah.
Yes. And it's like, I didn't do that. And it's like, so right now I'm in a stage of my life where I'm grieving all of those things, because now I actually understand the time that I wasted and the weight. I did not intend on doing all this, but
It's okay.
Yeah, it'll come.
the weight of not being able to have those decades back. Like decades is a long time. And it's like I said, I love them. I do. It's just so many things that it's like I missed out on. And it's because also because of church, like I missed out on having a gay ass adolescence. Like I missed out, on having, I was telling my girlfriend, I was like, I didn't have, that kind of, she was like, well, that heartbreak ain't no better than, the heartbreak that I said, but yours was honest. To get your heart broken by a woman is at least honest. I spent like decades between 2 marriages. I ain't even like them. And they didn't like me. And the last one is now a diagnosed narcissist. So all the abuse and trauma, it just feel like I gave up so much, and I can trace it back to the stuff that I learned in church. Because one thing you gonna do or expected to do is sacrifice. Because what would Jesus do? And I'm like, none of this. After I've been listening to you for I don't even know how long, I'm like, he wouldn't have did none of this.
Right.
Y'all saying that, and he wouldn't have done none of the stuff I did. Because he wouldn't have had to. Nobody expected him to sacrifice himself, in those ways. And then you came back. I can't even get my time back. You got your time back. It wasn't even no real sacrifice. But anyway, that's
If he
it.
sacrificed, why the hell are you? Why do you need to keep sacrificing if he did it? Like it does not make sense.
Because it was a fake sacrifice, because he got back up and went on and minded his business. It was fake. So, but I've learned so much from listening to y'all. I know y'all probably see me lurking across all the different pages. But this morning, those 2 ladies in particular, I was at work, and I work at that red and white circle store. And so I'm kind of in a not the greatest place, but y'all be getting me through a lot on Thursday. I'm one of the third shift people, or when I'm home, I go to sleep listening to y'all and wake up with the craziest thoughts. But I really greatly appreciate all of y'all and the work that you do, and the fact that you stand up against all of this stuff, like all of this literal mistreatment from, from people for no reason. Like, because if y'all didn't, like, I had already gotten out of the church, but I didn't know the things that I know now,
And
to make it solid.
I just wanted to chime in real quick because I think I appreciate you coming up and being so, so vulnerable and honest. And I think sometimes as humans, we forget that two things can be true at the same time. You can absolutely love your children, and it is okay that you still grieve the parts of you that got buried in the process of becoming their mother. That does not make you a bad mother. It doesn't make you a bad person. People seem to think that we are one dimensional as humans, but we're multifaceted. I could have dreams and aspirations of being this thing, and my life didn't go that way. That doesn't mean that I don't love my children. That doesn't mean I don't love my family. And I think that anybody that thinks that needs to challenge their own mindset. Why do you think a person has to be relegated to a position, and then that position becomes an all-encompassing factor of who and what they are? That's not
Right.
what being a human is. Like, embrace those facets. There's a part of me, I can rock some hills and I can also fuck up a circular saw because I know what the fuck I'm doing, right? So, like, don't tell me I have to fit in this box. I don't owe you that. And the moment that as humans and as a society we realize that we don't get to dictate that for other people. There are some people, I know a lady that younger than me, much younger than me, and our son started kindergarten at the same time. She now has, I want to say, 12 children, and
Ooh.
that's what she wants. And she homeschools every one of them, and I think they live in a camper, and they move from one side of the country to the other side of the country, and they are
Hell
happy.
no.
They exact, and I say the same thing. Oh, so 12. I don't want 12. I'm doing good committing to 12 eggs, and you want me to have 12 children? Absolutely the fuck not. No. I just want you to, I appreciate you sharing your story, and I'm so glad that these conversations are helping people, because we've got to at some point move past this idea that humans, depending on their gender, are supposed to do this. This is how women are supposed to feel. Like, fuck that. You don't get to tell me how I'm supposed to think or feel. You're not me, and I'm not you, and respect that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you.
Yeah, everything that Fee just said, I was gonna say, but she said it first.
I
See,
know,
everything
and
that
I
Oso
believe
just said,
you.
I was gonna say, but Oso fucking said it first.
I also
That
believe
makes sense.
you. I totally, I totally. And listen, and also, y'all gonna stop messing with Oso like that, because he never does anything wrong ever.
Really?
Thank
No.
you.
Oh
Thank
Never.
hell,
you.
drop no. Also be cutting the fuck up. Also be cutting up.
Look, because
Osa wakes
also
up and
also
chooses
reminds me
violence
so much of
daily.
my brother. Like, he reminds me so much of my brother. I just be cracking up because it's like, and it's them little snips of. I love intelligent humor, and it's those little snips that you gotta catch. Oh my god. Yeah, so
Ah.
it don't
Also
matter.
goes for the
No,
jugular.
but he also says these little tiny under
He
his breath
does.
things.
He
And
really does.
cause I'm at work and I have so I have a headphone in so I can hear, like really well, cause I got my headphones in, and I'd be like, oh my god, and it'll be stuff that sometimes nobody heard, and I'm like, oh,
Those are the best ones.
they are. He remind me so much of my brother, so I really do appreciate it, and all of y'all's personalities just work so. It's just such a beautiful balance, and I gotta shout out Lords, because I be telling my girlfriend that she my crush. Because that mouth on her, the mouth. Fee, you are so calm. Lala, you are like a calm brainstorm. Thinker, obviously, but the thinker I really appreciate about your platform is because I too am neurospicy, and it's so easy to listen because of the way you keep everything organized. So it's real easy on my brain. Y'all just be scratching my brain. I don't think I missed anybody. If I did, I'm sorry, but I really, and of course Christina, but she's over there. But y'all have put me on to so many amazing people. Y'all get me through the night. Y'all get me through the days. I've learned so much, and I'm grateful. I'm deeply Pink Beard. How did I forget him, Sebastian? But I really appreciate all of y'all. I'm so glad that y'all are such a squad and you function the way that you do. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply grateful, and y'all are saving lives really because my life has changed. The way I do my life has changed because I have started to look at and hold myself accountable for the choices that I make or that I don't make. I literally started therapy
Yeah.
because
That's so
Nice.
I
awesome.
didn't want to be dependent on, even the remnants of the invisible things, so
Yeah.
because I'm accountable for my own behavior. I'm accountable for seeing about myself, and I'm accountable for not continuing to waste time doing shit that I don't want to do, doing things that
Definitely
don't
talk about it.
serve me, and making my life what I have, the rest of it, that making it into what I want it to be every single day. So I'm taking some classes right now. I'm getting back into the work that I'm
Yeah.
good at, and, things like that, just things that I enjoy.
I love
So
it. I love
I'm
it.
really
And that's the
Makes
grateful.
me
thing.
happy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it's okay to, reminisce and, regret, but not stand in that place is um, the most important part. Allow yourself to feel what you feel and heal and continue to move forward. And the fact that you're doing that, like you're young, you ain't old, right? Like you've raised your kids, you have, time ahead of you and,
Yeah.
time to do what it is that you really want to do. And one thing that I tell myself, because I, had started having kids at 22. I got pregnant at
Same.
21. My first child was at 22, and so I've been a mom since I was 22 years old. And like I said, my last one is a senior this year, so I'll be done soon. I made
Mhm.
decisions while I was raising them that I regret. Leaving a $100,000 a year job, selling
Mhm.
their home that I built for them, and I was telling my daughter yesterday, and reminiscing how when we moved here, I wouldn't decorate, I wouldn't do shit, because I was angry at myself for making the decision to sell their home. Plus, I sold it to my daughter's best friend's mama. She
I
was
remember
so
that
mad.
story.
Yeah, she was so mad. They ain't even friends no more because she was like, "I'm not spending the night in my room. In her room that used to be my room." But and I didn't even think about that, And I beat myself up so bad, but I had to forgive myself for that. And like I I regret making the decisions that I made that changed their life, but they, turned out well. They
Mhm.
when they moved here, they were still like, "This my room, this my room." They were still happy. Um, but now that they're grown, I have more time to focus on building the legacy that I wanted to build for them to make sure, that I can leave something here for them and now leave something here for my grandkids too. And I don't
Yeah.
have to worry about getting babysitters. After this year, I won't have to worry about, teachers calling me and saying such and such fell asleep in class.
Go
I don't have.
ahead, thinker, honey. Go ahead, honey.
So you have that same time, you have your entire life ahead of you, and from that moment now, like you can live it to the best of your ability with full impact, right? Like you said, what'd you say, to the wall, balls to
To
the
the
wall,
window, to the
to the
wall.
wall, right? Like from this day forward, live with the most impact that you can, and there's no need to sit in regret, you know
Oh, I had to shout Rhea out too. I know she's not here. Well, I don't see her anyway, but because one time I was on my way home and she was talking about some kind of way, it was like a discussion. She got on this discussion with somebody about the responsibility that you have in regards to raising kids. And they were talking about like whether or not if your child did something wrong, would you hold them accountable? If it was something illegal, like I can't remember what it was, but it was like a major crime, would you, would you let them suffer the consequences? She was like, yeah. That day I got so much freedom off of her basically talking about like my responsibility was to do what I did, which was do my best. be dutiful, be, present. Like I was there. We did all the things. I was struggling, but we did all the things. But I still felt guilty because I didn't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? I did it with a good attitude. They ain't had no clue about it as far as I know. Because, I freely let them tell me all the stuff I messed up. They ain't say that part. But, like, she also has helped a lot. When she talk about stuff like that, she's helped a lot, too. I just think y'all are amazing. Just individually and collectively. I think y'all amazing. Y'all so much better than Jesus.
Don't forget Mac and his
Oh God, Mac
mafia
Lister.
ass
What's
talking
the
about
guy
the
that
way
be
he say
singing the
fuck
songs too?
Joel.
Joel
Joel and
and
Joel and
Mezzo,
Mezzo.
Mezzo.
Justin Deconstruction,
Yeah, all the
and
I
Quan's
found all of
ass.
them from you.
Don't
Quan
don't don't fucking forget Quan's ass with the
Quan with the little
commercials.
sweet voice, and then all of a sudden she
Yes.
kicked their chest in. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Love that
Yes.
for me because I be at work cracking. Y'all, listen. Y'all get me through my days. I promise. Like this is it be my trash TV sometime, depending on who come up. Like depending on who come up, it be
That ain't no shit though.
it be my trash TV sometime. But I am like, I
And
just
then
wanted y'all to
hold
know
on,
that
I just
y'all
gotta
have
say this too.
who.
Dr. B with his Kent Hovind
Yes.
ass impression. The first time
What's
Dr. B
the
came up here and he was doing the Kent Hovind impression.
That was
Mm.
hilarious.
What's
Yes.
the lady, wait, I don't know if she identifies a lady. She might be I'm saying she still.
You talking about
The
Kate?
Rabbi Hannah.
Oh,
Hannah.
Rabbi Hannah. Yeah.
I like her too.
Yeah.
Wait, is that their pronouns?
Rabbi
I
Hannah?
think so.
Yeah.
I think Rabbi's pronouns are she, her.
Okay.
I
But
believe
yeah.
so.
It's everybody that has been up there. Like I got onto everybody because of you, and I can't remember how I found you. But I have not regretted one person I've come across because of come across you. And I feel like that speaks to your ethics, your character, and all those things. But I really just want y'all to know that the things that y'all do and that you say, it sticks with people. It has a practical impact. And like I know some days I know you be tired and sometimes I know y'all be sick of it. Like cause I be listening, I be sick of it. But and I ain't even gotta deal with it. I can just click off and go about my business. But I just want y'all to know that it's not all for nothing. Like it really is making an impact. It's literally changing lives. Like the evangelism that they told us about in church, this is that, but it's actually making a difference. Like it's y'all have literally helped me find parts of myself and acknowledge parts of myself and also let go of things that just were taking up too much space and causing me to not achieve the things that I want to, not even that I need to, the things that I want to, the things that I was scared to do. Like I hear you talk about business and I'm like, she wouldn't have got that if she didn't get her ass up and do it. So I
And
just
stay
want y'all to know
focused.
that it has a practical result. You know what I mean?
And that's how I know that when religious people come up here and talk about the benefits of God, they're not talking about the benefits to the individual. They're talking about the control that they have over the person. Because
Yeah.
everything that you've said is for the benefit of you, is for the benefit of your children. It's not harmful. It's helping. It's making you more deeply connected with the authentic version of who and what you are. And while religion may claim that that's what its goal is, what it's doing is the exact opposite. So
Yeah.
if it's ultimately about people being kinder, people being more loving, people being more accepting, then any tool that leads to that should be acceptable. But that's not what we see. We see them coming up here telling us that these things that we're talking about are not achievable without their God. Well, it clearly isn't achievable with your God either. But they don't want to talk about that. And that's
Yeah.
how I know it's all a farce. And you mentioned something when you came up. I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but when my son turned 18, my birthday gift to him was us getting matching tattoos, and it's the word everything in the form of a question mark, because that's been the single
Oh, I
most
love that.
impactful thing that I have told him his entire life. Question everything, including me, including absolutely anything
I
that you
love
are
that.
curious about.
Oh my God. No, I don't remember that particular story. I know that's your mindset, but I didn't know that particular thing. No. I must have you probably said that while I was asleep one night. But no. I didn't know about that particular thing, but that made me feel a little bit fancy. We play cousins in my head now. But
Hey, cousin.
yeah, but I think it's really important to let people know that the work that they're doing is, is important, and it's impactful. It's making a difference. Oh, and the moral thing, when y'all talked about that a while back, like when I first got on, like, when I first started listening to y'all, I never thought about how to explore morality. I just I think I was still riding off the golden rule kind of thing, which I guess, but like I really went down a rabbit hole and started looking at different ways that different groups of people like explore, how they come to different moral standards. It was a whole rabbit hole, but it gave me a more of an awareness of how to explore my own moral compass. Um, and that include what I found was I was missing boundaries. Like my boundaries were trash and standing up for myself was trash. So like right now I'm taking this class about inner child work and stuff like that, which is dragging me. It is, oh my God. If I wasn't already bald headed, it would be dragging me by my hair. But it's like, but learning to protect those softer parts of myself, and learning to, the class ain't really talking about this, but I talk about the raw rage of that inner teenager that didn't get satisfied, the one that was trying to be, hang out with T-bars and kiss on her a little
Yep.
bit.
Yep.
um but like how I've been thinking about how that teenage part protects that inner child part. And a lot of times, if you just protect your boundaries and you put good boundaries in place and you think about your boundaries beforehand, then a lot of times you don't even have to go through all that. Because another thing that taught me that is kink. Like I'm a kinkster. So like talking about negotiations and boundaries and stuff like that also came up, but it all, like a lot of it kind of took shape because of that conversation or those conversations I've heard about, people talking about objective and subjective morality, because I had never heard those terms before. Yeah, y'all just
Yeah.
was on here. I just have learned a lot.
I wanted to say two things that I learned in life that I think helps me like with the lives, right? These are two values that I keep like in the forefront of my mind. And one of them came from my dad, and the other one came from graduate school. um, what my dad taught me when I became a missionary and I started preaching. He said, "Don't ever get up there and preach a message that you can't preach to yourself." He
Uche.
said, "Yeah." He said, "When you preach, you better be talking to yourself too." And so, any time that I did preach a message, I made sure that I wasn't pointing the finger at other people, right? That I could apply what I was sharing or saying, even to myself. And I think that also kept me, in a, I don't like to use the word humble, but grounded, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second thing that I learned while I was in graduate school was because my graduate studies was organizational leadership, uh, was the type of leader that I wanted to be. And I wanted to be the type of leader that uh, people grew, right? The people that I was leading uh, eventually got better than me. So like
Mm-hmm.
if the people around me were not growing, even to the potential to where they outpassed me and no longer needed me to lead them, but needed to go to the next level, that's the type of leader that I wanted to be. And so I make sure that those two things are at the forefront of my mind. And I don't necessarily consider myself a leader per se uh, when it comes to like the whole deconstruction thing, because like I said, I'm deconstructing too, but I operate from that place of the when I congregate with people, like when I commune with people, uh, my impact on them that I want to be is that I help them become better, right? Like whatever it is that they want to accomplish, if I can help in any way do that, I want them to say, "Hey, the time that I spent with Thinker, or what, if you know me in real life, the time that I spent with her, my life did this," instead of going the opposite direction. So I operate from that place. Those are the two things that I hold dear to me and are core values of mine that I think make this life as successful as it is.
You're definitely a leader though. And it's okay that you don't say it, but cuz you do it. And you're a leader and you're surrounded by really good leaders also. But I
Exactly.
think that I have well, I'm revamping because I'm about to get back to what I love. But I taught a self-development class that I started when I was homeschooling my kids because I made their syllabus. So I went on and made mine to study myself. Like literally that's what it started as. I just had when I made that darn shirt. And the thing that has made, and I taught a lot of stuff, like even down to like jewelry classes and stuff like that over the years. And it has always made me like really excited to watch people grow and super excited to watch them grow past me. Like, and I think
Yeah.
even as a parent, which is hopefully a type of leader, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want your kids to do better than you. You want them to be better than you know, love more than you and be loved more than you were, healing all the ways that you couldn't or, whatever. But I think that that's the mark of a good leader because jealousy doesn't have a place there. Like when you can really cheer people on, like really be genuinely happy to see their growth and see their expansion and watch them heal and like really be happy with them, like celebrate with them. That's a beautiful thing. Like it's not a competition. You can't compete with somebody to beat them anyway. That job's already taken.
Exactly.
So their position's gone, baby. The best you can do is, like be the best you can be, but you can't compete to be me. I can't compete to be you. But yeah, your big old brain got you out here being a leader. Plus, you see how obsessed these people be with you. Cause I
They
be in other
fucking
lives and they be
obsessed.
telling the
Oh my
truth.
god.
They be like, yeah, cause I was in Thinkers Live and she made me cry. Like it
Uh,
just, and I be down at the bottom.
oh
So,
my god.
But I
but
think
yeah,
that's the mark of a leader, of a true leader, in my opinion, is not, they don't need to be followed. Like
right.
the focus is not looking back to, oh, is anybody behind me? Is everybody still coming? That's not the
Ain't that it?
goal. Is to truly help people and to impact change. And you were talking about children. Like I say this all the time, our children are not our possessions.
Mm-mm.
And the moment we realize that, we start to understand the importance of instilling integrity in our children instead of blind obedience. But
Mm-hmm.
because at some point there, when my kid was growing up, there were multiple times that my eyes were not on him. But the fact that I taught him to self-govern, do the right thing because you know it's the right thing to do, not because a camera's watching you, not because mom
Mm-hmm.
and dad are watching you, but because you know the impacts of your actions. But religion doesn't teach you that. It
Right.
teaches you that God is always watching. He's going to see everything. So you don't have space to develop that internal moral compass because the external motivation is always there and it's a stick. So I
Right.
don't, yeah, I think I said this too when I first joined this community. That was one of the things that stuck out with me most about Thinker is that in this community across the board, like it's not about, oh, I want everybody to come to my lives and not go to anybody else's. No, the point is to get people thinking. The point is to get people
Mm-hmm.
asking questions so that we can somehow figure out how to make this world a kinder place for everybody. So if you're going to listen, I said this too before about teachers, like how as students we all have favorite teachers. They may not have been the same favorite teacher because
Mm-hmm.
everybody learns differently. So one person's communication style may hit in a very different way than another person's. Doesn't make one better or one wrong. It just makes us different. And there's beauty in variety. The tapestry of these personalities that coalesce in these lives are absolutely beautiful and hilarious at the same time. And I think it's the points that you came up and shared, which kind of reinforce the fact that we are helping. It may be a slow process and it may be tedious because we got to get called names and, folks in our inbox threatening us and things like that. But the point is we are trying to help people behave better, and be just better human beings across the board.
And it's almost like all night, like the believers that like have been here listening. But it's when we have conversations like this, right? It's when I read their comments, it's like they prioritize the God over the actual salvation of the human, and yet they preach Jesus saves, right? Or you need the salvation of Jesus. But when they hear, stories like this, and people are saying, "Hey, I'm in therapy now," or "I've healed from this trauma," or "I'm in school and I'm doing so much better." Like we've had somebody come up who's graduated, right? Who went back to school and finished and graduated, or they started a class and they got straight A's at their first transcript, right? Like we hear things like that, and the believers always, almost always get in the comments and call it fake. Um, in what do they say? Um,
Not without God.
yeah, but they call it like it's not genuine support. Like they're calling even the support not genuine, or y'all need to repent. Like the things that they say this Jesus can do for them or wants to do for them, they'll hear it happening, and the prioritization is on the club. It doesn't matter that you're healing. You're not a part of the club. I would rather break you, make you a part of the club, and then beg my God to fix you again. And if he decides not to fix you again, oh well, you're a part of the club. That's what I get from their comments during these types of conversations.
Well, I wasn't reading them because Thinker don't like for people to be in the comments and on the stage at the same time. So I can't even see. I don't know what them people down there saying. Plus, when I get down there, if you smart off at the mouth, I'm gonna hurt your feelings because I talk about your mama. So, but I genuinely do not care. Like it's
Now we
really
know why
nothing
you
to do.
like lords.
Yes,
Now
Oh,
it's
yes.
coming
listen, you
out.
thought I was playing? Do you think, babe? I be over here cheering. What are you talking about?
Get him,
I
I
Lord.
can't
love it.
listen when I see her pop up in the box. I be like, oh, there go babe. There she go. I be tucking my little bald head hair behind my ear, honey. Ooh, there go babe. There she
That be
go.
you in the comments talking about we need Lords on stage. Where Lord's
Listen,
at?
I did you, but I said I'm not. I stopped doing that because I learned how to behave. But I did used to. I ain't gonna lie. I can't lie. I be like, where is she? What is happening? And every time she get a new page, follow because I need to know when she gonna be on somebody's panel. Thank you, Whitney.
Oh my goodness.
No, but even with her, I learned like, cause just say the thing, feel the thing. Like it's okay to be, cause I've always been told I was too much of whatever. It didn't matter what I was doing; it was too much. But again, like each of y'all has this characteristic that somebody can learn from. So from her, it's like, like it's not a such thing as too much or a lot. It can be too much or a lot for somebody else, but for somebody else, like you are just a perfect amount. For somebody else, you are the most refreshing thing in the world. But so if it's too much for you, then I just ain't for you, Bookie. That's all. Everybody can't do cayenne honey. Some people just need plain old honey.
I was
Some people
telling
need plain old cayenne. But
y'all.
it's like,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
okay with people not liking. I mean, because people, it's people either love or hate me anyway.
That's what I was telling my kids yesterday. Okay, listen. That when I tell you my kids are shy, right? Like social anxiety on 10 because I raised them to be more mature than their age group. So I told y'all they have like issues socializing with their age group because they're mature. But my son showed me a song, y'all. He did. I'm gonna let y'all listen to his song. Tell me why he does not want to pursue music because he's shy. And so I was telling and in my daughter's video of her performance, the lady was supposed to send the video yesterday, but she said she's still editing and stuff. So I'll let y'all know when that's ready. But I was telling them yesterday, like everybody isn't gonna like you. Like if every artist out there waited until they knew that everybody in the world was gonna like their music, we wouldn't have artists, right?
Hmm.
We wouldn't have successful artists. Some consumers are going to gravitate to your music, and some are going to hate it. Like you just have to put yourself out there, and you'll find your people. Like I said, Mama got a lot of motherfuckers that hate her. I have a lot of people that hate me, but that don't stop me from, going live, because I also have a lot of people that love and support me. And so he still said he don't know. But listen to this song. Hold on. Let me put the YouTube on silent. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all for. So he handed me his beats when he let me hear the song. He got the type of beats that, like, you would think he got subwoofers in the motherfucker. Like my ears was like like that. And then
Mhm.
I'm in the car listening to the song, and when he going, I just yelled out, "I'm proud to be your mom!" Like I'm yelling from the car with my voice,
Oh,
like. But he's 17, and he made this in his room. He said, um, "Hold on." Now it does have profanity in it. Just they trying to. Hold on. There's an echo. There's an echo.
You know the
That
thing that your
normal
voice normally
echo.
does, yeah.
Oh, the normal. Okay. If you have an echo, you have to scroll out and scroll back in. Okay. All right. Out in Tennessee, we bout to smoke and go all presidents on me, yeah, yeah, presidents on me. We dancing at a function, yeah, you know we getting dirty. You know we getting turned up in it, but we getting work. We ain't someone that throw that bitch up in a circle. You know we get real fly, I rock them in my bitch real Kirk. You know I'm cool as hell, you touch the shit, you gon' get hurt. That nigga tried that shit, bro, that mask put up on a shirt. You pull up to the front, you know we bout to get the bitch turned. That shit got set down there because the boys be out there alert. You know we not gon' stop. We shut down. Y'all can't hear it. I'm sorry. I don't know. The echo is y'all can't make it out because of the echo.
It got good now. The echo ended now.
Oh, it did
I
it.
Yeah.
was say I
Let's see.
didn't never
Yeah,
have an echo.
Yeah, I can
it was
hear
mess.
it.
It was sounding like two different in the beginning, but it came together toward like the middle for me.
Let
I
me
ain't have no
see.
echo. Tell him that I would, honey. I would risk these knees slanging ass to it. Okay,
Shut the fuck up.
I would risk these knees. Okay,
Oh my God.
and I generally don't like stuff the first time I hear it, but yeah, I'll risk. I'll risk the knees. I'll risk the knees for that.
Oh, I was over here jamming too.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
Yeah.
was so proud of him. I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I was like, "You made this in your room?" He was like, "Yeah," but he don't want to
Does he
do
want to do
music.
like what part of music does he want to do?
He don't want to do music at all. That's just the skill that he got that he just
Nothing.
play around with.
He's got
Mm-mm.
That's
potential.
club ready though. That's like
That's what
radio
I'm
ready.
saying. That's what I'm saying. And I told my daughter, I was like, y'all need to do a song together, because she was shocked yesterday too. And she was like, "You want to do a song?" And he was like, "Yeah." So they're gonna do a song together.
You have
But
some talented children.
man,
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
like, but
Okay,
they're
though, Peachy.
shy. They're shy, and I like they. I'm trying to get them to get to the point to one where they don't care about hate comments or
Other
negative
people,
comments of other
yeah.
people, because there are going to be people that's going to like you, and there's going to be people that don't.
Have they seen that DJ though? You know, it's this. I cannot remember his name, but it's a DJ. He always wear one of those animated. Y'all know I'm talking about, the mask where it light up and it's got the face on it and all that. You know what kind
Animatronic?
of mask I'm talking about?
Anime?
Yeah, no, but
What?
it's like a mask that he wear, and it's like it's got like a pixelated kind of face and stuff that can come up on
Oh,
the mask. But nobody that I
Oh,
know of knows who he is. Like, what if they did something like that?
like
What is
Marshmallow
it
or
called?
whatever.
See, now I
Like
don't know.
the DJ, it's like Daft Punk. I think you're talking about
Yeah, like where
the
nobody
DJs
knows who
that
this
wear the
dude
masks.
is. Yeah, like what if they did something like that? Then don't nobody know who they are.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to picture it.
But
I
they
don't
could
know.
have,
Basically, incognito. They
yeah.
could be like
Oh, okay.
incognito superstars.
Oh.
Hannah
But they could
Montana,
still
if
have
you
their
will.
cash up and stuff set up. So
That's a good idea.
Cause that could be
Yeah.
like their whole thing. Like they could just have a whole look centered around that, and they could have like themes around it. Like like okay, like around with that sound, that's definitely party stuff. So you could have like, do you want like I said, the one guy, it's like a mask, and you can get these on Amazon, but it's like a mask, but instead of like having like clear holes in the eyes, they can see through it, but you can program it to say certain things or to mirror the expression that you have on your face and stuff like that. But he could have a custom, or they could have custom masks made for,
There are
especially with these
artists out
3D
here like
printers and
that.
stuff. Yes.
Who?
Look.
Like Daft Punk,
Who?
Marshmello.
Say the
I mean,
names
they're
one more.
DJs. Daft Punk, DAFTPUNK. There's two of them in that one.
See, I don't be
They wear
knowing their
helmets.
names. I just know what they do.
Yeah, Marshmallow's another one. Although people know who he is, but he wears a helmet when he performs.
Oh,
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
I mean, but think about it. You do the same thing. I mean, what you did when I first started listening to you, I didn't know what you looked like. I didn't care either. It was just what was coming out of out of my screen. It's the same concept.
yeah. That's a good idea. I'll ask him. I'll ask them, but like it's frustrating too because I don't want to push them into something, but I also want to push them past this shyness,
Yeah.
especially when they're talented. But yeah, I'll definitely throw that idea out there to them.
Well, tell them
I
too
just
that
get them
I'm not
comfortable with the
really.
idea.
And I'm not really like nice like that. Like if I don't like it, I would have just been like, "Oh, that's sweet," you know. Like I'm not that kind. I'm kind, but I'm not nice. So if I ain't like it, I'll be like, "Oh," or it'll be like, "Oh, good job, baby,"
Yeah,
like that kind
yeah.
of auntie. But no, that was like that's ready to roll. Like
Are there
I had to
any
pull out my boot
artsy
shorts.
camps around you? And I don't mean like camp per se, like going away to camp. Sometimes they have them for teenagers and like kids between the ages, well, I call them kids, up to the age of like 21, and they do it at college campuses or, just somewhere throughout the city.
What is it called? Art
And
camp?
yeah, they perform like whether it's music, dance, i- drama, all those, everything that you would think of within the arts. And
Oh,
they're
art
performing,
camps.
yeah,
Oh, there's like art schools here. Um, but I don't know. I'll find out and see if I can get him to at least get interested. I'm gonna give him the idea that y'all gave about wearing a mask because I think that'll be pretty cool. He has a YouTube channel. He's really good with the skills on that too. He posted his first video last week, and in the video, he's over my brother's house, and my brother's the closet door at my niece's room was off the hinges. My son didn't know it. So he opened the door. When he opened the door fell down and hit my niece in the head. Like the clip is crazy as hell. it's, it's funny as hell too. But he vlogged their trip to Atlanta and he did really good with that. So I'll ask him like if he can like what do you think about that and go from there. But I think Christina is live. Is Christina live?
She
yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's live. I saw it over.
All right,
Well,
y'all.
thank y'all so much. I'm gonna drop down and get my eagle on. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for
Watch
all
them
the work that y'all
knees.
do, heart, hands, and all that. Okay.
Coming up.
You are very welcome. Thank you for coming up. It was great
Yeah.
talking with you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, y'all too.
Bye.
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 Later.
All right, y'all.
Later.
To those that are in the guest box, I do see you there. If you could come back tonight, I do know who's in there. If you're in there on purpose, just come back tonight and I'll bring you up. I do appreciate all of y'all for all the likes, the shares, the comments, the beautiful words of support as well to the YouTubers. Love y'all so much. Make sure if you're not following on YouTube so that you can watch the replays, that you go over there, hit subscribe, share the live replay with some of your friends and family. I'll see y'all tonight, and I'll see y'all in Christina's comments. Love y'all.
Love y'all.
Oh, I
Bye.
also hold on.
Love
Let me
you.
shout out Crystal J, who is also a big support of the deconstruction community as well. And Joyful Apostate and Cyber Deconstruction. So I don't want to leave them out. They're also, big support of the deconstruction community. But I will see y'all tonight. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
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 Bye.